Introduction **. The night of revolution may be brief, yet this glory shall endure for an eternity. This glory, I, Viserys Targaryen, shall not hoard for myself alone. The heavens have but one son. In my heart, there exists only one son, His Majesty Viserys. Pray, take a good look. Can a visage such as this aspire to the throne? The denizens of King's Landing fear not even the dragon riders. They are no ordinary folk. Wherever the dragon's fire sweeps, that land belongs to the Emperor. Transformed into the last true dragon, the Beggar King, Viserys Targaryen. In later generations, he would be remembered as the true Dragon Emperor, the Great One, Father of Dragons, the Bloodfire Dragon King, the Unburnt, the Liberator, the Breaker of Chains, the Shatterer of Crowns, Emperor of Westeros and Valyria, the hero against the Long Night. A fallen prince of a usurped kingdom, a once feeble soul, how he gradually reclaimed an empire and a crown. Warrior's Gift enhances combat aptitude. Critical Strike increases the chance of inflicting severe wounds. Fire Element Affinity augments affinity for fire elements, enhancing fire magic attack rate. Knight's Oath strengthens the bond with dragons. Succubus enhances charm transformation. Chapter 1 The Exile Viserys. Year of Conquest 290, the secret city of Braavos. Braavos experiences but three kinds of weather. Fog is unpleasant, rain is worse, and freezing rain is the most dreadful. Today, however, Braavos enjoys an unusually fine day, fresh and invigorating. The latitude of Braavos resembles that of the Fingers, thus its climate is inherently colder than that of King's Landing. Having departed from King's Landing 6 years ago, Viserys Targaryen has adapted to Braavos' climate. The long summer of the known world has arrived, destined to last from the year 289 to 299, a span exceeding a decade. This prolonged summer signifies prosperity. The ignorant may forget the memories of winter and extol the newly risen Baratheon dynasty. Traveling south along the magnificent Sea Lord's Hall within the noble district of Braavos, one can behold a towering edifice encased by red walls. Braavos is replete with stone. Its architectural wonders far surpass those of King's Landing. There exist more than 20 grand structures that rival the Red Keep and the Great September of Baelor. Since Dragonstone's fall, Viserys has sought refuge within this red-walled residence under the protection of Sir Willem Darry. Viserys is not the master of this abode. It is merely a rented estate. Even this leased residence is under threat of decline, for Sir Willem now lingers on the brink of death, while the servants plot to abscond with their possessions. To avert the fate of becoming the Beggar King, Viserys must take action. Though the red-walled residence is not small, the number of hired help is scant. This is due to safety concerns and the limited funds they carried during their escape. There are few symbols of House Targaryen here, save for the three-headed red dragon emblem worn upon Viserys' chest. This was imparted to him by Sir Willem, who cautioned that forgetting the Targaryen sigil would strip him of the courage to seek vengeance. Crack! Viserys crouched down to observe the wild blooms and mushrooms thriving in the garden. Braavos struggles to nurture vegetation, yet the nobility still finds leisure in such pursuits. However, the garden appears chaotic from neglect. The cost of renting this estate has been considerable, and the exiled prince lacks the inclination to restore or beautify the garden. The priciest plant here is a lemon tree, for trees are a rarity in Braavos. In the corner of the garden, near a patch of broken tiles, Viserys noticed several mushrooms sprouting. They appeared pale, yet beneath lay dark, blood-like spots. There were 7 mushrooms in total, a sacred number hinting at something. Viserys carefully wrapped the mushrooms in his gloves and tucked them into his pocket. Poison is a tool of the cunning and the deceitful, yet at this moment, he finds himself in need of venom. Having collected the mushrooms, Viserys nonchalantly exited the garden. "Good day, Your Highness. Are you once again admiring the flowers?" inquired the portly steward, bearing a smile that belied a tone of mockery. "Indeed, steward. Flowers are far simpler than people," Viserys replied earnestly. The steward paused, seemingly taken aback, yet offered no further response. He had long recognized this child, the exiled prince, who found solace in observing the flora of the garden. Left to his own devices, he would have long ceased his service were it not for the financial incentive. Viserys, tall and striking, possessed silver-gold hair and violet eyes, epitomizing the Targaryen visage, a beauty beyond compare. His handsomeness eclipsed that of Rhaegar, yet his fallen status undoubtedly diminished the prince's aura. A kingdom of an exile confined solely to this estate. Good day, steward. Viserys rose to depart, needing to confer with his advisor. Viserys had already marked the steward as a potential traitor, for the machinations within this household revolved around him. There was also a cook and a laundress among the staff. Please, my king, proceed. Originally a university student from Earth who stumbled into this world 4 to 5 months ago, he had finally reconciled the souls of two disparate realms. From henceforth, he is Viserys, and Viserys is he. He is the exiled king of Westeros, a strikingly handsome youth, not an entirely dismal fate. Now, Viserys remains hidden in Braavos, where life is relatively agreeable. However, recognizing that the end of his stay at the Red Door residence approaches, Viserys feels little time for melancholy. For the scant resources he possesses for reclaiming his kingdom have drawn the attention of the servants. These individuals conspire to seize all wealth upon Ser Darry's demise. Once deprived of this modest sum, Viserys will be forced to wander, initiating a life of begging in the great free trade cities. Viserys first proceeded to Rhaenys' chamber, where a delicate olive-skinned girl with black hair and eyes was playfully toying with her one-eared black cat. Rhaenys serves as Viserys' advisor, having awakened the gift of a shapeshifter. She embodies the essence of Dorne as described by the Mad King. Indeed, compared to typical Targaryen traits, she resembles a Dornish maiden more closely. Initially, Viserys pondered how Rhaenys remained so vivacious, later realizing that she had followed her cat into their ranks during their flight, a minor alteration in the timeline. I heard them, Viserys. When they spoke, I was the black cat hidden in the corner, Rhaenys declared. They are preparing to act. Once Ser Darry is gone, they will seize the gold and cast us out. Viserys felt that the gods had shown him favor. Though few in number, his companions were exceptional. This small triumvirate consisted of his niece Rhaenys, a gifted shapeshifter, and his sister Daenerys, a dreamer of dragons. Only Viserys himself, despite his striking appearance, seemed somewhat ordinary in other respects. Do you have a plan, Viserys? Rhaenys inquired, leaping to grasp Viserys' arm. Viserys nodded, producing the poisonous mushrooms he had prepared, alluring yet lethal. They perceive us as mere children. This is their weakness, Viserys declared resolutely. When I commence the operation, you are to safeguard Daenerys, whispered Viserys in Rhaenys' ear. Very well, Rhaenys nodded. I shall refrain from informing Daenerys for now. Although Daenerys was her niece, Rhaenys was the elder. Thank you. Viserys ruffled Rhaenys' dark, curly hair, prompting the restless black cat to meow a few times. Viserys' gaze fell upon the lemon tree outside. If the history of House Targaryen were to be chronicled, let it commence in Braavos. You could have accompanied the Red Viper to Dorne, or they could have fostered you in Tyrosh, Viserys murmured. The people of Dorne enjoyed a cordial relationship with Tyrosh, which was in close proximity to the three daughters. My father said that the dragon has 3 heads, and we 3 must inevitably remain together, Rhaenys stated earnestly. Viserys was rendered speechless. Had it not been for Rhaegar's folly in believing this prophecy, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Chapter 2. The Blind Knight. After Viserys and Rhaenys completed their deliberations and finalized the plan, they awaited the moment to act in silence. Rhaenys was tasked with employing the Black Cat for reconnaissance, while Viserys sought an opportune moment to introduce poison mushrooms. To those servants and stewards who regarded gold as their own, Viserys and his companions were of no concern. Their only fear lay with the old knight, Ser Darry. In truth, the more one spoke of a conspiracy, the greater the likelihood of errors, and the more individuals involved, the higher the risk of exposure. Action was ultimately the key. Rhaenys possessed an exceptional talent for shape-shifting, making her a formidable ally for Viserys. According to the theory of shapeshifters, cats were cruel, arrogant beasts, difficult to control, while dogs were relatively easier to manage. Yet Rhaenys had successfully tamed Balerion. Viserys and Rhaenys' endeavor naturally circumvented Daenerys Targaryen, as she was far too young to comprehend the significance of King's Landing and the Iron Throne. Conversely, Viserys and Rhaenys had genuinely experienced the privileges of prince and princess before the fall of their house, fully understanding the weight of national grievances. No one would forget the suffering endured by Princess Elia and young Aegon, victims of the bloodshed orchestrated by the Lannisters. Ser Gregor, Amory Lorch, Tywin Lannister. Rhaenys raised her notebook, emblazoned with the blood-red names of her enemies. We shall have our vengeance, Viserys, from my father and mother. In comparison to Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn, and Eddard Stark, her deepest hatred remained reserved for the Lannisters. Indeed, for the true dragon never forgets. Viserys urged Rhaenys to close her notebook. Hatred can cause one to forget the essence of life, Your Highness. Viserys regarded his niece, aware that they were a group destined to lose their childhood. You resemble not a king, but a philosopher, Rhaenys smiled, tucking her notebook away. The two instinctively omitted the Mad King's name, for he was an entirely negative legacy. Rhaenys recalled how this loathsome grandfather dismissed her as a child of Dorne, and due to familial discord, the newlywed Rhaegar and his wife chose to settle on Dragonstone rather than in the Red Keep. Viserys fared little better, being the second healthy prince following the queen's multiple miscarriages and the birth of stillborns. His childhood was overshadowed by the suffocating protection of the Mad King, who even forbade the younger son from attending his brother's wedding. Queen Rhaella made every effort to shield her second son from the harmful whims of Aerys, preventing him from realizing that Aerys was gradually succumbing to madness. Viserys had come to understand the Mad King's insanity when his brother Aegon perished. In a fit of rage, Aerys blamed the death on Aegon's wet nurse and commanded her execution. Shortly thereafter, the Mad King believed Aegon had been poisoned, attributing it to the king's mistress. Ultimately, this mistress and her family endured torment until death. I shall visit Ser Willem, Viserys declared, bidding farewell to Rhaenys as he made his way to her chamber. The one-eared black cat let out an indignant yowl, seemingly eager to prolong the interaction with Viserys. Be quiet, Balerion, Rhaenys admonished the cat, which was clever and cunning. As he turned to leave, Viserys proceeded to Ser Willem Darrys' chamber. The room was permeated by the scent of death. The once mighty knight who had wielded his sword now lay frail and weakened. Ser Willem was confined to his bed, enveloped by the stench of illness, a humid and nauseating sweetness. Yet his hands remained warm as he affectionately referred to Daenerys as my little princess. Daenerys sat beside the ailing old knight, a pitiful little girl. Brother, Daenerys called out, will Ser Willem be all right? He will be, Viserys reassured her. Viserys observed Daenerys, recognizing her resilience. That tempest had preserved their lives. In a sense, Daenerys was among the most unfortunate, having lost her parents at birth. Ser Willem, Viserys approached the knight, grasping his large, now frail hand. Your Majesty, Ser Willem murmured, the flicker of life still present in him, despite his relatively young age. Once a robust man of gray beard, he now suffered from numerous ailments. Though his sight was nearly gone, Viserys considered Willem a true knight. I apologize, Your Majesty, my eyesight has failed me. Otherwise, I would have taught you swordsmanship and archery, flails and war hammers, to confront usurpers on the battlefield, Ser Willem gasped. I trained your brother well. You too could become a fine knight. I shall become a fine knight, Ser Willem, Viserys vowed. May the Seven bless you. You will be an unparalleled knight, Ser Willem replied with a bittersweet smile. Viserys now understood his position. He was well-versed in literature, but deficient in martial prowess, a severe imbalance. Both Viserys and Daenerys possessed considerable cultural knowledge, being proficient in Valyrian, history, mathematics, and noble etiquette. Their only shortcoming lay in martial skills. After all, various forms of knowledge could be acquired through books and Viserys' remarkable memory. Since his arrival in this realm, he had discovered that the fusion of two souls bore some advantages. However, training to become a knight was far more challenging, requiring a skilled instructor and extensive practice. Typically, boys would enter service as pages or apprentices between the ages of 6 and 7, following lords or knights to receive training. The duties of a page were simple, mostly involving servitude, learning proper conduct, and cultural knowledge. Only after this could a knight teach crucial skills, such as swordplay, using various weapons, self-defense with shields, and horsemanship. Exceptional pages could ascend to knighthood early, like Demon Blackfire, who at 12 had already defeated a circle of pages and was knighted. Viserys, however, faced an exceedingly long interval of inactivity. During his time as a prince, the neurotic Mad King constrained his actions to ensure his safety. When Viserys was born, the gifts sent by the noble lords were ordered to be consumed by flames by the Mad King. The thought of allowing his son to wield swords was unthinkable. By the time Viserys arrived in Braavos, the esteemed Ser Willem was half-blind and incapacitated. Ser Willem had long served as the instructor at the Red Keep, possessing a wealth of experience, having previously trained Rhaegar. However, in Braavos, he largely imparted his wisdom to Viserys through words alone. Thus, it would be unjust to merely label Viserys as ambitious and impatient. He truly lacked foundational training. Nonetheless, Viserys exhibited commendable equestrian skills, as this was an essential discipline for those of noble birth. Take the little princesses and live healthily. If all else fails, then live incognito, Sir Willem advised, offering no grand ambitions, only simple counsel. He did not mention the losses of House Dane or the aspirations for restoration, but rather expressed concern for the well-being of a few individuals. The downfall of House Targaryen had cost House Dane half of its lands, a significant portion of its wealth, and nearly all of its power. Count Raymond Dane lost 3 brothers during the Battle of the Trident. Viserys sensed that Sir Willem had discerned something, especially as the Baratheon rule grew increasingly stable and the promised assistance from the Sea Lords and the Dornish seemed to have vanished, offering only empty words without tangible aid. "I will," Viserys nodded. He intended to survive by his own means. Yet escape was not the sole option. One must rely on strength. "When I return to Westeros, I shall exact a fierce vengeance upon House Tully, avenging House Dane," Viserys vowed. Compared to House Tyrell, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Tullys, whom he deemed traitorous. "Leave now, your majesty, and take Princess Daenerys with you. The patient's room is too laden with the scent of medicine," Sir Willem remarked, remaining noncommittal. Perhaps, in this final critical moment, Sir Willem had grown numb. After all, the most loyal followers of House Targaryen had long perished in the Riverlands and King's Landing. What could a mere younger son like Viserys accomplish? "Indeed, your majesty, you should allow Sir Willem some peace," the steward suggested. Viserys gazed at Sir Willem, understanding that he needed courage and strength for those who had sacrificed for him. His unresolved anguish was not the Iron Throne of King's Landing, but the well-being of his venerable knight. Chapter 3. The Gifted, the Glutton. "Your majesty, please do not grieve. Tears are detrimental to your health." The humble steward of the Red Door house gently closed the door to Sir William's chamber and then watched the Targaryen siblings depart. It must be quite arduous to perform thus, thought Viserys, whose violet eyes concealed a maturity beyond his years. The Red Door estate was currently embroiled in a tumultuous undercurrent. A silent contest between Viserys and the steward. The servants had already conspired to seize the funds under William's guardianship, anticipating the moment Sir Darry would take his last breath, at which point they would expel the 3 of them. Viserys was determined to thwart this progression, marking the first step towards altering their fate. The steward was acting, and so too was Viserys. He played the role of a humble and cautious exiled king, adept in the guise of a traveler. The servants, finding this demeanor agreeable, became increasingly lax in their vigilance towards these young adults. Returning to Westeros could not be achieved without swords and dragons, Viserys mused, as he held onto Daenerys' hand.
The path to reclaiming the throne could not rely solely on mere words. Presently, there was little hope for dragon eggs.
And Viserys was uncertain of the location of the Targaryen hoard of dragon eggs. The year Rhaegar Targaryen was born, the royal family had extravagantly experimented with 7 dragon eggs and wildfire, leading to the tragic events in the Hall of Summer. Both Aegon the Conqueror and Aegon the Unworthy had attempted to hatch multiple dragon eggs. However, at the time of the Targaryen dynasty's fall, all dragon eggs had mysteriously vanished. Even the dragons that later reemerged were the result of 3 fossilized dragon eggs from the corpulent governor Illyrio. Setting dragons aside, he must contemplate his own strength. Yet, the most pressing dilemma was the lack of military might. Sir William's life hung by a thread, and the loyal fighters had long since perished, while the hired mercenaries were difficult to trust. As for Viserys himself, his personal combat skills left much to be desired. A warrior's distinction ultimately hinges upon a trifecta of social standing, innate talent, and early education. The adage wealth breeds warriors holds truth. The path of knighthood requires not only sweat, but also inherent skill and golden dragons. Viserys came from noble lineage and possessed notable talent. Yet his early education had been woefully inadequate. At present, Viserys had squandered several years in King's Landing, and nearly 6 years in Braavos had been rendered futile, resulting in a delayed enlightenment compared to others. The most competitive individuals in Westeros often began their training as pages at the tender age of 5 or 6, followed by squire training, until they emerged as knights. The prodigy Daemon Blackfyre became a knight at the age of 12, while other late-blooming geniuses did so around 15 or 16. Yet here was Viserys, 14 years of age, still merely a novice. As he walked through the corridor, Viserys suddenly halted, sensing a tremor in the air before him. Then, a translucent information panel unfolded within his line of sight, appearing remarkably clear. As the panel expanded, various pieces of information began to flow before Viserys. Viserys Targaryen, age, 14, occupation, none, reputation, an overlooked lord of no lands, charisma, high, companions, none, attributes, strength 11. Endurance 13, Agility 12, Spirit 14, Special Talent. Undisclosed, panel activated, reward talent skill once. Viserys was filled with elation. His golden opportunity had arrived. The next step was to allocate points and unlock his potential. As a tragic transmigrator unwilling to repeat a predetermined fate, he saw only the path of unlocking this golden finger. Surrounded by the prodigious shapeshifter Rhaenys and the mother of dragons, Daenerys, both of whom were favored by fortune, he often felt out of place due to his lack of exceptional talent. This sudden wave of joy ignited a flame within him, rekindling his seemingly hopeless dream of restoration. Without a talent entry, it would indeed be arduous to defy fate. The prolonged confusion, fear, and anxiety he had endured now held a glimmer of possibility. The possession of power was the most coveted desire among humanity, especially for Viserys, as danger loomed ominously. Robert Baratheon was a brute, while Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark embodied knightly virtues, upright and honorable. Among these few, their troubles were not yet overwhelming. Conversely, the likes of Tywin Lannister, Peter Baelish, Varys, and even Lancel were ruthless characters who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Viserys made promises to Ser William by his sickbed, laced with comforting mentorship. Yet now, he might have to return to King's Landing and claim that grotesque iron throne, forged from dragon fire and adorned with countless spikes. Viserys discovered an unopened card marked with a question mark in his talent panel. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, he activated the panel, causing the card to flip. The image on the card depicted a sinister dragon, black as coal, with malevolent green eyes, exuding an inherent wickedness. Talent, glutton, gains enhancement through consumption. Consuming certain magical creatures may yield greater augmentation. Could this talent be in homage to the infamous glutton, the dragon that feasted on the corpses of dead dragons, newborn hatchlings, and dragon eggs? Viserys pondered. As the most ferocious of wild dragons, Glutton had once survived on such extravagant fare, relying solely on knightly training. Viserys felt it would take far too long to enhance his attributes. Now, the skill of Glutton clearly presented a fast track. As the name suggests, Viserys would need to consume food to accumulate attributes. Lacking the luxury to waste dragon eggs or hatchlings as Glutton did, he resolved to begin with the provisions available in the kitchen. After escorting Daenerys back to her chamber, Viserys entered the kitchen. He surveyed the array of ingredients and semi-finished dishes before him. According to the standards befitting a king, this spread was somewhat meager. However, for the exiled king, it suffices. The kitchen predominantly boasts an array of seafood, with beef, lamb, pork, and venison being relatively scarce, owing to the flourishing fishery of Braavos. There are smoked sturgeon, pickled crabs, plump oysters, and fresh clams, among other delicacies. The rocky shores of Braavos preclude livestock farming, and its mining industry relies on metals such as iron, tin, and lead from the adjacent continent. Cattle, sheep, and vegetables are transported from the territories of the Braavos mainland, commanding a higher price. This situation starkly contrasts with Westeros, where the economy is rooted in feudal estates, with numerous lords owning their own lands and forests. Your Majesty, as of late, Viserys has taken to frequenting the kitchen to experiment with culinary delights and even prepare his own meals, much to the kitchen staff's indifference. After all, the grand feasts of the known world are inextricably linked to butter, spices, cream, and sugar, while the Valyrian people remain fond of beets, which one can only indulge in so much. Viserys also dabbles in cooking. The cooks merely perceive this as a sign that the exiled king has utterly lost his fighting spirit, turning instead to the pursuit of gourmet pleasures. The kitchen is deemed the domain of the lower classes. Such a noble scion ought to wield a sword rather than a ladle. Viserys sensed the veiled derision in the cooks' gazes. Perhaps they believe themselves inconsequential, soon to be expelled from the Red Keep. What does it matter if they consume a morsel more or less? Let us then compare and see who can ultimately triumph. Once the cooks departed, Viserys found himself alone in the kitchen. He disregarded their scornful expressions and began to eat. He sampled the sturgeon, crab, oysters, and cake, finding them relatively ineffective until he tasted the last dish, escargot. The succulent and rich flavor of the sea snails filled him with a sense of pure vigor, a warm sensation enveloping his being. Viserys rejoiced inwardly, devouring the escargot with fervor. To be prudent, he subsequently experimented with other fish, crab, and shrimp, yet none yielded any enhancement. It appears that this gluttonous talent indeed exists, albeit with a discerning palate. The escargot, a local specialty of Braavos, not only produces dark purple dye, but is also a costly delicacy. Yet, people prioritize its commercial value over its culinary allure, and even Viserys, while in Braavos, cannot indulge excessively in escargot. Should he partake daily, he surmised he might soon find himself impoverished. Chapter 4. The Deadly Mushroom Within the Courtyard of the Red Keep. Today's atmosphere felt rather oppressive. The scent of medicine in the sick room was so overwhelming that it seemed insurmountable. Upon the sickbed lay a once dazzling knight, now rendered a powerless, paralyzed elder. Sir William's longsword and purplewood bow hung upon the wall, untouched for far too long. Gazing upon the pale visage of the bedridden patient, William Derry, whose eyes barely opened, the physician's countenance grew somber, and he instinctively shook his head. "My skills have proven futile," spoke the doctor from Braavos. "The gods have reclaimed the flame of this old warrior." The physician regarded the silver-white hair and violet eyes of Viserys with a hint of curiosity. Yet he had not yet connected these features to the Dragon King, merely perceiving him as a distant relative of the Roiner. "Thank you for your kindness," Viserys Targaryen said, placing a silver coin into the doctor's hand. The round iron coin bore the image of a helmeted figure, seemingly that of Braavos' Titan. Upon seeing the silver coin presented by Viserys, the steward's eyes gleamed with avarice, perhaps knowing that Sir William was on the brink of death, rendering his greed all the more unmasked and unrestrained. Rhaenys noted this expression of the steward, for she was a perceptive child. Viserys cast a discreet glance at the steward's face, sensing that this man had already embraced a path leading to doom. Should the servants pilfer the meager funds belonging to the three of them, Viserys and the two children, they would be left with little more than the jewels, hardly enough to sustain them for long, forcing them into the depths of destitution. Thank you, the physician said, his demeanor softening considerably upon receiving the coin. Braavos, a bastion of free trade, differed greatly from the feudal decline of Westeros. Here, all aspired to wealth without shying away from discussions of money, and the constraints of noble lineage were less stringent. Cheesemongers and butter merchants could ascend to the governorship. In most free trading city-states, the status of merchants, sailors, and bankers reigned supreme. Warfare was not a pursuit favored by the wealthy. Mercenaries were readily available. Should the Dothraki arrive, a token gift could be offered. Such notions would be inconceivable in the knightly-dominated realm of Westeros, where knights have historically scorned the ethos of free trading city-states. Even the affluent Lannister family adhered to this mindset. They may wield gold in lieu of swords, and while money holds value, victories in war are ultimately secured through iron. Tywin Lannister once remarked on the nature of free trading city-states. "At this rate, the end will come swiftly. I estimate by tomorrow noon," the physician cautioned, urging preparations for what lay ahead, for even survival would be a torment. After pocketing the silver coin, he quietly imparted a message to Viserys, akin to entering a countdown in a game where all plots and stratagems must be employed. As Viserys bid farewell to the physician and stepped into William Derry's chamber, the sun of Braavos had completely set. The whale oil candles illuminated Sir William Derry's room, casting light akin to that of day. These luxurious candles provided a brighter glow than ordinary ones. Due to the time constraints and scarcity of funds, they had foregone the scented variety. The faded meal carpet upon the floor further attested to Viserys' fall from grace. With tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Rhaenys Targaryen stood beside the bewildered Daenerys, vigilantly guarding the bedside of Sir William. A nauseatingly sweet warmth permeated the air, the scent of herbs lingering. Sir William, with his wispy gray hair and deeply etched features, had succumbed to a high fever, the flicker of his life slowly fading. He could only sip diluted wine or warmed lemon water, as Rhaenys remarked. When one becomes sufficiently weakened, they find themselves devoid of the strength to consume solid food. The steward, laundress, and cook waited anxiously outside, not out of love for the aged knight, but out of fear. Once the lion on this sickbed drew its last breath, the servants would swiftly seize the coins hidden at his bedside. Caring for the ailing was a thankless task. Viserys sat in a chair, flanked by the two young girls, Daenerys and Rhaenys. He appeared frail, isolated, and sorrowful. The steward, keenly observant, felt his scheme was unfolding flawlessly. Time dragged on, each moment of waiting an agonizing ordeal. "Your Majesty, you must be weary as well. Shall I have the cook bring you some warm soup?" the steward inquired with concern. Recently, Sir William's condition had deteriorated significantly, requiring constant vigilance. Consequently, Viserys had been intentionally instructing the kitchen to prepare an additional rich soup each evening to ensure the caregivers received proper nourishment. Not only Daenerys and Rhaenys were entitled to partake, but all the servants were included. Rather than being taken aback, the servants perceived that Viserys had overstepped, viewing the half-grown lad as easy to manipulate. "Very well, let us have the buttered mushroom soup I have selected. The mushrooms are already in the pot, ready to be made," Viserys declared. "As you command," Your Majesty," the steward replied to the cook. "It is rather late," the cook grumbled, biting her lip. The old knight was nearing death. They could simply steal the coins and leave. Why trouble themselves with these children? "Hurry," the steward ordered, giving the cook a firm pinch. After all, by the next day, they could abscond with the money, so enduring a little longer was of no consequence. "Very well," the cook muttered as she made her way to the kitchen. "Also, you may drink that buttered mushroom soup first. We are not in the mood right now." Viserys added nonchalantly, "That is hardly acceptable, Your Majesty." The steward feigned indignation, yet secretly relished the prospect. "You have all worked hard," Viserys replied with sincerity. "Meow?" The one-eared Balerion stealthily followed the cook into the kitchen, ensuring all would proceed without a hitch. Rhaenys moved closer to Viserys at the moment of reckoning. He felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, his current capabilities were not particularly formidable. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Viserys resolved to utilize the poison mushrooms he had chosen long ago. Now, with a cunning mind and stealthy approach, Viserys acted more swiftly than the servants. In recent months, Viserys has immersed himself in the culinary arts, diligently experimenting with ingredients in the kitchen. His recent, deliberate request for the cook to prepare soup each evening is all part of a grand scheme. Viserys has established various conditions and backgrounds to conceal his true intentions. The naive Daenerys is blissfully unaware of the machinations at play. She is far too young and has not engaged in this conspiracy. Rhaenys, with a subtle gesture, signified that the plan was successful. "I do not consume flesh. Rather, it is I who shall be consumed." Viserys felt his heart racing with anticipation. They lacked the funds to employ the finest cook, yet this somewhat bumbling chef would not suspect anything amiss with the prepared blood mushrooms. After all, she had grown accustomed to the whims of this wandering prince and his passion for exquisite food. The blood mushrooms were cleverly concealed among the prepared white mushrooms and oxtails, delicious yet deadly, carefully selected by Viserys. As an experienced hand, the cook skillfully crafted a buttery mushroom soup, a staple that exudes warmth and comfort. The fragrant mushroom soup, served in a brass bowl, was the very essence of what one longs for on a cold night. Utterly delectable, truly delicious, utterly delightful, echoed among the servants, steward, laundress, and cook alike, each savoring their portion without reservation. A sleek black cat with glimmering green eyes lurked in the corner, observing the gluttonous feast of the oblivious servants, who paid no heed to its presence, as they had grown accustomed to it. Rhaenys nodded, and Viserys breathed a sigh of relief, ensuring that every individual had partaken of the mushroom soup. "Let me sample the wine," Sir William suddenly exclaimed, his voice faltering. "The bottle I wish to cherish." In his final moments, Sir William did not request the esteemed wines of Arbor or the summer reds of Dorne, but rather the beloved local brew from the Riverlands. This wine, crafted from small, tart grapes, was barely palatable, a taste only familiar to the locals. Viserys rose and located the wine that Sir William had requested, a bottle meant to soothe his homesickness. Over time, the supply of this sour Riverlands wine had dwindled significantly, as its poor quality made it a rare find. Hastily, Viserys poured a glass for Sir William. "Ah, good wine. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is truly sorrowful that I cannot see you, nor my little princess." Sir William spoke haltingly before succumbing to a deep slumber. Indeed, it was good wine, and as Viserys took a sip, its bitterness mirrored that of tears. In the parlor, the servants who had finished their mushroom soup suddenly turned pale. Crash! The brass soup bowl clattered to the ground. The steward's face drained of color, his heart racing wildly. Thump, 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 and his vision began to blur. The cook clutched her throat, yet found herself unable to cough anything up. Chapter 5. The Killer Viserys in the Drawing Room. A golden copper bowl brimming with rich butter and mushroom oxtail soup fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound of impact. The mushroom soup, exquisite in flavor, harbored a deadly secret. The neurotoxin within the mushrooms did not react chemically upon entering the human body. It lay dormant until the lethal dosage had been consumed, at which point the toxin would take effect. Though it paled in comparison to the likes of the Strangler or Tears of Lys, it was sufficiently lethal for this gathering. Coughs echoed among the servants, one after another. The cook clutched her throat desperately, yet nothing emerged, leaving only a terrifying, thin, gasping shriek. Thud! The cook collapsed to the floor, soon followed by the laundress and the gatekeeper. The rotund steward witnessed the grim tableau, as one by one, the servants around him succumbed. He pounded his chest with futile desperation, feeling his body transform into stone, first his heart, then his throat. Grasping at his own throat, even as he drew blood, proved ineffectual. "It's you," the steward gasped, his eyes bulging, skin paling, as he pointed a trembling finger at Viserys, who emerged from the sick room. "It is I, the killer," Viserys Targaryen III replied, nodding. He had grasped the unfolding narrative, and thus acted swiftly and decisively. The steward, filled with impotent rage, realized that in this treacherous game, they had all been deceived by the youth before them. They had thought themselves the cunning, but had failed to see that they were merely prey. Regret washed over the steward for his sluggishness and his failure to see through Viserys' Fade. They had not yet betrayed their secrets. How could this exiled king, appearing so innocuous, have lulled them into complacency? At last, the steward's body could no longer withstand the poison's onslaught and fell to the ground, laden with a sense of bitterness and avarice. Yet the toxic mushrooms brutally stimulated his nerves and heart, signaling the end of the game. Thus, the servants were all felled by the toxic mushroom soup. Viserys surveyed the chaotic scene in the drawing room, his heart racing. Despite the tumult within, he needed to maintain an air of nonchalance. In his previous life, even when reduced to a beggar king, he had only resorted to insults and banter. He had never taken a life. But in this savage world, he must summon the courage to survive. The risks were immense, yet Viserys knew he must eliminate this group. If he lost the funds from Sir William, it would mean his expulsion from the Red House, leaving him to wander the streets with 2 young ones in tow. At just 14, he had yet to acquire any viable means of sustenance. The thought of roaming the streets, begging from the nobility, was far from the life Viserys desired. He refrained from summoning Rhaenys and Daenerys. The scene was far too gruesome. The path of kings must be paved with blood. Viserys departed from the scene of the murder and returned to the sick room. Rhaenys and Daenerys, naturally, had also heard the commotion from the parlor. Rhaenys maintained a serene demeanor, for she was part of this scheme. Daenerys, however, remained somewhat dazed, unaware of the unfolding events. Within the confines of the sick room, even the foggy-minded Sir Willem Darry inquired, "What was that sound?" "I heard the trumpet of death. The servants are dead. It was the poison of my choice," Viserys murmured, clasping the withered and frail hand of Sir Willem. Daenerys looked at her brother with a mixture of fear and confusion, unable to comprehend why the seemingly gentle Viserys had resorted to such brutality. Despite her tender age, Daenerys had begun to grasp the weight of mortality. In days gone by, Viserys had previously informed her that her birth had cost their mother her life. "You are well, your grace," Sir Willem replied, his once dimmed eyes suddenly sparkling with a flicker of illumination. He possessed an intimate understanding of Viserys, having witnessed his growth. In his final moments, Sir Willem had grown increasingly pessimistic about the dream of restoration, while Viserys had long been eager to reclaim their birthright. Yet, did this spoiled younger son truly possess the courage and resolve required? With Rhaegar now deceased, could this child stand against the usurper? Sir Willem harbored doubts. His sight was gone, and he lacked the time to bear witness to what was to come. "Take care of them, my little princess. I do not wish to speak of vengeance any longer. I merely hope you live, well, far away. Escape from the Iron Throne." Sir Willem gestured towards the bedside, where funds for the children's survival lay hidden. It was this very money that had incited the recent bloodshed. Viserys knelt by the bed, holding Sir Willem's hand until it had entirely lost its warmth. After imparting these final words, Sir Willem never awakened again. The world was now devoid of Willem Darry, the maester of the Red Keep and the tutor to the 2 princes. In this realm, it was Viserys who would first bear the weight of the Targaryen restoration. "Rest in peace, Sir Willem," Viserys solemnly declared. The room was filled with the sounds of weeping and wailing. Daenerys cried the loudest, for she had never known her parents. In many ways, Sir Willem had assumed the role of her father. After some time, Rhaenys, slightly taller, rose to open the bedside cabinet, revealing a trove of wealth: gold from Westeros, silver from Braavos. All of this wealth was tainted with blood to safeguard it. Rhaenys had supported Viserys in poisoning those servants who sought to rob and expel them. Aside from this, the cabinet contained only a single Valyrian steel dagger. Here, Viserys also found no trace of the agreement signed by the Red Viper and Sir Willem, which, by all accounts, should have been the most cherished possession of Sir Willem. At that moment, Sir William Darry signed on behalf of the Valyrian siblings. Prince Oberyn Martell represented Dorne, with the former Sea Lord of Braavos as a witness. Viserys meticulously scrutinized the documents, convinced that no contract remained in the room. It seemed that the old knight truly had his best interests at heart. Viserys mused silently, realizing that the destruction of this agreement was indeed an effort to keep him discreet. Sir William likely believed that, had Viserys known of such a marriage proposal, given his past behavior, he would have set sail for Sunspear without hesitation. Another concern lay with the attitudes of Sunspear and the Sea Lord. The former Sea Lord had perished, and the current Sea Lord showed little interest in their ventures. Moreover, the Dornish lacked the strength to overthrow Robert on their own, and, in an effort to avoid suspicion, offered no support. While Sir William resided in Braavos with these children, the Dornish seemed to vanish post-agreement, as if they had simply hung up. They feared the wrath of the stag and the annihilation of Dorne. Viserys gazed upon the aged visage of Sir William. I shall not evade my war. Chapter 6. The chief swordsman of Braavos, the fragmented sun, appeared shrouded by dense clouds, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the city of secrets, Braavos. The inclement weather mirrored the dark tidings. In the courtyard of the slightly ajar Red Keep, members of the Braavosi Guard, their voices raised in discussion, seized the opportunity of the morning chill to remove the corpses from the residence. The scene was truly harrowing. The blood mushrooms proved exceedingly lethal, their toxins far more deadly than the smile of a sailor's wife. The soldiers exchanged murmurs about the sailoress wife, a woman who worked in the pleasure quarters of Braavos, only consorting with those she wed. On some nights, she would marry 3 or 4 times, leaving many destitute in their pursuit of her, ultimately leading to their demise. The language of the free trade city-states derived from Valyrian, albeit in lower forms and localized variants. The bodies within the room were transported to the courtyard, shrouded in gray cloth. Among them lay the grotesque corpses of servants, the butler, the cook, the laundress, and the gatekeeper, as well as the frail figure of Sir William Darry. Most were victims of poison, their pallid faces hardened like stone, throats as unyielding as rock, and eyes wide with horror. Yet, the Braavosi guards donned in black showed little surprise at the deadly outcome of the mushrooms. After all, humanity has long held a fondness for culinary delights. Each year in Braavos, there are those who succumb to greed, overeating fish, crabs, or mushrooms, either indulging too much or succumbing to toxic bites. The lamprey and sea crabs were indeed delicious, and the mushroom soup was particularly fragrant. In the future, Pantos would witness the unfortunate Governor Odro being poisoned by mushrooms at a banquet. Viserys Targaryen stood on the steps of the courtyard alongside Rhaenys and Daenerys, feeling rather helpless, merely gazing at the unfolding chaos. A tall, slender youth with silver hair stood alongside 2 weeping girls. The tears of adults often seem insincere, whereas the cries of children possess a poignant authenticity. It is rather simple to play the role of the ineffectual, especially considering that previously, Viserys had lived a rather feudal existence in Braavos, with the hope of restoration dwindling. Sir William, having burned the agreement, dared not inform Viserys of the clandestine marriage existing in Dorne. Yet, this situation might not be entirely unfavorable, for relying on oneself is far more dependable than depending on others, especially since Viserys held little interest in Aerion Martell. As for the rumored formidable allies from Dorne, the reality is rather disheartening. Dorne grapples with its own grievances. Its military strength is feeble and its population scant, rendering it immobile and stagnant. Nevertheless, Viserys bore a sense of guilt towards Dorne, aside from Princess Elia and her children. The Mad King's reckless actions had led to the loss of 10,000 spear throwers and a Prince of Dorne before his defeat. Such significant casualties were akin to striking a fatal wound upon Dorne, the realm with the smallest population among the 7 kingdoms. My Lord Sysa, the area has been cleared, the sentinels reported to their leader. In this world, there exists a semblance of makeshift order, with unexpected incidents being swiftly subdued. It is no wonder that later, Joffrey met his demise amidst the chaos that ensued. The most prominent Braavosi in the crowd was a young man with a refined visage, Sysa, the constable of the designated region. He was also the leader of this guard, clad in a russet gray coat and adorned with the distinctive slender sword of Braavos at his waist. He embodied the customs of the city. This lightweight sword is swift and lethal, emphasizing the agility and grace of the swordsmen in their movements, stealth, and balance. Beside him stood a tall, middle-aged man, similarly armed, appearing to be his retainer. In Braavos, only assassins don extravagant attire, true wealth and skilled swordsmen. The faceless men typically garb themselves in black or deep hues. Officials, coin counters, and judges of Braavos often wear plain, drab gray-brown coats. In truth, no city-state in this era can boast of impeccable law enforcement. Chaos often reigns in the slums and docks. However, the occurrence of such significant casualties in the affluent districts near the Sea King's palace is indeed rare. Despite his youth, Sysa's appointment as constable signifies his lineage from a venerable and prestigious family in Braavos. The most illustrious families of Braavos have produced multiple Sea Kings, such as the Antaryon, Zane, and Frege families. Under them lie various families of coin counters, bankers, and military officers. Sysa himself is descended from such lesser nobility. Had he not been acutely aware of the severe poisoning incident within his jurisdiction, he might have nearly forgotten the exiled Targaryen family residing among them. After all, while the agreement witnessed by the Sea King is classified, the mid-level officials in Braavos are well aware of the Targaryen exiles. Sheriff Sissa summoned the physician once more. The accompanying physician had examined the servants' limbs, eyes, mouths, and throats, even scrutinizing the movements of their fingers, while meticulously inspecting the remnants found at the corners of the deceased's lips. The physician also discovered the leftover mushroom soup in a copper bowl and the remaining mushroom oxtail stew in the pot. Viserys had once contemplated how to dispose of the bodies and erase the scene, but ultimately decided against it. In cases of poisoning, the most challenging task is handling the corpses. The more one meddles, the greater the risk of error. Thus, Viserys opted to proceed with Rhaenys and Daenerys in attendance. This too was a calculated risk in his mind. Taking action was preferable to allowing them to beg for mercy. When we arrived, the scene was untouched. A tragic incident born from the consumption of poisonous mushrooms. The physician approached Sissa, clad in brown, with certainty. While blood mushrooms may be delectable, they are also highly toxic. After all, blood mushrooms are a rarity. One might be drawn to their flavor while overlooking their lethal nature. So, you suggest that this unfortunate event was instigated by the cook? Sissa nodded, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Viserys and the others. Most of these servants were mere household staff, of lowly status. However, the implications were awkward, warranting a more careful examination. Indeed, the physician concurred. Yet Sissa remained somewhat perplexed. The situation seemed almost too perfect, leading him to suspect some hidden intricacies. After all, these servants all perished after consuming the mushroom soup. Viserys, why did only these few partake of the dish? Recently, Sir William has been gravely ill, and we have been keeping vigil for him. When the mushroom soup was ready, I hadn't had the chance to eat, so I allowed them to partake first, Viserys replied. This response was reasonable. Sissa glanced at his guard and then asked aloud. Viserys noted this unusual behavior. It appeared that the guard held a significant status, as the sheriff seemed to seek his counsel. Have you had any conflicts with these servants? Or did any disputes arise among them? Viserys shook his head, asserting that these servants had been with them for a long time and there were no issues. Nevertheless, Your Majesty, perhaps we should find another location to discuss this matter further. Sissa suddenly fixed his gaze on Viserys, while the guards formed a defensive stance. I shall not go anywhere. I am the king, Viserys declared, his face flushed with anger as he gripped the sword, a relic of Sir William. Sissa regarded Viserys, finding amusement in the plight of this king without land. Observing that his guard had yet to draw his sword, the sheriff's demeanor softened. In that case, we shall not press further. However, any man who loudly proclaims himself a king is not a true king, the sheriff laughed heartily. You slander the king, Rhaenys interjected. Were this Westeros, you would have your tongue removed. The charming little princess, this is not Westeros governed by your king, but rather a free city-state. Let this matter cease here. Sessa shrugged and departed from the Crimson Courtyard. The bodies would be taken away for disposal to prevent any unpleasant odor. Viserys watched the figures retreating into the distance, his heart racing tumultuously. The last threat from Sessa was indeed intimidating, yet he played along with it. But who was the guard accompanying Sessa? What do you think of Viserys? The guard inquired. Aside from his appearance, he is rather unremarkable. His physique and build do not suggest that he is an exceptional warrior, came the reply. Indeed. How much talent can one possess who does not even have hope for his own protector? Do you believe this poisoning to be an accident? Asked the guard beside Sessa. Lord Quero, I have no doubt it was indeed an accident. As I spoke, that hapless king was flushed and unsheathed his sword, though it was regrettably lacking in skill. Sessa respectfully responded. This guard was the chief swordsman of Braavos, an absolute confidant of the Sea Lord. On the surface, he appeared quite ordinary, lacking both strength and courage. Quero noted. Yet this situation is indeed peculiar. The steward is not a trustworthy character. I have investigated and discovered that while inebriated at the tavern, he hinted at soon acquiring great wealth. How he planned to amass such fortune could only involve stealing from these exiles. However, the steward concealed his intentions well, and it seems impossible for him to have revealed his scheme, yet he was indeed poisoned. Quero could only conclude that this incident was far too coincidental, with Viserys and others reaping substantial benefits from the poisoning. For the chief swordsman, the most vital quality is discernment. Since you harbor suspicions, why not act upon them? Would you truly wish to humiliate this king? He is but a child, and this is merely my darkest speculation. Based on the clues, this appears to be nothing more than an accident, Quero pondered aloud. Let this matter cease here. Yes, you may assist them in cleaning up. Additionally, seek out some reliable servants for the landless king, ones who are honest and trustworthy, as they may also serve as our eyes and ears. As you command. This sudden occurrence of murder has drawn the attention of the current Sea Lord to a name that has lain dormant for years. Yet to the Sea Lord, Viserys is still merely a pawn of little consequence. The Sea Lord merely instructed Quero to observe. The turmoil in Westeros has little bearing on Braavos, as long as it does not hinder their profits. As for Viserys, who can say whether he will ever have the opportunity to shine before the Sea Lord? Chapter 7. Random Gifts. The god of gastronomy, with the absence of Sir William and his entourage, the courtyard of the Red Keep felt starkly empty. Now, only Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys remained. As the saying goes, gathering wind and energy, the maintenance of mansions and castles requires a substantial workforce. A place needs vitality. Once human resources dwindle, the residence falls into disrepair. A quintessential example is Herrenberg, which boasts 5 colossal towers. However, the Riverine family can only occupy the lower levels of 2 of them, leaving the majority of the space desolate. Drawing from past experiences, selecting servants has become a troublesome endeavor for Viserys, for he requires a cook, a laundress, a steward, and a gatekeeper to manage the household. Moreover, Viserys and his companions do not employ an excessive number of servants. A typical grand residence would necessitate a steward, maids, a cook, a stableman, security, a gardener, and a kennel master, resembling a colossal beast that consumes wealth. Though, in the long run, Viserys must contemplate fleeing. Even if the 3 of them appear inept, their lineage and appearance hold significant allure, being descendants of the ancient Dragon Queen. However, for the time being, he must ensure the upkeep of the Red Keep. Not to mention, assigning Daenerys and her companion the duties of laundress and cook seems utterly outrageous. Yet, the constable, Zysa, who oversees this vast residential area, generously offered to introduce Viserys to some reliable servants, a gesture akin to the sun rising in the west. Viserys found nothing particularly strange about this, as he had sensed that the guard accompanying Zysa might indeed be an official closely associated with the Sea King, and of considerable rank. Even Zysa himself is a noble from Braavos with a notable background. For the Sea King, they, as exiles, lacked the privilege to negotiate terms. It was merely the occurrence of unforeseen events that had drawn the Sea King's attention back to them. In the parlor, Viserys spoke to Rhaenys and Daenerys. Taste the escargot. The fragrant sea snails, adorned with garlic and butter, were a lavish dish. Had it not been for his penchant for indulgence, Viserys would not have been so extravagant. Rhaenys and Daenerys cooperatively began to partake, yet being young girls, their appetites were limited. Most of the dish was consumed by Viserys, who felt that his gluttonous trait directly converted exquisite food into strength. His strength attribute had risen to 12, though if he continued in this manner, he would eventually deplete his resources. Should you heed Zysa's suggestion, Viserys? Rhaenys asked with some hesitation. To hire another batch of servants he recommends? Do you harbor concerns? Viserys inquired, gazing at Rhaenys Targaryen, the beautiful girl with olive skin, black hair, and flowing locks, who indeed bore the characteristics of Dorne, Loyner, and the Salt Men. Notably, the Targaryen lineage lacked robust castes. Even the firstborn, Balerion the Breaker, exhibited traits akin to those of Dorne. I fear they may be spies from Braavos. While they may not swindle us like those from before, they will certainly observe our movements. We have no choice, Viserys replied, wiping the corner of his mouth. They were already in Braavos, situated amidst peril. Given this, the risks associated with leveraging their circumstances seemed acceptable. They had little to no resources, and to the Sea King, they were no different from mere laboratory mice. Engaging in direct discourse with the Sea King would undoubtedly require substantial capital. How much do we have left? Asked Viserys. Rhaenys gazed at Sir William's modest treasury, while Viserys held dominion over the crown and jewels belonging to their mother, Rhaela. These treasures could be exchanged for a fair amount of gold. After being expelled from the Red Keep, both Viserys and Daenerys had relied on these jewels for sustenance. But their fortunes had dwindled, leaving them as wanderers begging for alms. These jewels represented the dignity of a king. Viserys was reluctant to sell them, and thus descend into the depths of a beggar's existence once more. After employing those servants, we can still manage to survive for a few more years, provided our living expenses remain modest, Rhaenys remarked. However, when factoring in the costs of renting a residence, the expenses for servants, and the previous medical bills incurred for Sir William, it became evident that their funds were depleting rapidly. Furthermore, with Viserys exhibiting signs of an insatiable appetite, it was clear that their meager cash reserves would soon be insufficient. The lack of money before their crossing over persisted even after it. It felt as if their journey had been in vain. They needed to acquire wealth, Viserys mused, as the specter of financial ruin loomed ever closer. Money served as both a lubricant and a stepping stone, especially in a mercantile city-state that prioritized wealth above all else. Daenerys and Rhaenys were not considered sources of labor, and Viserys' means of subsistence appeared rather scant. Upon reflection, it seemed that his singular asset was his striking appearance, the only attribute that held any substantial value. Even though the free trade city-state had once been ravaged by the Dragon Kings, they still held a deep reverence for the ancient bloodline of dragons. Yet, to fall to the depths of trading on his looks would be a most ironic tragedy. As he pondered these matters, Viserys suddenly sensed a shift in his attribute panel. A new talent had emerged. The poisonous mushroom incident has occurred, altering the axis of fate, granting a random reward of a talent skill. With eager anticipation, Viserys examined the new card that had appeared on his talent panel. It depicted a robust and portly middle-aged chef, wielding a spatula in one hand and a frying pan in the other. The confident demeanor radiating from him suggested he was a deity in the culinary realm. Talent, god of gastronomy, from the frigid northern lands to the southern shores of Essos. From the lighthouse of the western Lantern Isle to the glorious fields of the east, I have witnessed countless wonders and have cooked with innumerable ingredients, all in pursuit of the ultimate beauty of food. Viserys studied the card. It represented a wholly practical life skill, unlike the gluttonous talents that bore hints of the fantastical. Nevertheless, it felt like an unexpected boon, a delightful surprise. It was as if he had traversed the life of a chef, encountering the divine in the realm of culinary arts. He possesses mastery over various culinary skills, excelling in steaming, boiling, and cutting, having prepared dishes from shark, mushrooms, lamprey, and even mammoth and venison. His journey has taken him across countless mountains and rivers, instilling a profound belief in his culinary prowess. Yet, his happiness extends beyond mere gastronomy. He has also discovered an enhancement in his physical attributes. Was this a two-for-one deal? After the initial joy, he comprehended the underlying logic. Both chefs and blacksmiths engage in physically demanding tasks, wielding heavy objects like frying pans and hammers. Without a robust physique, one cannot hope to become a proficient chef. I shall prepare another dish for you, he declared to Daenerys and Rhaenys, eager to test the true worth of this newfound talent. Chapter 8. The situation and the remnants of the royalist party. The kitchen has now become Viserys' domain. Prior to the arrival of the servants assigned by the constable of Braavos, Kaisa, Viserys Targaryen deftly maneuvered a slender seafood knife across the oak board, skillfully preparing the sea snail. He noted the speed and steadiness of his knife work, truly exemplifying mastery, akin to reaching the pinnacle of culinary art. Next, he ignited the fire to cook the sea snails, delicately sprinkling uniformly sized garlic pieces atop. His technique in handling the sea snails, marked by speed and precision, suggested that he had performed this task countless times before. Such is the remarkable effect of the talent descriptor god of gastronomy. Moreover, this attribute has further augmented Viserys' strength and agility. A robust physique is essential for both chefs and blacksmiths alike. Gazing intently at his attribute panel, Viserys found his strength and agility nearing 13, with resilience also at 13 and intellect at 14. This indicated that his combat skills had improved, aided by his culinary talents. More significantly, these attributes are malleable, destined to grow with age, which Viserys surmised. He believed that a typical man's foundational attributes would begin at 1, with only those who undergo rigorous training able to elevate them. Viserys' combat prowess is commendable, though his 14 years of minimal practice hindered his advancement. He still pales in comparison to Rhaegar, who, having immersed himself in literature, became adept later in life, while Viserys' development was marred by considerable gaps. Previously, his highest attribute was intellect, a reflection of his commitment to education, where the synergy of two souls contributed to his abilities. After all, Viserys harbored aspirations of returning to the throne. One cannot reign as a king while being illiterate. Yet, he found himself rather unfortunate, as various tribulations had stymied his martial capabilities. Perhaps his intellectual prowess is also intertwined with the currently dormant magical tides. Magic has not vanished, but merely waned. The children of the forest remain hidden in their remote lairs, while further afield lies the cold god of the frozen north. In 8 or 9 years, the resurgence of magic will commence. At that time, dragon eggs will hatch, sea monsters will emerge, and the White Walkers will march southward, accompanied by a surge in the powers of sorcerers like the Red Woman. Reflecting on this, Viserys felt that it was time to relax a bit. After all, he was aware of the script that lay ahead. Although the progress before him was not rapid, it was nonetheless a positive feedback, through gluttony and training. Viserys believed that his attributes would eventually reach a peak. Once the fragrant sea snails were prepared, He invited Daenerys and Rhaenys to partake, and the flavor was distinctly transformed. Such extraordinary culinary skills were indeed exceptional. "This is incredibly delicious," Rhaenys Targaryen exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the exquisite taste, which surpassed that of the previous cook's efforts. "It is even better than what the cooks from Dragonstone and the Red Keep could offer." "That is only to be expected. The divine quality of fine cuisine is beyond question." It was quite lamentable that due to the discord between Rhaegar and the Mad King, Rhaenys had spent the majority of her life residing with Rhaegar and his wife on Dragonstone after her birth. As for Daenerys, she had never tasted the fare of the Red Keep and remained oblivious to the abilities of the court chefs. Both Viserys and Rhaenys could be considered remnants of a bygone era, having savored the former glory of the Targaryen dynasty, while Daenerys was a completely new entity. "Where did you learn this? I don't recall you having such a talent." Rhaenys and Daenerys gazed at him with starry eyes. "I am a genius," Viserys declared proudly. Though in truth, it was not genius, but rather a fortunate advantage. After a satisfying meal, Viserys tasked Rhaenys and Daenerys with tidying up, while Rhaenys was also responsible for telling stories to lull her aunt to sleep. In the past, it had been Viserys who took on this duty during his leisure, allowing Daenerys to listen to stories by his bedside. However, now that Viserys had heavier responsibilities, he needed to focus on leveling up. He unfurled a sheepskin map of Westeros, a valuable relic left behind by Ser Willem. King's Landing appeared near at hand on the map, yet it felt as distant as the ends of the earth. Before him lay the year 290 of the Conquest. The previous year Robert had just delivered a thrashing to the Fool Balon, and the coalition of wolves, deer, fish, and lions was currently in a position of great strength, with no one able to challenge Robert's authority. However, Viserys understood that this coalition was fraught with pitfalls. Now there were three branches of the Baratheons: King's Landing, Storm's End, and Dragonstone, each with its own lineage. Moreover, within the alliance lurked foolish women like Cersei and the Tyrells, as well as ambitious figures like Renly, destined for eventual discord, not to mention the scoundrels like Littlefinger and Varys. "I do not lack allies, but my allies are woefully weak," Viserys noted as he marked potential forces on the map. Besides the Dornish, there were the Dane family from Dorne, the Mouton family from the Riverlands Newtown, the Oakhart and Lannister families, the Laycock family from the Vale, and the families from the Crabsclaw Peninsula in the Crownlands, along with the Lomas family from the Stormlands and the Seagull Town in the Vale. Supporters of the Targaryen family were scattered across the land, with comparatively weaker influence in the Westerlands and the North. The early centralization of the West was largely due to the remoteness of the North, coupled with the fact that both the king and Rhaegar were not particularly admirable figures. However, the families that once supported the royalist cause have, in the wake of the Targaryen downfall, suffered significant territorial and military losses, making them the most natural supporters for the present. Currently, the strength of these royalist factions is negligible, and they remain fragmented. Yet, there exists a considerable likelihood that they would support the Targaryens, provided that Viserys can demonstrate his worth and his capacity for counteroffensive action. Viserys has also considered the Clinton family, but the Griffin is loyal solely to Rhaegar, not to the Targaryens. Thus, Viserys is reluctant to pursue that avenue. If he misjudges allegiances, so be it. "The current situation is not one in which I can interfere in Westeros. It is best to focus on my own development," he mused. Viserys' immediate priority is to secure funding, build a team, and expedite his growth. He intends to establish himself across the Narrow Sea. Then reconnect with the previous royalist factions for a hasty return would yield little benefit. After all, attempting to retake King's Landing with just the three of them would be sheer folly. Besides Rhaenys and Daenerys, Viserys finds himself devoid of confidants or allies. He questions how he has found himself in such a predicament. Perhaps he had indeed been overly sheltered in the past, following the original trajectory. Until Viserys dons the Golden Crown, he remains without a single trusted aide, marking a significant failure in his life. It seems he has not been grounded, lacking both time and resources to establish a restoration organization. Now, Viserys has just managed to settle in Braavos and must seek to gather funds and develop his own team. Each locale possesses its own social circles. How can I break the ice in Braavos? He pondered. Fortunately, due to prior insights, Viserys has familiarized himself with the power dynamics and intricacies of Braavos through Arya Stark's experiences there. The upper echelons of Braavos consist of the Sea Lord's family, bankers of the Iron Bank, esteemed noble families, officials of the Sea Lord, military officers, and even those religious merchants from the Isle of Faces. While he finds little interest in the religious traders, his focus remains on the secular elite. However, gaining access to valuable circles and information is no simple task. The name Sysa immediately springs to mind for Viserys. This promising constable has shown him favorable gestures, presenting a perfect opportunity for collaboration. Chapter 9. The Feast and the Braavosi Network. As the night deepened, the reception room within the Red Keep was ablaze with light. Expensive honey-scented candles illuminated the space. Crafted by the wealthy Vakeley family from the Vale, the aromatic candles from the Vale are regarded as superior, priced higher than the local whale oil candles of Braavos. Though Westeros is a feudal nation, it is vast and rich in resources. The premier products from various regions, such as the wines of the Arbor, Dorne's Summer Reds, and the Vale's aromatic candles, are in high demand throughout the known world. In the center of the reception room stood a long wooden table, adorned with a black and crimson tablecloth, further embellished with a profusion of flowers. The aroma from scented candles wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of opulence for the feast. However, despite the grandeur of the banquet, the only diners present were Viserys Targaryen and the young, haughty constable of Braavos, Caesar Zardine. Both were youthful, yet their appearances were strikingly dissimilar. Viserys sported silver-white hair and violet eyes, while the Braavosi had brown skin and dark eyes. The early inhabitants of Braavos were descendants of escaped slaves, lacking any noble lineage. Viserys donned a black silk coat, embroidered with the emblem of a three-headed red dragon, while Caesar wore a simple grayish-brown outfit. The Braavosi were well aware that the rulers of the Sunset Kingdom bore their own sigils, flowers, fish, and deer, and, of course, the true dragon. Viserys was not well acquainted with the upper echelons of Braavos. He was merely a child when the previous agreements were made, and the old king had long since passed. Now, Viserys sought an audience with the current Sea Lord and his officials, a connection that felt distant and of little consequence. He realized that only when he proved his worth and influence would the Sea Lord seek him out. At this moment, his visit to the Sea Lord's palace was, in truth, an act of self-degradation. Conversely, Constable Caesar held a position that was appropriate for his status and had previously interacted with Viserys. The young constable likely wished to gauge the movements of the exiled prince, viewing it as a means of advancement. I am sincerely grateful for your hospitality during this time. Lord Caesar, you have alleviated a significant burden for me, as these new servants have proven to be exceedingly loyal, Viserys remarked, while the steward poured a glass of golden wine from the arbor for Caesar. It is but a trifling matter, Caesar waved his hand dismissively. Both young men spoke with a certain carefree ease, their conversation reflecting a shared camaraderie. Despite the Targaryens having lost their kingdom, their noble blood still held weight. Caesar's attendance at the dinner served to satisfy his own vanity. With limited funds to hire a dedicated sommelier, Viserys had to rely on the steward for service. A refined banquet would typically feature attendants and beautiful maidens, yet his current financial constraints necessitated a more modest affair. The household staff consisted of elderly cooks and laundresses, skilled yet lacking in aesthetic appeal. I recall you were not one to settle for such simplicity, Caesar remarked with a hint of surprise. As legends portrayed Viserys as a proud and fallen monarch. Life is fraught with challenges, and one must learn to adapt, Viserys replied nonchalantly, before shifting the subject. The thought of the usurper still seated upon my iron throne pierces my heart. Caesar smirked slightly, recognizing the familiar tone. The servants soon presented dishes of crab and shark soup and chilled egg and lime soup, followed by honey-glazed quail, roasted trout, foie gras with red wine, buttered radishes, and escargot. Caesar surveyed the extravagant spread, noting that Viserys had certainly spared no expense. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how Viserys could afford such lavishness when his funds were likely dwindling. Indeed, the upper echelons of society are seldom lacking in sustenance. However, banquets serve as a form of etiquette. Upon reaching a certain status, individuals become exceedingly discerning regarding their food, clothing, shelter, and other necessities. This meticulousness explains why the aristocracy is able to coexist harmoniously. Allow me to take a taste first, please. Out of courtesy, Viserys decided to symbolically sample a spoonful of soup, only to find himself ensnared by its allure. He savored the broth, which was undeniably exquisite. The issue, however, was that such exceptional flavors hardly seemed the product of a mere cook he had recommended. Viserys then began to relish the honey-glazed quail meat, followed by the crispy roasted trout accompanied by a spicy sauce. Wesley was also indulging heartily, as fine wine served as an excellent companion. Viserys was astonished by Wesley's prodigious appetite. This exiled king could truly feast and imbibe, utilizing rare ingredients that would surely lead to financial ruin if indulged too frequently. Your Majesty, you possess quite an appetite, Viserys remarked. Indeed, Wesley replied. With the talent of a glutton, I have become rather capable of consuming without gaining weight. By the end of the meal, Viserys was convinced that every dish was exceptionally delightful. Even in the hall of the Sea King, he had never encountered such flavors at the banquets he had attended. Viserys did not believe that the cook he had arranged possessed such skill. Truly remarkable dishes do not circulate in the market. The finest cooks, blacksmiths, and artists are highly sought after, whether in the hall of the Sea King or the governor's mansion. If this cook were so talented, why would she need to prepare meals for an exiled king? Wesley's offered salary was hardly enticing. These dishes are indeed commendable. I could feast like a whale, Viserys commented, surveying his surroundings. Has a new cook arrived at your estate? No, it is still the same old cook we arranged, Wesley replied, shaking his head. Of course, that is quite commendable, Wesley thought to himself. He had not cooked personally, merely guiding the seasoned cook. There exists a significant gap between the first-rate, second-rate, and the truly exceptional. May I see the cook again? Viserys inquired. Certainly, came the reply. The plump chef was summoned, and Viserys generously rewarded her with a tip. Your skill is truly extraordinary, he praised. The chef, however, appeared taken aback, casting a glance toward Wesley. Sir, this is not solely my handiwork. The master informed me that a distinguished guest would be arriving and provided guidance in the preparation. To think you possess such talent, Viserys exclaimed in astonishment. Wesley raised his hand, saying, Please do not jest. I am merely a gastronomist. I spent several years in Braavos, and while I may not have mastered other skills, my appetite has certainly flourished. Splendid, simply splendid. Come, let us raise a glass. Viserys laughed heartily. He recalled the recent mushroom poisoning incident, yet the Sea King had already drawn conclusions, deeming further contemplation unnecessary. Moreover, even as a connoisseur, a nobleman like Wesley would never deign to lower his status. Originally, Sysa believed that Viserys was merely an aesthetically pleasing imbecile. However, he has since evolved into a charming yet indulgent fool, possessing a refined palate for the pleasures of life. Nevertheless, such a skill can still be deemed a special talent. After a few cups of wine, the two engaged in animated discourse. The world is indeed a circle, Your Majesty Viserys, Sysa remarked. Indeed, Viserys concurred. Are you aware that the usurpers have triumphed over the wretches of the Iron Islands, now firmly entrenched in power? Were I in your position, I would relish life. The Braavosi also harbor disdain for those pirates of the Iron Islands. I long to enjoy life, yet I yearn for my Iron Throne. Then I wish you success. To be candid, I too have contemplated the throne of the Sea King, Sysa replied with a wink. What a splendid aspiration, Viserys praised. Certainly. But we are not in the Sunset Lands. The Sea King is not a tyrant. I would gladly relinquish my tongue for such a blessing. May we both achieve our ambitions. Indeed, Your Majesty, I have a rather delicate request, Sysa said. I have brought a rather esteemed companion to this banquet. Of course. Viserys responded. Oh, is she a relative or a superior of yours? No, she is a socialite I am pursuing. I am striving to win her favor, Sysa declared generously. I would also suggest you become acquainted with more socialites. They are the heart of our Braavos, Sysa advised. The weight of kingship is immense. Why not seize the moment? Viserys inquired. Which one is it? The Black Pearl or the Mermaid Queen? Viserys seemed intrigued. Neither. Those renowned socialites are beyond my reach. I am currently enamored with a younger socialite, Sysa admitted shyly. Viserys nodded in understanding. Socialites navigate the realms of the Sea King, religious factions, and assassins, as well as merchants, establishing themselves as the trendsetters of Braavos. His desired network was thus within reach. Chapter 10. The Socialite and the Faceless Men. After indulging in too much wine, Sysa indeed began to ramble. Perhaps he felt emboldened by the support of Viserys Targaryen, believing he could win over the socialite he admired. Alternatively, the harsh medieval laws of Westeros, such as amputation, tongue extraction, and defaming the crown, were less prevalent in Braavos. This is why some Braavosi might regard Westerlanders as barbaric, as their customs are indeed more liberal. It is unlike the Sunset Lands, Sysa declared proudly. Our Braavosi socialites are renowned across the globe. Almost every free trading city-state boasts its own socialites, but the largest and most famous have always been from Braavos. I have certainly heard of the beauty and fame of socialites, especially the 7 great ones: the Black Pearl, the Mermaid Queen, the Lady in the Mask, the Dark Maiden, the Poetess, the Nightingale, and the Moonshadow, Viserys remarked. These socialites are not only captivating in appearance, but also possess profound backgrounds. The Black Pearl serves as a shared moniker among the 4th generation, and Viserys is well aware of the connections between the Black Pearl, the Dark Daughter, and the House of Black and White. Viserys perceives courtesans as akin to high-class geishas, their cultivation requiring a substantial investment, as they are well-versed in music, poetry, dance, history, and literature, among other arts. Indeed, it is these few individuals, Though Braavos boasts countless courtesans, these 7 stand at the pinnacle, much like your esteemed white-cloaked knights. However, the current white knights do not entirely comprise the elite. Viserys remarked that since the Golden Generation, the present white knights are tainted with a fair number of undesirable elements, several of whom are rather abstract in nature. It is merely a metaphor, great King Viserys, Caesar laughed heartily. Much like us in Braavos, so many families exist. Yet, it is those families that stand at the forefront, such as the Antreon family, renowned for producing numerous sea lords, along with the Freyga, Zanin, and Pleston families. Following them are the Osrai, Trelawney, and Plainus families, among others. Viserys recognized that Caesar referred to illustrious families, each possessing magnificent structures in Braavos, like towering square towers. You might consider seeking out those few, but the costs they demand are exorbitant to the point of astonishment. A captain might need to sell his vessel just to gain a smile from one of them. With my resources, it is utterly unattainable, Caesar Zadarin wisely stated. Thus, I settle for second-tier courtesans. However, given your appearance, those courtesans may be quite eager to ensnare a scion of the dragon. Yet these women are often fickle, unless you can provide them with a distinct form of amusement. Caesar scrutinized Viserys. Despite his fall from grace, Viserys still retained an appealing visage. I have no intention of courting them, Viserys replied. Perhaps they will court you, Caesar suggested. The people of Braavos never jest about dragons. Yet knowing a descendant of the Dragon King is not without merit. Among those courtesans lies a distant relative of yours. The Black Pearl? Indeed, that is her. Caesar nodded. She is the most renowned courtesan. She too possesses true dragon blood. The first Black Pearl was a pirate queen who later became the mistress of a certain prince from Westeros, giving birth to a daughter who grew to become a courtesan. Her daughter's daughter inherited the family trade, passing it down through generations, culminating in the 4th iteration. The king Aegon the Unworthy. Viserys knew who that prince was. The unworthy king had many offspring. At that time, he was dispatched as an ambassador to Braavos, where he encountered the Black Pearl. Regardless of who that prince was, there exists some degree of familial connection. However, such ties may not hold much weight in this era. Who knows? Caesar pondered aloud. But knowing them could be advantageous for you. Do you think men seek them merely for appearances? Viserys inquired. The answer is not entirely so. It is because behind each illustrious courtesan lies a network of connections. With their mediation, one can achieve results with far less effort. It is widely acknowledged that the courtesans of Braavos possess the remarkable ability to elevate ordinary individuals to the status of celebrities. Viserys nodded, recognizing the phenomenon known as the celebrity effect, which is intricately linked to social networks. Each socialite wields considerable influence. He recalled the enigmatic Black Swan of Lys, whose purported power was such that, beyond her hollow fame, she had become the de facto ruler of Lys. I believe you shall require their assistance, Viserys. Sysa remarked with a touch of seriousness. Why would I? He inquired. Braavos, often referred to as the City of Secrets, is shrouded in mist, masks, and whispers. The very existence of this city has remained a secret for over a century, and its precise location has been obscured for 300 years. You will need someone to guide you. This elucidated Viserys, navigating Braavos, or engaging in its intrigues, is inextricably linked to the courtesans. Thus, living in Braavos, I cannot avoid the courtesans. It is your fanciful notion. Braavos is home to bankers, officials, merchants, and assassins, all interconnected by the courtesans. Does this include the faceless men? Viserys suddenly questioned. This inquiry startled the constable. In Braavos, 2 subjects are not to be trifled with, dragons and the faceless men. While the faceless men may indeed be acquainted with courtesans, few dare to mention them openly. Their contributions are of profound significance. Let us return to the topic of women. Sysa suggested, reverting to the previous discussion. Even the Braavosi harbor reservations about the House of Black and White. Though I may desire their company, I lack the means. Viserys admitted. Not all transactions require currency. Courtesans are typically affluent. I have heard that the Black Pearl purchases scallops, and when in good spirits, bestows gifts of tenfold silver coins upon others. Sysa gazed into Viserys' eyes, her intention not merely seductive, but also incendiary. As long as you can offer them some value, your majesty, then I wish to have them provide me with gold, without sacrificing anything in return. After all, I am a king, Viserys replied. A king in exile. If you expect them to give you gold freely without recompense, I shall be utterly impressed, Sysa chuckled heartily. The clinking of their glass goblets echoed, the crimson wine reminiscent of ambition and desire. Perhaps such a scenario is not entirely implausible, Viserys mused, envisioning a scheme that could ensnare a great catch. In Braavos, the status of courtesans is undeniably paramount. Singers extol their virtues. Goldsmiths and jewelers vie to craft exquisite items for them. Artisans beseech their patronage. And trading magnates pay sums equivalent to royal ransoms for the privilege of escorting them at balls, feasts, and theatrical performances, while assassins engage in lethal rivalries in their names. Rather than merely providing emotional value, it is the intricate web of connections wielded by courtesans that the powerful cherish most. This social standing and network can catapult singers, goldsmiths, and assassins to fame, and open avenues for merchants, which is why all are drawn to the allure of courtesans. Viserys reflected that the roles of these courtesans bore a striking resemblance to that of Varys. The distinction lay in the fact that the courtesans employed their beauty to weave a web of relationships with men, whereas Varys and the cheese merchant gathered intelligence through the training of little birds. Indeed, Viserys harbored a desire to establish a connection with the illustrious courtesan known as the Black Pearl, not out of lust, but rather to inquire whether any loyalists from Westeros had sought refuge in Braavos, and to discover if there were any commendable mentors available. However, impatience often begets failure, and Viserys resolved to first entertain the courtesan pursued by Cersei. Chapter 11. The courtesan's gratitude within the confines of the high-walled courtyard. Viserys Targaryen practiced his slashes and thrusts against a wooden target. He wielded a dull sword, distinct from Ser Willem's finely crafted blade. At present, Viserys exhibited agility and considerable strength, yet the lack of professional instruction rendered his strikes somewhat unrefined. For a warrior, the dangers of solitary practice were manifold. Without engaging with top-tier companions to exchange techniques, progress was seldom achieved. Viserys thrust repeatedly at the target until his muscles ached, only halting his training as the sun dipped below the horizon. After a brief respite, Viserys examined his attributes, noting a gradual increase in strength, albeit at a slow pace. Training could indeed enhance his attribute panel, but such growth paled in comparison to the rapid advancements afforded by innate talent. Even so, the positive feedback was encouraging, and he resolved to persevere. Currently, Viserys needed to elevate his strength, resilience, and agility. The mental attribute remained elusive, and he had yet to grasp its intricacies. Perhaps as he further honed his abilities, other aspects of his panel, such as his profession, would also improve. I require a superior mentor, Viserys mused. Originally, Ser Willem Darry had been an excellent choice, yet he had succumbed to early blindness and was no longer present. Now, Viserys possessed only the foundational skills imparted by Ser Willem, adequate yet conventional, the critical element being that his training kept pace. In Braavos, he often encountered flamboyant assassins known as water dancers. However, their swordplay emphasized grace and speed, lacking the essence of true steel dancing. Clad in heavy armor, with a steadfast approach, this was the true method of combat in Westeros. Viserys yearned to find a knight from Westeros, preferably one loyal to the crown. A task fraught with difficulty. Conventional knightly training diverged sharply from that of the water dancers, encompassing sword and shield combat, swordsmanship, archery, and training with various weapons such as polearms, flails, and battle axes. As Viserys observed the encroaching darkness of the evening sky, he concluded his training, for he had a banquet to host for esteemed guests that night. In contrast to the opulent halls of the Sea Lord or the grand courtyards of highborn houses, Viserys' residence appeared somewhat modest. The courtesan swordswoman, under Cersei's guidance, arrived, accompanied by a tall, silent, bearded swordsman from Braavos. The female swordsman harbored some doubts about the delectable nature of the private dishes within this estate. However, contemplating the esteemed position of Sheriff Cesaro, she deemed it unlikely that he would speak falsely. "My friend, Viserys Targaryen," Cesaro introduced. Viserys was clad in black garments adorned with the emblem of a three-headed red dragon. The king's hair had been cropped. How many hearts would this misfortune shatter among the maidens? Cesaro was taken aback. Viserys had shed his long locks for a short, silver mane, a change that did not diminish his handsome visage, but rather rendered him more vivacious. "Short hair is simply easier to manage," Viserys elucidated. "The courtesan from Braavos," the female swordsman remarked, as the Braavosi courtesan introduced herself. To her astonishment, she discovered that she was the famed king without land. The swordsman glanced at Viserys, instinctively discerning his identity as the exiled king of House Targaryen. Even though she was merely a second-tier courtesan, her beauty was striking, suggesting that she possessed a certain mastery of swordsmanship. Viserys cast a sidelong glance at the exquisitely dressed courtesan, who bore a slender sword at her waist, an emblematic feature of her title. He could not help but admire the professionalism. The courtesan industry in Braavos was indeed thriving. A renowned courtesan must possess unique traits and captivating topics of conversation. To rise above the rest, self-promotion is indispensable. The Black Pearl was youthful and charming, with tales of the Sea King, the Pirate Queen, and the blood of dragons intertwined in her narrative. Moonshadow donned only white and silver attire, her voice surpassing that of any nightingale. The lady poet perpetually clutched a tome, while only those recognized by the masked woman could behold her face. The Mermaid Queen and her mermaids, inseparable, were 4 young maidens who lifted her skirts and tresses with grace. It seemed that the female swordsman had chosen a new path, reminiscent of the lady poet's style. "This is my guardian, Moro," the swordsman stated. "He is not one for chatter, unlike the assassins by the moonlit pond. But his blade is far sharper." The Braavosi swordsman remained silent, merely accompanying the courtesan as her protector. Upon their arrival in the parlor, the atmosphere had reached a delightful crescendo. A variety of exquisite dishes began to be served, appearing in splendid array. Viserys had opted for an array of seafood delicacies this time, selecting ingredients such as clams, musk fish, frogs, turtles, mud crabs, flower crabs, climbing crabs, red eels, black eels, striped eels, lampreys, and oysters. Fish, shellfish, turtles, and crabs required meticulous preparation, involving bone removal and slicing, complemented by garlic, dried fruits, sea salt, and crushed pepper, occasionally enhanced with the costly saffron. Not only were the ingredients carefully chosen, but the flavors were also unparalleled. The delicacies here were indeed rare, and a toast was raised to His Majesty, Viserys. "To His Majesty, Viserys," the female swordsman exclaimed, her smile radiant as she observed Viserys' confidence. Her interest piqued by the chef's offerings. The cups adorned with the crimson essence of summer collided, and delectable flavors danced upon the tongue. The female warrior savored a spoonful of flower crab soup, and with that single taste, she was enveloped in its exquisite delight. Indeed, it was a culinary marvel, akin to a dagger piercing the soul, with each dish resonating profoundly. Even the residences of the governors could not boast such a standard. The female swordsman and her escort indulged in an exceptionally gratifying meal, one that they had never experienced under the auspices of nobility. The taciturn bearded swordsman also joined in the feast, for the previous eel he had consumed paled in comparison to this feast of vibrant flavors and aromas. Upon encountering such exquisite fare, the bearded swordsman set aside his prior arrogance. "What an extraordinary repast!" the female swordsman exclaimed, astonished by the culinary prowess of the cook. Yet, the socialite pondered in quiet bewilderment. Even in the face of a fallen kingdom, the attention to culinary delights seemed rather tragic. Within the realm of socialites, they were indeed accustomed to a life of luxury, with meticulous attention to the finer details of life. Yet, it was precisely this that made the unique delicacies behind the red gates all the more discernible. Zysa formally introduced Viserys, attributing the accolades not to the cook's skill but to Viserys' status as a connoisseur of fine cuisine. "Viserys," the socialite gasped, her captivating eyes fixating on the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth. She had not anticipated that this exiled monarch was not only handsome, but also an exceptional gourmet. Such a person possesses a refined appreciation for life, though regrettably, it bears no utility for the restoration of his kingdom. Adrift in exile, this solitary passion remains, Viserys mused. But why are these ingredients so remarkably delicious? The female swordsman inquired. The fish and shellfish surrounding Braavos are often overpowered by their briny essence, which I find unappealing. However, a gentle brown river flows from the south into the great lagoon, meandering through vast reeds, tidal pools, marshes, and shallows, yielding an abundance of clams and scallops of the highest quality. It is paramount to focus on the ingredients and achieve the right cooking time, and thus, it naturally becomes delightful. "Indeed, you are proficient in this art," the female swordsman applauded, her delicate and beautiful visage shining. "The royal banquets of His Majesty Viserys are not open to outsiders, but merely because we are friends," Zysa remarked, subtly indicating the effort he had expended and the bond he shared with Viserys. "Ah, because Zysa and I are friends, this is merely my generosity in hosting a friend," Viserys stated. "Following this meal, you and I shall also be friends. But since we are friends, I must bestow upon you a token of gratitude," the female swordsman replied. "There is no need for such formality," Viserys countered. The female swordsman shook her head. "For us Braavosi, reciprocity is a matter of principle. Fine wine, gold, and beauty," she proclaimed proudly. She detested being beholden to others, even if that other was a deposed king. The beauty she referred to was not herself, but rather the many younger socialites she knew. "You must accept this. It is the custom of the City of Secrets," Zysa urged Viserys. Viserys found the Braavosi to be rather stubborn, differing from the customs of the faceless men. Indeed, it was a reflection of a mercantile society. I shall not hold back, for I seek to find a knightly instructor from Westeros, preferably one who once pledged loyalty to the crown. Viserys, seizing this opportunity, is keen to take advantage of the situation. Yet, his network of intelligence is virtually non-existent, leaving him utterly blind to the circumstances. As a socialite and intermediary entrenched in Braavos, I am undoubtedly better positioned to locate individuals than Viserys. Chapter 12. The arrival of the water dancer. The candlelit parlor was aglow, yet the room exuded an exotic charm. The air was filled with the aroma of valley-scented candles, accompanied by the presence of a silver-haired, violet-eyed exiled king. The crimson, three-headed dragon sigil flickered in the candlelight, a stark reminder of a once mighty monarch now reduced to residing as a guest in Braavos. The female swordsman could not help but contemplate the merciless nature of fate. Yet upon observing Viserys' calm demeanor, her regard for him elevated slightly. Westeros maintains a close connection with the continent of Essos. Viserys understood that two types of individuals predominantly inhabit Essos: the exiled political misfits and the outlaws. During the tumultuous War of the Usurper, supporters of the Targaryen cause either perished on the battlefield or donned black garments to face their doom at the wall, though a small faction did manage to flee across the narrow sea. Though these exiles exist, their numbers are indeed limited. Sir Willem, were he not partially blind and paralyzed, might have had the vigor to rally those would-be restorers of the realm. Yet, unforeseen circumstances have rendered Viserys devoid of even a small band of loyalists, standing as a solitary figure without support. In Essos, they possess no established foundation nor any emissaries traversing the narrow sea. As for the outlaws, they are akin to the likes of the Great Bear, who unlawfully sold poachers into slavery or stole deer and dogs, earning the ire of the lords, individuals who could not thrive in Westeros. While such characters are more numerous, they are universally malevolent. Viserys remains inclined to attract the first category of individuals, the loyal, knightly supporters of the crown. The second category has largely turned to mercenary work, such as joining the Golden Company, which he cannot afford to recruit. Moreover, those mercenaries are notoriously greedy and possess complicated backgrounds. Westerosi knights? The female swordsman's almond-shaped eyes regarded Viserys, a flash of intrigue passing through her gaze. Amused, she realized that this handsome young king could not forget the Iron Throne he had lost. After all, it represented a vast and fertile realm, governing millions. However, with his current resources, the notion of reclaiming it seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. In extreme circumstances, Westeros could muster an army of 200,000 to 300,000. While this exiled king is as weak as an ant, though it presents certain challenges, I shall discreetly search for you, vowed the female swordsman. While her words seemed simple, the conditions Viserys set forth were indeed formidable. He sought experienced knights, loyal exiles of House Targaryen, whose integrity was beyond reproach. I extend my gratitude in advance, she expressed. Viserys was indeed quite pleased. The courtesans possessed their own intricate network of intelligence, weaving through the realms of nobles, officials, merchants, and assassins. The more renowned the courtesan, the broader her web of information and social connections. These women acted as grand intermediaries, skillfully facilitating connections for their clients. This arrangement was not merely a freebie. It was a sumptuous meal exchanged for a piece of intelligence. However, finding a competent exile from Westeros for you was no simple task. Should the king place his trust in me, I could first arrange for a master of the water dance, the female swordsman remarked, shifting her tone. Is there really such a boon? Viserys pondered, impressed by the courtesan's generosity in presenting him with two options at once. The allure of these courtesans was undeniable, captivating many with their charm. I am immensely grateful, Viserys expressed his appreciation. You are indeed generous, but what of the water dancer you promised for the king? Sison inquired. Far yet near, the female swordsman gestured towards her bearded protector, Moro. This gift is far too precious. Viserys quickly waved his hand. How can this be? It was evident that this protector of the courtesan was invaluable, if she were willing to part with him. It indicated a certain reckless daring akin to that of a gambler. Do not overthink it. The swordsman hastily waved her hand. Before I find you a Westerosi, you may first train with Moro in the art of the water dance. While it differs from the dance of steel, the dance of water is equally elusive. But who will protect you? Viserys inquired. I have other protectors. Courtesans always have many willing to serve us. That is part of our charm. The female swordsman replied with a confident smile. A king needs his guard, especially in the treacherous city of the secret. There are countless swordsmen dreaming of greatness. ready to duel over discussions of which courtesan is the most enchanting. Indeed, duels occurred daily by the moon pool. If Viserys donned ostentatious attire, he would surely attract the ire of the swordsman. In the Seven Kingdoms, nobles adorned themselves in vibrant velvet, brocade, and silks, while peasants and common folk wore plain wool or coarse brown fabric. Braavos, however, was the opposite. Assassins paraded like peacocks, toying with their swords, while the powerful opted for shades of deep gray, purple, or blue, or clad themselves entirely in black, as dark as a moonless night. Moro, do you agree? The female swordsman asked. Whatever the lady says, I heed, Moro responded in a deep voice. Moreover, are there still delectable treats remaining here? Indeed. King Viserys is a generous man, the female warrior replied. Accept it, Viserys, you truly need a protector. Sysa concurred with the sentiment. If you genuinely wish to show your gratitude, you might invite us to dine a few more times. Indeed, this is not an official matter initiated by them. It is a mutual understanding, and thus no one can voice much. Such is the certainty, Viserys pledged. He contemplated the successful strategies of Caesar, employing the lady's route for intelligence and engaging in extensive borrowing to bolster his own standing. Presently, these socialites are already endowed with vast resources and information, yet entangling with them recklessly could lead to swift demise. For now, Viserys merely sought to extract funds and intelligence from them. The generosity of the female swordsman filled me with immense joy. The water dancer guards are merely extensions of the female swordsman, and the servants in this courtyard are largely mere eyes for others. The addition of one more instructor is of little consequence. Viserys finds himself at a dead end. Akin to discovering a wooden pole in a pond, he clings to it for the time being. The female swordsman, however, does not place much faith in Viserys. She merely perceives that he, being around 14 or 15, would derive little benefit from practicing the dance of water and considers it an opportunity to forge a friendship. After all, the dance of water, the faceless ones, and even night training typically commence at the tender age of 6 or 7. Individuals of Viserys' advanced age are unlikely to achieve any notable prowess. Viserys comprehends her sentiments, yet it is of little concern, for he still possesses his own connections. Thus, this arrangement was solidified. The female swordsman would seek a suitable knight from Westeros for Viserys, while also assigning Moro to train him. Let our friendship flourish in the embrace of fine wine, Sysa chuckled. Cheers! Cheers! The clinking of goblets resonated, and several drank heartily. Viserys felt a surge of excitement. This marked the inception of his entrepreneurial journey. Although every beginning is fraught with difficulties, he was determined to adhere to the principles of acquiring wealth and allies. Confident that growth would follow, this was a small yet significant step for Viserys, as he endeavored to expand his social circle and attempt to establish a foundation. Chapter 13. The first pot of gold. Such exquisite cuisine is truly captivating. In the future, should high-quality ingredients present themselves, they shall not be squandered, the female swordsman remarked. That would indeed be a delightful prospect, Sysa replied. This represents a form of diplomatic interaction. The constable and the socialite are members of the upper echelon of Braavos and will not intrude upon Viserys' affairs incessantly. To the utmost pleasure, Viserys responded with a smile, secretly wishing to test the limits of the glutton's talents. Beyond the precious sea snails, were there other edibles to enhance the feast? In times past, the glutton had devastated numerous dragon eggs, dragon carcasses, and young dragons, an utter waste indeed. The price of fossilized dragon eggs is exceedingly high, and unfossilized dragon eggs and young dragons are worth a fortune. In this era, where dragon eggs have vanished without a trace, Viserys could only explore alternative ingredients. However, Dragonstone is also coastal. The glutton must have hunted a plethora of sea fish, among which surely lie marine creatures that could enhance his culinary endeavors. To the chief socialite, to the Sea King of Braavos, to His Majesty the King, Viserys Targaryen, the constable Cesarodin, and the courtesan swordswoman simultaneously raised their goblets. Perhaps in the future, you may no longer address me as your majesty, but rather as your excellency, the emperor, Viserys remarked with sudden seriousness. Long live the emperor. The swordswoman was amused by Viserys' jest. She increasingly found him to be quite entertaining. Aside from his unrealistic aspirations of kingship, in terms of outward appearance, eloquence, and his intrinsic appreciation for culinary delights, Viserys was indeed a splendid companion. Only one emperor had graced the world, the Dragon King Aurelian, who vanished amidst the ruins of Valyria during the Blood Century. Now, Viserys had fallen to the level of organizing private banquets, yet he still harbored fantasies of emperorship, indeed a delusion. As their cups brimmed and clinked, the din of youthful revelry ensued. As the wine flowed, a profound sense of humanity's insignificance and fervor washed over them, yearning to pluck the stars and the moon from the sky. After satisfying their appetites, they continued to boast and banter. Yet, this was only natural, after all. What would youth be without its impetuousness? Moreover, the constable of the Sea King's domain and the courtesan found themselves entwined in the ascending ranks of Braavos, both with promising futures ahead. Within this small circle, Caesar and the swordswoman believed Viserys' chances of success were exceedingly slim. Surrounded by a few cats, without wealth, soldiers, or dragons, he was merely a handsome face. The prospect of restoration seemed as elusive as a mirage. Meanwhile, to the west, the Baratheon throne grew ever more secure. Why not express your true desire to become the foremost swordsman? Caesar, slightly inebriated, inquired of the bald, bearded guard, Moro. Moro shrugged, responding, "You are still young, my lady. Young Master Caesar, and His Majesty Viserys. As for me, in the realm of water dancers, I have aged considerably." It was a poignant thought. Combat requires both talent and rigorous training. If a warrior has not distinguished themselves by their teenage years, their fate is often sealed. Not only among water dancers, but the fierce Maegor and Blackfyre also emerged as prodigies in their youth. The swordswoman cast a glance at Viserys. His late-blooming martial endeavors were indeed a tragic narrative. How many ranks are there among water dancers? Viserys inquired curiously. It is often said that the most esteemed and honored swordsmen belong to the Sea King's foremost swordsman. However, this individual does not partake in the common swordsmanship comparisons, as Braavos boasts its own ranking of swordsmen, Moro explained. Those illustrious swordsmen are not meant for us. They emerge from the mountains of corpses, each one exceedingly proud. They either await the chance to become the foremost swordsman or ascend to governorships. Mingling with courtesans and sitting with bankers, Caesar scoffed. Even if assassins achieve prominence, they cannot escape becoming the dogs of nobles, he continued. Let us set aside such talk of bloodshed and sing a tune for our banquet, the swordswoman suggested. You are fortunate, Viserys, Caesar exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The swordswoman rarely sang. Viserys too reveled in the artistic feast, appreciating it with a rhythmic clapping. Beyond her prowess in swordsmanship, the female swordswoman possessed a voice of exquisite beauty. At the conclusion of the banquet, the socialite swordswoman sang a song titled My Season of Love. I fell for a maiden as radiant as the summer sun, the light illuminating her flowing hair. I fell for a beauty as captivating as the autumn sun, with the twilight casting a glow upon her tresses. I fell for a girl as pure as winter snow, with the moonlight gracing her delicate features. Sasazadon, the devoted admirer, was utterly enthralled, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he applauded enthusiastically. Viserys found the music delightful, yet not to the extent of such exaggeration, reflecting the ever-present phenomenon of sycophantic economics. It was said that among the courtesans of Braavos, the most beautiful voice belonged to the nightingale, and Viserys expressed a desire to listen to it. Next, Zisaz performed a rendition of the commonly sung Song of Titans, which, though performed competently, lacked any remarkable flair. Why not join us in song, Viserys? Zisaz suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys rose, feeling compelled to sing in such a setting. I shall sing a song never before heard, he declared. The swordswoman and Zisaz looked upon him with curiosity, eager to discover the nature of his melody. If you missed my ship's voyage, you must understand I have departed. You can hear the horns sounding from 100 miles away, 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the horns sounding from 100 miles away. Father, oh father, I have traveled 100 miles, 200 miles. Father, oh father, 300 miles. 400 miles. Father, oh father, I have wandered 500 miles. Departing home, departing home. Here, miles refers to leagues, equivalent to 3 miles. The once joyful Zisaz and the swordswoman were instantly rendered speechless by the song. Even though it was unfamiliar, the swordswoman recognized the profound quality of the piece. The lyrics and melody, though not meticulously crafted, resonated with heartfelt emotion and a beautiful tune, evoking a poignant sense of homesickness. As a socialite, the swordswoman possessed her own repertoire of lyrics, yet she had never encountered such classic lines. The song was hauntingly beautiful, stirring the soul. What is the name of this song? The swordswoman eagerly inquired. 500 miles, Viserys replied. I have never heard this song. Did you compose it? She asked. Viserys pondered for a moment. I copied it, but if I claimed it wasn't my own, no one would believe me. It is indeed my creation, born of my longing for home. Forgive my presumption, it was merely a stroke of luck. A stroke of luck. The swordswoman felt as though her mind had momentarily stalled. Such a song was worthy of being chronicled by historians, yet Viserys claimed it was a mere coincidence. If that were the case, The multitude of singers and Braavos would surely be driven to despair. Talent surpasses effort. Is this truly your creation? Zisaz asked in astonishment. Might it be that you have transcribed it from the realm of King's Landing? The illustrious Viserys Targaryen himself composed it, word for word. After pondering, Viserys resolved that it was indeed his own creation. If one were to suggest that the singer Justin had related to him, such a notion would be fraught with inconsistencies. You are truly a genius, exclaimed the female swordsman, gasping in astonishment. A connoisseur of fine cuisine, a prodigious lyricist, could this still be a mere dandy? In her estimation, Viserys had swiftly ascended beyond the rank of one who could only master various pursuits, save for that of kingship, transforming into an artist of remarkable caliber. The female swordsman's mind raced. Regardless of its origins, the song undeniably hailed from Viserys. For her, an opportunity to elevate herself was now within reach. This song was undoubtedly a classic, its lyrics adorned with elegance, far removed from the ignoble and trite verses better suited for a superficial socialite. As a coastal city, Braavos was replete with exotic sailors and merchants. In this era, maritime endeavors were perilous. One could easily imagine the allure this song held for the homesick wayfarers. Do you possess any other lyrics? The female swordsman inquired. None remain. For artistry demands inspiration, replied Viserys. In truth, he had other songs such as The Weeping Tides and By the Shores of the All-Seeing Lake. However, he believed that a touch of intrigue was the most effective strategy. Now, he wished to gauge the sincerity of the female swordsman. Might I perform this song? She asked, her anticipation palpable, as if all the wine she had consumed had suddenly invigorated her senses. For a socialite aspiring to fame, publicity was essential. Otherwise, why would the masked lady, the poetess, and the mermaid queen uphold their grandeur but for the sake of their own sensationalism? If the female swordsman were to sing this song, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Certainly, but the author need not be credited as myself. Let us refer to the lyricist as the Silver Traveler, a nod to the mysterious knights of Westeros, Viserys affirmed, granting them a semblance of respect. The Targaryen lineage had once been graced by the Knight of Tears and the Silver Fool. The emergence of another silver traveler would not be out of place. Generous indeed. My king, Cersei remarked. Yet the female swordsman gazed intently at Viserys, her expression sharpening with shrewdness. I shall purchase this song, but I shall not impose hardship upon you. I will initially provide you with a reward of 100 gold coins, not as a lump sum, but, depending on my performances, I shall offer you further compensation. Should you find new lyrics in the future, we may collaborate in advance. It is a deal, Viserys nodded. The female swordsman was astute. She recognized that a binding exclusive agreement was unattainable. If Viserys truly was a treasure trove, the forces behind her could not monopolize him. Given that, it was better to strike a favorable bargain, an amicable collaboration, with freedom to come and go. 100 gold coins was a considerable sum, marking Viserys' first taste of wealth. It was indeed generous. It was said that the ransom for a renowned knight amounted to 300 golden dragons. Moreover, the compensation offered by the courtesan is not exclusive. Rather, it is a commission-based arrangement. A harmonious collaboration indeed. Chapter 14. The apprentice of the dance of water once Sisa, Moro, and the courtesan departed, the one-eared black cat, which had been dozing nearby, opened its green eyes wide. The once chaotic drawing room had been tidied by the cook and the steward. The cook, now working overtime, bore no complaints. Under Viserys' guidance, her culinary skills had experienced a remarkable evolution, and she eagerly wished for him to impart more of his knowledge. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for her to transform into the chef of the governor's mansion or that of affluent merchants in the future. Everyone was eager to advance. Each individual yearned for progress. A moment later, Rhaenys Targaryen, with her black hair, dark eyes, and olive skin, emerged from the chamber. She had not succumbed to slumber. Rather, she observed everything from the perspective of the black cat. In terms of insight and astuteness, she surpassed Daenerys in maturity, especially having truly experienced the anguish of national grievances. Daenerys, on the other hand, had fallen soundly asleep, her youth allowing her to drift off quickly. Can we truly rely on them? Rhaenys inquired. To share in the profits and partake in feasts, undoubtedly, they are dependable. However, aiding us in reclaiming our homeland is rather unrealistic, Viserys remarked regarding his new acquaintances. The constable, the courtesan, and the exiled king presently seemed to maintain a cordial relationship, but it was limited to their shared pursuit of wealth and culinary delights. The courtesan could gain greater renown, the constable enjoyed his own advantages, and Viserys expanded his social connections. Yet, this superficial camaraderie was insufficient to form the foundation for reclaiming their realm. Such a venture required blood and fire, necessitating additional manpower. Nevertheless, with the internal connections in Braavos, Viserys was confident he could amass even greater wealth. Money served as a lubricant, facilitating the formation of a loyal cohort. At present, we require the assistance of the locals. I cannot yet penetrate the upper echelons, Viserys stated. The constable and the courtesan represent a slightly less powerful circle, which is more manageable to integrate into. Zysa hails from the secondary nobility of Braavos, while the female swordsman is also a courtesan of lesser standing. By proceeding cautiously, Viserys was certain he could eventually step into broader circles. Rhaenys nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Currently, most capable individuals are aligned with Robert's court. To counter the Baratheons and Lannisters, we have very few allies left. Yet, those who have failed and those who are disillusioned remain our sole hope, Viserys remarked. Are you referring to the exiled and the criminals? She asked. Broaden your perspective, Viserys replied enigmatically. Rhaenys did not grasp his meaning. Chaos serves as a ladder. The entrenched interests of the free trade city-states are unlikely to collaborate with us. Thus, we must connect with those who have faltered, the oppressed. For instance, the fallen house of Silver Tongue in Tyrosh, the Roga family, the beggar prince of Pintos, and even slaves. Within the depths of Viserys' eyes burned a fierce flame of ambition. Not only did he intend to sow discord in Westeros, but he also aspired to transform Essos into an explosive powder keg. A coalition of restorationists, the ghosts of the vanquished lingered on the periphery, from Westeros to Pintos, Lys, and Tyrosh. Is this not madness? Rhaenys queried. If we were to truly rally those failures, or the slaves, we would offend the entirety of the known world. I have no alternative, Rhaenys, he replied. The free cities are rife with sailors and merchants, yet these individuals are not warriors. The mercenaries are solely motivated by gold and are often prone to disintegration. To muster a formidable army from the ground up, we must rely on liberated slaves or the Dothraki horse lords. Viserys clenched his fingers. Having embarked on this path, he resolved to pursue it to its bitter end. This could not be deemed a reckless course of action. Rather, it was a strategy of dimensional reduction. Viserys had contemplated the narrative, recognizing that any future mass mobilization of troops would inevitably require slaves and horsemen. Mercenaries were too cunning and difficult to control. Not far in the Dothraki Sea, those horse lords represented a significant source of manpower for Essos. Viserys pondered the abundance of Dothraki within, perhaps due to Essos's geographical latitude, which could sustain these horsemen. After all, the Creator had decreed it. Furthermore, an avenue for liberating slaves and assembling an army had been validated by Daenerys in the future. It was perilous yet feasible. However, the slave trade constituted the very backbone of global commerce, and no one was audacious enough to utterly dismantle such an established order. In the Slavers' Bay, cities like Meereen and Astapor trained slaves, while the likes of Lys, Myr, and Volantis extensively utilized and trafficked them. Dothraki and pirates would sell the slaves they captured. This formed a tightly knit chain, with city-states and powers dependent on slavery, their populations reliant on the labor of millions. Even the staunchest opponents of slavery, such as Braavos, could only exert violence against the nearest Pintos, unable to alter the overarching situation. Everyone was gathered around the same pot, with few willing to smash it. Much like a game of chess, victory does not always lie upon the board. One could also win by flipping the table. You are either a genius or a madman. Viserys, Rhaenys observed, her eyes sparkling as she regarded her uncle, a far cry from the Viserys she once knew, now a blend of brilliance and ambition. His words pierced through the fog, illuminating the previously murky path before her. In the past, Rhaenys had perceived Viserys as merely a beautiful wastrel, albeit a relative. Now, every action rendered him profoundly inscrutable. I am the true dragon, Viserys declared. Rhaenys stood beside him. Though every beginning is difficult, they had already taken their first step. The following day, Moro indeed arrived punctually, and the 100 gold coins promised by the female swordsman would be delivered in increments. Viserys, lacking the luxury of 2.5 years of preparation, sought to expedite every endeavor. Additionally, he brought with him a practice tool for Viserys, a wooden sword complete with a hilt, a guard, and an ornate spherical pommel. Moro tossed the wooden sword to Viserys, instructing, "Catch this sword with one hand. Ordinarily, I would not teach an apprentice of your age. Your years have rendered you less agile than a child." Yet, in deference to the socialite's command, Moro complied. "Even if your learning proves inadequate, you are still responsible for my sustenance." Viserys caught the sword in one hand, which was filled with lead, thus possessing a certain weight. Moro observed Viserys, not commenting on the correctness of his form, but noting that he was adequate in terms of strength. The next phase would assess his flexibility. Viserys felt fortunate. Had it not been for the strength-enhancing charm he utilized, wielding the wooden sword would have been considerably more challenging. He maintained the posture that Moro demanded. Yes, just like that. Adjust your stance slightly. Do not face me directly. Furthermore, minimize the area exposed to your opponent's attack. Concentrate your target. In response, seize upon your enemy's vulnerabilities. Be nimble, be graceful. Could it be that you are truly a prodigy? Moro stroked his bald head. Viserys exceeded his expectations, exhibiting commendable strength and flexibility. Chapter 15. The renowned secrets of Braavos. Braavos is a labyrinthine island city, composed of stone and canals, devoid of grass and trees, where the inhabitants converse in a rudimentary Valyrian tongue. Pristine water flows from elevated aqueducts, these grand channels constructed of bricks supported by arches, known by the Braavosi as the Sweetwater. Wealthy patrons channel this water into their homes, while the less fortunate draw from public fountains using buckets. Braavos is scarcely home to horses. Much like the watery Venice, the populace is accustomed to traversing the canals in swift, snake-like boats to admire the palaces and temples. Nightfall marks the most perilous time in Braavos. As darkness descends, the seemingly unconventional assassins, clad in vibrant attire, parade through the streets. They wield slender swords, eager to prove themselves. Some would engage in combat for any trivial reason, while others require none at all. These assassins are often irritable, quick to anger, and prone to spontaneous duels. At midnight, the bald, bearded water dancer Moro strode purposefully past the moonlit pool. He was tall and robust, not particularly youthful. The hooded Viserys followed closely behind, having spent considerable time in Braavos. Yet this was his first close encounter with an assassin's duel. This was also Moro's task, to witness the true artistry of water dance and battle. Viserys bore no blade, thereby avoiding any challenge. It is customary for those bearing weapons to be open to confrontation. To be cautious, however, Viserys concealed a dagger at his waist. Assassins typically disdain middle-aged men like Moro and unarmed opponents like Viserys, preferring to target softer fruits or youthful swordsmen. Two young assassins prepared for a duel by the moonlit pool, with a crowd gathering around. The Braavosi were quite accustomed to such spectacles. They appeared resplendent, their hair dyed in hues of purple or gold, garbed in eccentric attire, wielding slender blades like assassins. "Who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" asked one. "The nightingale," replied the purple-haired assassin with certainty. "No, I believe it is the female swordsman who sings for 500 miles. Now, I challenge you," retorted the golden-haired swordsman with a scoff. "Will you change your mind?" Assassins never retreat. "Then let it be decided." "I gladly accept." The two assassins immediately drew their slender swords, and the onlookers instinctively formed a circle around them. They began to face each other sideways. This was the true dance of water. Viserys felt a surge of tension, yet this was the daily life of assassins, who would readily engage in fierce combat over a mere glance. The song of the 500-mile journey had indeed gained fervor, its popularity spreading even faster than Viserys had anticipated. After all, this was a folk masterpiece, destined to explode in a bustling port city like Braavos. It was natural for two individuals to clash over a socialite. It was of no concern to me. Viserys focused intently on the battleground. The silver blades of the assassins clashed in the air, their slender edges moving with grace and elegance. Though frivolous, this duel was exceedingly perilous, as neither party wore armor or helmets, engaging in unrestricted thrusts. The assassins moved at a remarkable speed, their movements swift and precise. The two water dancers advanced boldly, seeking vulnerabilities in their opponents. However, these assassins appeared to possess a sense of chivalry, refraining from targeting their adversaries' eyes immediately. There was a code, even among thieves. Viserys observed their actions, akin to a dangerous waltz, searching for the weak points in the human form. Considering the water dancers' training, armed only with slender swords and devoid of armor, they were indeed more inclined to execute flamboyant attacks. However, they were not the most renowned water dancers. Those celebrated swordsmen had long been the guests of nobility. To seek the flaws in the human form, allowing blood to spill forth like water. To identify the weaknesses of the enemy, penetrating with the pointed end of the blade. To minimize taking hits while maximizing attacks, murmured Moro. Viserys nodded. The dance of water and the dance of iron were entirely different. One was the dance of assassins, the other that of knights. The water dance emphasized swiftness, agility, speed, and balance, requiring a focus on those attributes. It demanded nimble movement and unexpected strikes. In contrast, the knight's iron dance was more comprehensive, valuing strength above all, grand and forceful, swinging with abandon. The outcome of the battle was swiftly determined. The blade of the golden-haired swordsman sliced across the body of the purple-haired swordsman. The assassins thrust and counterthrust, the swordplay of the water dancers growing ever more perilous. As their blades were slender, their method of attack centered on precise thrusts, resembling modern fencing matches. The water duel bore little resemblance to the brute strength often seen in Westeros. Both combatants bore wounds from thrusts and lacerations, with blood flowing freely from numerous injuries. In duels devoid of armor, the casualty rate among these assassins is indeed quite high. Beware! Someone has covered their eyes. A bloody lethal strike has been executed. The golden-haired assassin's most deadly thrust pierced the heart of the violet-haired swordsman. A copious amount of blood stained the opulent garments as the assassin's lifeless body fell. The female swordsman, the finest of social butterflies, sings the most enchanting melodies when 500 miles from home. Remember my name, Swift Swordrod. The golden-haired swordsman raised his bloodied blade. Female swordsman. Swift sword. Swift sword. Female swordsman. Cheers erupted from the crowd. For those who did not cheer risked facing a second challenge. Swift Sword Rod knelt on the ground, meticulously rummaging through the body of the deceased violet-haired swordsman, pilfering the gold coins and valuable belongings the corpse possessed. The corpse lay quietly on the ground, neglected by all. Do not concern yourselves with it, Mott said. By tomorrow morning, it shall be gone. The constable of the moon pool will clear the bodies. Wounded, Swift Sword swaggered out of the moon pool, seeking a place to heal and indulge in a hearty meal. He could not afford to linger, for should he encounter a more ruthless supporter of the Nightingale, his demise would be inevitable. Is this permissible? Viserys whispered. Isn't this akin to murder with the added theft of loot? The constable forbids it, yet privately. One must accept the stakes. The victor has the right to claim the possessions of the vanquished, Moro replied. Do not the knights of Westeros adhere to this custom as well? Indeed, Viserys nodded. The victors among knights claim the armor and steeds of the defeated, often leading to the ruin of impoverished knights. Yet it lacks such bloodshed. No wonder the atmosphere in Braavos is so corrupt. Caution is warranted before entering another duel. This unrestricted combat without armor and defense can lead to swift demise. Knights possess their own set of equipment for cutting and slashing. Here, victory and life hang in the balance. Win a gamble, and you succeed. Lose, and you face utter defeat. What is your favorite song? The captivated onlookers continue to discuss. It is Seagull and Titan. Bah, that is so outdated. Even dockside sailors now sing 500 miles from home. That social butterfly, the female swordsman, has truly risen to prominence. Her fortune is indeed favorable. The lyrics of this song are catchy, destined to endure in popularity. It is the favorite among those foreign sailors and merchants. The Nightingale is in for a rough time. The female swordsman is challenging her, an assassin remarked with glee. Every social butterfly has a more nuanced track and promotional angle. Beyond mere beauty, the female poet is erudite. The Black Pearl is a legendary lineage. The Mermaid Queen embodies grace. The Masked Lady exudes mystery. And the Dark Lady is strikingly aloof. The Nightingale's niche is as the best singing socialite, and the female swordsman's audacity surely places the greatest pressure on her. However, the songwriter remains an enigma, unlike the most renowned singers of Braavos. The most renowned figures have long been associated with the Nightingale and Black Pearl. Yet this time it is a newcomer who has gained prominence. The Silver Traveler, a rather peculiar name indeed. Viserys paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. They sought the Silver Traveler, and what concern was that of his? Moro regarded the apprentice with admiration. At the tender age of 14, Viserys had already made a name for himself in Braavos. Chapter 16. Encountering the Golden Company Braavos, with its grand fountains and moon pool. The moon pool is situated to the northeast of Braavos, directly south of the Sea Lord's palace and in front of the Iron Bank's headquarters, where the Sweetwater Canal ultimately converges. The area surrounding the moon pool, part of the Sea Lord's realm, serves as the noble district of Braavos, akin to the residences near the Red Keep in King's Landing or the Black City of Volantis. In this prime real estate, apart from the moon pool, which offers spectacles of duels, there are numerous fine taverns, inns, and lodgings that command steep prices. Affordable accommodations are scarce, necessitating a visit to the Old Dock area for such options. The populace of Braavos here is rather dense, with fewer outsiders present. Only Braavosi are permitted to utilize the Purple Harbor, traversing from the flooded town to the Sea Lord's palace. Other free cities and vessels from distant lands are relegated to the old flea market dock. The bloodshed at the moon pool has become a mere interlude, something the assassins have grown accustomed to. Beyond the prior slayings, there may be further duels to follow. Clams, fresh clams. The fishmonger's daughter sells clams daily in the alleys near the moon pool, or ventures to the temples on the Isle of Gods to peddle her wares. Viserys and Moro purchased clams, enjoying them while engaging in conversation. Encountering the water dancers, one must not falter, Moro advised from his experience. You must be fiercer and stronger than they are. Otherwise, they will challenge you to a duel or demand your boots, followed by your coat, sword belt, and weapons, leaving you to flee the moon pool in utter disarray. Viserys swallowed the warm, slightly briny clam. How delightful it would be with a touch of lemon, though alas, lemons are currently exorbitantly priced. The marine flavors of Braavos are indeed abundant. I feel as though I might turn into a salted fish. Moro scrutinized Viserys, observing, "You are indeed unlike the fabled true dragons. The common belief is that you are from an exceedingly proud lineage, the haughty dragon family. I am certainly a true dragon. Yet even dragons have their moments of languor," Viserys remarked, withholding further comment. This was not the time to flaunt his heritage, for no one would pay him heed. "You have truly become a sensation. The entire city is abuzz with your name. The Silver Traveler, the bald, bearded Moro stated. "Let them speculate," Viserys replied with a smile. "Yet notoriety comes with its own troubles. It seems you anticipated this," Moro cautioned. "Such as? Behind every courtesan exists a web of connections. These individuals have their investors." Moro whispered. "Every courtesan endeavors to rival the Black Pearl, yet they lack such prowess. Nevertheless, the magnates strive to procure resources for these courtesans. Some are former courtesans themselves, while others are affluent merchants and governors. It is easily comprehensible, akin to a form of medieval venture capital, where the risks are substantial but the potential rewards are equally grand. The courtesans resemble the stars and brokers of Braavos, nurtured by investors who aspire for them to shine brightly, thereby yielding considerable returns. Each renowned courtesan sustains a multitude of individuals. Indeed, the livelihoods of countless laborers are intertwined with their fortunes. The courtesans require a lavish barge, boatmen, salons, villas, and guards. These necessities incur significant expenses, along with the portion owed to investors. However, this also underscores the lucrative nature of the courtesan's profession. It is undeniably a highly profitable industry. Are you suggesting that I might attract the attention of other courtesans? That is inevitable. A prodigious singer possesses considerable collaborative value. Yet, this is not always advantageous, as it can also invite troubles. For instance, rivals can become adversaries, as Moro profoundly remarked. Fame often breeds envy, as has been the case throughout history. Once the silver-clad traveler, Viserys, garners fame in Braavos, he can amass considerable wealth, and should he be willing to accept certain risks, it is a prospect he can entertain. Viserys needs to earn money in Braavos to secure funding. Will the struggles among the courtesans be particularly ruthless? Viserys inquired. Moro shook his head, affirming that while there is indeed competition, the presence of the Sea Lord imposes some limits on these conflicts. Nonetheless, trouble is omnipresent. Viserys grasped this deeper meaning. The situation entails struggles, yet fundamentally remains under the control of the Sea Lord. The foremost courtesans have powerful figures such as the Sea Lord, governors, and prominent families backing them, indicating that this market indeed adheres to certain rules. After departing from the moon pool, the two traversed several stories of an upscale inn, a place exclusively for the affluent. Viserys observed several wooden tables placed in the shaded area outside the inn, adorned with various flags fluttering in the breeze. As it was late at night, the mercenaries who had been interviewed had returned to rest. Is that the banner of a mercenary company? Viserys immediately recognized. It is. Moro replied. The blue and white striped swallowtail flag billowed in the wind, representing the Windblown Company. Alongside the Windblown, there was another flag depicting a bloodied hunting cat, symbolizing the Cat Company. Furthermore, a banner emblazoned with a golden skull atop a spear represented the Golden Company. The Golden Company boasts a force of 10,000. The Windblown has 2,000, and the Cat Company counts 3,000 members. In terms of scale, all three are substantial mercenary companies, with the Golden Company being preeminent. Although the Golden Company is comprised of those who have faced defeat and wander without a home, they maintain remarkable discipline, akin to a regular army. A force of 10,000 regular troops is not to be underestimated even in Westeros. These three are currently the largest mercenary companies, well-funded, hence their residence in such a prestigious locale. They also establish recruitment points in Braavos, albeit attracting only a limited number of recruits each year, Moro elucidated. However, the headquarters of these mercenary companies are situated in contentious regions, where conflict is a constant. The disputed territory has remained in a state of turmoil and division ever since the dissolution of the Three Daughters Alliance. Furthermore, the volatile Stepstones have also sustained a significant number of mercenaries on the eastern continent. Even from afar, on the Sunset Continent, I have heard whispers of the Golden Company. As Varys remarked, the Targaryens are intimately familiar with the Golden Company, a mercenary band forged from cold iron, originally established to reclaim Westeros. The Braavosi are well acquainted with them too, as these mercenaries tempt cash-strapped swordsmen into their ranks. Young men are perpetually short of coin, in need of funds and women. Many gullible assassins find themselves lured away, brandishing their long swords and polearms, joining the battlefield alongside the Beggar Prince. Varys gazed upon the banner of the Golden Company, a sight that ignited a fierce resentment within him. He recalled the original narrative. During his exile, he had sought a loan to host a banquet for the commanders of the Golden Company, hoping they would assist him in reclaiming his throne. Alas, those scoundrels had merely indulged in the feast and, after listening to his pleas, mocked him instead. The pain of that humiliation was excruciating. Now, seeing the banner of the Golden Company again, Varys found no surplus of emotion. An army of 10,000 now deemed his meager handful of gold coins insignificant. Moreover, the Golden Company had established clandestine agreements with Illyrio and the Griffin. They would not act on his behalf. Young Aegon, backed by governors, spies, and the exiled Griffin, presented a far more formidable force than Varys' ragtag band of beggars. Unless a thought flickered in Varys' mind. Unless he were to eliminate Aegon, thereby positioning himself as the sole choice. Without Aegon, the Golden Company would have no option but to support the true dragon. Yet, the feasibility of such a scheme seemed exceedingly low. It was prudent to focus on his own affairs for the time being. Let us move, Varys instructed Moqorro, relinquishing his prior impatience. A steady, methodical approach was the most prudent course. To reach out to the Golden Company now would be an exercise in self-degradation. Chapter 17. Varys the Cat-Catcher. At the break of dawn, a one-eared black cat hissed at Varys, adorned in a studded leather jacket and unarmed. He adapted to the chill of Braavos, a region of higher latitude than King's Landing, where the weather was perpetually somber. However, Varys had long since acclimated. Pantos, at the same latitude as King's Landing, was the nearest city-state. The corpulent Illyrio traversed the narrow sea to meet with the spider, an endeavor relatively straightforward. Varys took a deep breath, attuning himself to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Moving with the grace of specially designed soft-soled shoes, he needed to maintain balance and coordination. Ideally, he would have been barefoot in pursuit, but he lacked the wildness of Arya. The dance of water is best suited for children aged 7 or 8, while Varys, now 14, had only begun his preliminary training, already past the age of an apprentice. Nevertheless, Varys possessed certain advantages. His enhanced attributes allowed him to grasp the essence of the dance of water. Swift as a deer, silent as a shadow, rapid as a serpent, still as water, robust as a bear, fierce as a wolf, motionless as stone. This epitomizes the pinnacle of a water dancer's prowess. The black cat, Bellerin, observed the approaching Viserys with an expression brimming with vigilance. Throughout the Red Keep, cats roamed freely, yet this particular black cat was the most cunning of them all. According to Viserys' observations, the languid elder cats and the noble ladies' pets were rather feeble, while the kittens and feral cats exhibited the wildest and swiftest nature. When the bearded, bald Moro discovered the extraordinary abilities of this black cat, he commenced Viserys' training in cat-catching. This endeavor proved challenging, although the black cat refrained from biting or scratching Viserys. Its agility made it elusive. After numerous attempts, Viserys felt a surge of confidence that this time he would surely succeed. The training of a water dancer emphasized the enhancement of Viserys' agility attribute, though other attributes saw improvements as well. Agility, however, was the most rapidly developed, as the entirety of the water dancer's training revolved around balance and speed. Viserys pursued the one-eared black cat, darting through the expansive courtyard. The black cat flitted about, appearing in the kitchen, laundry room, garden, atop the roof, and even at the mouth of the sewer. Even within the confines of the Red Keep, Viserys chased with unbridled enthusiasm. Silent as a shadow, light as a feather, Viserys adhered to the water dancer's principles, gradually closing the distance to the black cat within the garden. As they drew near, the black cat suddenly sprang into action, first veering left, then right. Viserys mirrored its movements, blocking the cat's escape route. The black cat let out a sharp cry, attempting to dart between Viserys' legs. With quick reflexes and speed akin to that of a serpent, Viserys managed to seize the black cat. He lifted the feline triumphantly. This was his inaugural capture of the black cat, yet certainly not his last. He would continue such training, aspiring to become swifter and stronger. Finally, success. Viserys joyfully hoisted the black cat above his head. Though it emitted a disgruntled cry, it refrained from clawing or biting him. Glistening with sweat, Viserys placed the black cat back at his feet. In another part of the garden, Rennie stood on one leg atop a spinning staircase prop, maintaining her balance with grace. This prop originally belonged to Viserys, yet now it had been co-opted by Rennie's. Balance training, cat-catching practice, and perceptual training. Any aspiring water dancer must undergo such rigorous preparation to distinguish themselves. Viserys applied some healing ointment to his knees, though his face bore no scars. The bruises from falls necessitated a salve. The ointment burned fiercely, akin to fire. I believe its agility may be related to the shape-shifting, Viserys mused. A shapeshifter's consciousness typically enters the body of an animal, exerting control over its behavior. The practice of shape-shifting to intrude upon human bodies is strictly prohibited, nonetheless. There are undoubtedly some lunatics willing to partake, such as the crow-eyed figure. Is that so? Rhaenyra is uncertain. However, it is an undeniable fact that black cats tend to live longer than their counterparts. Aegon has conducted relevant studies, revealing that when shapeshifters immerse themselves in animal consciousness, these creatures can indeed enjoy extended lifespans. If a shapeshifter's soul resides within, the animal shall thrive for an extended duration. This observation inevitably leads to discussions of magic, for, logically, the aging of an animal's physical form should follow a natural progression, yet shapeshifters seem to decelerate this decline. For instance, the crows belonging to Bloodravens still harbor the faint essence of the children of the forest. Under the influence of magic, even beings like the Red Priestess, who sustains herself solely on elemental energy, exist. Thus, shapeshifters are not so peculiar after all. Aside from the repetitive training, today, Aegon's partner, the female swordsman, accompanied Moro to Aegon's courtyard. Compared to their first encounter, this socialite appeared more exuberant and self-assured. She gazed at Aegon as if he were her golden goose. Once merely a secondary swordsman, she has now made quite a name for herself. Braavos is characterized as a city of sailors and merchants, and songs evoking nostalgia for home or love resonate deeply with many, striking at their vulnerabilities. The popularity of such songs is substantial, and they are grounded in realism. The female swordsman not only came on her own accord, but also brought with her a heavy pouch of gold coins. The commission she mentioned was no trifling sum. 100 golden dragons, Your Majesty, she declared. I have recently gained numerous clients, and this is your rightful share. The female swordsman is indeed a magnanimous socialite, not one to be timid or reserved, and she is destined for a promising future. I appreciate your generosity, Aegon replied, naturally accepting her offering. If this venture were to be in collaboration with the Nightingale, his profits would be even greater. Aegon's expenditures in Braavos have indeed been considerable, as he strives to maintain his living standards and support the progress of his water dance. His estate, servants, and the recent purchases of sea snails and wildfire wine have all proven to be quite costly. This is as we agreed. The female swordsman smiled slightly. Moro mentioned that your water dance is advancing rapidly. It seems you are truly a prodigious talent, she remarked. Her enchanting gaze reflected her initial skepticism. She had thought Aegon was merely jesting, only to discover he truly embodies the multifaceted genius. A connoisseur of fine cuisine, a literary savant, a brilliant assassin, this exiled king is indeed the fabled treasure of legends. Even Moro has privately praised Aegon, noting that, at his age, learning the water dance would typically be a slow endeavor, far inferior to the progress of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Yet Aegon's aptitude is astonishingly exceptional. I am currently seeking the instructor from Westeros you requested. I am confident a suitable candidate will soon emerge, the female swordsman assured him. There is no rush. Not only must the individual possess skill, but also integrity and loyalty, Aegon responded. He is currently engrossed in the progress of Dance of Water, and his urgency for Dance of Steel has considerably diminished. The song I previously composed for you has already garnered significant acclaim. I believe we should capitalize on this momentum. You have a new piece already? The female swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. She indeed meant it. Yet she had not anticipated that Viserys would produce such creativity without any hiatus. Viserys smiled slightly. This was no jest, for his reservoir of talent was boundless. Primarily, however, he was in need of funds. More gold was essential at this moment. Chapter 18. Dragonbone can also grow stronger. Have you truly composed a song that can rival that of the 500? The socialite, adorned in white finery, gazed at Viserys. Though she was older than him, he stood taller. Viserys sported short, silver-white hair, and his eyes were a pale lavender hue. His beauty was widely recognized. People often claimed that young Viserys was more handsome than Rhaegar. Although flattery could not be entirely dismissed, it nonetheless highlighted his striking appearance. Without a doubt, Viserys confidently declared, his purple eyes radiating an enchanting allure. His charisma and self-assurance were infectious, even affecting the female swordsman, who found no pretense in Viserys' demeanor. However, she would never engage with him beyond a purely transactional relationship. Such bonds were far more resilient than those of friendship, and she considered herself capable only of managing someone like Cersei. Being so close to someone as extraordinarily beautiful, talented, and ambitious as Viserys could only lead to one being deeply wounded. Were it not for his homelessness, he would undoubtedly be the most esteemed king. The female swordsman regarded Viserys as somewhat pretentious. Still, the prospect of a second song within such a short span was remarkable. Even if the quality were to differ somewhat, it would be understandable. A parting without a future? She pondered as she glanced at the song Viserys had completed. Her curiosity piqued. When a ship sinks to the ocean floor, when a person becomes a mystery, one remains unaware of the reasons for their departure. That farewell may very well be their last. As she read further, her doubts about Viserys' prowess swiftly dissipated. The quality of this song was undeniably on par with the first. Viserys' compositions diverged from the conventional thought processes of others. Perhaps this was the hallmark of genius. I originally had another piece titled Return Like Lightning, but upon reflection, I deemed it too unconventional, Viserys mused, caressing the fine sword at his side. King's Landing was also a fortress. In the city of the Three Hills, it seemed quite reasonable for Viserys to create something akin to Return Like Lightning. And there was a third song. The female swordsman and the Dothraki were taken aback. Could this be the legendary top-tier genius, with creativity flowing like a deluge? However, since Viserys deemed it unsuitable, the female swordsman made no further requests for a third piece, as the title itself suggested a rather peculiar martial tune. It seems you truly are an enigmatic figure. The female swordswoman sincerely praised and carefully stored away the lyrics given to her by Viserys. She could not help but admire his boundless energy, akin to that of a Targaryen superhero, a gourmet, a singer, a literary genius, and a prodigious swordsman. Most individuals may only achieve one of these feats in their lifetime. Yet Viserys excels in all. Viserys smiled subtly, acknowledging the inherent worth of a wordsmith. In a future world characterized by an explosion of information, I shall provide you with a down payment of 200 gold coins, followed by a percentage of the profits that will surpass our previous agreement. The female swordswoman directly offered Viserys a raise, as the renowned silver traveler would command a higher price. The deal was struck, and the two found immediate rapport. The swordswoman proved to be an expansive partner. Having enjoyed their prior collaboration, she would continue to perform this song. However, the fate of the third and fourth songs remained uncertain, as more formidable socialites could potentially intercept the opportunity. Setting aside the formidable Black Pearl, the other socialites, such as the Shadow of Dusk, Moonshadow, and Nightingale, were not adversaries the swordswoman could confront directly. She understood that the power behind the seven socialites was beyond her reach. Thus, she did not contemplate signing an exclusive contract with Viserys. Moreover, it was apparent from Viserys' demeanor that he held no such intention. Viserys, I have a premonition that our collaboration will not endure for long, the swordswoman remarked with a sense of melancholy. Why do you say that? You are simply too remarkable. Viserys, surely, greater talents than I will seek you out. Although Braavos is a city of secrets, many live by the shadows of such mysteries. Fame is indeed a double-edged sword. Are you still contemplating a return to King's Landing to reclaim the Iron Throne? The swordswoman whispered. Here, you could thrive splendidly, relying on your talents, regardless of the endeavor. Viserys nodded. Yet this is my destiny. You should understand that a person possesses but one fate. Just as you pursue the pinnacle of socialite status, my mission is to reclaim the Iron Chair of House Targaryen. I yearn for a stable life, but such a life can only be founded on vanquishing the Lannisters and Baratheons. Otherwise, I shall be perpetually shrouded in the shadow of assassins. I must strengthen my power and earn my rightful place in Westeros. By the way, I have brought you a gift, the swordswoman announced. She recognized that such obsessions are lifelong companions, and persuasion would yield no results. The socialites' guards presented her with gifts, an assortment of exquisite trinkets. She gifted Rhaenys and Daenerys beautiful garments, but what she offered Viserys was a curious box. What is this? Viserys inquired, intrigued. It was a cedarwood box, seemingly containing jewelry or other trinkets, though it remained unclear whether it held a ring or a pendant. You shall find out upon opening it, the swordswoman indicated. Viserys opened the cedarwood box to discover a black hairpin inside. Viserys picked up the hairpin, which was entirely black, both sturdy and lightweight. It was made of dragon bone. Viserys was no stranger to this material. In his youth, he too possessed such adornments. However, in the hurried departure from King's Landing, he lost those trinkets. Due to its high iron content, black dragon bone is as resilient as steel, yet more lightweight and elastic. Dragonbone bows are worth their weight in gold. And even small fragments of dragonbone can be fashioned into other valuable items, such as dragonbone ornaments or daggers. This small piece of dragonbone was indeed quite precious. "This is for you, though I forgot that your hair has been cut," remarked the female swordsman. "How thoughtful," Viserys responded, acknowledging her sincerity as a friend. The dragonbone hairpin was truly to his liking. After the courtesan departed, Viserys sat alone, earnestly toying with the dark hairpin. Among the potent materials he had encountered, he had so far only discovered sea snails, but this item exhibited a diminishing effect. It was not as effective as his initial attempt. Perhaps, given the magical properties inherent in it, he might truly experiment with this dragonbone. Viserys gazed at the hairpin, still somewhat hesitant. Scientifically speaking, the primary component of dragonbone was iron. Its hardness raised concerns not only about the inability to bite through it, but also about potential iron poisoning. After some contemplation, Viserys gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. After all, he came from a lineage that had once swallowed wildfire. Consuming dragonbone seemed quite normal, especially with his gifted attributes. The talent of the glutton was to feast upon dragons, dragon eggs, and dragon corpses, and with such scarce precious materials available, he could only attempt this with dragonbone for now. Viserys prepared to try a small piece, biting into the incredibly hard dragonbone. It was so tough that he feared it might lodge in his throat. Yet, just as he was about to give up, the dragonbone appeared to undergo a transformation, becoming brittle and snapping, seamlessly integrating into Viserys' abdomen. "No, I'm not ready yet," he exclaimed, his eyes widening. But in the next moment, both his strength and agility attributes ascended. Presently, Viserys' strength reached 18, and his agility 19, qualifying him as a formidable warrior. Indeed, dragonbone provided a more potent enhancement of power. Sitting in his chair, he feared he might succumb to poisoning, yet after a considerable wait, no adverse effects manifested. He merely felt his muscles strengthen and his vitality surge. In this magical realm, it turned out that the skill of gluttony was employed in such a manner. Thus, Viserys truly became a player of dragonbone. Chapter 19. The Sea King's attention. The candlelight illuminated Viserys' face, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat youthful visage, with slightly pale violet eyes. However, without overexerting himself, Varys had always possessed a slender and agile physique, devoid of any lingering baby fat. Unlike the anxious and beleaguered exiled prince of yore, the present Varys exuded an air of competence and restraint, a true reflection of the water dancer's essence. "Alas, that dragonbone hairpin was consumed by me," Varys mused. He was not contemplating the use of the dragonbone pin for hairstyling. Rather, its lightweight yet sturdy nature rendered it an impeccable weapon for self-defense, with a remarkable degree of stealth. Inserted into one's hair, it could deliver a sudden and decisive strike. However, the transformation of the dragonbone hairpin into an attribute also signified a substantial loss in value. The dragonbone was but a fragment, whereas the dragon's skull was a considerable mass. Varys contemplated the vast trove of dragon skulls beneath the Red Keep, rumored to have been discarded within the secret passages. Vhagar was the largest of all dragons, with an astonishingly large mouth and teeth akin to swords, capable of swallowing an entire wild bull or even, as legend has it, the woolly mammoth that roamed the frigid wastelands north of Ibn Port. Should Varys consume such a colossal dragon skull, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Yet, it was not so simple. At his core, Varys was destined to be a wielder of golden opportunities, not a voracious beast, lacking the digestive capacity for such enormities. Nevertheless, smaller dragon skulls might be worth exploring in the future, as those underdeveloped dragons were comparable to kittens and puppies. For now, the approach would be gradual, beginning with dragonbone. Apart from dragonbone, could he perhaps utilize gold, silver, or other jewels? Varys placed gold coins, silver coins, and gemstones upon the table and took a bite of each in succession. After much gnawing, it proved utterly futile. It seemed this talent was not to be measured by mundane material wealth. Gold, silver, and precious gems fell outside the realm of selection. Varys rubbed his hands together, his bright purple eyes igniting with fervor. This time, the successful digestion of dragonbone validated his hypothesis regarding the gluttonous trait. Varys had previously experimented with beef, venison, lamb, poultry, and wild boar, as well as various seafood from Braavos, yet the increase in strength was almost negligible. The requirements of this talent were exceedingly high. Experimental evidence suggested that the most effective results stemmed from extraordinarily expensive high-quality ingredients or rare items imbued with magical elements. The magical dragon needed no introduction, being the most potent magical creation in existence, entirely forged of blood and fire. The remaining creatures, such as ice wolves, snow bears, and woolly mammoths, along with unicorns, might yield some effect, yet they lay far out of reach in the distant north. Moreover, these species were nearing extinction. There was also the sea monster from the Greyjoy family crest, yet the kraken was a deep-sea creature, exceedingly difficult to locate and capture. Should one be discovered, Varys would undoubtedly make an attempt. Perhaps there existed a substitute in Essos? Varys pondered. Aside from Westeros, Essos also boasted a plethora of extraordinary beings. Viserys was aware that the once bountiful Lorne River now housed a myriad of river deities, which were merely colossal fish, crabs, turtles, and other aquatic behemoths. The people of Loinor, who revered their mother river, held these creatures in high esteem. It was a Valyrian underling's brazen act of capturing one of Loinor's river deities, a great turtle, that ignited the conflict between the Valyrian Empire and the Loinor people. However, as the Loinor fell into despair, the river bandits and other city-states showed little regard for such divine beings, resorting to the plunder and consumption of these river gods. The titanic creatures of the Lorne River might possess unique qualities, and Viserys contemplated experimenting with them. Nevertheless, his primary strategy for strengthening himself remained the consumption of sea snails and dragon bones, with the latter being notably more potent than the former. Sea snails, dragon bones, and the river's colossal inhabitants were all on his mind. Dragon eggs would undoubtedly be superior, but presently they were elusive. With only the 3 fossilized dragon eggs held by the corpulent governor known to exist, too precious to be devoured. At present, both sea snails and dragon bones came with a significant drawback: their exorbitant cost. Dragon bones, in particular, were exceedingly rare, often misrepresented by unscrupulous merchants who passed off the bones of long-winged creatures or other animals as dragon bones. Yet, in the face of the power granted by his unique abilities, their price was not their fault. Viserys resolved that anyone seeking sustenance or favor from him in the future would do well to offer dragon bones. Should I dare to consume Valyrian steel? Viserys ultimately dismissed this wild notion, for Valyrian steel was forged in dragon fire and imbued with magic. Presently, he had yet to reach a level where he could experiment with Valyrian steel swords, nor was he inclined to squander such precious resources. The world possessed only 2,000 Valyrian steel weapons, many of which had been lost to time. This thought pained Viserys, for the Targaryens once wielded black fire and the Dark Sisters, yet none remained. At this juncture, Viserys epitomized the trifecta of lack: no territory, no equipment, no loyal followers. Nevertheless, while Valyrian steel was scarce on the eastern continent, it still existed, and he hoped to acquire some formidable equipment in due course. Within the Hall of the Sea King, the majestic ceiling murals depicted the various legends of the mysterious city. The first illustrated the sunless Valyrian volcanic mines, where countless slaves labored under dire conditions. Following this was the image of the moon singers in prayer, and then the fugitive slaves discovering the great reef island lake of the hidden city. A century later, Otherlow unveiled the truth, revealing his identity to the Valyrians. The purple fleet of Braavos sailed unhindered through the trembling sea and the summer sea. These murals were strikingly lifelike, imbued with a sense of epic romance. The edges of the paintings featured engravings of mermaids, leviathans, and the colossal creatures of the North Sea. Was this the song penned by that youth? Clad in dark brown garments, the Sea King Ferrego held the creation of Viserys, 500 leagues. The melody flowed smoothly, reportedly popular throughout the hidden city, though the inhabitants of that enigmatic place could not have composed it themselves. In the present day, the vigorous and youthful Ferrego, despite bearing the burden of a congenital ailment, displays an undeniable vitality, far removed from the frail state one might expect a decade hence. This assertion, penned by my own hand, is corroborated by my thorough investigation, affirmed unequivocally by the chief swordsman, Caron. The emotions encapsulated within this song resonate with a sincere longing for home. However, my recollections of him differ. Ferrego remarked, as an individual of high standing, I had encountered Viserys many years ago. At that time, I recall him as a stunning yet insecure young boy, his face marred by fear, though nothing particularly extraordinary. Viserys, in his youth, was indulged by the Mad King, surrounded by sycophants who echoed the king's disdain for rigor. Yet, upon reflection, does Viserys not possess a hint of greatness within his lineage? Sysa, you maintain a cordial relationship with him. Why not engage him in dialogue? The Sea King urged Sysa to speak. The constable, a quintessential double agent, navigated the delicate balance between the Sea King and Viserys, with both parties fully aware of the dynamics at play. After a moment's contemplation, the constable began, Your Majesty, based on my correspondence with Viserys, He is indeed remarkably charming and exceptionally talented. His gifts extend across culinary arts, aesthetics, and the fluidity of water dancers. Yet, he steadfastly clings to his legal claim to the Iron Throne. While the average individual may devote their lifetime to mastering a single craft, this young man, Viserys, excels in every endeavor, truly a rarity. Ferrago mused. I too find this perplexing, Sysa concurred. However, from my own observations, he may indeed be a prodigy. The water dancers speak highly of him. He is not merely a genius, but possesses a calm demeanor, quite unlike the boy I once knew. He has neither sought financial assistance from the Iron Bank, nor hired mercenaries. If he were to start anew, I must admit, I would have a measure of admiration for this young man. Your Majesty, do you wish to meet him? Kron inquired. There is no need. The Sea King waved his hand dismissively. The City of Secrets harbors numerous mysteries. Let this Targaryen youth continue his journey. Should he venture further, I shall inevitably cross paths with him. Ferrago's interest in Viserys remained, yet overall, Viserys was merely a prince without a realm. Given that Viserys had begun to reveal his worth, the Sea King was eager to ascertain the extent of that value. Chapter 20. The First Kill. The arrival of Cilio in Braavos, within the Red Keep's courtyard, the bald, bearded water dance instructor, Moro, tossed a training sword to Viserys. The dark-haired Rhaenys and silver-haired Daenerys perched upon a nearby bench, observing this trial. The garden still bore a few wildflowers and grasses. Viserys and Moro had engaged in practice numerous times before, yet today felt markedly more formal. Swift your strikes, aim true, pierce your foe with the sharp tip. Moro commanded Viserys. Today, I shall not show leniency. Understood. The silver-haired Viserys Targaryen positioned himself to face his opponent. He was no mere cat. Yet he must embody their speed and agility. The dance of water is a perilous game, robust as a bear, swift as a deer. The water dancer's slender sword resembles that of a fencing match, delicate yet lethal. This is related to the survival ethos of the Braavos assassins, flippant and irascible. Assassins traditionally eschew armor, embodying an extreme approach of discarding protection in favor of a corporeal charge. Life and death hold little significance, beauty suffices. Without waiting for Moro to approach, Viserys swiftly darted to the left, his speed surpassing that of his opponent. He thrust and feinted, maintaining his relentless advance. Moro bore a smile, boldly meeting him with an exuberant flourish of his sword. Moro's physique was more robust than Viserys's, and his experience greatly exceeded that of his counterpart. Yet, Viserys possessed his own strengths. Endowed with remarkable talent and an exceptional aptitude, he exhibited a prodigious progression reminiscent of genius. The speed and power of Viserys's thrusts were commendable, far from the capabilities of a mere apprentice trained in ambush. The two slender blades clashed in midair, the dance of the water dancer both perilous and swift. Moro's blade, as sinuous as a serpent, darted with abandon, while Viserys evaded and counterattacked. Their exchanges were a flurry of rapidity, each equally astonishing in speed. This was due not only to their considerable prowess, but also to the fact that the water dancers donned ordinary attire, unlike knights encumbered by heavy armor. Silver blades collided in the air, and after momentary pauses, the duelists initiated their next offensive. Retreating, consolidating, then unleashing force. That was the essence of the water dancer's assassin philosophy, a purer form of assassination and assault. While the training regimen of the water dancers was standardized, the disparity among individuals remained significant. It was akin to a class studying the same textbook, where some achieved scores of 700 while others barely reached 100. The key lay in individual talent and dedication. Crack. Ultimately, Viserys' blade struck Moro's midsection, and had it been a barbed tip, Moro's chest would have been rent asunder. Hail, Viserys! Viserys' supporters erupted in jubilant applause. Your trials here are nearly concluded, Viserys, Moro declared, discarding his training sword. A mixture of nostalgia and pride adorned Moro's countenance. He had witnessed Viserys evolve from struggling to thriving in their sparring sessions. Moro could not help but acknowledge the astonishing pace of Viserys' advancement. Despite his youth and relatively brief training period, which did not include the toil of childhood labor. Thank you for your enduring guidance, Viserys expressed sincerely. This gratitude was heartfelt. Even though Viserys had been fortunate and persistent in his training, Moro, as a mentor, had provided the utmost support. While many instructors were notorious for their brutality and severity, Moro's temperament was notably gentle. Your training with me has concluded, yet you must remain vigilant against armored knights. Their gear, though slowing them down, significantly enhances their defense. Compared to the water dancers, the knights place a stronger emphasis on strength training. I understand, Viserys nodded. Knights and water dancers represent two distinct paths. Knights cultivate bulk, while water dancers prioritize agility and finesse. Here, take this, your gift. Moro tossed Viserys a slender, one-handed longsword crafted from steel, a blade that exemplifies the water dancer's art. By Westerosi standards, it may appear overly delicate, yet such fine swords are quite popular throughout the free cities. Thank you. Viserys solemnly accepted the sword, marking the completion of a phase in his journey as a water dancer. What name will you bestow upon this sword? Moro inquired. Silverflash, Viserys replied. The bright gleam of silver, Silverflash was also the name of a dragon from his family's past. Alas, that second-generation dragon met a tragic fate. Slain by Balerion at the Lake of the God's Eye. A fine name. Moro hesitated as he regarded Viserys. Do you desire greater strength? Viserys was somewhat perplexed, finding the question odd. He did not underestimate Moro, yet it seemed his level of skill was lacking. Could he be concealing his true power? You need not rush to answer. Though you have initiated your training as a water dancer, you still lack the refinement to stand before true masters. Indeed, Viserys nodded. Even as he had begun his journey, reaching the pinnacle would demand considerable effort. The ultimate goal of a water dancer is the path of insight. Yet such exceptional swordsmen are exceedingly rare. Most water dancers are merely bold and combative. While your training has been rigorous, it is not the most arduous. If you wish to become stronger, greater sacrifices are required. This path is fraught with challenges. Do you wish to continue? I am willing, Viserys declared resolutely. To attain greater power, he must push himself, even if it entails risks. After all, this world is inherently perilous. The pleasures of food and art he knew paled in comparison to the protection offered by sword and blade. As long as the cost did not involve Rhaenys or Daenerys, Viserys was prepared to face whatever lay ahead. To aspire to greatness, one must possess the courage to gamble. Very well, Moro regarded Viserys. Rest well. After a while, I shall send you to the moon pool to await my arrival. After Moro departed, Viserys pondered his words. The moon pool. Indeed, one of the most perilous locations in Braavos. Are you truly going? Rhaenys asked with concern. The water dancers dance upon the edge of blades. Viserys was aware of the risks involved. This is also an opportunity, Viserys responded. He keenly sensed that Moro might be presenting him with a chance. Otherwise, he would not subject him to such trials. Braavos, the moon pool. Moro instructed Viserys to wait for him at the moon pool at midnight, yet did not specify the exact time. Yet Viserys arrived at this place, brandishing his Valyrian steel sword, his short jacket a striking blend of black and crimson velvet. A garment indeed flamboyant. Upon his visage rested a silver eye patch, yet such an accessory seemed fitting. In the city of secrets, every soul harbors a clandestine truth. Behind him trailed the black cat, Balerion, though Rhaenys remained unconvinced of his safety. Is blood to be spilled? Viserys pondered. The assassin's gazes ignited with fervor, the glimmering blades in the moonlit pool signifying their readiness to challenge one another. This time, he was not merely an observer but a participant in this deadly dance. My friend remarked that your mask is quite repulsive, declared a young assassin clad in wine-red robes and a yellow cloak, stepping forth to confront Viserys. Viserys scrutinized him, retorting, Your crimson attire evokes a similar revulsion in me. Are you a swordsman? The young assassin inquired, his hand resting upon his blade, a mere fingertips touch, yet a clear indication of his intent to duel. If you were to shed your cloak and cast aside your sword, I might pardon you. Yet Viserys recognized the futility of such a proposition. The assassin would surely strip him bare. I harbor no desire to take your life, but you indeed obstruct my path. Viserys sighed, witnessing the young assassin draw his sword. This clash was now inevitable. With a sidestep, he unsheathed his Valyrian steel, and the spectators parted to grant them space. Is this the boy of House Targaryen? Inquired Silvio from a distance. Indeed, should his talents prove exceptional, he may yet touch the path of insight. Chapter 21, Bloodied Blade. Professionally defying fate, Water Dancer the night was as dark as ink, the flames casting an illusory glow upon the faces of all present. The moon pool once again buzzed with the excitement of the assassin's duel, breaking the monotony of the night. Among those adorned in colorful silks and sashes were the Braavosi assassins, alongside the drab, gray-brown garb of guardians and enforcers. By the moon pool, many foreign revelers had gathered to witness the customs of Braavos, most of them affluent, for the impoverished could not afford to dwell in such proximity. Clear the way for these two warriors. Clear the way. The crowd clamored. Strike. Unmask this black and red-robed fiend. Shouted the swordsmen and onlookers alike. The guardians and enforcers were no strangers to such spectacles. The spectators included islanders from the Summer Isles with skin akin to black grapefruit. The hirsute Ibans, fair-skinned Lysini with expressive features, olive-skinned Myrish with flowing black tresses, and the colorful, boisterous Tyroshi. Following the fracturing of the relationship among the three daughters, the plastic camaraderie of these city-states had devolved into bitter enmity. Yet, the onlookers were astute, for to avoid being ensnared by the assassin's tricks, they bore no weapons. Swift as a deer, silent as a shadow, rapid as a serpent, still as water, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolf. Viserys pondered the mantra of the water dancers, the essence of their truth. Everything that Moro had imparted swiftly replayed in Viserys' mind, swifter than the foe, bolder than the foe, piercing the enemy with the sharp end. The water dancer must sidestep to confront the adversary, and both Viserys and the assassin drew their slender blades. Viserys gazed at the glint upon the assassin's blade from Braavos. This rapier was narrower than the weapons of Westerosi knights, yet equally lethal. In the free trade city-states, assassins engaged in duels without helmets or armor, partaking in utterly unrestricted combat, resulting in a high mortality rate. In contrast, the common justs of Westeros, where knights donned full armor, were somewhat less perilous. The foreigner, Belro, had triumphed in 11 duels at the Moon Pool, leaving 6 severely injured and 5 dead. With 2 draws and 1 defeat, you may still plead for mercy, the Braavosi proclaimed with pride. Viserys spoke Braavosi fluently, though a hint of an outsider's accent lingered, a nuance difficult to eradicate. I have only won once, and that was this very duel between you and me, Viserys retorted coldly. The Moon Pool shall remember my name. Laughter erupted among the surrounding Braavosi, mocking Viserys' audacity. In a duel, a seasoned adversary like Belro had an inherent advantage over Viserys. Silver-haired boy, heed my name, Quickblade Belro. Though you may not have heard of my renown, I shall ultimately etch my name upon the list of Braavosi swordsmen. Belro, clad in a red robe and yellow cloak, spoke defiantly. Braavos maintained a ranking of swordsmen, where assassins fought fiercely for supremacy. Only the elite could ascend the ranks. You may also know my alias, the Silver Swordsman. Viserys replied. Quickblade Belro, known for his ruthless precision, Moro remarked with a hint of urgency. Patience, Cilio interjected, waving his hand. This lad possesses courage, but I must assess his skill further. What would a fierce battle be without a wager? I bet on this Braavosi swordsman to win. So do I. I believe this foreigner has a chance. A betting pool emerged amidst the crowd. Gambling is an inherent trait of humanity. Given that neither party knew the other, this might be the fairest wager, albeit with stakes of life and death. The gamblers, attuned to their profession, favored Belro's victory due to his superior track record, while Viserys, a novice and outsider, garnered scant support. I wager my entire fortune on my victory, Viserys declared, placing down his gold coins. Then I too shall wager. Toasting your confidence with your own fervor, Belro replied with a confident smile. I stake my claim on the silver-haired swordsman. From within the crowd, another voice emerged, a bearded Moro. Viserys mentor. If you perish, I shall claim your robe and your weapons, Belro taunted. So shall I, Viserys retorted, locking eyes with Belro. His hair was silver-white, akin to that of a silver swordsman. The cacophony surrounding the Moon Pool quieted significantly, as both assassins and onlookers focused intently on the tense duel unfolding before them. Despite the flamboyance of Belro's attire, his rapier was wielded with remarkable precision. This was only to be expected. Assassins who flaunted their prowess near the Moon Pool possessed a certain level of confidence. Belro advanced swiftly, his blade flashing like the wind, moving at an astonishing speed. This was largely attributed to the assassin's choice of attire, favoring an unarmored, all-out approach to combat. The assassins of the free trade city-state eschewed armor, drawing their swords with abandon to maximize their speed. The glinting blade of Belro left phantoms in the air, targeting the vital points of Viserys, throat, heart, or abdomen. Assassins demanded a single, lethal strike, swift, ruthless, precise, and venomous. In the absence of defense, the penetrating wounds and lacerations inflicted were utterly terrifying. Viserys inhaled deeply and then retaliated swiftly. Fear can wound more deeply than a blade. In the realm of life and death, those who succumb to fear are destined to perish. As swift as a deer and as agile as a serpent, Belro's blade moved with a rapidity that seemed to defy reality, striking with a venomous ferocity. It was akin to a viper poised to strike, only to suddenly launch into action. This was the dance of an assassin, a stark contrast to the grandiose movements of a knightly ballet. The clash of steel resonated through the air, producing a sound both powerful and resonant. The two combatants, after exchanging strikes, momentarily disengaged. The water dancer's swordsmanship was both swift and lethal, emphasizing rapid, graceful movements, stealth, and balance. You are quite impressive, Barrow remarked, observing Viserys. You are stronger than I had anticipated, foreigner. However, Viserys remained silent, contemplating the recent skirmish. He had already devised a comprehensive defensive strategy. Barrow's experience was extensive, marked by a fearless demeanor. The water dancers relied on speed, yet their strength and resilience paled in comparison to that of the formidable Viserys. Viserys adjusted his tactics to focus on defense and counterattack, confident in his stamina and might. He aimed to exhaust his opponent by luring them into attacks. The assassins danced across the arena, engaging in a graceful exchange akin to a beautiful performance. What a clever lad, Celio observed, recognizing Viserys' tactical acumen, capitalizing on his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses. If this continued, Barrow would undoubtedly meet his demise. But you are not yet a true water dancer. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Barrow resolved to no longer engage with this unorthodox novice. Generally, water dancers fought with remarkable speed, relying on it to surpass all, which often left their strength and resilience lacking. With a disdainful snort, Barrow charged once more at Viserys, his steel blade thrusting upward. He made no effort to defend against Viserys' counterattack, but instead aimed to slice at Viserys' throat. With a sinister grin, Barrow sidestepped Viserys' blade. Knowing that even if wounded, he could seize the opportunity for a fatal strike. This mutually destructive style of combat often leaves inexperienced novices flustered and bewildered. It is a lamentable truth that their youth betrays them. The assassins of Braavos show no mercy. Fear can wound more deeply than a blade. Viserys envisioned the gruesome image of his own throat being slit, flesh and blood in disarray. Yet, he felt that fate still favored him. Rather than hastily retreating, Viserys deliberately exposed his empty flank, sidestepping to evade the range of lethal strikes. Even wounded, what was it but a gamble? With a swift counterattack, he thrust his sword toward Barrow's vital point. In the blink of an eye, the battle's outcome was determined. A gash opened on Viserys' chest, though lengthy. It was not a grievous wound. The pain seared through him. However, his retaliatory strike had pierced Barrow's heart, blood oozing forth, staining his garments crimson. The bloody blade bore witness to their merciless duel. The Braavosi assassin collapsed heavily, and Viserys withdrew his gleaming silver sword. Initially, silence enveloped the scene, but gradually, the clamor intensified. This foolish pig, did he not boast of his swift sword? Rise, rise, and continue the fight. The gamblers wore faces of despair, many unable to accept this outcome. Silver swordsman, silver swordsman. A greater throng began to chant his name. Career acquired. Fate reverser, novice. The threads of destiny unravel. The future shifts accordingly. Before his eyes, Viserys glimpsed the trajectory of the life he was meant to lead. Expelled from the Red Keep, wandering with Daenerys, selling crowns. Sleeping in underpasses, ridiculed by various noble governors in his quest to reclaim his throne, ultimately forced to betray Daenerys. In the end, he became the laughingstock, crowned by molten gold. This is not my future. Clenching his fists, Viserys shattered these tragic, predetermined fates into fragments, returning once more to the starting point. Since he had poisoned that group of servants, his future had transformed into a new axis. Though shrouded in fog, it was a new path, a beacon of hope. Career acquired, water dancer, expert, path of insight, currently immersed within. Viserys noticed the changes in his status panel. He was no longer a blank slate. Having gained 2 new professions, he began to surmise the origin of his newfound talents. Being a fate reverser, the greater the shift in the trajectory of his future, the more random gifts he would acquire. Chapter 22. The entry of Ser Illyrio, new talent. Inside the silver-haired, violet-eyed masked swordsman Viserys Targaryen stood beside the moon pool, poised and striking, resembling a sculpted statue frozen in time. Blood stained his chest, and with his slender silver sword in hand, he appeared the very center of this realm. The focus of countless gazes. The gentle murmur of the fountain's water harmonized with the rising din of the crowd. The assassin's blade, a bloodied sword. The lifeless body of the swift swordsman Barrow lay upon the ground, a defeated soul devoid of breath. It is said that true water dancers can duel upon the surface of water without causing even the slightest ripple. Viserys dismisses this notion as utter nonsense. For one cannot escape the grasp of gravity unless the water dancers possess water magic. Nevertheless, from a spectator's perspective, water dancers indeed embody both elegance and peril. The few gamblers who have struck it rich thanks to Viserys are beaming with joy, while many swordsmen and onlookers, despite their frustrations from unsuccessful wagers, still cheer his name. After all, such a breathtaking display of assassin's artistry renders their losses mere price of admission. The guardians and enforcers of the moon pool watch in astonishment. For the swift sword of Balron is no feeble competitor, and it appears this newcomer is indeed formidable. Silver Swordsman. Silver Swordsman. Many chant Viserys' name, while others refer to him as the Violet Swordsman, a nod to his striking purple eyes, more dangerous and lethal than the swift sword. The Silver Swordsman endures the pain coursing through his body. Though his blade has cut flesh, it has not penetrated deeply, for a piercing wound would spell trouble. The trials between career advancement and life and death have significantly benefited Viserys. High risk, yet equally high reward. Acquired profession, Fatebreaker, Novice, basic attribute enhancement. Mind 02 Viserys senses the changes within himself. The Fatebreaker class singularly enhances his mental attributes. Mental attributes are notoriously challenging to elevate, even more so than physical ones. Following this mental fortification, his cognitive abilities, perception, reflexes, and memory have all improved. A more robust mental attribute may also imply a more resilient soul, better suited for forthcoming magical endeavors, especially in a world rife with consciousness attacks, such as those inflicted by shapeshifters. Acquired profession, Water Dancer, proficient, basic attribute enhancement, Strength 01, Toughness 01, Speed 02. As a proficient Water Dancer, Viserys has garnered a modicum of self-defense capabilities in Braavos. This profession places a greater emphasis on speed, hence the most substantial enhancement to his speed attribute, while also augmenting other qualities. The Water Dancer class progresses relatively swiftly, relying on innate talent and rigorous training, complemented by Viserys' investments. However, there remain at least 2 tiers above proficiency: Novice, Proficient, Master, and Legend. Fatebreaker Viserys Targaryen has completed his first kill, activating the profession Water Dancer, resulting in a fluctuation of the fate axis and a random talent reward. Viserys takes a deep breath, relishing the buy 2. Get 1 free aspect of this activation, for not only has he unlocked a profession, but he has also gained an additional talent. Finally, a talent card manifests as a combat-oriented skill, depicting a graceful swordsman dancing upon the water's surface, performing a magnificent water dance. Talent, Insight. Lies are endless, deceptions are boundless, and fools remain shrouded in ignorance. The eyes serve for sight, the ears for hearing, the lips for taste, the nose for smell, and the skin for touch. Profound contemplation leads to insight. Viserys gratefully accepted the 3rd innate skill. Upon activating Insight, it significantly enhanced his precognitive abilities and sensory perception, allowing him to discern the deceptions of battle. With keen senses and heightened awareness, he became acutely attuned to his surroundings. Although this talent did not augment his attributes, it proved immensely advantageous in duels, enabling him to better exploit the vulnerabilities and movements of his adversaries. If his original fate was a single line, Viserys had now forged an alternate trajectory with the Red House courtyard as its origin. The more he defied fate, the more talents he would acquire. Even the random bestowal of life skills was a considerable boon. Clutching his bloodied chest, the wound seared painfully, his hands stained crimson. The black cat, Bellerus, remained nearby, screeching but refraining from intervening. This was Viserys' personal battle. To be fair, there was no animosity between Viserys and Belro. Yet in this brutal era, one must often tread upon the heads of others to rise above. In a world rife with predation, the downtrodden were left to act like frenzied beasts. Why bother? Even as the foremost swordsman, one would merely be a hound to the nobility, Viserys mused as he gazed at Belro's lifeless body. Approaching the gaming table with his blood-stained silver blade, he asserted, "The winnings I have earned are rightfully mine." Having gambled his life and gold, he had reaped substantial rewards. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered over the fountain, encompassing not only Viserys' own, but also Belro's. Following Viserys' exquisite yet lethal display of skill, none dared to offend him. His silver hair and violet eyes, though striking, were overshadowed by an aura of danger emanating from his wounds. Before him lay an array of gleaming gold, silver, and copper coins, along with exquisite foreign carvings and jewelry. Viserys' heart swelled with joy. High leverage had yielded high returns. However, his reputation had now been established, and such fortunes would be harder to come by in the future. He grasped a handful of coins from the table and handed them to Belro's companions. Dressed in lavish silks and adorned with slender swords, they resembled Belro. Viserys regarded this group of assassins, noting their reckless pursuit of wealth. Take his body away. If he has family, give this to them. The friends of Belro stood transfixed, having never encountered such a swordsman. Proceed. If he has kin, they surely need this money. Viserys tossed the coins. This was no act of pity. He had already amassed sufficient gold. The water dancer adheres to the philosophy of accepting the consequences of one's choices. Thus, while avenging friends does occur, it is a rare phenomenon. After all, dying on the battlefield is an assassin's chosen path. You are a true water dancer. Acts of kindness today will surely be rewarded tomorrow. Bellowing companions of Barrow, clad in flamboyant attire, bowed to Viserys before lifting their fallen comrade's body and departing. Silver Swordsman! Silver Swordsman! The crowd fervently called out his name, celebrating the silver-haired swordsman. Thank you all for your attention. I am injured and must take my leave. I look forward to providing an even better performance next time. Viserys tossed a handful of worthless copper coins into the eager crowd, inciting a frenzied scramble as spectators vied for the meager prize. Silver Swordsman! Silver Swordsman! Although he had already slipped away, the throng continued to chant his name. For Viserys not only fought with finesse, but also possessed an undeniable flair. After some time had passed since Viserys left the moon pool, Moro approached, tossing him a jar of wildfire. Well done, lad. To kill a quick blade on your first outing is truly a stroke of genius, Moro said, his initial worry dissipating. Relieved that Viserys, his protege, had not met an untimely demise. I am well, Moro, Viserys replied, removing his mask with a smile, though the expression tugged painfully at his wounds. Enough bravado. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Your dance of water has surpassed what I can teach. Yet the road ahead is long, and there is much for you to learn. Moro continued. Syrio Farrell, if you wish, I could arrange for you to have a dance instructor. A lean, bald man with a prominent hooked nose emerged from the shadows, wielding a pair of slender wooden swords. It is my honor. Viserys managed a strained smile, which further aggravated his injuries. I have observed your match. You are clever and courageous. A good swordsman requires talent, luck, diligence, and wisdom. With these foundations, you may begin to grasp the path of insight. Chapter 23. 3 words that cost the socialite 1,000 gold in the courtyard of the Red Keep. Viserys continued to practice the water dance. The lean figure of Syrio, with his hooked nose, regarded Viserys with evident anticipation, perhaps having mingled in high circles for too long. Syrio wore a gray-brown garment reminiscent of a high-ranking official of the Sea Kings. Viserys, on the other hand, donned a studded vest, his silver hair meticulously cropped. Although Syrio no longer held the title of Chief Swordsman of Braavos, he was not lacking in prestige and honor. Many assassins were willing to pay handsomely to study under him. Yet Syrio was stringent and rarely encountered an apprentice with the potential to comprehend the path of insight. I heard from Moro that your water dance has reached a refined level in just a few months. Initially, I thought he was boasting. Syrios tossed a wooden sword to Viserys. However, after witnessing your duel at the moon pool, I must admit you possess flashes of brilliance. Your courage and technique in confronting Beloro are indeed remarkable. Yet, do not let pride cloud your judgment. My expectations for a prodigy are exceedingly rigorous. Viserys picked up the wooden sword, which featured a hilt, a guard, and a decorative pommel. This sword was heavier than the one he had previously wielded, owing to its increased lead content. It is not a two-handed greatsword, but rather a one-handed blade, as Syrios noted. It exceeds the weight typically assigned to novice swordsmen. Yet, given your talent, you must harness it. Your strength and endurance are equally commendable, attributes that contributed to your victory over Beloro. Viserys nodded and positioned himself sideways against his opponent. Typically, water dancers prioritize speed at the expense of strength and resilience, but Viserys is a well-rounded fighter. Syrios was quite pleased. As the mentor of water dancers in the realm of ice and fire, he was diligent and unreserved in sharing his knowledge. The Arya he would encounter in the future is also a prodigious talent, having displayed the audacity to kill at the tender age of 10. However, for now, Syrios found himself outmaneuvered by Viserys. Switch to your left hand, Syrios instructed Viserys. The left hand is preferable. Reversing your stance will disconcert your opponent. Your posture is excellent. Do not face your adversary directly, but rather angle your body slightly to reduce your target area. Viserys grasped the sword and moved sideways, embodying the stance of a fencer. Very good. You are as slender as a spear, which minimizes your target. Additionally, your height affords you a longer reach and a broader striking surface, Syrios remarked. Observing Viserys' hands, your fundamentals are solid. Although Moro may be a fool, a strong foundation significantly enhances one's progress. Thus, Viserys began to launch an offensive against Syrios. As instructed, do not apply excessive force with the sword. Instead, be nimble and graceful. The sword must become one with your hand, the bald Syrios advised. Will your hand falter? Of course not. Viserys continued to attack fluidly, embodying elegance, splendor, and danger. Well done. Your training primarily involves attempting to strike me, Syrios remarked. Your posture is impeccable. We wield rapiers, not the curved blades or heavy maces favored by brutes. Therefore, you must be graceful and perilous. Syrios then began to perform a magnificent water dance, while Viserys exerted every ounce of his strength to thrust at him. This was no easy task, as Syrios' feints were numerous and his speed formidable. Landing a hit required considerable effort. Viserys practiced for several hours, until every inch of his muscles ached. He deemed the effort worthwhile, as Syrios' swordsmanship was unparalleled among the water dancers of Braavos. Compared to an ordinary opponent, he found it challenging to make progress. "You have done exceptionally well, lad," Syrios praised. "It is truly remarkable to witness firsthand. I can scarcely believe that one could advance so swiftly in the art of water dance without prior training. I shall pursue the path of insight," Viserys declared. "While innate talent is admirable, it is the mastery of skill that truly matters. Indeed, insight represents the pinnacle of the water dancer's craft. What we learn is not the iron dance of Westeros, nor the knight's dance of clashing blades. Rather, it is the dance of assassins, the dance of water, characterized by agility and the element of surprise. Humans are composed of water. You have engaged in duels before. When you strike a body, the water flows forth, and life ebbs away." Viserys perceived that the water dancer's insight was somewhat tailored to counter the faceless men who excel in the art of transformation and disguise. Thus, the faceless men seek anonymity, while the Sea King demands the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which lies in discernment. In comparison, the water dancers and the faceless men share a relationship akin to that of spear and shield. It seems the Sea King harbors a measure of distrust towards the faceless men, harboring both a sense of caution and fear, choosing to keep his distance. "What then? Should one encounter the Ironborn Knight?" Viserys inquired. "Knights surely have their moments of negligence," replied Silio. Viserys fell silent, realizing that Silio lacked substantial experience in confronting Ironborn Knights. In Westeros, how can one engage in a duel without a helmet? This was merely the first day of training. There remained an entire sequence of drills to be undertaken. "This is the Nightingale." Viserys, the female swordsman, introduced a new arrival. Not only had the female swordsman come today, but she had also brought along a new courtesan. The Nightingale is one of the 7 renowned courtesans of Braavos, celebrated for her enchanting voice. Viserys was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that the paths of the female swordsman and the Nightingale would overlap, leading to some awkwardness upon their meeting. However, to his surprise, the Nightingale and the female swordsman were engaged in cheerful conversation, each seemingly affording the other a measure of respect. Of course, the female swordsman understood that Viserys would inevitably collaborate with the finest courtesans, a reality she could not impede. Each of these premier courtesans is astute and cunning. Although the female swordsman may possess a sense of restraint, she likely could not contend with the formidable influence behind the Nightingale. "Your Majesty," Viserys, the Nightingale curtsied gracefully. Viserys regarded her. The courtesan donned a yellow silk gown, her silver shoes adorned with pearls, even bearing the swiftest of footwear. The Nightingale appeared enchanting, likely in her 16th or 17th year. She bore a resemblance to the Lyseni, with golden hair and blue eyes, fair skin, and an expressive visage. Her voice a melodious delight. "You are indeed a distinguished guest," Viserys remarked, maintaining a natural demeanor in the presence of these courtesans. All he sought were coins and materials such as dragonbone. The Nightingale was not a wise bird. Otherwise, she would have uncovered the truth of the hidden city's true dragon. She too was observing this last true dragon, with his striking silver hair and violet eyes. Handsome and robust, akin to a perilous spear, the Nightingale had heard whispers of Viserys, a water dancer apprentice beginning to make his name, exuding an aura of danger. Such promise, yet marred by the Targaryens' fervor for dragons. What a pity, the Nightingale pondered, considering that Viserys' ambitions were rather grandiose. The aspiration of 3 individuals to reclaim their kingdom could be deemed either madness or greatness. "Upon hearing your words, my heart has blossomed," Viserys remarked with a smile. "Yet, I am no true dragon at present. I am but a traveler from the City of Secrets. You possess quite the wit. For an ordinary traveler would not stir the winds of Braavos. The entire city is in search of the silver traveler," the Nightingale observed, evidently intending to barter something of value. "A modest gift, yet it conveys my respect." She gestured, and her escort presented a box. Upon opening, it revealed an array of dragonbone artifacts, predominantly dark and lustrous trinkets, along with a few dragonbone-handled daggers. Viserys picked up a dragonbone hairpin, savoring the essence of power it exuded. Clearly, the Nightingale possessed discerning taste, and her ability to mobilize resources far surpassed that of the female swordsman. exemplifying the worth of the 7 great socialites. Perhaps Viserys could solicit assistance from Sirios, given his extensive connections. Do you desire a song? Viserys inquired, observing the nightingale closely. A mere meal seemed too superficial, and it was evident she had no intention of sharing a bed with him. Her motives leaned towards the artistic. Let us be friends. These are merely my gifts, the nightingale stated, dismissing the notion of a down payment. As a singer among the 7 great socialites, she certainly valued the talents of an artist like Viserys, yet she understood the importance of goodwill and reciprocity. Speak plainly. I am fond of charming ladies such as yourself, and your generosity is commendable. The swordswoman is my friend, thus you two shall be regarded as one, and I can extend this courtesy to you. Viserys produced a page of lyrics. The nightingale was taken aback. Was he truly a creator of divine caliber? Rumors had it that Viserys had recently become enamored with the way of the water dancer, yet this did not diminish his creative prowess. In my arms, in your eyes, where the spring breeze intoxicates and the verdant grass flourishes, the moonlight scatters love across the lake's surface, he elaborated. This song may be titled by the Great Lagoon. Initially, he had contemplated by the lake of the goddess I, but deemed it inauspicious and revealing of his identity, thus abandoning the thought. 500. No, 1,000 gold pieces, the nightingale declared, tucking away the parchment and presenting an exorbitant figure. Her financial boldness reflected a sum 5 times that offered by the swordswoman. Such a figure was akin to a king's ransom, a staggering amount, Viserys mused. My investors take a significant portion. Hence I can offer you a larger deposit with a smaller subsequent cut, the nightingale expressed with a hint of regret. That is understandable, Viserys shrugged. A group of individuals may wish to meet you. I wonder if you would be interested, the nightingale suggested. Who? Viserys inquired, intrigued. The Moonsinger's priest, she replied. And Viserys immediately comprehended who was backing the nightingale. Chapter 24. The moon-singing maiden and the mad dragonbone approaching the socialite. Viserys Targaryen meticulously scrutinized the nightingale. Not merely for her beauty. Beyond her striking appearance, the nightingale radiated an enigmatic aura. Viserys could not help but admire the elite socialites, each possessing formidable connections and substantial backgrounds. The Black Pearl and the Dark Daughter enjoyed ties to the House of Black and White, while the nightingale was associated with the Temple of the Moonsingers. Each doorway of the Moonsingers' temple was flanked by towering marble statues of maidens, supporting the crescent-shaped lintels. Perhaps it was not solely the nightingale. Another socialite, the Moonshadow, also bore connections to the Moonsingers. The leading socialite, like the Black Pearl, was likely not just a singular collaborator, but part of a broader network. Is Miss Nightingale jesting about her affiliation with the Moonsingers' temple? Viserys inquired. He had not anticipated that the nightingale's significant benefactor would be the temple of the Moonsingers. The Braavosi never jest about dragons or the Moonsingers. Without the Moonsingers, this city would not exist. The nightingale replied with a smile, her crimson lips exuding an irresistible allure, her countenance a blend of seduction and innocence. Her teeth were white and gleaming, her speech fragrant with eloquence. Beauty was merely the foundation of a socialite. The rest encompassed language, customs, literature, history, art, dance, song, swordsmanship, and the art of fine wine. The investment of time and wealth required to cultivate a socialite was indeed vast. Viserys pondered that this socialite was no easy conquest. She represented a considerable power, nurtured by her affluent patron. The female swordsman nodded in agreement, and the contrast between herself and the nightingale highlighted the distinction between the elite and the mediocre. The exquisite and graceful socialite had orchestrated a connection for Viserys to the Moonsingers. The Moonsingers held an unparalleled status in Braavos, being arguably the city's greatest benefactors. In the early days, when a slave ship from Essos rebelled, a group of female slaves from the region of Qarth seized control of the vessel and steered it northward. The Moonsingers prophesied that there would be a sanctuary for fugitives. Beyond the pine-clad hills and coral reefs lay a lagoon perpetually shrouded in mist, capable of concealing the eyes of the dragon lords soaring above, rendering these refugees undetectable. With the fulfillment of the Moonsingers' prophecy, Braavos was established, and the Temple of the Moonsingers became the grandest temple on the Isle of the Gods. The nightingale gazed at Viserys, who was tall and handsome, exuding an air of adventure and taboo, his violet eyes glowing with an aura of confidence that warned others to keep their distance. A magnificent yet perilous last true dragon, vibrant and alive, a multifaceted artist, gourmand, and water dancer. You are indeed your brother's brother, the nightingale remarked, equally handsome, gifted with remarkable talent. Do you know my brother? He asked. No, the nightingale shook her head. I have merely heard tales of the Silver Prince, who often wandered to the ruins of the Hall of Summer. His harp in hand, the songs he sang upon his return were so beautiful that they moved women to tears. He is a failure. The shadows of the summer hall continually haunting him, remarked Viserys with a sense of calm. War encompasses not only notions of right and wrong, but also victory and defeat. The nightingale gazed at Viserys, somewhat astonished by such a perspective. However, it is only natural for a prince who has lost his kingdom to face criticism or ire. Had it not been for Rhaegar's destruction of the dynasty, Viserys would still be indulging in a life of luxury and excess. Well then, what does the Moonsinger seek from me? Viserys inquired with curiosity. If memory serves, they harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Dragon King. Times have changed. The dragons have long vanished, as has the Valyrian Empire, the nightingale replied, her voice imbued with a sweet sincerity that could enchant any listener. The Moonsinger's priests reach out with good intentions. They would like to invite you to compose a heartfelt song, an unparalleled honor. She looked at Viserys, explaining that many bards yearn to pen a song for the temple of the Moonsinger. It was indeed a sacred hymn. Every temple or church is filled with melodious songs, led by priests guiding the faithful in reverent chorus, a fitting vocation. Sacred hymns are akin to themed compositions, designed to evoke a religious atmosphere, allowing for a broad interpretation, a form of puritanical chant. Viserys recalled fragments of the hymns to the Seven, mostly praising the deities. Likely sung to him by Queen Rhaella during his childhood. Gentle mother, source of compassion, bless your son to weather the storms of battle, to halt the stray arrows and withstand the swords, that he may behold a brighter tomorrow. Gentle holy mother, hope of women, aid your daughter in her suffering. Quell her rage, tame her turmoil, and teach us to treat one another with kindness. I recall the Moonsingers do not worship any deity, Viserys queried. The Moonsingers do not venerate gods, but they extol the moon. Anything related to the moon is fair game, she explained. Viserys mused. The customs of the Moonsingers could easily sit at the same table as the god of light, for both the moon and light share a kinship. Yet, it is impressive that Braavos can accommodate such diverse religions without succumbing to chaos or sectarian violence. This empty renown holds no appeal for me, Viserys declared coldly. I desire tangible rewards, money, dragon eggs, dragon bones, Valyrian steel, or even exquisite delicacies akin to sea snails. You are indeed avaricious. Dragon eggs are priceless, and the Temple of the Moonsinger may lack the means to procure them. However, other offerings can be arranged, the nightingale chuckled, observing the pragmatic Viserys. Given that the Moonsingers possess the grandest temple, one need not fret over riches. The sum will undoubtedly satisfy you. Braavos is indeed a pragmatic city, transforming individuals into slaves of wealth, remarked the female swordsman, as both parties reached a tentative agreement. You may compose a sacred hymn for the Moonsingers, who do not specifically worship a deity but instead celebrate the moon, the nightingale stated. In my estimation, those priests will regard it as a masterpiece. Indeed, it is worth a try, Viserys replied. All is negotiable, provided the compensation is adequate, he thought to himself. This is the emblem and invitation to the Moonsinger's temple, where you may visit at your convenience, and the priest will receive you. The nightingale presented Viserys with a coin, adorned with the image of a maiden raising a crescent moon, presumably representing the Moonsinger. Viserys accepted the coin, pondering whether the people of Braavos favored using coins as tokens. However, he was not in the mood to go at the moment. The thought of being ensnared by treachery lingered in his mind. That hymn you mentioned, could you share a verse with me? Viserys inquired, aware that the nightingale was likely closely associated with the Moonsinger, perhaps akin to his saintly figure. It is my honor, the nightingale replied. And she sang a melodious tune, the notes flowing gracefully. Viserys listened, recognizing that the song praised the moon, imploring it to grant protection to mortals. The melody, akin to a sacred hymn, indeed possessed a purifying effect on the soul, transcending mere personal perception. While listening, Viserys noticed a subtle yet tangible increase in his mental fortitude. It appeared that such hymns could yield significant benefits. If possible, I would cherish the opportunity to hear your voice often, Miss Nightingale. Every Braavosi says that. The female swordsman laughed. Others may not grasp the essence of art, but for you, I would gladly sing a piece frequently, the Nightingale replied with a smile, as if she believed she had moved Viserys. Nothing else is needed. I wish for this hymn to be sung to me often, Viserys declared, abruptly transforming the atmosphere into one of discomfort, causing the Nightingale's smile to wane. Could it be that Viserys truly possesses a heart of stone? Once the socialite departed, Viserys began to consume the dragon bone. Compared to the last time, his capacity had increased, though it remained limited to 2 pieces. and the augmented attributes did not reach the heights of the initial experience, demonstrating a diminishing return. Even so, Viserys felt a profound sense of gratitude. For there was indeed positive feedback. It seemed he had unearthed several minds. It would be unreasonable if he could not become an extraordinary warrior. Chapter 25. The Century of Blood and the Old Order in the dim heavens devoid of sunlight. Braavos appeared poised for impending rain and mist. Within the compact study, Viserys fiddled with a dragonbone-handled steel dagger, which glimmered with a chilling light. The dragonbone was light yet resilient, though unfortunately, the dagger was not forged from Valyrian steel. Viserys possessed several dragonbone daggers, having gifted one each to Rhaenys and Daenerys. "You say the Moonsinger has taken notice of you?" Rhaenys inquired, a girl of exquisite elegance, her skin and features revealing her Dornish heritage. The Moonsinger's temple stands as the grandest temple in Braavos, naturally commanding the greatest reputation. Indeed, Viserys Targaryen nodded. Braavos is home to numerous noble houses, and the influence of religious power is not to be underestimated. In this world, whether in the east or west, religion represents a formidable force, complete with followers, ecclesiastical wealth, and even armed factions. The power of religion stems from its adherents, with many faiths enduring far longer than kingdoms themselves. "I have heard they are a congregation of female prophets," Rhaenys remarked. "Then why have they reached out to you?" "The Nightingales belong to the Temple of the Moon Singers, and the Moonshadow might as well. The Moon Singers require hymns or merely wish to meet with me," Viserys replied. "We should have anticipated that the temple priests, renowned for their hymns, would naturally bring forth the finest vocalists. The essence of religion lies in the rituals. Singing hymns and prayers dominate their time." "Well, this assembly of religious leaders feels rather peculiar," Rhaenys commented. "The people of Dorne, much like those from the north, inhabit a desolate land with rather unique customs, and their devotion to the faith of the Seven is hardly fervent." "So it is a symbiotic relationship," Viserys elucidated. "Money and hymns exchanged in kind." He had yet to determine when he would visit the Temple of the Moon Singers. Prudence dictated caution, for he had little inclination to engage with any charlatans. The Moon Singers were once celebrated for their prophetic insights, a long time ago during the height of magic. However, in this era of waning sorcery, the Moon Singers had long since lost much of their divine luster. Rhaenys gazed at Viserys with hope. "Our lives are somewhat normal now, so what comes next, Viserys? With money as a lubricant, this little team dedicated to restoration can truly begin to function. We must manage our resources wisely." Viserys, though generally adept at economizing, found himself in need of funds for both dragonbone and daily sustenance. However, he had been somewhat successful in generating income, managing to procure a small fortune. On the table lay a map of Essos, revealing vast expanses of unclaimed territory west of the Rhoyne River, coinciding with the rise of the Dothraki. The crossing of the Rhoyne provoked panic in free trading cities like Pentos. "Can you delineate the differences between the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party?" Viserys inquired of Rhaenys. "Volantis is the oldest among the 9 free trading cities, the first daughter of Valyria," Rhaenys recited. "Following the cataclysm, the Volantene people naturally considered themselves the heirs of the empire, claiming dominion over the world. Yet, their views on governance were far from unanimous. The old aristocracy endorsed military might, while merchants and lenders championed trade. These two inclinations gradually birthed factions vying for control of the city, the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. For nearly a century following Valyria's destruction, the Tiger Party held sway, their conquests initially proceeding with great success as the Volantene fleet captured Lys and their army seized Myr. Viserys added, "Of course, the Tiger Party's grand conquests eventually unraveled, facing opposition from numerous factions. Consequently, they lost their foundation of power, allowing the Elephant Party to gain the upper hand. In truth, both parties exist across many regions," Viserys noted. "The tiger symbolizes aggression, while the elephant embodies peace. The current world order of the Eastern continent is indeed shaped by the blood-soaked century. The downfall of Volantis heralded the rise of the Dothraki, leading to a situation where each city-state operated largely independently. Braavos is not our permanent abode. We will inevitably need to seek a new refuge." Viserys gazed at the map, his sheathed dagger tracing lines across the parchment. "I harbor little trust in mercenaries, and our coffers lack sufficient gold. The most prudent course of action remains the establishment of a loyal army from the ground up. To reclaim the throne, securing land and military forces is paramount. Regardless of whose territory it may be, we must utilize whatever resources we can find. Furthermore, the strength of an army stems from loyalty and a steady supply of soldiers. In this regard, mercenaries cannot be relied upon as the primary force. It is best to start anew. Although this method may seem simplistic, it is an army forged through blood and steel, built from nothing. A possibly rudimentary, yet remarkably effective approach. Rhaenys observed the dagger's path. From Andalos to the plains of Pintos and into contested lands. I understand, Rhaenys nodded. Do you wish to secure a location to fortify a stronghold? Braavos maintains a firm grip on its coastline, yet the Andalos hills are managed with less precision. The plains of Pintos and the cities along the Rhoyne have witnessed the destruction of every town by the horsemen. There will still be opportunities for settlement. These territories may seem unclaimed, but the moment the Dothraki cross the river, peril ensues. Rhaenys expressed her concern. The governors of the free trade city-states are both awed and terrified by the horsemen, perpetually spending money to avert disaster. The governors perceive this as charity, while the horsemen regard it as spoils of war. In any case, both parties benefit. This is the game of vengeance. Risks are an inevitable part of it, Viserys remarked. If Dorne could provide us with some troops or instructors, Rhaenys hesitated before speaking. For the time being, that possibility is bleak. Viserys shook his head. Jon Arryn, though aged, is not blind. He was instrumental in forging the peace treaty with the Dornish. This surface peace does not mean that the spies of King's Landing will ease their vigilance. Viserys views Dorne as a place of free passage, harboring little hope. With the usurpers currently in their ascendancy, even the Martells feign ignorance, let alone the silent royalists. Unless Viserys truly manages to reclaim King's Landing with certainty, the royalists will not shift their stance. Nevertheless, Dorne remains our sole significant ally. Prioritizing our own interests may be a slower and more arduous path, but it grants us autonomy. Unlike Robert's alliance, where he is king yet merely the leader of a grand coalition, we seek true freedom, Viserys asserted. He had already devised a comprehensive plan to amass wealth, secure land for development, and recruit soldiers to dismantle the old order. Resources and information are readily available. The era of bloodshed is far behind us, and it is time for this world to embrace a greater upheaval. Chapter 26. The Exiled Knights of the Royalists in Braavos. Viserys Targaryen awaited news from the socialite in the cool confines of the atrium. The courtesan swordswoman of Braavos has brought forth a genuine knight, clad in iron from Westeros. He is of considerable age, perhaps in his 40s, with hair turned gray, yet his physique remains robust. The knight is not adorned in silks or cottons, but rather in leather. His blue and white cloak is embroidered with two crossed black war hammers set within a diagonal cross. However, both the leather and the cloak bear signs of wear, indicating his modest means. Your Majesty, and two princesses, the middle-aged knight knelt upon the ground, apologizing for his tardiness. I was unaware of your presence in Braavos, otherwise I would have served the true dragon. The knight rubbed his eyes, reflecting, I once believed I would never behold the true dragon again. The courtesan was deceiving me. It is understandable that the knight is unaware. The royalist faction has long since disbanded, and none care for the likes of Viserys, be it a great cat or a small one. Furthermore, they had risked their lives to flee Dragonstone, seeking refuge in Braavos. The like family of the town of Moat Cailin was recognized by the knight's hammer insignia. The emblem of the like family is indeed two crossed black war hammers upon a blue field with a white diagonal cross. Following the Moat Cailin uprising, the Darkland family was exterminated, and the like family seized control of the town, thus acquiring a significant advantage, grateful to the Mad King. Since then, the like family has remained steadfast loyalists. During the War of Usurpation, Sir Jeremy chose to support the king. Later, he surrendered to the forces of House Lannister during the fall of King's Landing. Faced with the choice between death and joining the Night's Watch at the Wall, he opted for the latter. Indeed, it is the like family, though I am but a distant Roland-like. Yet I once was anointed with holy oil and sworn as a knight. Rise, Viserys urged, promptly assisting Sir Roland to his feet. Encountering a fellow countryman in this foreign land is a rare delight. Viserys was visibly exhilarated to see Sir Roland. True loyalty is found abroad. Your Majesty Viserys, I have procured the individual you sought, the swordswoman remarked with a smile. However, I must apologize, for I have other matters to attend to. I must check on my flower ship. The swordswoman, perceptive as she is, refrained from meddling in Viserys' affairs. His endeavor to reclaim his throne is his own. With little relevance to her, her role is merely to gather supporters for profit. The function of intermediaries and brokers is thus, and the swordswoman has indeed expended effort. This kindness shall be repaid in due time, Viserys expressed with deep gratitude as he warmly bid farewell to the courtesan. How did you escape to Braavos, Sir Roland? Viserys inquired. Sir Roland gazed at Viserys. After our defeat at the Trident, I narrowly escaped. At that time, the forces of the West were the royal family's last hope. However, I recalled how both the crown and our family had offended the Lannisters, along with the rumors surrounding Tywin. I dared not return to King's Landing, but instead took to the sea in flight. I later heard that after King's Landing was ravaged by the Lannisters, my kin were compelled by Tywin, ultimately donning the black. The Lannister family, particularly Tywin, was incensed by the jest of our patriarch, Lord Lake, regarding Tywin's gold-producing prowess during a banquet held by the king to celebrate Cersei Lannister's debut at court. Tywin's gaze upon Lord Lake was so frigid that it compelled the patriarch to retreat in understanding. In his youth, Tywin was known for his ruthless demeanor, earning him the moniker of the Butcher. Hence, I chose to refrain from returning to King's Landing, though many of my friends perished there, lamented Roland with palpable sorrow. This revelation added depth to the narrative, and Viserys gleaned some insights into the past. He was aware of the rift between Tywin and the Mad King, though certainly not as intimately as those directly involved, being just a child at the time. In years gone by, Aerys, Tywin, and Stephen Baratheon were close friends. However, as the Mad King's jealousy over Tywin's talents and familial harmony grew, he devised numerous schemes to humiliate Tywin. Such madness is the hallmark of a fool, unleashing scorn upon a dear friend, a true reflection of treachery among allies. The king's sentiments resonated with many of the noble lords and sycophants surrounding him, who adeptly shifted their loyalties. These individuals epitomized the essence of treachery, even suggesting that Viserys usurp Rhaegar as heir to the throne, a proposal bordering on the outrageous. Regardless of moral judgments, Viserys was but a child at that time. "You have fulfilled your duties as a knight," Viserys remarked, regarding the aged knight, refraining from reproaching Sir Roland. When a great edifice crumbles, it is unnecessary to cast blame upon others. During the War of the Trident, the royalist forces were hastily assembled, with Rhaegar hastening to the fray. Though their numbers reached 40,000, only a mere 100 were knights. The remainder comprised archers, free riders, and infantry. Conversely, Robert's forces, though smaller in size, were far more seasoned. Thus, upon Rhaegar's demise, the royalist army, devoid of leadership, disintegrated into chaos, with some fleeing back to King's Landing while others made their escape. In such tumultuous circumstances, the occasional flight of knights was to be expected. Yet, Sir Roland's discernment amidst the turmoil was indeed commendable. "Sir Roland, I have heard of the subsequent bloodshed in King's Landing, and I express my condolences. Many sought forgiveness from the usurper and Tywin, yet I swear vengeance shall be mine," Viserys declared, his gaze lingering on Sir Roland. Haunted by the failures of the war of the usurper. "You once fought alongside my father," Rhaenys interjected. "I am sorry. I am but a coward," Sir Roland confessed, shame etched upon his face like the scars of a blade. "Upon the death of Prince Rhaegar, I fled with a shattered company. All is past. You remain a hero in my heart," Rhaenys offered words of comfort. "I am a man marked by failure, your majesty, born of a lost war. Many of my comrades have become specters, while others have been exiled to the wall," Roland lamented, kneeling once more. "If you would not scorn me, allow me to serve you, your majesty. No one can escape death. Yet if I were to behold the true dragon banner fluttering atop the Red Keep, vanquishing the usurpers in Tywin, I would die without regret. Though you have faced defeat, you are the first to pledge fealty to me, Sir Roland." Viserys placed the shining silver upon Sir Roland's shoulder, encouraging him to rise. Once Sir Roland stood, he became a member of this vengeful company. "What was your life like during exile?" Rhaenys inquired with curiosity. "At first, I had some savings, but eventually, I had no choice but to become a mercenary. I fought in various lands, as long as the pay was right, against Dothraki, Lyseni, and Myrish. I have battled them all. I recently sought refuge here. Previously, the Golden Company had invited me, but I refused to join the ranks of the Black Dragons." Upon rising, Sir Roland radiated a flicker of past confidence and hope. Viserys discerned the sense of dislocation in Sir Roland's tone. Westeros was the homeland he was reluctant to abandon. Viserys mused that Roland essentially occupied the ecological niche of the future Great Bear, similarly displaced, skilled in archery and horsemanship, and possessing knowledge of foreign tongues and customs. The distinction lay in the fact that the Great Bear was a turncoat, still pining for the North and the chivalric code, while Sir Roland was a steadfast loyalist to the crown. Chapter 27. The prying eyes of the Pentoshi in the courtyard of the Red Keep. A black cat prowled along the walls, wandering about the grounds. In the garden, Viserys stood opposite his new instructor, Roland. Unlike the water dancer Moro from Braavos, who was merely a transient ally, Roland was a true knight hailing from Westeros, belonging wholly to Viserys' cause. While Viserys held trust in Moro and Selmy, the water dancers had not been embroiled in the war against the usurper. They aided Viserys out of loyalty, yet they were not irrevocably bound to his chariot. In contrast, Roland, who harbored enmity toward the Lannisters and the usurper Robert, proved to be of greater utility. In this current climate, loyalty was paramount, followed closely by talent. Jon Connington was indeed gifted, yet his loyalty lay solely with Rhaegar, leaving Viserys with little expectation of him. Sir Roland may have been somewhat less capable, yet his fidelity was unequivocal. "Sir Roland, you shall henceforth be my instructor," Viserys declared. "It is my honor, your grace. In addition to instruction, I shall also be responsible for your safety," Roland replied without hesitation. Viserys felt satisfaction. He finally had two guards. One, the socialite Moro, and the other, the exiled loyalist knight. Roland. As for Selmy, a man of such stature could mentor Viserys, but he would not be at Viserys' beck and call every day. Speaking of guards reminded Viserys of the infuriating Rhaegar, whom he loathed. Rhaegar had once sent several Kingsguard to the Pleasure Tower, none of whom participated in the Battle of the Trident or stayed behind to safeguard King's Landing. Viserys had not managed to secure even one. The deaths of the Dawn's champions were shrouded in mystery, marking a complete waste. Roland runs quite swiftly, otherwise he would have perished in King's Landing or been sent to the north. Since Lyke's arrival, Viserys has undergone dual training as a warrior. The first type is the Dance of Water, symbolizing agility and suited for assassination. The second type is the Iron Dance of Westerosi Knights, representing grand maneuvers and appropriate for the battlefield. "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, at what stage is your knightly training?" Sir Roland inquired cautiously. To achieve great ambitions, one must first consider the leader. Although Roland is unwavering in his resolve to restore the kingdom, he seeks to comprehend Viserys' true capabilities. The socialite swordswoman has lavished praise upon Viserys, calling him a polymath, yet Roland remains skeptical. From his limited impression, he perceives Viserys as a prince spoiled by the Mad King Aerys, with a temperament that is capricious. In the past, when the Mad King quarreled with Rhaegar, the latter resided in Dragonstone after his marriage, leaving Viserys as the sole prince in the castle, indulged by the royal couple. Furthermore, there are claims that King Aerys intends to depose Rhaegar and declare Viserys as his heir. Ultimately, he appears to be a spoiled prince devoid of talent. Even in exile, it seems unrealistic that a person could undergo such a transformation. "I have hardly trained," Viserys admitted, delivering a small shock to Roland. Roland was momentarily taken aback. At the age of 14 or 15, he had scarcely practiced with a long sword or spear. He felt a sense of stark foolishness and despair. Viserys' response was akin to a child still in elementary school at 14 or 15, remarkably foolish. "I have not touched a sword within the Red Keep. After arriving in Braavos, Sir William quickly became half-blind, and no one taught me. However, my Dance of Water has recently reached a proficient level." Roland gazed at Viserys in astonishment. Could he truly be a genuine prodigy capable of mastering such skills in just a few months, rather than merely boasting? Viserys quickly grasped Sir Roland's implication. To demonstrate his greatness as a Targaryen, he would need to showcase his abilities. Tied to Aerys, he must strive for self-improvement to shed this negative association. Yet, this was of little concern, as strength serves as the finest advertisement. Once Viserys distinguishes himself, people will inevitably forget the arrogant second son sheltered by the Mad King. From the flames shall emerge a true dragon. This is what I have recently learned. Viserys drew his slender silver blade and swiftly lunged forward, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the blade glimmering with a cold light halted perilously close to Roland's neck. Roland was utterly taken aback, his body instinctively recoiled. Yet he understood that with Viserys' explosive speed, he could have easily delivered a lethal strike. Having witnessed water dancers in Braavos, he was not entirely unacquainted with their craft. Viserys' technique and footwork revealed a remarkable level of proficiency. "Your Majesty, how long have you been training?" Roland reiterated, still acutely aware of the blade's sharpness. Viserys carefully tucked away the swift silver, yet he knew he must reveal a fraction of his prowess to earn their respect. After studying the Dance of Water under Moro for several months, he now trained with the former chief swordsman, Cilio. Several months? Roland scrutinized Viserys intently, his gaze igniting with fervent admiration, as if drawing back the heart that had lingered in the valley. "Achieving such a level in merely months. It appears you truly are a prodigy among men. With such progress, becoming an elite warrior and rivaling the Dawnbringer is not merely a fanciful dream." "There is still much ground to cover," Viserys replied. "I consider myself a late learner. I must exert myself even more diligently." Viserys had contemplated the battlefield dynamics between Rhaegar and Robert, recognizing that Rhaegar was ensnared in a deadly triad. First was the matter of training. Rhaegar had embarked on his martial journey late, while Robert had undergone traditional knightly education. Rhaegar, once a literary youth, had transformed into a warrior. In Westeros, the culture exalted warriors, and chivalry was paramount. Second was the issue of strength. Rhaegar had devoted excessive time to music and the arts, lacking the fervor for the clangor of steel that Robert and the Kingslayer possessed. Third was the choice of weaponry. Blunt instruments are inherently less lethal than longswords, and Rhaegar lacked Valyrian steel weaponry. A late learner, Rhaegar faced such trials, yet Viserys surpassed him in genius. Sir Roland regarded Viserys, "You possess an innate talent. In the future, when facing the usurper on the battlefield, you shall avenge both the king and Prince Rhaegar. The Dawnbringer is a legendary exemplar of its kind. Yet with your remarkable aptitude and advantages, surpassing it in time is within reach. Time is of the essence, your majesty. I shall arrange for you to undertake sword and shield training, as well as spear and archery lessons. Your potential is immense. We require relentless practice," Roland expressed with delight. Viserys was no ordinary apprentice. He was a true genius. Though they were few, their aspirations for restoration were not entirely devoid of hope. "I aspire to become a first-rate knight," Viserys declared. As the two engaged in conversation, a black cat leapt over the courtyard wall, approaching Viserys with a soft meow. It seemed there was something amiss, Viserys mused. After bidding farewell to Roland, he followed the black cat to seek out Rhaenys. For reasons unknown, ragged children had begun observing their neighborhood, relaying messages to one another. Little birds, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Viserys' eyes. The individuals he most wished to eliminate were the machinations of Illyrio and Varys. It appeared the people of Pentos were indeed watching them, unwilling to remain idle. Chapter 28. The scheme for dragon eggs. The black cat leapt onto the desk, momentarily pressing down on a corner of the map. Rhaenys Targaryen gently stroked the cat's fur, which reveled in the affection. In its quietude, the one-eared black cat exuded a sense of calm, less defiant than before. "Did you say those children are little birds?" Rhaenys inquired. "If they are ragged, pale-skinned, and mute, they must undoubtedly be the little birds," remarked Viserys. "But shouldn't the birds be in King's Landing?" Rhaenys inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, they are present in King's Landing, yet one must not forget that the spider hails from Pentos," explained Varys. "He has allies in Pentos, perhaps even formidable ones." Viserys was aware of the alliance between Varys and Illyrio, a testament to his insight. And he even grasped their greatest secret, brawn. "Varys," Rhaenys tightened her grip on the dragon bone-hilted dagger. "He is one of my father's most despised individuals, and one I loathe as well." Viserys regarded Rhaenys, fearing that Rhaegar Targaryen likely had an extensive list of such aversions. Among them were Lord Simon Staunton of the Raven's Roost, the Master of Coin, Lord Colton Chester, the wise Master Rosart, along with Varys, and others. These sycophants flourished during the waning reign of King Aerys, their actions uniformly fawning over the king while disparaging Rhaegar, deepening the Mad King's mistrust of his son. Now, aside from Varys, all those individuals were deceased. "We shall have our vengeance," Viserys vowed. "For the true dragon never forgets." "The true dragon always remembers," Rhaenys echoed. "Why have these birds come to observe us?" Rhaenys asked curiously. "Perhaps we still hold some value," Viserys replied. This statement bore truth. For Varys and his cohort intended to use them as a pretext for war. Unexpectedly, rather than provoking Illyrio and Varys, they found themselves persistently on Viserys' mind. Yet, to whom does Varys pledge his loyalty? He once followed the king, now he aligns with the usurper, yet it seems he wishes to engage with us. Rhaenys referred to the king, refraining from mentioning her grandfather. She harbored little affection for that contemptible man, Aerys. Perhaps he is loyal to no one but himself, Viserys mused. Gazing towards Pentos. Pentos, bordering the narrow sea, stands as the closest free trade city to King's Landing, separated from the Seven Kingdoms. He is not merely a purveyor of information, but rather an ambitious schemer. Rhaenys was somewhat bewildered. Such a notion was indeed audacious. In these chaotic times, even minor players believed they could ascend to greatness. The greatest camouflage for individuals like Varys and Peter Baelish lies in their humble origins, appearing harmless, Viserys continued. However, should one pay close attention, their greatest vulnerability is the absence of formal military power and status, relying solely on intrigue. And what of those birds? Pay them no mind. As long as they do not venture into the depths of our courtyard. This is Braavos. Even if the Pentoshi harbor designs, they would not dare act recklessly. Indeed. Rhaenys nodded. The Pentoshi were cowed by Braavos and would naturally refrain from offending the Sea Lord. For approximately 2 centuries, there have been no fewer than 6 wars between Pentos and Braavos, driven not only by the institution of slavery, but also by the contention over fertile lands and control of waters between the two cities. Braavos emerged victorious on 4 occasions, the most recent of which occurred over 80 years ago, when Pentos sacrificed 4 princes within a single year. It was only after an extraordinary victory that the 5th prince, Nevernatus, persuaded the governors to seek peace. In the peace treaty, Pentos was compelled to make concessions, abolishing slavery and prohibiting the slave trade. Despite their weakened state, the people of Pentos continued to resist. It is exceedingly difficult to alter the way of life for those slave owners, Viserys remarked. Although they no longer flaunted their slaves, many powerful individuals still employed slaves under contracts. Viserys suspected that the Illyrians and the warriors of Volantis harbored grand ambitions, yearning not only for the Iron Throne but also contemplating the overthrow of Braavos' unjust agreements. In any case, the people of Pentos and Braavos are not on amicable terms. They merely observe us, too fearful to approach, Viserys noted, gazing at Pentos, a magnificent harbor transformed into an unfortified city by the Braavosi. Pentos was restricted to possessing no more than 20 warships, forbidden from hiring mercenaries, signing contracts with free knights, or maintaining any armed forces beyond a garrison. Presently, Pentos had nearly become a neutral city-state, wary of offending other city-states, particularly the lords of the sea. It is unsettling to think that those flies have been watching us all along. Rhaenys bit her lip. She harbored a disdain for these little birds, as they represented the shadow of Volantis. If we were to acquire land, we would inevitably have to engage with the people of Pentos, Viserys stated, including those butter and cheese merchants. Rhaenys surveyed the lands of Andalos and the banks of the Rhoyne, knowing they would eventually have to forge their own path. The Black Cat will continue to observe them, but will not intervene? Rhaenys inquired. Let it be so, Viserys agreed with this resolution. Sir Roland, who had traveled extensively through the free trade city-states, was well acquainted with the customs of various city-states and the Dothraki. For the remaining issues, we can seek his counsel. Viserys said. Sir Roland was a valuable ally, one to rely upon. As long as Viserys remained, this golden emblem still held a modicum of influence. There was no need to hasten and provoke the serpents. They would observe whether the pudgy governor would take the bait. However, the appearance of the Pentosians made Viserys feel that the matter of the dragon eggs was now on the agenda. Personal strength, through rigorous training and enhancement, was improving rapidly. The forthcoming focus would be on amassing wealth, recruiting soldiers, and acquiring dragon eggs. Viserys was also generating income, now enjoying a positive cash flow, yet the funds remained insufficient. To obtain the maximum amount of money, it seemed another loan would be necessary. As for territory and military forces, there were indeed plans in place. The emergence of the Pentosians once again rekindled Viserys' thoughts of the dragon eggs. In the annals of history, the Targaryens once possessed a multitude of dragon eggs. Yet these have long since vanished into obscurity, leaving only a quest for tangible clues. Locations such as King's Landing, Dragonstone, and the Hall of Summer are places that Viserys has pondered as potential havens for these eggs. However, these remain mere conjectures, insufficient to fulfill the demands of reality. Currently, Viserys is only certain that the cunning of the spider may lead to the discovery of dragon eggs amidst the ruins of Valyria, while Illyrio possesses 3 fossils, a matter that does not warrant immediate urgency. Once they depart from Braavos, it is inevitable that Illyrio's associates will reach out to them, persuading Viserys to become a pawn in their game. Although dragon egg fossils are rare, there has never been a documented instance of a dragon hatching from a cracked fossil. Thus it is highly likely that Illyrio intends to use them as bait. After all, were Illyrio to comprehend that the fossils could yield magical reactions leading to hatching, he would certainly not part with them, reserving them for the false Aegon. It is only after the corpulent governor's prolonged experiments revealed the stark truth of their stone nature that he resigned himself to relinquishing them. Like the Blackfire sword, Viserys surmises that this blade is also in Illyrio's possession, being a relic of House Blackfire. Dragon eggs, soldiers, territory, golden dragons. These grand concepts are ones that Viserys believes he shall possess. Chapter 29, Panel Update. The invitation of the Black Pearl the sun cast a few rays of light through the shroud of clouds, albeit sparingly. This is primarily due to Braavos' weather, which is often overcast and foggy, compounded by its nature as a rocky archipelago with scarce vegetation. Crack, crack, under the flickering light, Viserys Targaryen raised his blunt sword to engage in a duel with Ser Roland Black. Your Majesty, be cautious. Come. After a period of rigorous training, Viserys has acquired the demeanor of a warrior. The tall and handsome silver-haired, violet-eyed swordsman resembled a brilliant and sharp spear. Observing Ser Roland's methodical attacks, Viserys discerned that the path of insight lies in the keen observation of the five senses. Drills are bloodless wars, while wars are bloody drills. Only through this mindset can one avert future casualties on the battlefield. Celio, Moro, Rhaenys, and Daenerys all watched this bout. Celio beheld the dance of steel, which starkly contrasted with the popular water dance of Braavos. In the formal justs of Westeros, combat typically involves weighted confrontations. Viserys first donned sturdy riding trousers and a padded jacket, followed by a newly acquired suit of iron plate armor. Ser Roland, meanwhile, wore leather armor with a chainmail overlay. Given Braavos' cooler temperatures, it was not overly warm. Both donned iron helmets and wielded blunt swords. Ser Roland brandished his weapon, boasting greater experience than Viserys, having lived on the edge of danger while wandering the free city-states. Crack, crack. The two men fought without shields, relying solely on their blunt swords, employing blocking techniques, evasion, and agility. As the courtyard resonated with the clash of metal, Viserys possesses a distinct advantage in speed, landing more strikes with finesse. However, in terms of sheer power, Ser Roland demonstrates a more formidable impact. Yet, Viserys swiftly identifies a weakness. The knights are drained by the physical toll of their armor, cumbersome and heavy. The heavily armored knights prioritize defense, sacrificing speed, especially in the absence of their steeds, relying solely on their own strength to advance. Thus, Viserys adopts a strategy of defensive counterattacks, maneuvering deftly. After a time, Roland's rhythm falters, his assaults becoming sluggish as fatigue sets in. Seizing this opportunity, Viserys observes Roland's strikes diminishing in both frequency and tempo. He charges forth, his blunted sword dancing in a flurry, easily evading Roland's attacks before retaliating. In a moment of chaotic entanglement, their swords clash, and Viserys' shoulder collides forcefully with Roland. Viserys! Viserys! Rhaenys and Daenerys cheer enthusiastically. Celio and Moro exchange knowing smiles, acknowledging Viserys' adeptness in combat. Mastery in one discipline often translates to proficiency in others, with inherent advantages. Viserys excels in the water dance and the dance of steel at a pace beyond that of ordinary warriors. An impressive victory, Your Majesty, Roland exclaims, collapsing onto the ground and waving a hand. Servants approach to assist both combatants in shedding their armor, and Roland bears a smile despite his defeat. For Ser Roland, this outcome is fortuitous. After all, Viserys' extraordinary performance suggests that only a prodigious talent could revive the impossible dream of restoration. Relying solely on a half-hearted knight, a mere dandy, would yield little hope for the royal cause. Once more, I may wield the blunted axe and the spiked mace, Roland remarks. The blunted axe, spiked mace, and flail emphasize strength training, essential for knights who often embody versatility. While longswords, spears, and longbows form the core of their training, proficiency with other weapons is equally vital. Indeed, Viserys nods in agreement. Your speed and strength are truly remarkable, Your Majesty. Although the water dancer emphasizes agility and balance, one would not expect a warrior of your age and physique to possess such formidable strength. Moreover, the gods have bestowed upon you commendable endurance, Ser Roland observes. Typically, a warrior is a synthesis of strength, speed, and endurance. However, the advancement of knights is not merely about allocation of attributes. It is only a select few elite knights who can maintain a balance among these qualities, such as the Usurper, the Kingslayer, Brienne, and Barristan. Like the Mountain, a veritable tank, whose speed may be lacking, yet boasts outstanding strength and resilience. Viserys, with his slender frame, naturally leans towards speed, likely unable to match the stamina of a more robust warrior. Yet, Viserys has also invested in his strength, bolstered by the essence of the sea snail and dragon bone, ensuring his power remains formidable. Truly, it is the blessing of the gods, Viserys declares. The panel, reveal to me your limits. In truth, may the divine protect us from misfortune. Even with advantages, the trials remain formidable. Viserys has been diligently enhancing his attributes. Engaging in combat with sword and shield is arduous. Victory often favors those who can endure the longest. The water dancer Master Celio and Master Moro are exceptional mentors. I see you have grasped the essence of battle. One must exercise caution in warfare, conserving strength while enticing and exhausting the opponent. Celio waved his hand, acknowledging that our role is merely that of instructors. More crucial is Viserys' own innate talent and dedication. The journey is long, and there is still much for me to learn, remarked Viserys. A true master must possess the heart of an apprentice, especially since he is not yet a master. It is commendable that you hold such intentions. For our next training session, you shall learn the path of insight from me, Celio stated. But first, you must rest. Viserys nodded, then examined his panel. After some time assessing it, Viserys' attributes had significantly improved. Viserys Targaryen, age, 14, profession, fate breaker, novice, water dancer, mastery, singer, master, gourmet, legend, reputation, rising star of the landless kings, charisma, high, companions, none, attributes, strength 22, resilience 22, agility 23, spirit 17. Special talents, glutton, god of cuisine. Insight, Viserys gazed at his panel. His professions were indeed cultivated through effort. The Dragon Dreamer and the Unburnt, originally belonging to the Dragon King family, remain dormant. Perhaps they require the attainment of dragon eggs to activate. The additional professions of gourmet and singer, both life-oriented roles, are positioned further down. Yet, they seem to represent the pinnacle among the four. Viserys was more focused on his attributes. His agility was the highest, while his spirit was the lowest. Yet all were remarkably balanced. An attribute strength above 22 qualifies one as a second-tier warrior, yet few can claim to be as well-rounded as Viserys, who embodies the essence of a true six-sided warrior with no weaknesses. In battle, it is often the most balanced individuals who ascend to the top. Viserys possessed a significant advantage at his level. He gazed at his panel with joy. As long as his attributes continue to soar, the path ahead will be ever broader. As day turns to night, the arduous training task concludes. Viserys discovered he had received 2 new gifts. The first was a selection of ingredients delivered by the Nightingale, reputed to be exceedingly rare. Upon opening the water container, he found it contained a pair of enormous deep brown crabs, each weighing around 6 to 7 kilograms. Viserys thought of the emperor crab. Perhaps these sea crabs are the equivalent of emperor crabs in this dimension. A humble offering of these sea crabs, to honor the beauty of song. The Nightingale's handwriting was elegant and enchanting, mirroring her appearance, while the back of the letter bore the yellow nightingale emblem and wax seal. The Nightingale is indeed adept at socializing, a testament to her ability to cultivate connections and extend goodwill. We are certainly fortunate. Cilio, with a softened expression, remarked joyfully. The sea king crab, a delicacy of considerable worth, is only harvested in the frigid waters beyond the trembling seas. The capture of these crabs is fraught with difficulty. The crew must endure biting cold, ferocious storms, and the peril of loss of life, making it one of the priciest seafoods available. Yet how could such fresh stock be available at this season? The Nightingale truly possesses remarkable means, Moro commented. Such costly ingredients are bound by seasonal constraints. In the off-peak times, only the elite can afford to indulge in them. It is akin to the perilous profession of ice crab fisherman, one of the most dangerous jobs. Viserys scrutinized the sea king crab, pondering its potential for enhancement, much like the sea snail. This was his instinct. For the world is governed by the interplay of elements and magic. The colossal crabs from the deep sea surely carry a hint of power. Moreover, there was an invitation, originating from the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl, Viserys remarked as he took the invitation, which was adorned with a magnificent black pearl on its reverse side. The mere presence of this single black pearl spoke volumes of the first socialite's wealth. Chapter 30. The Black Pearl's flower boat. Viserys Targaryen unfolded the invitation from the Black Pearl, revealing cheerful and vibrant script. The message conveyed a sincere apology for past neglect and extended an invitation to His Majesty Viserys of House Targaryen to meet on the canal at midnight 3 days hence by Belegia Osiris. She summons me, Viserys stated, though with a calm demeanor. He was not a lovesick youth. Rather, he was a fervent advocate for his family's restoration. The Black Pearl was no innocent maiden either. As the foremost socialite, she was not one to act without purpose. Viserys surmised that their meeting would likely revolve around an exchange of interests, which could prove beneficial for both parties. This is splendid news. After all, you are still relatives. Cilio jested. One can only wonder how many would yearn for a glimpse of the Black Pearl, yet remain unable to do so. It is a distant familial connection. But my ancestors were quite prolific, Viserys replied. They are indeed kin, but that is a matter long past. The first Black Pearl was a pirate queen, later taken as a mistress by the ineffectual Prince Aegon IV, bearing several children, one of whom eventually became a socialite herself. Such convoluted relations have long since faded. The ineffectual king fathered a multitude of heirs, and the survival rate was surprisingly high, likely due to sheer numbers, nearly 20 offspring. Who stands behind the Black Pearl? Viserys inquired. The Sea King, the banker of the Iron Vault, the commercial magnates of the merchant guilds, and the emissary stationed in Braavos. All these figures are familiar to the Black Pearl, Cilio elucidated. At her level, she is her own master, unlike the Nightingale and the Moonshadow, who still have investors backing them. There is a hierarchy among socialites. The Black Pearl undoubtedly stands at the forefront, while the others do not exhibit significant disparities in rank, all belonging to a similar echelon. It seems I must tidy myself up to meet her. Viserys possesses considerable confidence in his appearance. However, he has no intention of pursuing romantic entanglements. These social butterflies are akin to thorny roses, representing someone else's lucrative endeavors, revered goddesses in the hearts of many. Nevertheless, it is possible to forge connections with the Black Pearl and perhaps secure some financial assistance. As the chief of socialites, the Black Pearl also doubles as the foremost broker in Braavos. In the banquet hall, Viserys directed the chef to prepare a sumptuous seafood feast featuring king crabs. Delicacies such as flavored crab meat, baked crab shell rice, and creamy crab bisque constituted a veritable gastronomic delight. Indulging in a delectable dinner was truly a pleasure. As Viserys remarked, Sir Roland Leck devoured his meal ravenously. Life on the eastern continent was far from easy, and he barely managed to stave off hunger, seldom enjoying such exquisite flavors. The thought of engaging in light-hearted banter with socialites seemed an unattainable dream, considering the fate of the later bear, who nearly descended into beggary. One could empathize with his plight. Now, Sir Roland looked upon Viserys with newfound admiration, having initially perceived him as a mere withered branch, only to discover the gold within. A fallen prince capable of generating his own wealth while mingling effortlessly with various socialites was truly remarkable. As Viserys savored the delightful crab meat, he found that this king crab indeed offered a subtle enhancement to his strength. This lavish meal was not only costly, but also hard-earned. Capturing king crabs in the frigid northern seas was both taxing and perilous. The mortality rate among fishermen was alarmingly high. Drowning or exposure could spell certain death. The risks associated with crab-catching vessels far surpassed those of shrimping or whaling. Cheers! Viserys raised his goblet in a toast. To the Nightingale, to Sir Roland, and to Masters Cilio and Moro. May this fortune be everlasting. The glasses clinked together, producing a melodious sound. This crab is delicious. Yet one should not provoke the fisherman lightly, Cilio remarked. Among this gathering, only Cilio had previously engaged with high-level power dynamics, having served as chief swordsman and chief bodyguard for 9 years. Oh, Sir Roland inquired, intrigued. Aren't they merely fishermen? What of it, even if they are merchants? The power structures of Westeros and the free trading city-states differ significantly. One is feudal lords, while the other is an emerging merchant class. Our fishermen are anything but ordinary. Cilio elucidated. Braavos relies on 3 primary pillars: banking, fishing, and commerce. The Fishing Guild wields considerable influence, and the Crab Catchers Guild, in particular, is not to be trifled with. Is it because those sailors are both dangerous and united? Viserys questioned. Indeed, the sea is colder than a maiden and more brutal than a harlot. The king of the sea perpetually recruits sailors, who come and go with the tides, Cilio nodded. For crab fishermen, this is especially true. Whether venturing into icy waters to catch crabs or daring to brave the winter wastelands for lobsters, the mortality rate is extraordinarily high. This endeavor is one that only those in dire financial straits or daring adventurers would willingly undertake. Thus, the crab fishermen are fiercely brave and remarkably united, making them the most formidable sailors of Braavos. Sir Roland nodded in understanding, likening them to the fearless savages of the north. With Cilio's words, Viserys began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Merchant guilds flourish in free trading city-states, each city housing its own. For instance, in the grand capital of Quarth, the 13 and the Brotherhood of the Brown Pearl vie for dominance over the city alongside the Spice Guild and the royal family. Braavos, too, boasts bankers, commercial enterprises, and fishing guilds. Only the most reckless and intrepid sailors dare to brave the northern seas for crabs, where many lawless rogues abound, fiercely loyal to one another. As Viserys slowly familiarized himself with the power dynamics of Braavos, he found himself reliant on the social graces of a charming socialite to seek out those who could benefit his endeavors. With this in mind, meeting the Black Pearl became a necessity. 3 days later, at the stroke of midnight, on the canals of Braavos, the Black Pearl's pleasure boat glided gracefully, rowed by servants. Viserys had already boarded the Black Pearl's ornate vessel, adorned with flags depicting the Black Pearl. Cilio was in charge of Viserys' guard, his status lending some weight to his presence. Alongside Cilio was the Black Cat. At this time, the Black Pearl was merely a girl of around 10, resembling Viserys in her unassuming charm, far from the dazzling figure she would later become. However, her beauty and poise were indeed striking, with the surrounding lights seemingly brightening in her presence. Rather than a black pearl, she resembled a brown-skinned, brown pearl. The Black Pearl wore a dark yellow silk gown with a plunging neckline, beautifully complementing her radiant brown skin. Her black hair was styled with a golden net, and a necklace of black jade and gold hung gracefully over her developing bosom. "Your Majesty, Viserys," the black pearl greeted with a gentle smile. "I did not expect to see you today, my distant relative. Thank you for your hospitality." Viserys returned her courtesy. He was attired impeccably in a half-black, half-red tunic, the colors of House Targaryen. Coupled with his striking appearance, he resembled a gallant nobleman of the realm. However, their interaction was destined to be devoid of romantic sentiment, more akin to the exchange of interests between negotiators. Chapter 31. The Dragon King. Seek wealth. Viserys' silvery white hair shimmered under the light, enhancing his handsome visage. His black and red attire appeared both splendid and dangerously alluring, lending a captivating aura to this last scion of the dragon. "I am the fourth Black Pearl. The first Black Pearl was a lover of Prince Aegon. Thus I possess a trace of true dragon blood." Balia Jaehaerys playfully introduced herself, a brown-skinned descendant of dragons, truly more akin to a brown pearl. She was youthful and enchanting, outshining all of Braavos. The first Black Pearl was a pirate queen, the daughter of the Sea King and a princess of the Summer Isles. Subsequently, she became the mistress of Prince Aegon IV, bearing a daughter who, upon reaching adulthood, became a courtesan. This legacy of the daughter's daughter has been passed down through generations to the present day. I am separated from that Aegon by 7 generations. When Viserys regarded Black Pearl, he realized that, if one considered the Fool King as a reference point, Black Pearl's lineage surpassed Viserys by several generations. Despite her youthful appearance, her ancestry was on par with that of Viserys' great-grandfather, Aegon the Unworthy. This was not unusual, as the Fool King had numerous children with significant age gaps. The first Blackfyre, who later caused great trouble, was born in the same year as the Fool King's grandson, Baelor. "Thus, you could indeed call me your great-aunt." Black Pearl suddenly laughed, her demeanor playful and charming. Viserys, observing her, was reminded of his great-grandmother who had sought to restore the family's honor in her youth. And he couldn't help but chuckle. "My great-grandmother has long since passed away. I have no relatives of such esteemed lineage. If we are to speak of ancient dragons, there is indeed one, the half-dead three-eyed crow, who shares a generation with Bloodraven and Blackfyre. However, Bloodraven's fusion with the weirwood tree makes it challenging to classify him as a living being. You have a knack for humor, aside from being an assassin. You could also be an exceptional actress," Viserys remarked, eliciting laughter from Black Pearl. Their relationship could only be described as distant relatives, a far-flung kinship. According to the inheritance laws of Westeros, lineage is distinctly defined, with clear divisions between generations. Black Pearl adopted the name of Osiris and has lived by it. Much like the impoverished relatives of House Targaryen, who fill the veil, the main line of House Targaryen has faced numerous interruptions. Many have remarked that you resemble a fallen king without a domain, utterly alone, Your Majesty Viserys. But seeing you today, strikingly handsome and exuding charisma, truly refreshes my perspective. Not only are you a deposed king, but also a unique connoisseur, a singer of the Silver Traveler, and the slayer of the Violet Knight, known for his swift blade. Those titles are mere illusions, and indeed, I am a landless king," Viserys replied. "But how do you know all this?" Black Pearl covered her mouth, gazing at Viserys with a provocative glint in her eye. "In Braavos, Black Pearl knows everything. The finest singers, goldsmiths, and playwrights are woven into my network. The quality of these songs clearly exceeds their usual standards, and each composition reflects this. Moreover, as a Braavosi, I have savored the sweetest morsels of knowledge. Therefore, there is no need for curiosity. With a little effort, I naturally keep abreast of the movements of the nightingale and the lady swordsman. After all, understanding one's competitors allows one to sense the shifting winds." Viserys scrutinized Black Pearl, recognizing that the leading courtesan also personified the foremost broker, possessing an extensive array of information from Braavos. The Black Pearl family boasts intricate connections with the Sea King, the Summer Isles, the True Dragons, and the House of Black and White, compounded by their status as a family of courtesans, which undoubtedly endows them with extraordinary influence. Thus unfolds your philosophy of existence. Viserys holds a certain admiration for the Black Pearl, a figure adept in the art of social finesse, engaging effortlessly with all. The prevailing trends of Braavos should indeed be guided by the Black Pearl. Thus, I shall extend my assistance to numerous downtrodden souls. However, given the sheer abundance of the destitute, I must exercise discernment. I wish to ascertain whether you embody a fragment of the Mad King or a spark of genius." The Black Pearl elucidated. "This is quite comprehensible. As the most prominent socialite of Braavos, the Black Pearl's actions evoke a star-like allure. naturally drawing many who aspire to gain fame through her. Singers extol their virtues, goldsmiths and jewelers vie to craft exquisite items for them, artisans beseech their patronage, and trade magnates pay sums equivalent to royal ransoms for the privilege of escorting them at balls, feasts, and theatrical performances, while assassins clash in their names. So now, do you find me suitable? Viserys inquired, gazing at the Black Pearl. Utterly suitable, Your Majesty, the Black Pearl replied. You have successfully ignited my intrigue. It appears I may linger a while longer aboard this splendid vessel. Viserys felt a sense of relief, for he and the Black Pearl still had much to converse about. It is indeed my honor to traverse the seas with someone as resplendent as yourself. In your presence, I comprehend why the first Black Pearl fell for that Aegon. You share many similarities. It is said that Aegon, in his princely youth, was strikingly handsome, skilled in swordplay, fond of falconry and dance, and possessed of extraordinary intellect, making him the most radiant prince of his era. In his youth, he was indeed unparalleled, Viserys remarked. Alas, he bore one significant flaw, a lack of self-discipline, which ultimately led him to be ensnared by lust, gluttony, and avarice. Thus, he met his demise, bloated and decaying upon his bed, legalizing his noble bastards in his final moments. And you, which Dragon King do you aspire to be? The conqueror, the uncrowned, the arbiter, the mediocre king, the wise king, the mad king, or the landless? The Black Pearl inquired. Perhaps I encompass every facet of them, but for now, I am merely Viserys, he replied. Excellent, the Black Pearl proclaimed, raising a bottle to pour a cup of hot lemon drink for Viserys. The taste of lemon possessed a slight bitterness, as Braavos does not cultivate lemons, rendering them quite costly. I have prepared several gifts for you in advance. It seems you are worthy of my consideration. The Black Pearl unveiled a cedarwood box aboard the vessel. Within the first box lay black pearls, 7 magnificent orbs filling the space. 7 is a fortuitous number. The Black Pearl remarked, these pearls could sustain you for quite some time. Should you fail to capture my interest, this shall be your sole reward. She gestured towards the box. However, from that moment forth, you shall no longer be my focus. Viserys gazed at the round, lustrous pearls. Even in the event of a failed interview, acquiring such a bounty of pearls was an extraordinary fortune. And what of now? Now, you are deserving of far more. The Black Pearl opened another box, revealing a trove of dragonbone artifacts, hairpins, ornaments, and toys crafted from this rare material, with a dagger resting atop the collection. The Valyrian steel dagger, its hilt fashioned from dragonbone, boasted a blade as dark as smoke, emanating a fierce, chilling light. It was a dagger of Valyrian steel, and Viserys recognized this precious treasure. Indeed, this dagger once belonged to the inept King Aegon, and I have gifted it to you. My deepest gratitude. Viserys regarded the Black Pearl with newfound admiration. She was truly a woman of immense wealth. Do not be hasty, for there is a third gift, some books. The Black Pearl's alluring gaze was satisfied with Viserys' reaction. The youth always admired warriors, yearning for blood and fire. Upon opening the third box, it revealed a hefty tome, the Chronicles of the Four Kings. Perhaps you would find it to your liking. I find you quite intriguing, the Black Pearl remarked. Why is that? Viserys inquired. I once believed you to be merely a pretty facade, but I am pleasantly surprised to discover an equally graceful interior. I wonder what other exceptional qualities you possess beyond elegance. My ambitions are beyond your imagination, Viserys stated calmly, his violet eyes sparkling with intensity. He toyed with the Valyrian steel dagger, its surface adorned with dark, smoky ripples, honed through countless trials to remain keen as ever. Such ancient steel was unique in its lightness and sharpness. After a moment's play, he realized that this dagger was not the heirloom of House Targaryen. The more renowned dagger still lay gathering dust in the armory of King's Landing. When Aegon was sent as an envoy to Braavos by Saint Baelor, he was but a prince, lacking the privilege to wield ancestral weapons. This dagger was likely acquired by Aegon through fortuitous circumstances on the eastern continent. Nonetheless, it was still a valuable possession. The frivolous king indeed spared no expense in his pursuits for affection, and later, as king, he could bestow dragon eggs and Valyrian steel weaponry upon his dark sister. I too must acquire a splendid weapon, preferably a Valyrian steel longsword, Viserys mused. This was no simple task. Obtaining such limited edition weaponry was no mere matter of wealth. Valyrian steel longswords, long knives, and the legendary Valyrian armor were in high demand. It seemed that in the future, he would have to resort to theft or scavenging lost items. Viserys was unwilling to part with his riches while desiring formidable equipment. This dagger could be considered a relic. Could it be that the inept king even gifted the Black Pearl a dragon egg? Viserys asked out of curiosity. Alas, there were no dragon eggs, for they are exceedingly precious. And do not forget, Aegon was merely a prince at that time. He lacked the authority to command dragon eggs. He was sent to Braavos because Saint Baelor wished to prevent him from further harming his wife, Nerys. The Black Pearl's beauty was indeed remarkable, coupled with her profound knowledge. Aegon had long coveted the Iron Throne, but by the time he ascended to kingship, he was already 37 years old. It was a tragic love story, as Aegon's marriage caused great suffering for both the Dragon Rider and Nerys. King Aegon despises his brother and sister, seizing every opportunity to publicly humiliate Nellis and Aemon. It was before Aegon ascended to the throne that he encountered the Black Pearl. Had he become king earlier, perhaps I could now show you a dragon egg. There will be an opportunity, but first, take a look at this book, The Chronicles of the Four Kings. This tome is exceedingly precious, and even the most erudite scholars of Westeros have not read it. Viserys set down the dragonbone dagger and gazed at the hefty volume of the Chronicles of the Four Kings within the box. Among the brutish knights of Westeros, few possess a love for literature. The ones that Viserys recalls most vividly are the Imp and the Red Viper, perhaps also the learned men from the Iron Islands, the Valerians of Highgarden, and the Leighton of the Tower. It seems you are familiar with the contents of the book. The Black Pearl's eyes sparkled like stars, her mastery of swordsmanship and the arts rendering Viserys even more captivating. Primarily, it is Viserys' striking appearance that enchants. Had he been an unattractive man espousing culture, the Black Pearl would likely have sent him away. This history, authored by the Grand Maester Cass, recounts the deeds of the young dragon Lord Daeron, the Blessed Baelor, King Aegon the Unworthy, and the wise King Daeron. Viserys replied, "Madmen or geniuses, the Targaryen dynasty has indeed produced many peculiar figures. This is a book every king ought to read, Your Majesty," the Black Pearl remarked with a smile. "A fine book indeed. I shall accept this gift. If you enjoy it, I have many more volumes in my possession." The Black Pearl regarded Viserys with interest, though not comparable to the vast library of Old Town. "It contains a number of rare editions." "That would be splendid," Viserys responded. "It is said that across the narrow sea lie some unique manuscripts, which even Old Town does not possess." "Then I shall also present you with a gift." Viserys expressed his gratitude to the Black Pearl, producing a thin sheet of paper. "When you are old," he had come prepared. The Black Pearl accepted the gift and pondered each word carefully. "With this, I shall not let the nightingale's beauty stand alone. Sometimes, I truly feel you possess an ancient soul rather than one of a mere teenager." "Likewise," Viserys replied, "you are more mature than your years suggest. Suffering is never a source of wealth unless one conquers it." In truth, the Black Pearl might not sing this song, yet she would never allow herself to be anything less than the most dazzling socialite of Braavos. She too must remember the remarkable figures of this secret city. Soon, a bard will sing this song, as a tribute from the Silver Traveler to me, the Black Pearl stated. "The renown of the Silver Traveler will spread throughout all of Braavos. Speak, what else do you desire?" "Money," Viserys declared. "I require a substantial sum to launch my endeavors." "Endeavors? You mean the overthrow of the usurper's reign? That will demand an enormous fortune." The Black Pearl scrutinized Viserys, attempting to dissuade him from this reckless notion. "If you serve the Black Pearl, she shall bestow upon you great wealth. You will enjoy a life of luxury, with numerous young socialites vying for your attention. We are partners. I am not your vassal." The usurper possesses the gold of House Lannister, along with the support of the Arryns, Tullis, and Starks. How do you plan to exact your revenge? You must have heard of the recent Greyjoy rebellion, where those Ironborn were utterly defeated. "Circumstances are shaped by human actions," Viserys calmly remarked. "You could indeed abandon this life of bloodshed and savagery. With your talents, you could lead a comfortable and serene existence." Black Pearl urged once more. "I swear by my blood and fire to seize that crown and overthrow the Baratheon dynasty. I believe I can achieve it," Viserys asserted, his voice resolute despite his youth. Viserys had intelligence on the secret affairs between the Lannister siblings, the discord among the Baratheons, the machinations of Varys and Petyr Baelish, the arrival of the Red Comet, and the impending long winter. Coupled with his lineage, though he could not claim absolute certainty, his aspirations for restoration were not entirely devoid of hope. Yet to others, he appeared merely an idealist lost in delusion. "The risks are too great," Black Pearl shook her head. "While I am willing to invest in many, I cannot afford a loss. Investing in singers, playwrights, or goldsmiths can yield returns of 5 or 10-fold. However, if you immerse yourself in the realm of power, the rewards could be 100-fold. And now, you have a fine partner in me, King Viserys Targaryen III. 100-fold reward carries 100-fold risk, and Black Pearl was always cautious of deep entanglements. "You are a complete madman, yet a remarkably gifted genius," she lamented, her fingertips grazing Viserys' cheek. The thought of that lovely face confronting the brutality of the battlefield is truly heartbreaking. You must accord me some respect, should I ascend the Iron Throne. No one would dare treat their king with such flippancy. Viserys grasped Black Pearl's hand and brought it to his lips, biting her finger gently. Do you realize that if I were to speak, countless souls would seek your demise? My sworn sword awaits outside. Ser Yura values you, yet he would not dare offend me. Black Pearl's breath quickened. Here, upon this pleasure barge, lay such audacity, a captivating yet perilous exile. I suspect you would not dare. For you know my worth. Viserys released her hand. For the sake of my cause, taking risks is a necessity. Madman, you truly are a lunatic, Black Pearl muttered. I have never witnessed 3 individuals successfully restore a kingdom. We are more than mere 3. We are 3 true dragons. 3 true dragons? A half-grown lad and 2 young maidens? Black Pearl laughed heartily. Each time a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, deciding between madness and greatness. You embody both madness and greatness. So, you do acknowledge my worth? I do not support your restoration. I know little of this plan. I merely lend you money without inquiring about its purpose. What is wrong with a woman lending money to a handsome youth? To a fruitful collaboration. Viserys raised his cup. Let me witness your mettle, whether it be greatness or madness. You shall soon come to know. The Black Pearl gazed upon the illuminated visage of Viserys, the silver-haired youth exuding a certain regal demeanor. Yet, the Black Pearl swiftly reconsidered. Could this ambitious young man genuinely usher in a tempest of excitement to the world? Chapter 33. Beware of trouble. The flower-laden barge, adorned with the banner of the Black Pearl, glided through the canals of Braavos. The waterways of the secret city were a labyrinth, navigated primarily by canal boats, as horseback travel proved impractical. Viserys observed an assortment of vessels, from serpent-shaped skiffs to flat-topped merchant ships. The slender, serpentine boats weaved in and out of the tunnels, reminiscent of the vessels belonging to the orphans of the green blood. Shallow-drafted and light, they boasted vividly painted prows and elegantly arched sterns, propelled not by oars, but by individuals standing at the rear wielding poles, clad in cloaks of gray, brown, and deep green like moss. The flat-bottomed barges, laden with crates and barrels, were manned by 20 polemen on either side. There were also peculiar floating houses, adorned with colorful glass chandeliers, velvet draperies, and brass figureheads. The serpent boats and merchant vessels all made way for the flower barge of the foremost courtesan, the Black Pearl. The sailors looked upon her vessel with envy, yet understood that such courtesans were reserved for the affluent. A sail of a distant trading ship might yield a fleeting chance for a brush with beauty, while a common sailor's meager wages could only afford the company of a lowly dockworker's wife. Through the stained glass windows, Viserys seized the opportunity to behold the entirety of the aquatic city, Braavos. At the heart of the waters stood the city proper, its majestic domes, towering spires, and bridges radiating in hues of gray, gold, and crimson, comprising the multitude of isles that form Braavos. In the distance, over the canals and rooftops, a massive limestone aqueduct could be seen, supported by a triad of sturdy arches stretching into the southern mists. This was the Sweetwater Canal. It was a city of stone, predominantly flat and scarce in timber, with only the occasional rise formed by structures built of brick, granite, bronze, and marble. There were no city walls. Viserys commented on this city. Our purple fleet shall serve as our fortifications. Nothing more is required. The Black Pearl replied with a hint of pride. Braavos is formidable, unmatched by any. What if we were to breach the Sweetwater Canal and the Titan? Viserys proposed a daring scheme. This water originates from the land. Should we sever Braavos' supply, it would be akin to cutting off the very roots of its strength. Are you a devil of power, Viserys? The Black Pearl scrutinized him, noticing a trace of wickedness and coldness in his purple gaze. Not at all. I merely speak from the perspective of warfare, addressing the matter at hand. Viserys spread his hands. This lemonade is delightful. I would gladly accept another glass. Your thoughts are indeed audacious, yet you will require dragons and fire. Do not overlook the fact that within this city resides a trade that has mastered the art of killing. They will not massacre a multitude, but rather execute a precise few. The Black Pearl presented a cup of water to Viserys, while issuing a cautionary warning. Are you acquainted with the House of Black and White? Viserys inquired. Indeed, the House of Black and White possesses formidable prowess. Yet his pursuit of the path of insight is also a means of self-defense. I am familiar, but I advise against probing further, Viserys. This is the city of secrets. Everyone harbors their own mysteries. I have refrained from excessive inquiries, and I hope you will do the same. The Black Pearl did not deny this connection. As Viserys sipped the lemon water, he pondered the nature of the familiarity between the Black Pearl and the House of Black and White. Perhaps it stemmed from mutual debts, as the Black Pearl could indeed be regarded as a notable socialite. The apprentices of the House of Black and White sometimes need to immerse themselves in various life experiences. For instance, Arya had once taken on the roles of an oyster seller, a beggar, and a theatrical performer. In such contexts, the House of Black and White also interacts with individuals from diverse channels, thereby providing their apprentices with experiential learning opportunities. It is likely that the Black Pearl is tasked with facilitating the exposure of the faceless men apprentices to the daily life of socialites. The flower boat traversed the long canal, passing beneath the verdant copper dome of the Palace of Truth, then glided past the grand towers of the Plasterton and Antalion palaces, before crossing the immense gray arch of the Sweetwater Canal. Those towering edifices belong to the noble families of Braavos, the Black Pearl elucidated. You may have heard of them. Only those who have produced multiple sea lords can be deemed noble families, the old aristocracy. Those who produce only one are merely newcomers. Viserys nodded, acknowledging that the power resources of Braavos are indeed divided among a few elite houses. From commerce to fisheries, banking, navy, and military industries, their influence is pervasive. In this light, the upper echelons of Braavos appear quite stable, in contrast to the tumultuous competition for governorship that often leads to lethal outcomes, rife with poison and assassination, all aimed at obliteration. Do these Sea Lord families have daughters? Viserys inquired. Your greed knows no bounds. The current Sea Lord has no daughters, the Black Pearl chuckled, her laughter an enchanting melody. That would not concern you. Do you think the local young nobles are unworthy? Do not court danger. I harbor no ulterior motives. Merely seeking friendship, Viserys replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his silver blade. Can one be called a second son without engaging in deeds? Deepens certainly knows how to stir things up. Along the banks of the heroic canal, 2 rows of sculptures depicting former Sea Lords stood solemnly. The Sea Lords bore grave expressions, draped in bronze robes speckled with the droppings of sea birds. Some statues held books, others daggers, and some wielded hammers. One figure raised a golden star, while another tipped a stone flagon to allow a continuous flow of water into the canal. If I were to undertake such an act, the Silver Traveler would achieve renown in Braavos. Nonetheless, you will undoubtedly encounter troubles, the Black Pearl remarked. Troubles are ever present, Viserys replied. What sort of troubles do you foresee? A young, suddenly prominent individual, yet lacking roots, you understand. Some harbor hatred towards you, while others covet your worth. Viserys regarded the Black Pearl. They will not be vying to be my agent, will they? That remains uncertain. The gaze of the Black Pearl sparkles with alluring charm. Every social butterfly possesses her own intricate background, a truth you ought to recognize. Thus, it is best that others refrain from meddling. And you? You appear more akin to a parvenu. Viserys nodded, acknowledging that the nightingale and shadow of the moon likely belong to the temple of the moon singers. While I have risen from nothing, therefore, I previously mentioned that you could accompany me, with the Black Pearl serving as your agent. I still hold a degree of influence in the City of Secrets, and I can assure your safety. Enough of this chatter, let me demonstrate my limits, Viserys declared. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Once one gains value, the eyes of others inevitably fixate upon them. Smaller investors of lesser socialites, those aspiring swordsmen and merchants wishing to back him, will only multiply as the Silver Traveler's popularity surges. Viserys' strategy involves amassing wealth in Braavos, while simultaneously securing funds elsewhere. Ultimately planning to escape and embark on an entrepreneurial venture, he would not hesitate to deal with any excess nuisances that come his way. You best wish for your own fortune. Should those individuals fail to attain their desires, they may seek to ruin you. You cannot solely rely on Cilio. I have no desire for my investments to falter. My sword is equally sharp, Viserys scoffed. You will inevitably encounter formidable opponents. Engage if you can, retreat if you cannot. He elucidated his strategy, which he deemed a golden approach. Very well, this is your chosen independence. I am particularly fond of these dragon bones, should there be new ones. I would like to acquire them all, Viserys promised. Additionally, I have need of sea king crabs and Valyrian steel. He had procured a considerable number of dragon bones from the Nightingale and the Black Pearl, thus securing ample time to invest. You are truly insatiable. Are you a ravenous dragon? The Black Pearl regarded the audacious Viserys with a youthful, charming smile, perceiving that he treated her domain as a wishing well. The price of dragon bones is exorbitant, and the more troubling issue lies with counterfeit goods. A multitude of rogues are peddling fish bones and bird bones as substitutes. Valyrian steel is a treasured heirloom of another, worth its weight in gold. As for the sea king crabs, such extravagant delicacies seem unnecessary for you. True dragons are indeed greedy, Miss Belechi. You may not be aware of my talents. I am an esteemed connoisseur, a singer, and a swordsman of the highest caliber. Your assertion compels me to sample your culinary skills. Be prepared with your funds, for each item you desire bears a considerable price. If you were to lend me money, what maximum amount could you offer? Viserys inquired. My cash flow is more robust than you might imagine, the Black Pearl replied. However, it does not stem from a gold mine. I understand. Seek me out when you require assistance. I will not provide you with too much at once. Perhaps a mere 10 or 20,000 gold coins. After all, you still possess works to offset your debts, and your current rating is not particularly high. The more value you possess, the more I shall invest. The Black Pearl's investments are also tiered. Just how many individuals have you invested in? Viserys asked, curiosity piqued. I invest after careful observation. Some require funds, while others present opportunities. In any case, the number is substantial, including familiar faces such as Chissa and the female swordsman. They are all on my list, the Black Pearl remarked, now adding you to the roster. I assure you that witnessing me, Viserys Targaryen, is indeed a worthwhile investment in your Black Pearl. Viserys grasped the hand of the Black Pearl. Then let me behold your worth. The Black Pearl withdrew her hand. Chapter 34. Black Pitch Rum. After reaching a preliminary agreement with the Black Pearl, Viserys Targaryen returned to his Red Keep. The Black Pearl's elegant vessel set him and Syrios down by a canal, from where a few steps would lead them back. Some agreements are inscribed with ink and parchment, while others are forged through blood and fire. There exists no written contract between Viserys and the Black Pearl. The longevity of their accord relies solely on mutual trust. As a premier socialite and broker, the Black Pearl weaves an intricate web of connections throughout Braavos. Viserys can only claim to be one of the young men who has captured her attention. The extent of resources Viserys might acquire from the Black Pearl hinges on the value he demonstrates. What did you expect to transpire? Syrios lamented. Though the Black Pearl is diligent in maintaining her aura of mystery, a youth of such striking beauty, a scion of the true dragons, is capable of captivating any maiden in her bloom. Viserys possesses silvery short hair, and his pale lavender eyes brim with determination. Only those who truly understand him can perceive the fervent flames of ambition and strength that burn within his gaze. He is both magnificent and perilous, tall and muscular, with a prodigious talent for swordsmanship. To be a true dragon is to bear both glory and burden. Moreover, she is the Black Pearl, not merely an ordinary girl. Viserys replied, acknowledging their current partnership. Even if I wished for more, the Black Pearl would not indulge so readily. Indeed, Syrios nodded. The most elite hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Such prominent socialites are not easily pursued unless one offers substantial allure, for they hold a discerning appreciation for their clientele. It is rare for top-tier courtesans to genuinely fall in love with a man, typically. This occurs when they have aged and seek to exit the stage, nurturing new talents. Based on Syrios' understanding of Viserys, he has yet to attain the wealth necessary to court a courtesan. Moreover, Viserys' focus lies in fortifying himself and acquiring wealth. Otherwise, he could easily pursue a few lower-tier socialites. One day, I shall strip the Black Pearl of her armor, he mused. The influence of the Black Pearl is unparalleled. Foreign envoys and merchants arriving in Braavos cannot orchestrate their affairs without her mediation. Syrios possesses considerable insight into the Black Pearl. Once you align yourself with her, you shall navigate Braavos with ease. Let us hope so, Viserys responded. You are performing admirably, Viserys. Beauty is a double-edged sword. Yet the blade you must hone now is of a different kind. Must I again partake in bloodshed? Viserys inquired, glancing at Syrios. For the gleaming silver sword required its due. Indeed, this is the path of the water dancer, Syrios remarked, wiping his fingers. If one seeks to uncover the path of insight, one must engage in the bloody dance of the waters. Viserys has anticipated this, in addition to sparring with instructors. Practical experience in Braavos is indispensable. This city is rife with water dancers who are adept at trickery, making it easy to find opponents. If you find this overwhelming, we can proceed at a more measured pace, Celio remarked to Viserys. Not everyone is accustomed to witnessing the long sword drink blood. And given your privileged upbringing as a young lord for over a decade, it is understandable. To take up the sword and become a warrior is the life I have chosen, Viserys declared resolutely. I require time and experience to surpass the conqueror. For my own safety, to prepare for future wars, and to earn the allegiance of lords and knights, I must become a warrior of the highest caliber. Excellent. Celio nodded in satisfaction. Faster, stronger, more dangerous. The path of insight lies in the relentless pursuit of excellence. Let us share a drink. Upon returning to the estate, Viserys said to Celio, drinking lemon water aboard the Black Pearl was rather insipid. Indeed, Celio agreed. Viserys set a small table in the courtyard to host Celio, Moro, and Sir Roland Lake. The table was illuminated by dim orange-gold light, adorned with various fine wines. There was golden wine from the arbor, Dornish summer red, and Tyroshi pear brandy. The golden wine, a flagship product of the arbor, is marketed along the shores of the Narrow Sea and serves as a source of taxation for the Iron Throne. The only comparable summer red hails from Dorne, known for its sweet taste and rich fruit aromas. The most common variety is crafted from honey plums, cherries, and black oak. The Tyroshi pear brandy is also commendable, though it tends to be stronger, derived from the distinctive large white pears of Tyrosh. These are indeed some of the finest wines of our time, Sir Roland Lake remarked, his eyes gleaming. While Viserys' restoration team is still in its nascent stages, they are fortunate to indulge in such delectable offerings. Cheers! Cheers! The delightful fruity aroma of the summer red wine brought a smile to the lips of the drinkers. What a fine wine, Celio mused. The sweetness of Dornish wine, the richness of arbor wine, and the sharpness of Tyroshi brandy. With a tinge of regret, he added, the best wines still come from Westeros. Braavos lacks such exquisite selections. This holds true, for Braavos' water comes from the nearby continent, and the local grain transported from Andalos is primarily for self-consumption, rendering Braavos' wines rather mediocre. Andalos does produce a type of sour wine, but it can only be considered inferior. Have you ever tasted stronger wines? Viserys inquired of Celio and the others. No, they all shook their heads. The strongest we have enjoyed are the golden wine and summer red. Some have only ever had ale. Currently, the most potent liquor is pear brandy, while whiskey, tequila, and golden rum have yet to emerge. However, it is known that a plethora of plants such as barley, wheat, corn, sugarcane, plums, pears, and beets exist, along with the likelihood of other plants like agave. The raw materials are abundant. What is lacking is merely the process of purification and distillation to yield a new and classic spirit. Agave is currently challenging to procure, and its growth cycle is lengthy, whereas the ingredients for whiskey and rum are considerably more accessible. We should explore this further. Viserys unearthed a bottle of rum as dark as pitch. This is one of the sailors' favorite spirits, Celio remarked, referring to the black pitch rum. A few of them sampled it. The flavor was peculiar and easily intoxicating. Though sweet upon entry, it left a potent aftertaste that burned the tongue. This spirit has its merits, yet it fails to fetch a high price. The rum favored by sailors is difficult to manage, Moro commented after tasting it. Viserys gazed into the glass, recognizing that there was substantial room for improvement in the rum's flavor. Should he dedicate himself to crafting a new golden rum, purging impurities, he would truly unlock the market for rum. Creating a life-giving elixir could indeed be a pathway to prosperity. Viserys has already contemplated a new venture, one within the realm of spirits, starting with golden rum. However, he would not establish a factory in Braavos, but would wait until he had secured new territory. Historically, there have been two primary categories of alcohol, brewed and distilled. Golden wine and summer red fall under brewing, while pear brandy is a distilled spirit. Brewing has recently flourished and now surpasses distillation in popularity. Nevertheless, distilled spirits possess vast potential for growth, with the market for pear brandy consistently trailing behind that of wine. Alcohol is immensely popular on both shores of the Narrow Sea, representing a lucrative industry. This is largely driven by two factors: a social need, as many have a penchant for drinking, and the subpar quality of water in this era, especially compared to the polluted sources encountered during military campaigns. Often, for safety reasons, alcohol is deemed safer than drinking water. Traditional methods of generating revenue are too slow. Innovation is essential. Chapter 35. The Path of the Night. It was a gloomy day in Braavos, where overcast skies were frequent. In the courtyard of the Red Door house, Viserys Targaryen, with his silvery short hair, grasped a blunt iron sword, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. He was a tall and slender swordsman. Opposite him, his instructor, Sir Roland Lake, appeared more stocky. Sir Roland donned a warhammer cloak and wielded a blunt spear as he sparred with Viserys. Moro, Celio, and others stood with their arms crossed, observing the clash between knights, not the elegant peril of the water dancers, but rather the iron storm of knights. Your Majesty, we are engaged in a brief nightly training session, primarily focusing on foot combat with sword and shield, various weaponry training, and archery, Sir Roland stated. Very well. Viserys nodded in agreement. A mentor does not require exceptionally strong warriors. Rather, it is sufficient that they can provide specialized training to their apprentices. A formidable knight apprentice becomes strong solely through rigorous training, innate talent, and relentless effort. Robb and Eddard trained together for many years in the Eyrie. Yet Eddard was hardly more than a top-tier novice. A knight must possess proficiency in multiple disciplines, aside from the longsword and spear, at the very least. One should be familiar with other weaponry to avoid being rendered ineffective in the chaos of battle. Formal knights are also responsible for training hunting dogs and warhorses, honing falconry skills, engaging in hunts, participating in justs, and even playing the harp. However, Roland and Viserys found themselves in Braavos under limited circumstances, forced to engage in a rudimentary form of training, devoid of any embellishments, primarily focused on combat. Ground duels occupied the majority of their time, as horses were exceedingly scarce in Braavos, rendering them largely useless. Nevertheless, this had little impact, for Viserys remained confident in his equestrian abilities, possessing commendable skill in horsemanship. For the nobility, horses serve as a means of transportation rather than merely a knight's mount. Both young and old, noble women must also learn to ride. Strength, endurance, and speed are the essence of knighthood. The path of a knight is arduous, and victory belongs to those who are most resilient and cunning. Roland shouted, urging Viserys to employ swifter and more ruthless techniques. The water dancer is swift and lethal, emphasizing rapid and graceful movements, stealth, and balance. In unarmored combat, the water dancer prioritizes speed and precision. However, knightly combat is far from such. Clad in iron armor, knights exhibit high defense and significant weight, necessitating greater strength and endurance. Viserys began to wield a blunt sword, one hand also holding a shield. For a knight, the sword and shield combat has never been an easy endeavor. The full set of armor and the blunt weapon inherently carry considerable weight, increasing the knight's physical exertion while diminishing speed. Roland, unable to suppress Viserys with his sword, now wielded a spear. Utilizing the spear's advantage of distance and elusive attacks, Sir Roland managed to inflict considerable distress upon Viserys. Viserys felt the frequency of blows he received was nearly equal to the strikes he returned, as he sustained fewer hits and delivered more counterattacks. It indicated a significant advancement in his technique. With deft maneuvers, thrusting, sweeping, or lateral strikes, the spear clanged against the blunt sword, armor, or shield, producing a melodious sound of steel. After each session with Roland's spear, Viserys invariably felt stiff and sore, with bruises blooming upon his body. Yet, his recovery was remarkably swift, perhaps a benefit of his enhanced attributes. This very effect is what Viserys desired. His day must be as productive as 3, for only then could he compensate for the time he spent training. The combat training of his peers had commenced far earlier than his own, especially in Winterfell or other castles. From the moment they learned to walk, noble children would practice martial arts together every morning. Accelerate, accelerate, shouted Cilio, like a flowing stream. Even clad in armor, one must dance. Viserys retreated swiftly, evading like a kite severed from its string, as Sir Roland's spear failed to ensnare his fleeting form. With a blunt sword in hand, Viserys proclaimed, "Through the path of insight, I shall rely on my 5 senses." He depended solely on himself, employing various senses to perceive his adversary's movements. His acute awareness enabled him to anticipate and respond swiftly, attuning himself to the rhythm of the enemy's assaults. Boom! Roland's spear lunged to the left, while Viserys defended on the right, having discerned this as a feint. Beyond mere insight, balance was essential. Viserys had already identified his advantages. His attributes were comprehensive and well-rounded, granting him a significant edge. Unlike the typical water dancers or knights, who often lack equilibrium in their abilities, Viserys utilized a strategy akin to Tion's horse racing, overpowering the water dancers with strength and outpacing the knights with speed. Commencing his defensive counterattack, Viserys lured Sir Roland into striking. Roland's spear, akin to a venomous serpent, struck out, mostly finding empty air, occasionally clanging against the shield with a metallic ring. Viserys dodged and maneuvered with agility, awaiting the gradual depletion of Roland's stamina. As the relentless tempo of Roland's attacks waned, Viserys unleashed a flurry of swift, whirling strikes. Akin to a tempest. Crack! Sir Roland retreated step by step, while Viserys charged with his shield, splintering the wood as fragments flew. The scales of victory swiftly tilted in Viserys' favor. His arms began to ache. The weight of his unsharpened iron sword felt burdensome. Yet, Sir Roland's plight was far direr, as Viserys narrowly evaded a perilous thrust. With a fierce overhead chop, he struck at Roland's torso, sending the knight crashing to the ground, his spear flying from his grasp. Dazed and disoriented, Roland removed his visor, his ears ringing from the impact. "Blessed be the warriors," he chuckled, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Next time I find myself at a disadvantage, I shall surrender in advance." Though he could be deemed a second-rate knight, he took pride in having trained a first-rate warrior. After a moment, Sir Roland rose to rest upon a bench. "Well done, your majesty," he remarked. "Logically, one of your stature should not possess such strength. Yet the warriors have granted you remarkable endurance and speed. The life of a knight is fraught with hardship, and victory often favors the most enduring. One must fight with caution, conserving one's strength while depleting the enemy and drawing them in. Knights may underestimate you, for you appear as a handsome youth. Not a brutish oaf. A graceful dance," Cilio commented. "A storm of steel. However, you must continue tomorrow, Viserys. Let us unleash swifter and fiercer attacks." Viserys relinquished his dull sword and shattered shield. Roland and Cilio were quite pleased with Viserys' progress. "Speed is paramount. This is the philosophy of the water dancers," Cilio remarked. "Invincibility is the pinnacle sought by knights. Do not overthink. Your observations will reveal the answers, and contemplation will follow insight." Viserys responded, "I am the sum of my senses, my eyes, nose, tongue, skin, and ears." "Indeed," Cilio nodded. "The sword is an extension of your arm. Utilize the senses of your body to perceive the world around you. Observation surpasses thought in immediacy. You possess great talent, yet you must strive for more, your majesty. Humility and self-improvement are both virtues of knighthood," Sir Roland added. "Every knight harbors flaws. I have witnessed countless tournaments and heard tales of many wars. Regardless of a knight's strength, speed, or precision, he remains human and thus limited. There will always be limits, yet I shall transcend them." Viserys nodded, understanding that relentless training, analysis, and recovery were essential to elevate his attributes beyond their confines. Chapter 36. The plot for restoration in the courtyard of the Red Keep. After their training session, a few individuals found leisure to engage in conversation. The knightly path described by Sir Roland seemed somewhat peculiar to the Braavosi. "This knightly dance of yours, with its incessant hacking, surely favors those of considerable stature," Cilio observed. "Indeed, that is often the case, Cilio," Roland replied. "Those too frail cannot even bear armor, while the top knights are robust as bulls. Yet, even these warriors have their limits." "That is reasonable," Viserys interjected. "A taller individual with longer arms is indeed stronger and poses a greater threat. From an ergonomic perspective, most knights in Westeros are powerfully built, and those who are tall and muscular hold significant advantages." Viserys silently contemplated the names of formidable knights: Robert Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, the Mountain, the Hound, the Kingslayer, the Red Viper, Great John, and Victorian Greyjoy. All were renowned for their impressive physiques, especially the Mountain, a veritable tank. Viserys possessed commendable physical aptitude, allowing for a balanced approach. "This is quite commendable," Moro remarked, gazing at Viserys. "However, your majesty, to triumph over the usurper and his minions, it requires more than mere martial prowess. One must attain unparalleled strength." Sir Roland reflected before speaking again. "At present, Robert has just quelled the Ironborn rebellion. He has not yet grown as corpulent as he would later become and remains a formidable man. Not to mention, beneath the Iron Throne lie several elite and superlative warriors. To be the strongest," Viserys mused, running his fingers through his naturally silver hair. Beyond diligent study, his strategy was to relentlessly enhance his capabilities, exploring the limits of his attributes. "Your Majesty, I was fortunate to participate in the Battle of the Trident. Though Prince Rhaegar was a warrior of formidable prowess, he ultimately succumbed beneath the weighty hammer of Robert. On the battlefield, even the slightest margin can spell doom. Once the commander falters, the entire army disintegrates in tandem." Sir Roland pondered for a moment before covertly glancing at Viserys. The warrior, one of the 7 gods, is capricious in temperament, never favoring a single soul for long. A great knight may triumph in a challenging tournament, yet falter in a seemingly trivial skirmish. A small pit in the grass, tainted water at dinner, could signify defeat. Conversely, an unexpected shift in the winds may bestow victory, or the call of a lover may sway the tide. Sir Roland recalled the blood-soaked battlefield, where the ebony-clad prince fell into the river, his breast adorned with a ruby that scattered like shattered stars, inciting a frenzy among the soldiers of both sides. The tolling bell mourned for the loyalists, for those knights who had fought alongside Rhaegar Targaryen that fateful day. The dragon banner lay tattered on the ground, supplanted by the golden-hued stag of the Baratheons. "My brother is a valiant warrior, yet the usurper proved his mettle to be greater," Viserys remarked, accepting the loss without seeking to rationalize it. Even if Rhaegar had previously defied all odds alongside Aerys, had he emerged victorious at the Trident, he would have remained the true dragon of House Targaryen. Yet he did not prevail, Rhaegar's strength and combat acumen paled in comparison to Robert's, and the long sword was a disadvantageous weapon. Viserys' thoughts remained grounded in reality, emphasizing the necessity for relentless enhancement of one's attributes. Strength must be paramount, and one's vision must be keen. Frankly, Viserys harbored little malice towards the brutish Robert. After all, the Mad King and Rhaegar were both rather abstract figures. This, however, was a brutal power struggle, a fight to the death over that grotesque Iron Throne. Sir Roland observed Viserys, acknowledging that while this perspective stemmed from experience, it was inappropriate for a subordinate to express such candor. Yet witnessing Viserys' acceptance brought him some relief. Honesty and magnanimity are virtues befitting a sovereign. Even the loyalists had to concede that Robert, in his youth, fought with the valor of a king. Both Aerys' savage nature and Rhaegar's brooding demeanor were anything but conventional. In stark contrast to these two, Viserys now appeared remarkably normal. Few truly understood Prince Rhaegar. I have merely witnessed him at the tournament and heard him play the silver-stringed harp, Sir Roland remarked. After all, I can only be regarded as a minor lord with no claim to inheritance, my status rather humble. Sirios furrowed his brow, stating, in Braavos, "We too have heard tales of that melancholic prince. The tragedy of the summer hall lingers about him." Sir Roland added, "The prince's attendants may possess greater insights." Rhaegar's first squire was Miss Smutton, followed by Ricardamoros. Both were later knighted by Rhaegar himself and became his lifelong companions. In addition, at that time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had many intimate friends, including the young Griffin and the Dawnblade Arthur Dane. "They have all passed away," Viserys remarked. "I have heard they were a proud assembly of young nobles, gathered around my brother, primarily comprising the Griffin and the Dawnblade. Aside from them, my brother seldom extended his trust to others, even to the then Lord of Balliston." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Sir Roland nodded. "Those of exceptional caliber seldom blend into the mundane world. And Prince Rhaegar was not like Robert, a coarse young man who revels in drink and the company of women." Viserys found it difficult to discern who was right or wrong. This spoke to the divergence of lifestyles and customs. However, individuals like Robert, the social butterfly and carefree rogue, were destined to clash with the brooding and socially anxious Rhaegar. Although most of Rhaegar's followers have perished, once your royal banner is unfurled, the families of the deceased will fervently rally to your cause, Sir Roland pondered. "Let us hope for such a turn of events," Viserys replied. Viserys, too, required companions and subordinates, yet it seemed he had not yet found the opportunity. After a while, Celio and Moro departed, leaving only Viserys and Roland in the courtyard. "We are in need of personnel as well, especially your knightly companions, Your Majesty," Sir Roland stated. "The restoration of the realm demands the support of martial might, much like the presence of Ms. Ricard, the Griffin, and the Dawnblade by Prince Rhaegar's side at that time. Celio and Moro are Braavosi, skilled in their craft, yet they do not constitute our knights," Viserys remarked. Roland regarded Viserys with admiration. Despite his youth, Viserys had already grasped the intricacies of power. "Has Your Majesty considered mercenaries?" Sir Roland continued to inquire. "No mercenaries. Even the sailors from Braavos are notoriously unreliable and can at best serve as auxiliary soldiers. I require the steadfastness of simple farmer soldiers or minor soldiers, individuals who would not be found in Braavos. That would necessitate an outpost beyond our borders," Sir Roland murmured. "In Braavos, our space is limited. We will inevitably need to venture into the vast sea." For the time being, Viserys could not return. He had formulated a preliminary plan. He had secured some funding, and his practical skills were advancing rapidly. Viserys intended to wait until he had harvested enough dragonbone before mobilizing his capital. The next step would be to establish an outpost along the shores of the Undulls or the Rhoyne, leveraging this offshore base to orchestrate efforts with the remnants of the Royalist faction, biding time for the Dragon Eggs and the Red Comet. Even though this outpost would face threats from bandits or Dothraki raiders, the greater the risk, the higher the potential reward. This was an inevitable choice. Chapter 37. The Bloodthirsty Violet Swordsman Under the Moonlight. In the courtyard, Viserys continued to converse with his mentor, Roland. Viserys envisioned establishing an offshore base upstream at the water source of the Undulls, subsequently covertly contacting the few remaining loyalists on the other side. If we establish a stronghold, it inevitably requires time for construction. The longer the usurper occupies the Iron Throne, the more formidable his power becomes. The words of Sir Roland Lack are not without concern. The development of a new stronghold, the recruitment of troops, all demand considerable time and effort. Moreover, we must contend with the disturbances caused by brigands and the Dothraki horsemen. Westeros, historically known as the Seven Kingdoms, sees the strength of House Baratheon grow with the passage of time. Summer is equitable to all, and both shores of the narrow sea will be nourished by its bounty. Even if we exclude the marginalized regions of the Riverlands and the discontented Dornish, the overall strength of the Iron Throne remains robust. There will be a turning point, Viserys asserted. This matter cannot be rushed. The restoration of the exiled king is among the most arduous tasks imaginable. It is not a simple endeavor. Sufficient troops, provisions, and manpower are all essential. Viserys possesses the awareness necessary for prolonged warfare, tirelessly augmenting his own strength. The threats are not limited to the usurper and his allies. There are also the strange sorcerers and others that will emerge with the tides of magic. To achieve a resounding victory, one must employ strategies akin to leveling up and developing cautiously. Impatience is the least desirable emotion in this endeavor. We must await opportunities, create them, and seek them out. If one's attributes reach a certain level, Viserys believes it might allow for the early appearance of the blood-red comet. It is entirely normal for a claimant to wait 1 or 2 decades. Viserys is not yet of an advanced age and possesses the foresight to comprehend the future's trajectory. The machinations of Robert Baratheon and his consort, along with the arrogance of Cersei and the Kingslayer's illicit liaison, have laid many traps. Furthermore, with the scheming of the Spider and Littlefinger stirring the pot from the shadows, the Baratheon dynasty, though seemingly powerful, is riddled with fractures. Trust me, Sir Roland. Tywin and the Tyrells have been excluded from the court, and they are not the sort to remain idle. The enemy is not a monolithic entity, nor are we a solitary force at the end of our road, Viserys confidently proclaimed. Many can see these larger dynamics. Yet the impact of such insights varies greatly between a youth and one of mature years. At the very least, in the realm of power dynamics, Viserys has already demonstrated his acumen. Your Majesty speaks true. Sir Roland Lack expressed his unwavering faith in Viserys' vision. Given the current circumstances, a more prudent approach would be to maintain a calm demeanor. As a secondary vassal, he does not belong to Rhaegar's inner circle. Sir Roland holds a lowly position in the court of King's Landing and has had no exposure to the upper echelons of power dynamics. Now, with the capability to amass wealth and forge connections, a rising dragon is more than sufficient to persuade Sir Roland. Prince Rhaegar is indeed talented, steadfast, composed, loyal, and sincere. Yet, he is also capricious and brooding. One should aspire to learn from his strengths while discarding his weaknesses to surpass Rhaegar and outmaneuver the usurper. Rhaegar's flamboyant displays are anything but commonplace. Indeed, I have long since confronted his failures. Rhaegar is no more. Now it is my war, that of Viserys. Viserys gazed upon the visage of Sir Roland, a countenance marred by the bitterness of a lost conflict. Sir Roland may lack in cunning, yet akin to Sir William. His unwavering loyalty suffices. Should there be anyone within Viserys' acquaintance possessing strategic insight, it would likely be Celio, who has served alongside the former King of the Sea for nearly a decade. The chief swordsman not only safeguards the king, but also oversees the royal guard. However, being a Braavosian, Celio remains rather detached from the affairs of Westeros, aligning with Viserys' own discretion. Thus, he would not enlist Celio in the reclamation efforts. Viserys continues to live by his own design, acquiring dragonbone and exquisite provisions, followed by amassing wealth, practicing the dance of water and the dance of steel, among other pursuits. The so-called great endeavors are invariably rooted in the accumulation of the minutiae. From time to time, Viserys must allow his Valyrian steel blade to taste blood. In the midnight hour, at the moon pool of Braavos, those gathered instinctively formed a great circle. The inner circle, a cacophony of assassins, contrasted starkly with the outer ring of unarmed spectators. Some sought mere amusement, others had placed bets, while a few lesser-known courtesans observed from the periphery. Certain water dancers would engage in battle for the sake of the courtesans, akin to a protective swordsman. The higher the rank of these duelists, the more they elevated the courtesan's prestige. The water dancers, resplendent like peacocks in full display, donned garments of vibrant hues and brandished slender swords. Clad in red, purple, green, and gold, they exuded a boisterousness reminiscent of the Pantosi. From the shadows, Viserys watched the skirmishes of the water dancers, their reasons for conflict as varied as the stars. According to the customs of the water dancers, those who ventured out at night bearing swords were eligible for challenge. The Black Pearl is the fairest of them all, declared an assassin draped in a wine-red cloak. Nay, the nightingale is the epitome of beauty, retorted a challenger clad in green velvet. I challenge you, announced the assassin in the wine-red cloak, gesturing forth. Come forth. The two water dancers shifted, drawing their slender swords simultaneously, the blades glinting with cold light. The movements of the water dancers were swift and graceful, utilizing the single-handed slender sword primarily for thrusting attacks. They sought out vulnerabilities with breathtaking speed, their duels typically brief. This was no mere rehearsal, but a genuine battle. As the assassins donned no armor, any piercing wound or significant laceration could prove fatal. Viserys beheld the two water dancers at the moon pool, exchanging strikes, their blades whistling through the air. The clash of steel resonated powerfully, followed by the splatter of blood. Dispatch him. Finish him. Black Pearl. Black Pearl. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the spectators erupted into a cacophony resembling the boiling of water. The water dancers engaged in a contest of speed, agility, and flexibility, a deadly waltz of demise. The green-robed swordsman faltered momentarily, managing to pierce the arm of the red-robed warrior, leaving behind a gaping wound. However, the burgundy-clad swordsman retaliated, his blade leaping upwards to pierce his opponent's heart. With a chilling scream, the fallen succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The duels of the water dancers were both resplendent and perilous. Some might show mercy to a vanquished foe, yet many would choose to fight until death. The Black Pearl was indeed the most exquisite of women. The burgundy swordsman proclaimed loudly as he sheathed his blade and began to collect his spoils from beside the deceased. This was a time-honored custom, and none dared to criticize. This band of assassins thrived on chaos, seeking any pretext to engage in combat, thus carving their names into legend. They debated who possessed the finest swordsmanship, who was the most beautiful woman, the best theater, and even whose garments were the most splendid. Generally, these assassins were quick-tempered, ready to shed blood over the slightest disagreement. The Blue Lantern was hailed as the finest theater in Braavos. "You are mistaken. I believe it is the actor's ship," came a retort. Another round of deadly exchanges ensued as the water dancers challenged one another for various reasons. Viserys had waited long enough and finally spotted his target. The ordinary water dancers were no match for him. He could now select those of greater difficulty. A scarred-faced water dancer, fierce as a stranger in the moon pool, carelessly initiated a duel merely to showcase his swordsmanship. The blade's wound formed an irregular, centipede-like scar across his face, and his blood-red robe was more crimson than blood itself. This scarred water dancer was notorious for his mercilessness, leaving no survivors in his duels. He was among the infamous few within the moon pool's arena. "Scarface! Scarface!" echoed the crowd, yet no other water dancers dared to challenge him. Scarface, with a hint of pride, meticulously wiped his blade. Just moments ago, yet another challenger had fallen beneath his sword, leaving no one willing to step forth. "Is there anyone who wishes to contest with me? If not, I shall claim the title of the finest swordsman of the night." Occasionally, the moon pool would witness a succession of assassins battling one another. Filtering out the premier swordsman of the evening, I, Viserys, emerged from the shadows. Through the mask, my violet eyes remained unchanged. The violet swordsman? Someone immediately recognized this challenger. The bloodthirsty violet swordsman. Chapter 38. Rise to Fame and the Masquerade Ball. Violet Swordsman. Violet Swordsman. The socialites and spectators chanted his name in unison. Surely, he must possess a handsome visage. Just look at those enchanting eyes. Others joined in, calling out for the Violet Swordsman. "Don't dream. He could very well be a toad or a scarred visage," another socialite remarked disdainfully. The faceless man did not appear out of place in Braavos, for the city itself was shrouded in mystery. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the youthful swordsman who had emerged by the moon pool, a figure whose reputation, that of the Violet Swordsman, had recently soared to great heights. Renowned for his exquisite swordsmanship and possessing a pair of extraordinary violet eyes, he was often spoken of in hushed, reverent tones. However, the enigmatic swordsman was seldom seen in action, making it a rare privilege for anyone to witness his prowess. Viserys gripped his Valyrian steel blade firmly. Few remembered his moniker as the Silver Swordsman, while the legend of the Violet Swordsman only seemed to grow. The scarred swordsman glared menacingly at the unexpectedly appearing youth. "It is I," Viserys replied with an air of elegance, his smile concealed behind a mask, his violet eyes and silvery hair adding to his striking presence. "Since you bear a sword, it signifies that anyone may challenge you," the scarred one declared. "I am aware of the rules." Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. "Cast aside your weapon, and you may still find solace in a woman's embrace this night," the scarred swordsman warned. "You are afraid," Viserys observed, studying his opponent. The scarred one was not one to show weakness. Viserys had witnessed his ferocity in combat, his blade thirsting for blood. This also indicated a degree of apprehension the scarred one held towards Viserys. The opening move was a test of courage. To relinquish one's weapon meant to forfeit the dignity of a water dancer. Let the duel commence. The surrounding water dancers willingly cleared a space for these two formidable foes. For those who gathered to watch often relished in chaos. "Give me a kiss, quickly," shouted a curious socialite amidst the crowd. Braavos, the city of assassins, transformed by night. As figures donned vibrant attire, flaunting their slender blades, eager to prove their worth. Some would initiate conflict for any reason, while others required none at all. A thrilling display of skilled swordsmen was a welcome spectacle. The scarred swordsman had heard tales of the violet swordsman's finesse and thus approached with caution. Yet, from another perspective, vanquishing such an adversary would yield greater renown. To ascend as a premier water dancer, one must embrace risk. The silver swordsman, Viserys, declared his alias. In unison, Viserys and the scarred one sprang into action, instinctively positioning themselves sideways to minimize direct exposure. This was characteristic of the assassin's approach in the free trade city. The water dancers employed a style akin to running naked into peril, fraught with danger. The scarred one lunged forward, his slender blade radiating a deadly glint as it aimed for Viserys' torso, a deadly opening strike. Viserys nimbly evaded, his footwork shifting seamlessly, transforming him into a flowing fountain of motion. One must be supple, one must be agile. The path of insight lay within this dance. In a flash, Viserys anticipated the trajectory of the scarred one's assault. Though the scarred one was swift, his strength formidable, Viserys embodied the essence of a perilous, explosive assassin. After observing the rhythm of Scarface's attacks, Viserys began his counteroffensive, first mastering the tempo. The two water dancers surged forward simultaneously, their figures moving swiftly as they sought openings and flaws in their opponent's defense. The movements of Viserys and Scarface resembled a waltz, both agile and graceful, yet imbued with danger. The water dancers did not engage in broad, sweeping strikes, but rather executed exquisite assassinations, stealthy assaults that swiftly pierced the enemy. The glint of their slender swords shimmered in the air, the clash of steel producing a chilling resonance. The long swords seemed to meld with the assassins' hands, becoming extensions of their bodies. Within the human form flowed a current. A single strike could prove fatal. The two blades clashed together, and Scarface's expression grew increasingly grave. Although no wounds had yet appeared, the ferocity of their struggle was undeniable. Even as the water dancers emphasized speed, Scarface retained confidence in his own strength, not neglecting to enhance his power. Yet, he had not anticipated the formidable attributes of the violet swordsman. "You are no ordinary water dancer," Scarface rasped. "Indeed, I am a water dancer, extraordinary in my own right," Viserys replied. In a direct contest of speed, Scarface found himself at a disadvantage. When compared in strength and resilience, Viserys surpassed the typical water dancer. He advanced and retreated, utilizing feints, evasions, and elusive strikes to ceaselessly deplete Scarface's stamina. Scarface bore several minor wounds, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Bah! Scarface spat a mouthful of blood, realizing for the first time how formidable this young adversary was. His rhythm of attack felt as though it struck against cotton candy, lacking a firm point of impact, leading him to become increasingly flustered. Luring the enemy, exhausting them, then delivering the final blow, Viserys' tactics had become exquisitely refined. Whether relying on brute force, swiftness, or the interplay of light and heavy strikes, as well as defensive counterattacks, his attributes ensured his status as a dangerous assassin. Viserys leaped into the dance of water, transforming into a supple stream. Scarface gradually felt a suffocating sensation, ensnared by his opponent's relentless thrusts, as if his very throat were being choked. The slender sword grew heavier in his grip. Scarface sensed his muscles becoming sore and his movements stiffening, a clear sign of diminishing physical energy. Meanwhile, his adversary, Viserys, remained vibrant, growing ever more formidable as the battle progressed. Scarface was losing. Observant water dancers had already discerned the outcome of the match, whispering among themselves, "I have not lost. Scarface has not lost. Die, you masked wretch." Scarface expended every ounce of his strength, his slender sword seemingly targeting Viserys' throat, chest, and lower abdomen with lethal precision. Watching is not the same as perceiving. True insight reveals the truth. Viserys' shimmering silver blade swiftly cut through the air. He sidestepped Scarface's thrust, and in a fluid motion, retaliated with a slash to the enemy's throat. A spray of warm blood erupted as the keen edge severed Scarface's windpipe, and Viserys twisted the blade before retracting it. The scar-faced man clutched his throat, and the sound of his body collapsing was followed by the clash of steel. He fell, time and again, descending into an eternal abyss, while his blood slowly seeped into the ground. Viserys had extended an opportunity to the scar-faced man, Yet the assassin's pride led him to choose self-destruction. The Violet Swordsman. The name of the victor echoed through the air as Viserys performed an elegant bow and vanished once more into the shadows. Only the lifeless body on the ground and the metallic scent of blood in the air bore witness to the true arrival of the Violet Swordsman. Viserys trod upon the earth, inhaling the scent of blood, gradually leaving the commotion behind. He wiped the blood from his shimmering blade. It had quenched its thirst, and he could now indulge in a hearty meal once more. The Black Pearl had bestowed upon him an invitation. As the Sea King hosted numerous nobles for a masquerade ball, within the Sea King's hall, the grand ceiling was adorned with magnificent frescoes, depicting various scenes of legend from the City of Secrets. Viserys Targaryen gazed upward, captivated by the exquisite artwork. Braavos is governed by a principle of religious freedom, and these frescoes do not merely reflect divine gifts, but rather the struggles of the Braavosi people. Abundant in stone, Braavos boasts around 20 monumental structures, with the Sea King's Hall being one of them, while King's Landing holds only 3. These edifices symbolize wealth and national power, affirming Braavos' status as the premier city-state of free trade. It was Viserys' first visit to the Sea King's Hall, traversing the path of the Black Pearl. However, his name was gradually gaining renown, a development that had likely received the tacit approval of the Sea King. The foremost mural on the ceiling depicted the dark and oppressive Valyrian volcanic mines, where countless slaves toiled in torment. Following this was the pivotal scene of the Moonlit Ones, clad in silver, offering sacred prayers and guiding the fleeing slaves to discover the great reef island lake of the City of Secrets. Centuries later, the unveiling of Euthero would proclaim his identity to the world. The Braavosi Purple Fleet sailed unimpeded through the trembling sea and the summer sea. The blood-century Sea King opposed Volantis, igniting the flames of war, which ultimately led to the downfall of Volantis by the Grand Alliance. These murals were vividly lifelike, exuding an epic and romantic aura. The edges of the paintings were adorned with images of mermaids, sea giants, leviathans, and sea dragons. "How does it feel here?" inquired the newly adorned Black Pearl as she entered the private box. The Black Pearl adorned herself in a deep yellow silk gown with a daring neckline, creating a stunning contrast with her lustrous brown skin. Her raven locks were elegantly arranged with a golden thread net, while a necklace crafted from black jade and gold cascaded over her ample bosom. Even amidst the myriad of socialites within the palace of the Sea King, her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. The Black Pearl could not be deemed merely alluring. Rather, she embodied the youthful charm of a top-tier socialite, equally enchanting and graceful. "Not bad. This dome is quite impressive, and your figure is commendable," Viserys commented, casting a furtive glance at the Black Pearl's decolletage. Clad in a black tunic and holding a silver half-mask, he remarked, "You are rather uncouth." The Black Pearl feigned indignation, her entire being infused with an intoxicating fragrance, an alluring scent that hinted at a luxurious price. "Honestly, you're not displeased. This place is indeed splendid." Splendid is an understatement. Every Sea King throughout history has contributed to the renovations of the Sea King's palace, making it truly priceless. The Black Pearl responded with a hand over her mouth, stifling a laugh, while also clutching a mask. Her mask, smaller than Viserys' half-mask, resembled more of an eye patch than a traditional mask, suggesting an element of allure. It was crafted from black jade and gold, exceedingly opulent, particularly with a large black pearl set in its center, signifying her esteemed status. "Come, let us share a drink," the Black Pearl offered, raising her cup of hot lemon beverage. The table was adorned with an array of fruits, blood oranges from Dorne, melons from the Riverlands, and red peaches. Viserys sipped the lemon drink, aware that in the northern reaches of Braavos, such fruits were quite costly, indicating the Sea King's generosity. "Today, I have a grand performance," the Black Pearl revealed. "I cannot afford to be outshone." "A mere lemon tea, not fine wine," Viserys noted. "May you achieve resounding success," he added. "I shall undoubtedly prevail." The Black Pearl never loses. "Yet, I harbor resentment towards you for sharing this glory with both the Nightingale and the Sword Maiden. If only I could tether you to my ship, then all this glory would be mine alone," she jested with a grin, expressing her discontent. "Do not be overly greedy. Woman, I have more to offer, provided the price is right. Recently, I am in need of dragon bone." "More is better," Viserys remarked, his gaze fixed on the Black Pearl. "Why do you require so much dragon bone? Are you planning to assemble a dragonbone bow? Regardless, I wish us a fruitful collaboration," the Black Pearl said as she placed her cup down, clinking it against Viserys. The Black Pearl remained unfazed, for it was common knowledge that the Targaryens harbored an obsession with dragons, with many fantasizing about the madness of igniting dragon fire. "I must take my leave, beautiful silver-haired traveler. This masquerade is bound to be extraordinary. Tonight, all shall hear of the silver traveler's name. The glory is yours, Viserys. And the glory belongs to you as well. Black Pearl, Viserys replied, engaging in a mutual exchange of flattery. The grandest festival of Braavos is a celebration honoring the unveiling of the veil, an event that is commemorated annually over a span of 10 days. During this period, revelers don masks to partake in joyous festivities. At the stroke of midnight on the 10th day, the Titan will emit a fearsome roar, prompting all attendees to uniformly remove their veils. Although this masked gala is not the grand carnival, it is nonetheless splendid due to the presence of the Sea Kings, attracting a myriad of illustrious figures. Within this private chamber, one encounters a bevy of enchanting maidens. Do take care not to embarrass yourself if you indulge too much. That shall not happen. Viserys replied with dissatisfaction. Before you, I would never disgrace myself, let alone before them. Remember what I told you, Viserys. Braavos is a perilous city, and you have been drawing too much attention of late. The bloodthirsty violet swordsman has captured the interest of many ambitious swordsmen. For the sake of your noble lineage, I hope those madmen do not mar your handsome visage, Black Pearl stated earnestly. Thank you for your kindness, Black Pearl. You are indeed my friend. However, one can only choose a singular path, and mine shall tread upon blood and lamentation, Viserys confessed, gazing upon Black Pearl's exquisite countenance. To confront the harsh realities of the future, he had transformed into a dangerous assassin. A true water dancer does not shy away from bloodshed, he remarked. Very well, Black Pearl conceded, choosing not to press further. Mortals are destined to die, yet they are forever consumed by desire. The allure of power is far more intoxicating than beauty. Just you wait. I assure you that those who dine with you are trustworthy. It promises to be a delightful evening, Black Pearl replied before turning away. As a prominent socialite, her talents were required at the grand events in Braavos. Viserys rose and adorned himself with a silver mask. Gazing down from the second floor, he beheld a bustling hall filled with masked individuals. Among the illustrious company were nobles adorned in exquisite and lavish masks crafted from gold, jade, silver, and various precious gemstones, embellished with exotic materials such as fishbone wood, ebony, and opulent feathers. Musicians and singers were prepared and eager to commence their melodies, while heralds loudly proclaimed the ceremonial proceedings. Thanks to Black Pearl's invitation, Viserys was granted access to the VIP suite on the second floor. Like a butterfly flitting among flowers, Black Pearl navigated through the crowd, accompanied by her pearl-clad handmaidens. In such an atmosphere, she radiated charisma, becoming the focal point of attention, effortlessly engaging in delightful conversation that captivated all. Amidst the laughter and merriment, Black Pearl made her way to the ceremony's backstage. In addition to Black Pearl, Viserys also spotted others. Cilio, the former chief swordsman, roamed the first floor, as did the constable, Chissa, who was tasked with maintaining order. Viserys harbored no particular sentiments towards the elite of Braavos, regardless of their origins. Such upper echelons ultimately indulged in revelry and the relentless pursuit of power. In this setting, as the main course had yet to be served, only a platter of fruits and small appetizers adorned the table, while Viserys anticipated a sumptuous feast. Silence enveloped the hall, and all eyes turned to the figure upon the dais, a man clad in deep brown, adorned with a purple mask, accompanied by a gallant swordsman. This, Viserys surmised, was the Sea Lord. The chief swordsman beside him exuded a formidable presence, currently considered the mightiest in Braavos. The retired champion, Cilio, would naturally yield his rank. Thank you all for attending, the Sea Lord began, his words enunciated with clarity, resonating throughout the grand hall. On this occasion of such a lavish banquet, let us wish for the continuation of this prosperity. Our ancestors endured countless hardships to escape the tyranny of the dragon lords and arrived here. Freedom is the very soul of this secret city. Here, I extend my gratitude to the sacred moon singers, to the valiant sea lords of yore, and to the citizens and merchants of Braavos who strive alongside us. Viserys found the sea lords' words commendable, reflecting the profound heritage of the moon singers and the ancient sea lord lineage. Long live freedom! Long live Braavos! The Sea Lord raised his hand, prompting a chorus of cheers from the guests. May we all share in a delightful evening together. With that, the Sea Lord concluded his speech, and the festivities commenced. The first act, the Song of Braavos, was to be performed by the Lantern Blue Troupe. To Viserys' surprise, the opening act commemorated the very birth of Braavos. The dramatic arts of Braavos were indeed highly developed, ever in tune with contemporary trends. He had heard whispers of a production centered around the love triangle of Rhaegar. Lacking enthusiasm for the drama, Viserys retreated to a private chamber to sample the appetizers. The performance unfolded with recited verses followed by musical offerings. The song 500 Miles from Home, penned by the Silver Traveler and performed by a female swordsman, captivated his attention. Upon hearing the invocation of his alias, he hurried to the railing. It appeared the female swordsman had truly become a star, as several exquisite water dancers graced the stage and the masked swordswoman began to sing. The melody resonated deeply with the essence of Braavos. After all, those who made their living from the sea understood the weight of home. 100 miles. 200 miles. Many in the audience began to hum along. Recently, this song had garnered much acclaim, though the identity of the Silver Traveler remained a mystery. Such a talented lyricist, yet we have never heard of him before. Indeed, the song was exquisite. He had heard that many trading princes sought an audience with the author, but none had ever encountered the person. The Lovers of the Atoll, authored by the Silver Traveler and sung by the Nightingale. The name of the Silver Traveler was called upon by the announcer for the second time, drawing even more interest in this author. The Nightingale's clear and melodious voice resonated, delivering a performance of exceptional beauty. When You Are Old, authored by the Silver Traveler, was sung by the artist Black Pearl and her maidens. The entrance of Black Pearl elevated the performance to unprecedented heights. Although she could sing, her appearances were quite infrequent. It was evident that her presence was a gesture of respect towards the Sea King. However, seeing the youthful Black Pearl feign profundity elicited a chuckle from Viserys. Yet, her ardent admirers and fans were enraptured, as if they were listening to celestial music. The name of the Silver Traveler resonated for the third time, prompting 3 distinct socialites to perform his song. Within the Sea King's palace, Viserys truly felt as if he were soaring 9,000 miles, greatly enhancing his reputation in the hidden city. Even though this wild singer had previously gone unnoticed, from this day forth, his alias had ascended to the ranks of the elite. The Silver Traveler, already notable, was now gracing a grander stage, with the entire elite class hearing his name. After the enchanting melodies, all guests were curious about the identity of the Silver Traveler. Viserys smiled faintly, pondering what it truly meant to be an international superstar. In Chapter 40, Dancing with Dragons, Black Pearl, adorned with a pearl mask, began to sing, her beauty astonishing under the lights. The smoky yellow of her attire contrasted beautifully with her brown skin. The songs selected by Viserys were not particularly convoluted. They were characterized by sincerity and timelessness. Black Pearl commenced with the poignant lines, "When you are old and your hair is white, drowsiness envelopes you." The juxtaposition of a stunningly beautiful young maiden singing such a reflective song created a significant contrast. The maidens and musicians joined in harmony, with flutes, harps, and violins adding to the performance. The exquisite music flowed throughout the hall. Black Pearl, Black Pearl. The masked guests fervently chanted her name, entranced. Frankly speaking, while Black Pearl's singing was pleasing, it did not quite match the Nightingale's. Yet, this rare display of vocal prowess, coupled with commendable lyrics, made it all the more remarkable. From the third-floor railing of the main hall, Sea King Ferrego leaned against the staircase, watching Black Pearl's performance below. "This song reminds me of my youthful days. To think a teenager could compose lyrics that transcend time and encapsulate profound life philosophy is truly remarkable," Ferrego remarked. "Could it be that someone beside him wrote it?" Chief Swordsman Quero inquired. "Impossible. Black Pearl is no fool. If the silver-haired one were truly dim-witted, it would have been revealed by now." From this day forth, the name of the Silver Traveler will echo throughout Braavos as socialites sing his songs. "This young man possesses a plethora of new ideas," Ferrego expressed in admiration. "Do you wish to meet him?" Quero asked. "No need," came the reply. Aquaman Ferrego shook his head and murmured softly. Indeed, he was exceptionally talented, yet I had yet to witness his utmost potential. To offend the Iron Throne for an impractical future was hardly a wise strategy. Patience was warranted. Following the melodious strains of the Black Pearl's enchanting song, the Mermaid Queen and her aquatic dancers took to the stage. Accompanied by the lilting music, the Mermaid Queen, along with 4 ethereal mermaids, performed a graceful dance. Adorned in shimmering white fishtail gowns embellished with glimmering silver sequins, each mermaid donned a half-masked silver-patterned visage. Their movements were fluid and enchanting, their figures exquisite. Although their faces remained obscured, their beauty was unmistakable. As the pace of their dance quickened, their skirts swayed like lotus petals, eliciting waves of applause from the captivated audience. A tactful game of allure, Viserys remarked on the artful maneuvers of these premier social butterflies. It was their artful contrast that rendered the guests mere playthings in their hands. After witnessing no further captivating performances, Viserys retreated to his private box. Moments later, the Black Pearl arrived with several similarly masked socialites. The Nightingale, clad in a yellow gown, and the Moonshadow, dressed in a striking combination of white and silver. Both drew his attention. The latter favored only those two colors. Additionally, there was an exceptionally beautiful girl in a black dress, whom Viserys recognized as the Lady of Shadows. Seemingly tied to the House of Black and White, the socialites displayed no particular surprise at finding Viserys in the box. For the Black Pearl's esteem for him was evidently extraordinary. "This is the one who composes verses for me, the Nightingale, and the Lady Swordsman, the Silver Traveler," the Black Pearl introduced. The Nightingale, the Lady of Shadows, the Moonshadow. Viserys offered a graceful bow. The Nightingale's voice was the finest among the Lyseni. The Lady of Shadows was a strikingly aloof beauty, while the Moonshadow exuded a vibrant charm. As for the Black Pearl, she was youthful and delightful, her figure exquisitely defined. The Lady of Shadows and the Moonshadow gazed intently at Viserys, his silver hair and violet eyes strikingly unique. The Moonshadow's eyes sparkled with excitement. "With such beautiful lyrics, I shall bestow upon you a kiss for this song. It is an honor." Viserys regarded the four socialites, aware of their intricate backgrounds. Beyond the illustrious Black Pearl, the Lady of Shadows had ties to the House of Black and White, while the Moonshadow and the Nightingale were affiliated with the Temple of Moon Singers. As the performance drew to a close, the main courses began to be served. First came crab and flat shark soup, followed by a chilled egg and lime soup. Then eel, clam meat, honeyed quail, roasted lamb chops, foie gras soaked in red wine, buttered radishes, and stewed sea snails, among other delicacies. In addition to the sumptuous fare, a selection of fine wines and beverages was presented. Viserys noted the golden wine from Qingting Island, Dorne's Summer Red, and Tylosai pear brandy among the prominent libations. There were even Mill's green wine, Pantos's white amber wine, and an unknown gin. These socialites seldom indulged in such beverages. They preferred lighter drinks such as ale, cider, or lemonade. May fortune be ever abundant, and may Lord of the Sea find success in all endeavors. Amidst the clamor of voices and the clinking of glass, the banquet commenced. During the meal, masks could still be removed, only to be donned again when it was time to dance. Viserys took off his silver mask and, without hesitation, began to feast, for after watching the performance for some time, he was indeed famished. There was little small talk or ostentation. Although these socialites were stunningly beautiful, Viserys was only interested in the elite, and these few were merely a step below the Black Pearl. The lavish banquet provided by the Lord of the Sea was grand, featuring the sea snails that Viserys frequently indulged in. Moonshadow caught sight of Viserys' face, youthful yet handsome, with a sharp beauty akin to a razor's edge. Was the Silver Traveler so young? Moonshadow was taken aback, having assumed he was in his 30s or 40s. This was the disparity between the product and the reality. They had expected the Silver Traveler to be a disillusioned old man, only to find he was so youthful. At merely 14 or 15, he possessed the mindset of one who had lived for 4 or 5 decades. "You must have heard those songs," the Black Pearl introduced. The Exiled Dragon. The Dark Maiden scrutinized Viserys' features, his purple eyes, silver hair, and inhuman beauty, combined with his age. "I should have realized. The Black Pearl has true dragon blood and is deeply intrigued by the continent of sunset. Thus, there is but one answer. Why didn't you tell me?" The Dark Maiden inquired of the Black Pearl. "Everyone harbors secrets. His Majesty Viserys wishes for this one to remain concealed," the Black Pearl replied nonchalantly. "What caliber is the Dark Maiden?" The Black Pearl maintained her composure in her presence. "Could it be that this is your new esteemed guest?" Moonshadow inquired curiously. If a socialite aims to cultivate a successor while preparing for retirement, it is essential to find a handsome partner. However, considering the Black Pearl's age, that time is far from now. "My friend, not a guest," the Black Pearl corrected. "Should you seek me out, I can offer you some surprises," Moonshadow said, her interest in Viserys intensifying. An extraordinary exiled noble, a figure shrouded in mystery. Setting aside Viserys' artistic talents, his mere appearance possesses a remarkable allure. "I shall speak further once I am satiated." Viserys paid no heed to the Dark Maiden and Moonshadow, calmly continuing his meal. Shark soup, sea snails, lamprey, how exquisite. Moonshadow and the Dark Maiden were astonished by Viserys' appetite. How long had this youth been hungry, or was he simply born with an enormous capacity? Though he appeared as a tall and handsome silver-haired dragon, his appetite was astonishing. Viserys felt that any excess food he consumed might convert into attributes, thus not adding to the burden of sustenance. Aside from the sea snail, Viserys discovered a newly emerged species of blue lobster that appeared to possess some inherent attributes. Thus he focused his efforts on these. A servant presented a covered dish before the guests and leaned over the table to unveil it. It was a rare sea king crab, adorned with steaming spices, exuding an enticing aroma. "Do indulge, for I have little interest in crabs," Moonshadow remarked with a smile. The socialites were indeed striving for their figures, yet only Viserys indulged in the feast, reveling in the culinary delights. The Dark Lady observed Viserys' physique with curiosity. It was rather peculiar that he remained unblemished despite such indulgence. This was not a mere performance, but a genuine enjoyment of fine cuisine. "Eat a little less. You must accompany me for a dance later," Black Pearl insisted. "You never mentioned this to me," Viserys inquired with intrigue. "I am telling you now," Black Pearl replied, gazing at him. "Can I refuse?" Viserys inhaled deeply. "It seems not," Black Pearl shook her head. "Fear not, I shall not consume you." Chapter 41. Light and ugly. The laughter and clinking of cups within the hall of the Sea King formed a river of merriment, echoing throughout the chamber. This night featured not only the splendid performances of courtesans and renowned theater troupes, but also a sumptuous banquet replete with color, scent, and flavor, accompanied by the finest wines from both shores of the narrow sea. Attending such a feast was undoubtedly a symbol of status and prestige. It was challenging to secure an invitation to the Sea King's banquet unless one hailed from the old nobility of Braavos, affluent merchants, officials, or prominent figures. Viserys had the opportunity to witness the inner workings of Braavos' court. Trade was the lifeblood of the city-state, while in Westeros, land served as the foundation of power. In this free trade city, merchants and courtesans held considerable status, forming part of the upper echelons of society. This starkly contrasted with the power structure of Essos and the Sunset Lands, where Westeros was governed by feudal military lords. The nouveau riche of trading city-states were often looked down upon by the noble lords of Westeros, who regarded them as upstarts and cheese merchants. Viserys' chamber was indeed peculiar, filled with courtesans and exiled kings. "Today is not the most boisterous," Black Pearl explained. "The liveliest occasion is the annual 10-day extravaganza celebrating Euthyro's unveiling of the cloak. On the 12th hour of the final day, the Titan will let out a thunderous roar, prompting all attendees and revelers to uniformly remove their veils. It is truly mesmerizing." Viserys responded, deftly extracting the snow-white crab meat. The 10-day masquerade festival must be quite the spectacle, yet the merriment belonged to others. Viserys was already contemplating an escape. "Is it truly that delectable?" The aloof Dark Lady observed Viserys as he deftly wielded his knife and fork, demolishing his meal. The remnants of snails and crab shells were piled beside him. She seemed genuinely connected to the shadows, emanating an air of detachment and coldness. The Lady of Shadows was not simply infatuated. Rather, she found a striking contrast in the handsome and well-groomed gentleman who possessed such an insatiable appetite, lacking the typical aristocratic aura. Furthermore, he was a descendant of the proud ancient dragon kings, who should not have fallen to such depths. The food was indeed delectable. Viserys, indifferent to the gazes of others, chose pride over suffering. The pinnacle of a king's existence is to be indifferent to praise or blame. In public, one's dignity is often fabricated, and the once noble family's reputation now amounted to little more than a hollow facade. The exquisite dishes, such as sea snails, lobsters, king crabs, and lampreys, were exceedingly costly, with labor expenses being substantial. In the markets of Braavos, they were both overpriced and scarce, making fresh delicacies hard to procure. "You should try my portion as well, Silver Traveler," Viserys. "A true knight must possess a hearty appetite." The Lady of Moonshadow, with her delicate and fair hands, smiled as she offered her sea snail soup to Viserys. "I am not particularly fond of sea snails." "I am truly honored by your generous gift, Lady of Moonshadow," Viserys replied. It seemed that this enigmatic figure was not merely attracted to Viserys' status. Rather, it was his handsome visage and talent that stirred her interest. "Just don't let it make you overweight," chuckled Black Pearl and Nightingale. "Rest assured, that will not happen," Viserys assured them. He jested, for his gluttonous talent ensured that the food he consumed was transformed into kinetic energy. Without such a gift, he would have long succumbed to gout or obesity, or even iron poisoning. "You should try my portion too," the Lady of Shadows urged, nudging her small bowl of creamy snail soup. Viserys regarded the Lady of Shadows in her black gown. There was an ethereal quality about her, shrouded in an air of mystery, a beguiling socialite. Her figure was exquisitely proportioned, the fitted dress accentuating her enticing curves, capable of capturing the attention of any man. Yet her countenance bore an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. "You are indeed fortunate," commented Black Pearl. "For the Lady of Shadows is typically sparing with her words. Even I have not enjoyed such treatment." If you wish, you may seek me out. The Lady of Shadows retorted coolly. Braavos boasted beautiful sights and culinary delights, though the local wines left much to be desired. After indulging in a hearty meal and sampling the watered-down Braavosi wine, Viserys found it utterly subpar. It was universally acknowledged that the finest wines hailed from Dorne and the Arbor. Black Pearl nodded, a fellow Epicurean. You may visit me. I possess excellent wine. The Lady of Moonshadow regarded Viserys, her allure as a socialite undeniable. His Majesty Viserys possesses 3 exceptional qualities, Black Pearl introduced to the assembly. Firstly, his literary prowess, for his eloquence is renowned in Braavos. Secondly, his palate, as this king's tongue can savor numerous culinary delights. Thirdly, his blade, a prodigious swordsman. Such accolades are hardly worthy of mention. Viserys waved dismissively. Moderate humility has indeed enhanced the image of Viserys, portraying him not only as the exiled scion of the Dragon King, but also as a man of diverse talents. The gaze of Moonshadow possesses a lethal quality akin to that of a heart-seeking predator, yet Viserys remains entirely unperturbed. At present, he is poised to undertake a significant endeavor, with little inclination to engage in frivolities amidst Braavos. Moreover, in terms of connections and intelligence, Black Pearl is decidedly formidable against Moonshadow. The banquet, filled with laughter and merriment, is drawing to a close. As the long table on the first floor is cleared, a dance floor emerges, inviting couples to seek out partners and prepare to dazzle upon the floor. Let us commence, my knight. Black Pearl addressed Viserys, donning her mask. It shall be my first dance. I am most willing, enchanting maiden, Viserys replied, taking her hand. In his youth, he had acquired some knowledge of courtly dances. While not particularly graceful, he was not without competence. As the most resplendent socialite of the evening, Black Pearl's first dance with Viserys is sure to astonish onlookers. Moonshadow's gaze, rife with predatory intent, suggests that within this hierarchy, she is firmly overshadowed by Black Pearl. Leading the way are Black Pearl and Viserys, followed by the shadowy lady, Nightingale, and Moonshadow. The group appears to form a small faction. Black Pearl's connections are intricate. The shadowy lady maintains an air of mystery, while both Nightingale and Moonshadow have ties to the Moonchanting Priestess. As Viserys and Black Pearl exit the chamber, they encounter several other socialites upon the spiral staircase. The Mermaid Queen and her 4 mermaids, the masked lady whose visage is reserved for her lovers, and the poetess who eternally clutches a book. The most prominent socialites of Braavos gather here. Miss Black Pearl, who might this be? Inquired the Mermaid Queen, adorned in a silver mask. She discerned only silver hair and striking violet eyes, radiating an extraordinary aura, though the mask obscured the face. He is the Silver Traveler, the one who composes songs for me, Black Pearl introduced. He is also my first dance partner. While the Mermaid Queen and the poetess have their own designs on Viserys, the moment is not opportune for such pursuits. The Mermaid Queen, along with the poetess and the masked lady, were momentarily taken aback by Black Pearl's casual demeanor. A talented lyricist is indeed a rare find, yet it hardly warrants such regard. Many noble scions eagerly await the chance to become dance partners, making this a coveted opportunity for the night. Yet, Black Pearl seems to harbor alternative intentions. It promises to be a splendid dance, the Mermaid Queen remarked. Let us hope so, Black Pearl replied, her expression neutral, as they proceeded downstairs together. Do you not fancy her? Viserys inquired. Indeed, Black Pearl whispered. Did you notice her 4 mermaids? When the Mermaid Queen is unwell or in low spirits, it is the mermaids who engage in her social interactions. The noble courtesan maintains her virtue, while the mermaids are merely pitiable playthings. This Viserys could only remark that it was quite a game, akin to a buy-one-get-4 deal. Such is the custom of the mermaids. They have always been this way, remarked the Black Pearl with a raised eyebrow. As for these mermaids, poor creatures that they are, for every one that departs, another will take her place, the Black Pearl stated calmly. Is Braavos not averse to slavery? This is not slavery. These are maids from respectable households or young women aspiring to rise through the ranks of courtesans. They yearn for prominence, yet they remain forever the servants and tools of the mermaids. Where there is light, darkness is destined to follow, Viserys mused. This is Braavos, a place rife with ambition. There is brilliance alongside shadows, glamour intermingled with the grotesque. Chapter 42. Beauty and Trouble. Who stands behind the Mermaid Queen? Viserys inquired with curiosity. The Pleistane family. The Black Pearl whispered. Secrets abound in Braavos. There is no need to inquire too deeply. Viserys had indeed heard of this noble family, renowned throughout Braavos. The Pleistane family is one of the ancient Sea Lord families, although their power and prestige have waned in comparison to the formidable Antarian Farragon, and Xenon houses. Even so, they can still be counted among the top 10 families of Braavos. They possess grand square towers built along the western banks of the Long Canal, stretching from the Palace of Truth to the northern Sweetwater Canal. The Nightingale, the Shadow of Dusk, and the Moonshadow trailed not far behind Viserys, seemingly more interested in observing the dance between the Black Pearl and Viserys rather than seeking partners of their own. Together, Viserys and the Black Pearl stepped into the center of the dance floor, drawing the attention of all those dancing. Clad in black garments, Viserys' silver half-mask and silvery hair shimmered under the lights. The Black Pearl, apart from her mask, donned a low-cut silk gown in a muted yellow, complementing her radiant brown skin. Her dark hair was elegantly tied up with a golden net, and a necklace of black jade and gold gracefully adorned her ample bosom. The young gallants of Braavos, eager to witness whom the Black Pearl would dance with first, soon realized that another had already claimed that honor. It was unclear who this silver-haired youth was, yet he exuded a remarkable boldness. "Esteemed Miss Belgier, it is my honor to invite you to dance," he declared. "It is my privilege, mysterious knight, the silver traveler." As Viserys and the Black Pearl began to dance, their movements were smooth and unhurried. Viserys took her hand and then embraced her waist, a traditional initiation of the ballroom dance, though it would soon incorporate more intricate steps. The tempo would escalate. "Your dancing skills seem a bit rusty," the Black Pearl remarked. "Practice makes perfect." With a smile, Viserys remarked that his physical prowess had improved significantly compared to before. Now, he only needed to recall the dance techniques and rhythms of the past. Moreover, Black Pearl was a person of great patience, and their movements became increasingly graceful and enchanting. "You are truly a jack of all trades, while most can master but one. You are remarkably talented in many," Black Pearl said with curiosity. "The praise you bestow upon me comes at a greater cost than you might imagine," he countered. "You do not speak the truth to me either," Black Pearl complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. Although onlookers could not discern Viserys' features, they could appreciate his tall and athletic physique, his dance moves fluid and elegant, as the pair moved together like a perfect couple. Black Pearl, in particular, was the undisputed center of attention, radiating beauty under the lights, her figure graceful and her steps light and poised. As Viserys and Black Pearl grew more engrossed in their performance, they spun and swayed, even executing a captivating motion where Black Pearl pushed away only to be drawn back into his embrace. Their stunning display elicited a chorus of applause. "Are there lyrics?" "A sumptuous feast would suffice," Black Pearl inquired. "There are, but I demand gold and dragon bones. Besides dragon bones, king crab and purple lobsters will do as well. You are quite greedy. Yet I admire your candor. You desire what you want without reservation. I shall endeavor to procure them, but be prepared for a trade. Rest assured," she replied. "Those who earn the favor of a socialite often become the talk of the ball." The eyes of many young nobles from Braavos seemed to spark with envy. This was their moment to shine, yet Black Pearl had been swiftly claimed by another. The mermaids had also made their entrance, with one dancing alongside the mermaid queen, a young man clad in brown with matching hair and piercing eyes. Viserys noticed that the young man occasionally cast glances in their direction. "Why do I feel as though someone is watching me?" Viserys asked. "You are not mistaken," Black Pearl responded. "It is the young master of House Priestan. It appears he intended to invite me for a dance, though the opportunity has passed him by. This individual harbors a narrow mind, placing great importance on pride and family reputation. Does this mean he bears ill will towards me?" Viserys questioned, somewhat bemused, understanding why people often say that desire can be a dangerous weapon. "Are you afraid?" Black Pearl teased. "Not exactly afraid," Viserys replied. "In the realm of power, one often finds themselves ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves." Black Pearl gazed into Viserys' eyes, which shimmered like violets, revealing hints of lilac. "An individual of power, a warrior, a singer, or even a merchant, understands that to rise above, a socialite must tread upon the remains of others." "I apologize," Black Pearl murmured softly, the faint scent of her presence lingering. "You have gained renown, yet it does not appear entirely beneficial. Trouble is an ever-present companion. I shall never be devoid of it throughout my life," Viserys said, wrapping his arm around Black Pearl's waist, pulling her closer. "You are quite the little madcap," Black Pearl complained, her chest rising and falling. "Very soothing," Viserys remarked. "It is not entirely the fault of the Black Pearl, for this world is indeed one where humanity preys upon itself. A common man bears no guilt, yet possessing beauty invites peril. As long as Viserys draws breath, he holds considerable worth, especially since he is accompanied by two exquisite young heirs, the exiled descendants of the true dragon. When escape is not an option, one must embrace the gamble. The world, by its very nature, is cruel. That which is good is often seized from the weak. Viserys has already formed a plan in his mind. The allure of the Black Pearl has already stirred significant trouble, not to mention the future implications for Rhaenys and Daenerys. Only the strong can truly safeguard them. Viserys cast a glance at the young man from House Preston, who was joyfully dancing with the Mermaid Queen, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding them. Yet, Viserys vividly recalled the venomous glances, always a harbinger of trouble. After the first dance concluded, the Black Pearl sought a moment's respite. However, he noticed the Lady of Shadows approaching as well. "Did you invite me?" Viserys inquired. "Come," she simply replied. They began to dance, the haunting melody of no more meetings wafting through the air. "Is this your composition?" she asked. "Indeed, it is," Viserys responded unabashedly. The Lady of Shadows possessed an aura akin to a frosty beauty, her skin imbued with a refreshing chill. "Why do you favor this song?" Viserys asked. "Because, like this melody, I am a wanderer," she confessed. Their dance unfolded like scattered stars, the Lady of Shadows moving with a swift, graceful elegance, prompting Viserys to suspect that this socialite was well practiced. As the second piece ended, they were unexpectedly met with a third, Moonshadow. How could he dance with three socialites? Discontent murmurs began to circulate among the young men of Braavos. The Silver Traveler, the one who penned such exquisite verses, some had already deduced Viserys' true identity. At today's banquet, whether through the threefold persona created by Viserys or his role as the Black Pearl's foremost partner, his alter ego had risen to fame. Yet amidst such beauty, trouble loomed inevitably. Chapter 43, Trouble approaches artists from mere busily crafted portraits in the distance. A rare sight indeed, with so many Braavosi courtesans gathered at once. Myr's painting style was strikingly lifelike, leaning towards realism. Viserys captured attention as he danced with the Black Pearl, the Lady of Shadows, Moonshadow, and Nightingale, drawing curious glances from the Braavosi who speculated about the identity of this silver-haired, masked guest. Viserys noticed numerous gazes fixated upon him, some filled with annoyance, others with discontent, and many tinged with jealousy. Viserys indeed indulged in the pleasures of the evening, provoking the ire of numerous young talents. This is the consequence of standing out amidst the crowd, a treatment reserved for those who shine like a tree amongst the forest or a crane among chickens. However, Viserys paid little heed to their gazes, such is the price of fame, which invariably invites the envy of the mediocre. His allure stemmed solely from his striking appearance and innate talent, devoid of any artifice. With his silver hair, he was akin to a silver wanderer. It did not take long for some to surmise his identity. It was no surprise. Certain individuals from Braavos found solace in acknowledging such a prodigious creator. Although the attention from the socialites was considerable, the Nightingale and Moonshadow danced with others in the ballroom. As social butterflies, this was their means of interaction. The Black Pearl seemed to have vanished, perhaps engaged in lively conversation elsewhere. In that moment, the vibrant spirits in the dance hall were overshadowed by her brilliance. "Why don't you join?" Viserys inquired, glancing at the enigmatic woman beside him. "Not particularly fond of it," she replied coolly. "My patience is finite." Oh, Viserys mused, considering that the dark-clad beauty was indeed a person of temperament. He was tempted to inquire whether she had trained in the art of the faceless men, but restrained himself. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Matters unasked should remain untouched. The two found a table, indulging in a modest drink while conversing. "I see many revelers drawn to the festivities. Yet I do not share their enthusiasm," the dark woman remarked. "Neither do I," Viserys nodded in agreement. "You seem to relish the attention. Today you have made quite an impression," she observed, casting a sidelong glance at him. Viserys set down his cup, responding, "I merely acquiesced. It was the Black Pearl who invited me. You appear quite proactive. Yet, gains and losses are intertwined. Your prominence will undoubtedly attract detractors," she warned subtly. "Then why continue dancing with me, leaving me to roast in the proverbial oven? I have offended not just the Black Pearl's admirer, but all of them now." Viserys retorted with a smirk. "That's of no concern to me. I must closely observe those whom the Black Pearl admires. There is much about me worth observing. Do you wish to behold my physique? I would allow it, but can you afford the price I demand? Being the dark lady you are, surely you possess some unique traits?" Viserys inquired, curious. "Every socialite must possess their charms," she replied with a huff, then gazed into her glass. "This wine is indeed of fine quality, much like the cuisine of Braavos. The local fish and shellfish carry an overpowering brine. Only the delicacies from the riverbanks and the deep sea are palatable. Remember your place, Silver Traveler," she added. "Though it seems the leader of the House of Black and White, a benevolent figure, has also commented on such fare. I wonder if it is mere coincidence. Thank you for your counsel, Viserys acknowledged, recognizing the Dark Lady's keen insight. Her strategic perspective may rival that of the Black Pearl. As Viserys engaged in light conversation with the Dark Lady, an unexpected guest arrived silently. The silver-haired traveler? The brown-haired man appeared before Viserys. It is I, Viserys replied. Upon hearing his alias called, he realized it was a member of the Preston family. Is the Dark Lady present as well? The brown-haired youth greeted her, a surge of jealousy and discontent swelling within him. Why should this insignificant foreigner garner such favor from so many socialites? Merely a purveyor of trivialities. The Dark Lady nodded. Today marks the celebration of Braavos. Perceptive, Viserys scrutinized the newcomer, noticing subtle shifts in his demeanor. The visitor bore ill intentions. Behind the scion of the Preston family stood a tall guard, masked yet distinguishable by his pale green eyes and a thick, waist-length golden red beard. Could this be the bastard of Titan? Viserys recalled the guard's appearance, recognizing him as a Braavosi, a brutish figure. It was later that Maro, the leader of the Second Sons, met his demise at the hands of Lord Varys while attempting to assassinate Daenerys. It was surprising to realize that in his youth, Maro had once served the Preston family. However, it was not unusual. Mercenaries were often fickle, and seeking employment with a company when funds ran low was commonplace. You are the Black Pearl, a friend of the Dark Lady? Inquired the brown-haired masked man. Then you are also worthy of being a friend of the Prestons. It is indeed a great honor, Viserys remarked, though he felt otherwise. These socialites represented wealth and connections, yet the Preston heir seemed to possess little allure. Moreover, based on the manipulative tendencies of the Mermaid Queen, the Preston family was hardly reputable. Pardon my impertinence, but I have never heard of the Silver Traveler before. From whence do you hail? Asked Preston, his tone laced with arrogance. From a distant land. I am merely a traveler, Viserys shrugged in response. Oh, it appears you are a distinguished guest of the Black Pearl. A guest, yet we are also friends, Viserys gazed at Preston. Understanding dawned on Preston as he absorbed Viserys' reply. The silver-haired man in the mask was a friend of the Black Pearl, but not a subordinate, implying he was not under her protection. Such a gifted foreigner, unguarded, seemed like a prime target. Silver Traveler, your esteemed name has resonated throughout the City of Secrets. I would like to invite you to Preston Tower. Would you be amenable? I do enjoy feasts, yet I prefer to avoid binding contracts. I come and go at my leisure, for I am but an ordinary traveler, Viserys replied. However, I have heard that the Preston family is quite affluent, hosting socialites and offering a variety of exquisite cuisine and fine wines. Viserys has anticipated Preston's intentions, seemingly seeking his assistance in elevating the Mermaid Queen while also aiming to secure an economic contract with him. The Dark Lady silently observes this scene, recognizing that this is the path chosen by Viserys. Should he not align himself with a powerful faction, he must confront his troubles alone, leaving the Dark Lady at a loss for words. Nevertheless, let us speak solely of the feast and refrain from discussing other matters. The masked guests of Preston regard Viserys with a sense of disdain, perceiving him as somewhat ungrateful. A foreigner ought to know his place. Preston wishes to befriend you. Simply heed his words. The Titan's bastard scoffs, his muscular form exuding a predatory and ferocious aura. My dance partner awaits me, Preston declares, bidding farewell to the Dark Lady and the Silver Traveler. This is my invitation. I trust you will consider it carefully. With that, Preston and the Titan's bastard turn to depart. Is trouble upon us? The Dark Lady inquires. While Preston may not be among the foremost noble families, he is not to be underestimated. If you seek tranquility, perhaps you should seek the Black Pearl. Trouble has indeed arrived. Yet I must ensure he understands that I am a formidable troublemaker myself. There is a glimmer of determination in Viserys' violet eyes. Chapter 44. The storm approaches. The Dark Lady observes as the Black Pearl navigates through the crowd, returning to their location after an apparent conversation with someone. Your savior has arrived, she informs Viserys. I have paid for my service. The true dragon never forgets. Viserys savors the slightly tart lemonade, disliking the spiced wine, which he finds too impure. With the Black Pearl's arrival, the Dark Lady refrains from speaking further. Did Preston come seeking you? Inquires Black Pearl Belecha. Indeed. That gentleman has invited me to a banquet, speaking most eloquently, Viserys replies. Though he did not catch a full glimpse of Preston's face, he surmises that he cannot be particularly old. Preston, Black Pearl murmurs, recalling their family name. Did you decline? I can attend the meal. But I have refused any further invitations, Viserys responds. Then your troubles are indeed upon you. Black Pearl sighs, surprised by Preston's audacity, though it underscores your considerable worth. A first-rate singer, an artist. The people of Braavos, like those of Pintos and Lys, have a penchant for ballads, always generous towards exceptional vocalists. These city-states also seem to cherish fine art. It is said that ancient statues of the seven gods can fetch a handsome price in Pintos, thanks to your influence. Viserys remarks, fame is a double-edged sword. Throughout history, notoriety has been both a boon and a bane. The realm of reputation is a battlefield. Previously, the female swordsman and the nightingale were mere skirmishes, yet now the foremost socialite, Black Pearl, has sung the Silver Traveler's work, bestowing upon him immense honor and publicity. Following the masquerade and the socialite's performance, an atmosphere emerges where everyone seems to recognize you. The Black Pearl elevated Viserys' fame, yet it inevitably thrust him into tumultuous waters. Is there a way to resolve this predicament? Viserys inquired. Quite simply, you and I shall enter into an agreement. I shall be your patron, the Black Pearl replied. In Braavos, my words still hold weight. Perhaps not, then. Might you suggest an alternative path? Viserys shook his head, contemplating an escape from Braavos, wishing to remain unentangled with any faction. Besides, the Prestons appeared to be unscrupulous capitalists. Could they offer more than the Black Pearl? I shall introduce you to a captain who may alleviate your troubles, the Black Pearl mused. Though he does not know you, he is familiar with your songs. Sailors often yearn to venture 500 leagues from home. A captain? Indeed, the leader of the crab catchers, head of the Rum Association, the Black Pearl nodded. The crab fishermen of the ICC are known for their camaraderie and wildness, wielding considerable influence in Braavos. Why are the fishermen associated with rum? That pitch-black rum is a favorite among sailors, the Black Pearl elucidated. The dark rum serves as the quintessential drink for seafarers, allowing them to indulge in revelry upon reaching shore. To foster unity, merchants organize themselves into guilds, with the crab catchers forming the Rum Association. In Quails, there are also 3 major guilds. You truly are dedicated, remarked the Lady of Shadows, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. Viserys suddenly wondered if the Lady of Shadows harbored a touch of aloofness or perhaps an unusual sentiment towards the Black Pearl. I merely fear that my investment may falter. The Black Pearl yawned languidly. Isn't that so, mysterious knight? I hope so as well. However, what if the Preston family does not withdraw? Viserys queried. Then I shall forge ahead. Perhaps a diplomatic resolution is feasible, yet the specter of violence looms as a possibility. The Preston family is not to be trifled with. The Titan's bastard is a ruthless mercenary. The Lady of Shadows gazed at Viserys with surprise, seemingly admiring his audacity. Viserys, who appeared merely an artist, possessed a surprising amount of courage and bloodlust. What are your intentions? The Black Pearl asked, regarding Viserys intently. I am an apprentice of the water dancers. I may need to adhere to their methods. I am aware of their principles. Should a water dancer retreat in the face of challenge, he shall continue to retreat. The enemy will demand his cloak, then his boots, and before long, the weak shall stand naked. Viserys' words were laced with a chilling undertone. While violence is not the optimal solution, it remains a viable option. Viserys had not anticipated encountering trouble with the Braavosi before facing assassins from Westeros. Ultimately, immersed in the realm of power, he could not escape the treachery entwined within. May it never come to that. The Black Pearl gazed at Viserys, acutely aware that a warrior cannot escape the clutches of blood and fire. This was not a matter open to persuasion. The water dancer? The Dark Lady regarded Viserys with her violet eyes. Are you still the Violet Swordsman? Upon observing Viserys' silver hair and purple gaze, one could easily associate the Silver Traveler with the Violet Swordsman. Hush! Viserys extended his finger in a gesture, acknowledging that his vest indeed bore a slight excess. However, for those with keen insight, connections could still be drawn. Wishing for success, Viserys raised his cup. It will be successful, the Black Pearl asserted with a hint of confidence. In the private chamber on the 3rd floor of the Sea King's palace, where King Ferrego resided, the monarch had long suffered from a malady that rendered him averse to noise, preferring solitude and tranquility. Although he appeared robust, only those close to him were privy to his underlying frailty. Jorah Pleston of House Pleston sought an audience with Viserys Targaryen. The chief swordsman, Quiro, remarked that Jorah, the heir of House Pleston, was indeed quite eager. He sought to align himself with the Silver Traveler, enhancing the allure of the Mermaid Queen and bolstering his family's reputation. Ferrego spoke softly. Braavos too was rife with power struggles, with numerous families experiencing their own ebbs and flows. Only the top 3 houses maintained a stable status. Those outside the triumvirate needed to exert greater effort to stand out. He might be indifferent to Viserys' lineage, merely desiring to attract the Silver Traveler. That lad merely shares a collaborative relationship with the Black Pearl. Would he easily serve Pleston? Ferrego scoffed. Should we issue a warning to Pleston? They are indeed quite audacious, Quiro suggested. Furthermore, Viserys is someone of your concern. No need. Ferrego waved his hand dismissively. The art of power lies in balance. I shall achieve equilibrium at the appropriate time. A wise response, my lord. But what if Viserys proves too weak and falls victim to Pleston's machinations? If that is the case, it would indicate he is not suited for the realm of power. Every individual who rises above must harbor a beast within. Such is the fate of the king of Westeros, and so it is with me as well. The chief swordsman appeared to grasp only partially. Viserys is truly a tempest. In a brief span, he has begun to make a name for himself. I am curious to see how he will navigate the challenges ahead, Ferrego mused. Chapter 45. The death of Moro. The feast at the Sea King's palace had drawn to a close. Yet the revelers remained engrossed in tales of the opulence and revelry of the Sea King's masquerade. Particularly captivating were the three renowned female swordsmen, the Nightingale and the Black Pearl, who performed a new song by the Silver Traveler, while the mysterious knight danced with several of the socialites. In that moment, the silver-haired youth became the center of attention. However, for Viserys, the troubles were only just beginning. The enigmatic knight, the Silver Traveler, garnered much acclaim, yet he also attracted the scrutiny of House Pleston. Viserys had not anticipated that the first wave of adversaries he would face would not be assassins sent by Robert Baratheon or Tywin Lannister, but rather the enmity of the ancient noble houses of Braavos. Utilizing this animosity to his advantage, he naturally found himself the target of jealousy from the local young aristocrats, bolstered by the fame of the Black Pearl. On the following day, in Viserys' study, he convened with Syrios, Moro, and Roland Lake. The allure of beauty often brings trouble. Syrios, observing several portraits of Mill from Viserys' hand, jestingly remarked on the matter. The Pleston family sought to sign a prodigious singer like Viserys, not only to elevate the socialite, the Mermaid Queen, but also due to their young lord's pure envy of Viserys as he traversed through the throngs of flowers. The style of Mill's portraits was notably realistic, depicting Viserys dancing with the Black Pearl, the socialite's skirts billowing elegantly, capturing the scene with exquisite detail. In these images, the socialite took center stage while Viserys played a supporting role, yet even so, he radiated sufficient brilliance. Indeed, it was quite beautiful, Sir Roland remarked, praising Mill's style as remarkably elegant. When beauty intertwines with power, it becomes all the more perilous, Viserys mused. Once upon a time, Rhaegar had done just that. His abduction of Lyanna Stark was one of the catalysts for the War of the Usurper. Lyanna was said to possess a wild beauty characteristic of the North, not the refined demeanor of a typical noblewoman. When Rhaegar bestowed upon her the crown of love and beauty, it was said that Robert laughed heartily. Yet those who knew him well claimed that from that day forth, Robert never forgave his cousin Rhaegar. Not to mention that Lyanna was already betrothed to Robert when Rhaegar took her away. It is difficult to ascertain the depths of Robert's affection for Lyanna. Perhaps he indulged in revelry, gambling, and fathering numerous bastards, yet still considered himself a romantic at heart. In truth, the man he became in the bedroom might have been a different entity entirely. Rhaegar's actions were audacious, as he had a Dornish princess as his wife and had already fathered an heir. Such maneuvers trampled upon the dignity of several houses. We have 2 more princesses. Future troubles may abound, Sir Roland softly cautioned. Indeed, there are the 2 of them, Viserys said, running his fingers through his hair. Though Rhaenys and Daenerys were still young, their otherworldly beauty was beginning to manifest. Coupled with their unique Targaryen bloodline, their allure far surpassed that of any socialite. Beauty is a rare treasure in any age, akin to Viserys himself bearing jewels of immense worth. Without power and force, such beauty would only invite plunder. There is a saying that one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Thus, it must be conveyed to the world that Viserys, too, possesses his own thorns. Regardless, prioritizing safety, he resolved to observe how the Pleston family would play their hand. After some contemplation, he concluded that a strategy of restraint would be the wisest approach. He harbors no concern for Celio, for Celio remains well connected to the upper echelons of Braavos. The more troublesome matter lies with Sir Roland and Moro, his companions. Roland serves as his protector and mentor, while Moro is a friend borrowed from a female swordsman. Viserys and the 2 young ones seldom venture out, thus the current security risks appear minimal. The group exchanged knowing nods. Have you heard of the Titan's bastard Mero? Celio inquired of Viserys. He is a perilous assassin, yet he is a slave to drink and possesses a penchant for women, perpetually short on funds. If memory serves correctly, Mero may currently be serving as a bodyguard for Lord Priestan. Celio reflected on his past impressions of Mero. I understand, Viserys nodded. For knowing oneself and one's adversary is key to victory. Like Lannister Cobry, Marrow has always been in want of money. This Marrow, in fact, has further narrative to unfold. He likely departed Braavos later on to become the leader of the Second Sons, leading them into infamy, ultimately falling to Daenerys' cunning wine trap. During an attempted assassination, he was slain by Ser Barristan, and the leadership of the Second Sons passed to Brown Ben Plum. The Black Pearl has arranged for the captain of the Rum Association. The Priestan family should not take such risks lightly, Celio remarked. This is indeed a clever maneuver. For the crabbers of the Rum Association harbor their own grievances against the Priestan family. Grievances? Neither Moro nor Sir Roland were aware of these internal disputes. Precisely, Celio affirmed. In Braavos, one can find a profession dedicated to insurance brokerage. They establish insurance contracts with captains. Should a captain's vessel meet with disaster in a storm or fall prey to pirates, he guarantees full compensation based on the ship and cargo's worth. This is akin to insurance. It resembles a gamble, Sir Roland stated. A gamble indeed, yet every captain would prefer to lose, Celio replied. The sea is a cruel mistress. Indifferent and harsh. When captains lose their ships, they often lose their lives as well. The sea is perilous, particularly in autumn. Viserys sensed a chill. Even if these captains were to face storms, the insurance brokers would find myriad excuses to deny or delay compensation. Thus, the families of these captains remain ensnared in poverty. Indeed, Celio nodded. Every prominent family possesses its own enterprises, banking, fishing, or trade. The Priestan family specializes in insurance. These brokers are notorious for their chicanery, binding rights through a plethora of convoluted clauses. The first individual slain by Apprentice Arya was a greedy insurance broker. Some captains are reasonable, yet others are not. The mortality rate among crabbers is the highest among all fishermen, and the insurance payouts are likewise substantial. To teach these brokers a lesson, the crabbers have vandalized several of the Priestan family's insurance estates and assaulted their men. After listening, Viserys sensed the intricate connections of Braavos, but at least he grasped part of its complexities. The waters of Braavos flowed freely, and on the next gloomy rainy day, Viserys awaited the arrival of the Black Pearl and her esteemed guest, the leader of the Rum Society, the head of the crab catchers, Ringo. I am Ringo Comas, the finest crab catcher in Braavos, specializing in the fiercest sea king crabs, announced the middle-aged crab captain, whose presence was marked by the sense of smoke, salt, and fish. Embodying the essence of a seasoned mariner, with his gray hair and robust physique, he appeared a formidable warrior. Viserys was intrigued by whether these crab catchers had encountered white walkers or whites, or even ice dragons in the distant north. Viserys, he introduced himself, the Silver Traveler, the Violet Swordsman. Your reputation echoes throughout Braavos, young man, both splendid and perilous. Ringo chuckled heartily. My troubles stem from that very renown. The name of a man casts a shadow like that of a tree. I have long held disdain for those copper-stinking insurance brokers. We once had a skirmish with Preston. Not to mention, the previous Black Pearl did me a favor. It was mutually beneficial, a mere gesture. The Black Pearl smiled faintly. Not merely a gesture. My ship was wrecked, and your mother lent me a low-interest loan, allowing me to purchase a new vessel, Ringo reminisced. The Black Pearl's family had endured for 4 generations. Their connections and heritage unmatched by any socialite. Let us have a drink. Viserys invited the two. I have brought some as well, Ringo replied. The sailor's favorite, black rum. I wonder if the descendant of the Dragon Lord can adapt. Is that so difficult? Viserys chuckled, as rum was indeed his next venture. Drink what is available wherever you are. Excellent. Ringo appreciated his candor, for sailors despise pretentious nobility. The glasses clinked together, filling the air with the scent of rum. The pitch-black rum may lack value, yet it remains the beloved beverage of sailors. Its unique flavor is intoxicating, while sweet upon entry. It leaves a fierce burn lingering on the tongue. I have long wished to meet the Silver Traveler. That song 500 Miles is also my favorite. A nostalgic tribute to home for sailors. Who would have thought I, a mere crab merchant, would share a drink with the Dragon Lord? Ringo remarked. Like the sailors. I too am a wanderer. Viserys felt akin to a roving mariner. I mentioned he is a jack of all trades, not just any dragon. The Black Pearl smiled. Once you partake in this black pitch, you become a friend of our crab catchers, your majesty. And those insurance brokers from Preston were never my allies either. Ringo admired Viserys. You indeed possess a captivating charm. To friendship. To friendship. The winding Braavos Canal is an intricate maze, with its streets weaving in peculiar patterns, creating a stage for the socialites who navigate its foggy depths. While Viserys has gained the formidable ally of the crab feeder, it does not guarantee a smooth unfolding of events. Soon, grim tidings reached Viserys, news of the death of his first water dancer instructor, Moro. Chapter 46. the severed fish head under the rain-soaked skies of Braavos. The atmosphere mirrored the heaviness of the heart. "Moro is dead," exclaimed Ser Roland Lake anxiously. Moro, a friend to Ser Roland, felt the weight of this news deeply. Moro is dead? Viserys' heart sank further, an ominous revelation indeed. He had already taken several lives, those servants and some indiscreet water dancers, but receiving the news of a friend's demise was a different kind of torment, akin to witnessing the death of Ser Willem Darry, a jarring agony. While the constable Cerys and the socialite swordswoman were also considered friends of Viserys, their companionship had not endured over time as Moro's had. Moro was not merely an instructor, but a mentor and confidant. Viserys had once urged Moro to remain, yet, being a water dancer, he was not bound to serve, and he occasionally sought his own path. Little did he know that this quest for freedom would lead to his tragic end. Regardless of desire, once embroiled in the realm of power, Viserys had become entrenched in this brutal and bloody battleground. "The bearers of Moro's body are waiting outside," Roland announced. "What is happening?" Cerys inquired, astonished. Roland shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the finer details. "It seems it is still the work of the Pleston family. You two stay here for now. Do not venture out." Viserys instructed Rhaenys and Daenerys. Daenerys blinked, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Though she exhibited a maturity beyond her years, she remained but a child. "Should you don your armor, your grace?" Ser Roland asked. Viserys shook his head. "No, they appear to be merely attempting to intimidate us." He opened the door, and the cold raindrops lashed against his face. His sword was already at the ready. The silver strands of Viserys' hair clung together, while his violet eyes held a glint of frost. Viserys observed several figures waiting outside, the towering bastard of Titan, Mira, along with a few servants from the Pleston family. Moro's body lay upon a plank, covered by a tattered cloth. This area of Braavos was considered noble, and with such a commotion, a crowd began to gather. It would not be long before the news of this assassination reverberated throughout the Sea King's realm of Braavos. However, such acts of assassination were not uncommon in Braavos. Assassins were known to measure their prowess and determine life and death. The Titan's illegitimate son, with his striking green eyes and a dense, reddish-golden beard that nearly reached his waist, was unmistakably recognizable as Mello. His body bore several bandaged wounds, indicating that the confrontation had not been one-sided. "I apologize. I merely intended to leave him with a few honorable scars, never imagining he would refuse to surrender." "I misjudged the situation," Mello remarked. Viserys felt a surge of anger ignite in his chest. "This is outrageous, even if you are of the Praestan family," said Cilio. Although Moro was not his formal disciple, there was a bond between them. It was evident that he had been ambushed. "I hold you in high regard, yet you have withdrawn. Why meddle in these affairs?" Mello retorted. To put it plainly, the chief swordsman was merely a trinket of the Sea King. With the Sea King gone, the former swordsman could never rival the current chief. "You," Cilio glared at Mello, turning slightly. "Perhaps this old bone of mine can still dance with you one last time." Viserys intervened, asserting that since the trouble had arisen because of him, it should also conclude with him. The towering Braavosi, Mello, looked at Viserys and grinned. "Your friend's swordsmanship is rather lacking, your majesty. We chanced upon each other on the road and exchanged techniques. The situation need not have been so convoluted. It was merely a matter of your refusal to accept the Praestan family's goodwill. If one were truly perceptive, they would swiftly uncover Viserys' true identity behind the aliases of the Silver Traveler and the Violet Swordsman. However, even upon discovering his identity, the Praestan family did not place significant value on it, believing Viserys to still be in a state of destitution and dependence. Such a proud and fallen young man typically found himself begging in the free trade cities, with the sole distinction being that Viserys appeared more talented. "Your stature is noble, and young Lord Joko means well," Mello jested, although his tone lacked genuine respect. With little need for extensive intelligence, merely from his physique and appearance, he concluded, "I shall never forget the Praestan's goodwill. As long as you acknowledge it, that suffices. Look at this handsome visage. It's a pity you're a man, your majesty. Perhaps I have encountered a woman with such skin, most likely a bed slave from Lys. No woman would ever forget me, the Titan's illegitimate son. You ought to cherish your final moments, as you seem to believe your time is limited. Enough. This duel is exceedingly uneven. If you wish to thrive in Braavos, why not accept the Praestan's goodwill?" Mello scoffed. "Do you wish to go to war? If so, I shall be the one to end your life first," Viserys declared. "Or perhaps you will kneel and flee. Foolish youth. Should you encounter the Titan of Braavos, you will understand that he does not flee with his tail between his legs." Mello tugged at his thick red beard. "Our task is complete. The truth is quite simple. It is far easier to forge friendships than to create enemies, especially when the Praestons are so generous. Meloro shrugged and turned away, departing with his servants. Viserys approached the board, and together with Ser Syrio and Lord Roland, they transported the lifeless body into the courtyard. He died because of me. Viserys gazed at Moro's corpse, stained with blood and marked by wounds of varying depths, clearly inflicted by the same steel sword. The most grievous injury was a penetrating wound to the chest. Revenge. Viserys looked upon the deceased's face, tears mingling with the rain as they fell. Blood and fire are of the same essence. This is the path he has chosen. Viserys has chosen the path of power, destined to be rife with blood and flames. The Titan's bastard may not be particularly agile, but he possesses considerable strength, Syrio remarked, though crude and lecherous. The Titan's bastard is also a rather dangerous warrior, perhaps even top tier. Moreover, with intentions masked, it is not surprising that Moro faltered in a hasty confrontation. Plistan. Syrio furrowed his brow. No wonder their reputation continues to decline. Viserys, regarding Moro's body, realized that today's vendetta would further sour relations with the Plistan family. They pressured him. Yet he would not relent. After a while, those familiar to Viserys arrived. Constable Chissa, the socialite, swordswoman Nightingale, Black Pearl, and the crab tycoon Ringo. Steady yourself. Black Pearl advised. I know Moro was significant to you. Typically, the Braavosi would opt for a mediator to resolve such conflicts. Yet there are instances where confrontation occurs directly. He was my mentor. I regarded him as family. Viserys spoke hoarsely, his tears having already flowed. Now he sought blood. Observing his state, Black Pearl understood further persuasion was futile. Ringo, esteemed leader, Viserys implored, I wish to present a gift to the Plistan family. I hope you can assist me. No problem. Ringo replied with a hearty nod. They are indeed wretched. The sailors would not engage in war with the Plistons. But raising a ruckus to irritate the insurance guild was certainly feasible. Black Pearl, Viserys requested her assistance as well. When I seek revenge tomorrow, please protect my sister and niece. Black Pearl nodded, realizing there was no dissuading him. This arrangement also alleviated Black Pearl's concerns, as the matter would ultimately be resolved by Viserys himself. She understood that while one may encourage valor, one must not dampen it. At this juncture, Viserys thrived on a spirit of heroism, a fierce bloodlust, and the essence of the martial world. The Targaryens were notorious for their fiery tempers, and Viserys now resembled a true dragon. The following day, Viserys approached the Plistan family's courtyard at dawn, carrying a silver tray covered with a black cloth. Halt! Shouted the Plistan guards, only to discover a number of boisterous, drunken sailors roaming the streets. It is the crabbers who have arrived. Despite their previous altercation due to the insurance guild, faced with their predatory gazes, the guards dare not exert too much force in their attempts to deter them. I have come to present the Plistan family with an irresistible gift. Viserys lifted the curtain to reveal a bloodied and whole fish head, fresh and still warm to the touch. Chapter 47. The dual invitation. The weather in Braavos today is dreary, with dark clouds looming overhead, a typical atmosphere for this city. Braavos is known for three predominant weather conditions: fog, rain, and freezing rain, perhaps due to its status as a large rocky island with lakes and rivers. Alongside its coastal position, each type of weather is quite dismal, and sunny days are a rarity. In bygone years, Braavos has managed to evade the gaze of the Dragon King under such shrouded skies. Viserys Targaryen, clad in black attire and adorned with a glinting silver belt and a dagger with a dragonbone hilt, strides purposefully forward. His gaze sweeps past the verdigrised dome of the Hall of Truth, landing upon the lofty towers of the Pleston and Antalion halls. These tall, square towers symbolize the rich history and vast wealth of their respective families. Crossing the immense gray arch of the Sweetwater Canal leads to a district known as Mudtown, where the architecture is less grand and more modest. The long canal runs adjacent to the buildings, and at this moment, it is populated with the silhouettes of snake boats and cargo barges. Among these vessels, the ships of the Crabbers' Rum Guild are also present, marked by their emblem of crossed, symmetrical black tar rum bottles and enormous sea king crabs, which deter most other ships from approaching. Observing the commotion at the Pleston Hall today, many boatmen have paused their work to witness the spectacle. Although the Pleston Hall is a private estate, the great families of Braavos are all immensely wealthy, and their architectural complexes resemble palaces. Viserys ascends the white-veined marble steps of the Pleston Hall, his gaze lifting with each step. This will be Viserys's grand performance in Braavos, stirring such trouble that even the Sea King would disapprove of a politically troublesome refugee like him. However, all of this is but a fleeting memory. He must first seek vengeance for Moro, and then he shall depart from Braavos. The Pleston guards, swords in hand, wear grave expressions, indicating the ill intentions of their visitors. Yet they hesitate to act hastily, for the silver-haired figure before them exudes an aura of danger. Moreover, these sailors from the icy seas had previously caused disturbances and are known figures on the blacklist. Beneath the grand archway of the Pleston family courtyard, Viserys unveils a silver platter, upon which rests the head of a deceased fish. Initially, he had intended to present a horse's head or a pig's head, but in this port city of Braavos, fish heads are far more commonplace. The bloodied head of a great fish lay beneath the archway of the Pleston family, a visceral indictment of bloodshed. Goodness, that is indeed a dead fish's head. I cannot be mistaken. Who is this silver-haired youth, daring to provoke the Pleston? Old Pleston must be seething with rage. He is a descendant of the Dragon King, the exiled Viserys. Is that not the usurper? Upon the sight of the dead fish's head, the atmosphere reached a boiling point as fishermen and sailors exchanged pointed glances. Such audacious provocation is rare for the Pleston family. I have a gift for you, Jor Pleston, a gift he cannot refuse, Viserys declared. The guards wore long faces. What kind of gift is this? If it is merely a dead fish's head? The tolling of alarm bells reverberated through the Pleston courtyard, drawing the attention of the adjacent Targaryen family. The gates swung open, and the patriarch of the Pleston family emerged, his age evident, a decrepit figure in Viserys' size. Jor Pleston followed closely, alongside the towering bastard son, Marrow, flanked by several guards. These imposing sentinels bore the slender swords characteristic of the free trade city-state. You are courting death, Jor seethed upon seeing the dead fish's head. Little did he expect Viserys Targaryen to be so brazenly disrespectful. Over a mere water dancer's life, he had dared to escalate matters to the doorstep of the Plestons, especially concerning the fierce sailors Viserys had brought along, reeking of salt and the scent of fish. These crab fishermen harbored a long-standing grudge against the Pleston family. You need not speak, Jor, old Pleston interjected, fixing his gaze upon the youthful exile. This son, akin to a foolish fish, and his brutish Titan bastard were both greedy and crude. Even if one sought to win over a talent, such viciousness was unnecessary. Some respond better to gentility. And after all, Viserys was no stranger to finesse. His time in Braavos had afforded him connections to courtesans like Black Pearl, Nightingale, and the Crab Tycoon, as well as the former chief swordsman. Most crucially was the Sea King's stance. Though he remained silent and reserved, his allegiances were unclear. What events could escape the Sea King's notice, with the Pleston courtyard situated so close to his own? This situation was already humiliating enough. Once it settled, he would ensure Marrow was dismissed at once. Young man, your boorishness is hardly befitting of decorum, especially for one hailing from the ancient and noble lineage of the Dragon King, old Pleston remarked, surveying the congested waterway. Regardless of how this day unfolded, the Pleston family's dignity had already been tarnished. Your son's dog killed my friend, Viserys asserted. The life of a water dancer unfolds in such a manner. Young individuals often choose to engage in duels. Old Pleston, patient and composed, attempts to stabilize the situation. Yet here you stand, a sailor with a lifeless expression and the unmistakable scent of salted fish. Have you lost your wits? I have not. I believe I have discovered the path to truth. I demand a duel with Lord Pleston. Varys drew his gleaming silver blade and pointed it at Lord Pleston. By the gods above, perhaps they shall witness this splendid performance. This is not the first duel between the scion of the Dragon Queen and the men of Braavos. In days of yore, the rogue Prince Demon fell in love with the daughter of the sea serpent, Lena, provoking her betrothed, the son of the former Sea King, whom he easily dispatched in a duel after the latter squandered his inheritance. Varys, we could have spoken reasonably. We could offer some gold to compensate for your losses. Old Pleston clenched his teeth. This was a lethal confrontation from the outset. He knew his son was not made for such a challenge. Truth resides upon the edge of the sword. I require no coin. I seek vengeance for my friend. Agree to his terms. Agree to his terms. The sailors, reveling in the spectacle, jeered as they observed Lord Pleston cowering in the shadows. A chorus of boos and derisive shouts ensued. Merely in terms of appearance, Pleston could only aspire to graze Varys' heels, both in stature and in fierceness. Lord Pleston's face was a tapestry of pale and crimson hues, lacking the audacity to engage in conversation. Yet, to be a coward in a duel would tarnish his reputation in Braavos irreparably. He is not a prince. He is a rabid dog, a madman, declared Lord Pleston. A duel is perilous, Varys. Old Pleston's countenance remained grim, though his mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Once one commits, there is no turning back. To be slain in a duel would merely be a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 48. The Sea King intervenes amidst the rising tide of steel. A duel is fraught with danger, Varys, the aging Plistan remarked, clad in the deep brown garb favored by the nobility of Braavos. His outward humility could not conceal the flicker of shrewdness in his gaze. Old Plistan resembled a cunning innkeeper rather than the patriarch of a grand lineage. Yet, the elite of Braavos are all seasoned individuals. Their mediocrity serves merely as a disguise. The Plistan family, while not among the three great houses, certainly ranks within the top 10 nobility of Braavos, having invested in a variety of enterprises. I have once danced the water dance in the moon pool. I am well aware of its dangers, Varys stated, fixing his gaze upon old Plistan. This old Plistan is also a master of incitement. His words serve only to bind Varys to the stage of the duel. Agree to his terms, young Plistan. Young Plistan, step forth to duel. The free cities of trade are typically teeming with mercenaries and swordsmen. Dueling is far from unusual for the populace. Jocelyn Plestan's countenance grew increasingly grim. He was adept at seeking out social butterflies, dining, drinking, or managing the insurance business. However, when confronted with the blood-soaked and odorous battlefield, he dared not show his face. Moreover, old Plestan had more than one son. Even if Jocelyn were to perish, there were others poised to assume the mantle of heir. Madmen, there are indeed many lunatics among the Targaryens, Jocelyn cursed inwardly. In light of this, old Plestan turned to Viserys. My son Jocelyn is not skilled in the art of swordplay. Even in the event of a duel, it would be permissible for a champion to fight on his behalf. You must be aware that we have proxy children here. Proxy children typically came from humble beginnings, raised by wealthy families to bear the brunt of punishment when the young masters erred. Old Plestan was disinclined to elaborate further. Given the animosity that had already been established, decisive measures were imperative. Viserys, with his aggressive demeanor, bore little resemblance to the typical noble offspring, reminding old Plestan more of the cruel and perilous rogue prince, Demon. After all, he was a descendant of the conqueror Aegon, known for their fiery tempers. The exiled Viserys was both capable and fierce, but more importantly, he possessed a deep sense of loyalty, rendering him a formidable threat. The Plestan family had irreparably offended the exiled dragon. Thus, there was no room for mercy. Coward, coward. Timid Plestan, the sailors jeered, particularly those aboard the icy crab-fishing vessels. The surrounding seamen and merchants echoed their derision. The principal figure refused to duel, instead sending forth his servant. People relished the spectacle of nobles clashing. If proxies were employed, the thrill diminished significantly. Syrio? Old Plestan inquired. Syrio will not intervene, Viserys replied. This is his personal grudge. He prefers not to involve Syrio. Old Plestan breathed a sigh of relief. Syrio, the former captain of the Sea King's guards, was renowned for his prowess. In present-day Braavos, apart from the current Sea King's champion, Quoro, few could rival his skill. Even if the Plestan family sought to hire a proxy swordsman, none could compare to Syrio. If Viserys were to engage directly, the pressure on the Plestan family would be somewhat alleviated. Whom to choose? Old Plestan began to ponder potential candidates. The Plestan family was wealthy, capable of securing the services of notable swordsmen. The Sea King has arrived. The Sea King has arrived. A commotion erupted among the crowd as the Sea King approached on a beautifully adorned vessel, festooned with cheerful faces, gliding alongside the canal adjacent to Plestan Hall. While the boat was modest in size, it was splendidly crafted, symbolizing the power of the Sea King of Braavos. The stir caused by Viserys was so significant that the Sea King himself had come to the scene. Under the protection of the Sea King's guard, led by Quiro, King Ferrego ascended the steps to the grand entrance of the palace of Plestan. Today was indeed bustling. Ferrego remarked with dissatisfaction, "You all are creating quite the commotion. The riverways are now obstructed. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Old Plestan immediately apologized. In truth, they were acquaintances. Plestan was quite close to Antarion. Yet the Sea King commanded a stature of his own, and the infamily was even more formidable. "What on earth are you doing?" demanded Quiro, the Sea King's chief swordsman, evidently acting on the king's directive. This Viserys Targaryen, even in exile, proves to be quite the troublemaker. Despite his undeniable talent, he was indeed a thorough instigator. My friend Moro met his demise at the hands of Mero, a guard of the Plestan family, as a threat against me. Young Plestan is coercing me to sign a brokerage contract, akin to an insurance agreement, which I have declined, Viserys responded calmly. It is for this reason that I come bearing gifts, requesting a duel with young Plestan. Is this true? Inquired King Ferrego. His voice, though soft, carried undeniable authority. Young Plestan blushed. "Your Majesty, there is a reason for this. I merely wished for Viserys to attend the banquet, and I did have intentions of securing him. out of a genuine appreciation for his talent. As for the water dancer, my subordinate indeed acted too harshly. Enough, Ferrago interjected with a huff. Young Pleston, you are hardly a shrewd insurance broker. What shall I call you? The Silver Traveler, the Violet Swordsman, or simply Viserys? You truly are a creator of chaos, Ferrago observed. Gazing at Viserys, the Silver Traveler, the Violet Swordsman, no, they are all Viserys. From this day forth, the news shall spread like wildfire. Viserys will truly make a name for himself. Just call me Viserys, Viserys replied. King Ferrago scrutinized the head of the dead fish. Is this your gift, Viserys Targaryen? Indeed. Viserys nodded. Well then, the farce has concluded. I suggest you all return to your respective positions, Ferrago advised. Such matters belong to the realm of duels, impervious to the interference of power, and he could only offer it as a suggestion. Your Majesty, we have resolved to duel, Viserys declared. Indeed. This duel also pertains to the honor of the Pleston family, old Pleston emphasized. Very well. Since you are so resolute, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I must declare a decree, the king remarked, stroking the ring upon his hand. For fairness, the Pleston family may only select a representative knight from within their ranks. And the same applies to Viserys. The king's words effectively nullified the possibility of external reinforcements for either side, because those renowned swordsmen often operate independently rather than as hired guardians within a family. As for Viserys, he is not permitted to employ Syrios. The Sea King has pondered deeply regarding this impending clash. I speak solely for myself, Viserys responded. In that case, Meloro, you shall serve as my son's proxy knight, declared old Pleston. Meloro, though somewhat coarse, is strong and capable. He is a perilous assassin, larger in both age and stature than Viserys. Typically, such individuals pose a threat. The Pleston family remains confident of victory. Thus it is decided, 7 days hence, a duel shall take place at the Moon Pool. 7 is indeed a sacred number. My champions, Quero and Syrios, Black Pearl, along with old Pleston, shall serve as witnesses. I am willing to accompany. Thank you, your grace, replied Viserys. 7 days later. He nodded. If it is Meloro, then it shall be manageable. Thank you, your grace, old Pleston echoed. Silver lad. I hope you do not meet a grim fate like that of Moro, Meloro sneered. I rather believe it shall be you who faces a dire end, Viserys retorted. The Sea King, Ferrago, succinctly resolved these issues. Since they were intent on combat, let them proceed. Exhausted, following the Sea King's intervention and the scheduling of the duel, the audience remained eagerly anticipative, certain it would be a remarkable confrontation. The previously raucous scene began to quiet, and the large fish head was taken away by the members of the Pleston family. Let us depart, Syrios quietly urged Viserys. Time is of the essence. The Titan's bastard may enlist trainers. And you, I suggest you observe the ebb and flow of the tides, their aesthetic beauty. Chapter 49, True Insight. The final confrontation with Meloro before the duel, Syrios imparted a special lesson to Viserys. Off the northern coast of Braavos, crab fishing boats floated upon the sea. At the westernmost edge of the trembling ocean, from Skagos Island and the Great Cliff to the delta of the Sarn, lies one of the most bountiful fishing grounds in the known world. This domain is primarily under Braavos' jurisdiction. However, deep-sea crab fishermen seldom venture into these coastal waters, as their hunts are fraught with peril. On the gray-green sea, Viserys Targaryen found himself at the bow of the ship alongside Captain Ringo, the former king's chief, swordsman Syrios. The salty seawater splashed against their faces. They had been adrift for several days, perceiving this as a form of life experience and adventure. Viserys now understood why so many are enamored with the sea. Within this vast expanse, everyone feels like a king, enveloped by an atmosphere of freedom. Sudden gales and towering waves surged forth. Though their crab boat was substantial, it felt like an insignificant insect against the vast ocean. The gray-green waves rolled in succession, rocking the vessel side to side. It is said that the most terrifying waves can reach heights greater than city walls, capable of swallowing any ship whole. Viserys sensed that this was no mere legend. Hold steady, the helmsman shouted. It is truly fearsome. Viserys felt the formidable power conjured by the tempest and the sea, a force that could summon the winds and rain. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as the sailors proudly asserted that the storms of the White Wastes were far more ferocious. For those seasoned mariners, the tempests of the coastal waters had become a mere commonplace occurrence. Some waves towered as high as houses, truly fearsome in their might. Viserys gazed at the tumultuous waters, the foamy crests dancing to the rhythm of the wind, resonating with the essence of ocean currents and tides. You are fortunate, Lingo remarked, for while there is a storm, it is not a severe one. The sea is a cruel mistress, yet we are bound to her. for sailors rely on their vessels for sustenance. Viserys rose, feeling the ocean's formidable presence. Have you ever encountered anything strange at sea? He inquired with curiosity. If one were to venture to the farthest north, might one witness sea monsters and revenants? We have not, perhaps because we have never truly reached the extreme north, Lingo replied. Yet, such legends abound upon the waves. The most terrifying of all is the icy mist, the ice dragons, and the sea creatures. If the mist is blue, it drifts across the water's surface, freezing any vessel that crosses its path. As night falls, the drowned souls emerge from the depths, dragging the living into the abyss. There are also mermaids with skin paler than the southerners, and tails adorned with dark scales, luring sailors to their doom. In these tales, coldness and malevolence are recurring themes. Viserys did not mention the others, sensing that the trembling north might soon bring calamity to Braavos as well. However, such matters were distant concerns. For the moment, the focus remained on the Titan's bastard. The final confrontation is but a few days away. Plestane will surely find renowned swordsmen to train with the Titan's offspring, Silio stated. Yet, I wish to impart to you a different method. Viserys had come to understand that the technique Silio taught was one of inner tranquility and natural flow. In contrast to the clamor of traditional sparring, this approach was far more nuanced and fostered mental fortitude. Observe the waves, behold the sea, Silio instructed. Water is the source of the dance of water. Viserys looked around at the tumult of sky and sea, amid the cacophony of clashing swords. He realized he seldom took the time to appreciate the scenery. As he watched the waves stack upon one another, he contemplated that his swordsmanship should mirror the waves, each crest higher than the last, an unending flow. It was a state that most swordsmen found difficult to attain, yet Viserys, with his balanced attributes, was more than capable of achieving such mastery. The ocean unleashed its great power, causing the vessel to sway, while the sailors sought to harness its strength. The vast expanse of sky and sea, as sails floated upon the water like dragonflies, the oars moving in harmonious rhythm. True insight is the ability to perceive everything. Beyond humanity, it encompasses the environment as well, Silio remarked. What I can teach you is limited. This is the essence of your learning. Viserys nodded in understanding. Insight, true insight. This is the expansion of the sphere of attention, extending beyond adversaries to encompass the entire surrounding environment. Viserys sensed that if the path of the water dancer were to reach its zenith, it might possess the means to restrain the faceless men. For the faceless men obscure their identities through a form of mystical illusion, while the water dancer at its highest level embodies insight, flexibility and rigidity, lightness and weight, swiftness and slowness. These are the fundamental maneuvers of a warrior. Yet insight transcends these forces. The principles you speak of elude my understanding. The only truth I grasp is that practice begets proficiency, Lingo remarked. Only through prolonged time at sea can sailors attune themselves to the whispers of the ocean, perceive the stirrings of the wind, and discern where the most bountiful fishing grounds lie. All skills follow this pattern, Silio concurred with Lingo. As silent as a shadow and swift as a serpent, the truths of the water dance became increasingly lucid in Viserys' mind. He felt he might be on the cusp of breaching the limitations of the water dance. What do you see? Silio inquired. The wind stirs the waves, and the surf stacks one upon the other, each crest surpassing the last, Viserys replied. My strikes are akin to this. What you have learned is sufficient, Silio asserted confidently. It is time for us to return, Captain. Very well, Lingo commanded. And the vessel formally set sail back to Braavos. The crab-catching ship cleaved through the sea as the mist gradually receded. The sails billowed like tumultuous purple wings, adorned with emblems of rum and large crabs. Viserys turned to behold a row of rocky ridges abruptly rising from the sea, the steep slopes cloaked in soldiers' pines and black spruces. Ahead lay a gap, where the Titan loomed, its eyes aglow and green hair billowing in the wind. Viserys gazed at the Titan ahead, its legs straddling the gap, each foot planted upon a mountain. The broad shoulders loomed above the rugged peaks, those legs fashioned from unyielding stone, mirroring the texture of the black granite reefs below. The Titan donned a green bronze war skirt, its breastplate likewise crafted from bronze, crowned with a half-helm of the same material, while its flowing hair was woven from dyed green hemp. Its eyes resembled two caverns ablaze with fire. One hand rested upon the left ridge, bronze fingers gripping a massive boulder. The other hand reached skyward, clutching the hilt of a broken sword. Viserys observed the vessels passing by, the Titan's towering stature imposing and fearsome. The Titan is the emblem of Braavos. May you achieve victory as Braavos has, Silio remarked. The warrior grants me strength, Viserys replied. You must prevail, exiled prince. Defeat those curs of the Plestons. The sailors cheered exuberantly, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Pleston family. Chapter 50. The Bloodthirsty Viserys, Destination Andalos. Thousands gathered around the moon pool in Braavos, eager to witness the demise of the exiled dragon or the Titan's bastard. It seemed that all those drawn to the spectacle in Braavos had converged here, as both dueling parties were of significant intrigue. People gathered shoulder to shoulder on the steps outside the moonlit pool, where the Sea King's guards and constables sought to maintain order, creating space for the impending duel. The onlookers were drawn by the spectacle, while crab catchers anticipated a glimpse of the jesting Price Tan, and some assassins and water dancers came to glean experience. After all, the violet swordsman Viserys and the Titan's bastard Marrow were both formidable killers. To ensure a comfortable view, many brought chairs, and some even arrived with barrels of wine. In the center of the circle stood the nobles of Braavos, the Sea King, aristocrats, bankers, socialites, guild leaders, and renowned water dancers. Black Pearl, Cilio, the crab tycoon Ringo, and the Shadow of the Abyss, along with Nightingale, the female swordsman, and several socialites formed a faction in support of Viserys, while Sir Roland was tasked with safeguarding the two young ones. Naturally, Old Price Tan had his own supporters, including the alluring Mermaid Queen, members of the Insurance Association, and some ancient nobility. The Sea King, Ferrago, remained impartial as the mediator. Who will emerge victorious? He inquired with curiosity. Difficult to say, replied Quiro. Both are exceedingly dangerous assassins. Recently, Price Tan has invested heavily in training Marrow, while Viserys seems to have been taken to sea for training by Cilio for several days. Viserys is truly a troublemaker, the Sea King pondered, feeling a headache brewing. Not merely a troublemaker, but a genius, Quiro remarked. Cilio has an eye for talent. I have never witnessed a novice with no foundation achieve such mastery of the dance of water in a remarkably short span of time. Fight! Fight! Strike him! The spectators began to chant in unison, eager for the thrilling moment ahead. You must win, young Price Tan murmured, invoking a blessing for victory. Viserys appeared clad in a garment half black and half red, while the silver flash awaited the bloodletting. The Titan's bastard is going to slay you, Marrow sneered at Viserys, brandishing a sword that, although slender, was longer and thicker than the average. Marrow had not been idle. He had recently undergone rigorous training with renowned swordsmen and felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps I shall slay you, Viserys replied coldly. I must avenge Marrow. The fervent flames of battle ignited around the two, unencumbered by armor, engaging in unrestricted combat. They both sidestepped simultaneously and launched their attacks. The elegance of the dance of water was unparalleled, yet the slender sword was equally perilous. Viserys initiated a tempestuous onslaught, his silver flash sword resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. Marrow felt a sense of bewilderment. He recalled Viserys as cunning, renowned for luring opponents into traps and counterattacking. To his surprise, Viserys was the aggressor in this encounter. Yet, Marrow found a glimmer of joy in this revelation. It suggested that Viserys was apprehensive of him, resorting to a reckless offensive. Viserys is far too hasty, Quiro commented. He possesses a distinct advantage in speed and should entice his opponent into an attack, depleting their energy before delivering a decisive blow. How could one approach with such a direct assault? The clash of long swords resonated with a shrill sound of steel colliding. The blades were perilously sharp. A mere prick could leave a scar on the flesh. Melro was somewhat taken aback. The strength of this silver-haired youth far exceeded his expectations, which was indeed extraordinary. Prepare to perish, little king. I have heard your family has perished. Melro shrieked. I do not converse with the deceased, came the cold retort from Viserys. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Viserys artfully demonstrating the elegance and swiftness of the dance of water. Truly splendid, the spectators marveled, as both combatants exhibited an exceptional level of skill in their duel. The shimmering light of their swords illuminated the faces of the duelists. The relentless clashing of steel echoed continuously as they chased each other by the moonlit pool. Viserys moved with the agility of a slippery mouse, evading Melro's strikes. Conversely, Viserys' blade danced erratically, leaving several wounds on Melro, whose black attire was now stained with crimson blood. Die! Melro's temper flared. He realized that if he continued to engage, he would eventually exhaust himself. He aimed to leverage his size and strength while his opponent was off guard. With a piercing scream, Melro resolved to abandon his circling tactics. His slender sword glimmered with a magical aura, yet after his deafening roar, metal clashed against metal once more. Viserys, the violet swordsman, several onlookers cheered. The Lady of Shadows observed the unfolding battlefield with quiet intensity, while the Nightingale and Moonshadow widened their eyes in anticipation. Black Pearl accompanied the two young ones, Daenerys and Rhaenys. Viserys had adeptly countered Melro's assault and circled back into the fray. The two resumed their fierce battle, with Viserys weaving and swaying, while Melro resembled a foolish fish being toyed with. Oh, someone has lost. The crowd erupted in frenzied shouts. Melro's blade howled as he unleashed a recently learned finishing move. However, the path of insight proved to be truly profound. His sword, seemingly mere inches from Viserys' chest, arms, and head, could never quite close the distance. This aggressive onslaught, despite its ferocity, was gradually draining his strength. What is happening? Old Pleston grew anxious. Having spent a fortune, he certainly did not wish to suffer humiliation by losing the duel. Although his family's guardian appeared formidable, they could not even graze their opponent. Yet Viserys accelerated, unleashing an even more frenzied assault. His long sword whirled like a tempest. How does he still possess such strength? Quirrell wondered, bemused. Strength is typically correlated with size and age, and in both respects, Viserys was clearly the younger. In terms of power, speed, and resilience, Viserys was truly exceptional. Varys initiated a feint, launching an attack to the left, prompting Melro to hastily attempt to counter. Unbeknownst to him, Varys' blade danced wildly, tearing through the flesh of Melro's right thigh, leaving a long gash in its wake. "Engage me in combat," Melro shouted. Varys focused intently and thrust forward. Beneath the guise of his elusive movements, Melro found himself beset by increasingly numerous wounds, marring his chest, abdomen, and legs. The agony and loss of blood weighed heavily upon Melro. Varys moved with the agility of a phantom, while Melro's attempts to slash at Varys' face grew sluggish. Varys swiftly carved another cut into Melro's thigh with astonishing speed. "Die!" Melro bellowed, thrusting violently, yet every strike, whether a piercing jab or a sweeping cut, was deftly parried by Varys. Determined to conclude this grim game, Varys launched a fierce assault aimed at the vulnerable regions of the Titan's bastard. Melro's retaliations proved futile as he beheld the glimmering blade, uncertain of where the next blow would land. With a powerful strike, Varys pierced Melro's abdomen and twisted the blade forcefully. A tormented scream echoed as Melro, the instigator of this conflict, collapsed upon the arena floor, his viscera spilling forth like slippery eels. Varys watched the life ebb from Melro, akin to a farewell ceremony. Melro, with trembling fingers, pointed weakly at Varys, unable to rise. Drenched in the scent of blood, Varys observed as Melro's vitality dwindled, and with a decisive thrust into his heart, he twisted the blade once more. Amidst the gathering crowd, Varys stood as a fearsome warrior, a harbinger of bloodshed. The bloodletter! The bloodletter! The onlookers erupted in cheers. Andras, the Sea King, suddenly grasped the necessity of dispatching this troublesome figure elsewhere. Chapter 51. The emergence of a new gift, just judgment, departing from Braavos beside the moonpool. The silver-haired Varys sheathed his gleaming silver sword, the blood of the Titan's bastard Melro and his disemboweled entrails strewn across the ground. Melro's eyes remained wide open in death, his pale green gaze still vivid, while his long, thick, bloodied beard cascaded down to his waist. This brutish character, destined to become the leader of the Second Sons, had met an untimely demise. "Do not be arrogant. It serves no purpose," Varys remarked as he regarded Melro's lifeless form. Although Melro could have risen to become a formidable leader of the Second Sons, Varys was undoubtedly stronger. The stench of death and blood permeated the air, causing some onlookers to feel nauseous. Varys gazed at the fallen Melro, methodically cleaning the blood from his silver blade. In avenging Moro, Varys felt a sense of inner satisfaction. Not only had he triumphed in battle, but he had also profited handsomely from this duel. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged through him. Varys realized that the panel had updated once more, revealing a newfound talent. The fated one, Viserys Targaryen, has executed a malevolent individual, causing a ripple in the axis of destiny and bestowing upon him a random talent. Merlo was not the first victim slain by Viserys. Yet his previous adversaries failed to awaken the system, indicating that Merlo was indeed more notorious and morally corrupt. Most individuals do not embody such pure malevolence. This talent is only effective against the most wicked of souls. Individuals like Merlo are fundamentally flawed, akin to the mountain. Talent, justice, judgment, heart of judgment. Evil must be punished. Executing malevolent beings to a certain extent can permanently enhance personal attributes. With Merlo's demise and the arrival of his new talent, Viserys observed a slight increase in his attributes. He acquired a new talent card, depicting a colossal sword embedded in a rocky shore, radiating a crystalline azure glow, emanating an otherworldly luster, as if alive. The hilt and grip were crafted into the elegant form of a maiden extending her arm, with the grip resembling the flowing hem of her gown. A small cluster of runes adorned the sword, and a blue gemstone crowned the hilt. "This is the sword of the just lady." Gazing upon the blade, Viserys deciphered the inscriptions and recalled ancient legends. With the talent of justice judgment bestowed upon him, it seemed that this legendary sword indeed existed. Sir Galadon was a valiant warrior, so captivating that even the celestial maidens were enamored by him. Consequently, she gifted him a magical sword as a token of love. According to lore, Sir Galadon bore her with pride throughout his life, yet drew her only thrice. Unwilling to wield her against mortals, for her overwhelming power would render battles unjust. Viserys mused that this talent was truly remarkable. Whether in Westeros or Essos, there was no shortage of scoundrels. As long as he could employ the judgment talent to vanquish them, his attributes would soar. With this thought, Viserys' spirits soared. Revenge, revenge. Roland observed the shadow of Viserys. Only the brave knights stood a chance of victory. How could this be? Old Preston's countenance grew increasingly grim, starkly contrasting with Viserys' demeanor. Although Merlo was crude, Preston had faith in his capabilities. Moreover, for this duel, the Preston family had invested in training Merlo with numerous renowned swordsmen. Should the duel falter, it would result in both personal and reputational loss. It was not that Merlo was too weak, rather, the boy was too enigmatic, remarked the sixth swordsman from Braavos hired by Preston. How could this be? Old Preston's tone was laden with disbelief. A novice water dancer required at least 5 to 6 years of training to reach mastery. Even if Cilio was an exceptional swordmaster, it was implausible to transform someone in such a short span. Theoretically, it seemed impossible, unless one encountered a true genius, the sixth swordsman whispered. Old Preston's countenance grew grave, for not only had he lost the duel, but this also signified that they had incurred the wrath of a perilous assassin. Am I left with no chance of victory? He gritted his teeth. Not quite, murmured the sixth swordsman ominously. At times, the path to triumph lies beyond the apparent strategies. A thought flickered in old Preston's mind. Why should he remain shackled to Braavos? There were others, perhaps more sinister, who loathed the remnants of House Targaryen. He already possessed an appropriate contact. The victor of the duel is Viserys, announced King Frego, rising to survey the bloody arena. This was an indisputable triumph. Marrow hadn't even managed to wound Viserys. The bloodletter. Viserys, the violet swordsman. The anxious Rhaenys and Daenerys exhaled in relief, knowing Viserys was destined to prevail, yet the uncertainty still gnawed at them. The onlookers chanted Viserys' name, expressing gratitude for this splendid display of valor. You have won, earned the illustrious title of victor. I commend your bravery, yet I implore you to exercise restraint, King Frego remarked. Viserys sheathed his silver blade and nodded courteously. In truth, everyone understood that Viserys and Preston had forged an irrevocable enmity. Relinquishment was inconceivable. Old Preston, as the vanquished, it is evident that the gods have not favored you. You have strayed from righteousness. I demand you reflect upon your actions, the king addressed old Preston. The Preston family understands, and we shall convey our apologies to Viserys, accompanied by a generous recompense. Old Preston responded earnestly. Very well, this farce comes to an end. Disperse. King Frego decreed with finality. Viserys, Viserys. The spectators continued to chant the victor's name with fervor. For Viserys' faction, it was a resounding victory, while the Preston family faced utter defeat, hastily retreating in disgrace. Syrio remained exceedingly proud, recognizing Viserys' evident talent for insight. In light of this victory, it appears we must prepare a grand feast. Old Preston's expression is exceedingly sour. Lingo chuckled heartily. It seems my wager on you remains intact, Black Pearl remarked to Viserys. You may count on my victory, Viserys replied confidently. I am Casparo, an officer from the Second Sons, a mercenary chimed in. Casparo was slender and elegant, sporting a pointed beard, wielding a Braavosi blade adorned with gemstones. The Second Sons, Viserys noted this name. Indeed, we require valiant warriors such as yourself. The Second Sons is one of the oldest free companies, Casparo stated. The roster of the Second Sons boasts many notable figures, several hailing from your 7 kingdoms. Igar Heaven served in a regiment for a year before departing to establish the Golden Company, earning him the moniker Cold Iron. Prince Maegor Targaryen, known as the second son of the company, and the direwolf Roderick Stark are also members. Recently, there is the Red Viper of Dorne. I have noted your name, Viserys remarked to the members of the Second Son's company. These individuals failed to unearth the marrow, yet they discovered him instead. The Sea King wishes to meet you, declared Quentin, the Sea King's chief swordsman. Oh, Viserys expressed a hint of curiosity, though it seemed quite reasonable. Viserys will return shortly, Quentin assured. Within the luxurious confines of the yacht, the Sea King sat regally upon a wicker chair, observing Viserys as he entered, escorted by the chief swordsman. Viserys Targaryen. The Sea King, Ferrago, addressed him. You have stirred up enough trouble. Your presence is no longer welcome here. You have not been here long, and have already caused numerous fatalities and troubles. I prefer an atmosphere filled with smiles rather than the clamor of violence. This is not your Westeros. I am not so barbaric. What path should I take then? Viserys, anticipating the response, inquired. Seek refuge in Andalos, or the free cities. But not in Braavos. Chapter 52. The Velvet Citadel inside the yacht's cabin. Viserys regarded the Sea King Ferrago, recognizing that it was time to take his leave. Though Ferrago appeared to be an unremarkable middle-aged man, there was an undeniable aura of authority surrounding him. Viserys, you are indeed a genuine troublemaker, the Sea King stated calmly. It is because I bear the burden of an impossible task that I frequently bring trouble upon the world. A man can only choose one path, and seeing you so vibrant, I must admit to feeling envious. Without hatred, you could easily become a dandy like the dull king. Without hatred, I would not be who I am, Viserys replied. Men, like swords, require constant polishing. The scion of the fierce dragon queen, you have drawn attention to yourself. Your temper is volatile, and your skills are perilous, thus I cannot permit you to remain in Braavos. Aside from the Plestons, it would not bode well for you to provoke other families. You need not worry about financial matters, Your Grace, the Sea King assured. The Iron Bank will not extend credit to you for the time being, lest they offend the Iron Throne, and their interests lie more with Robert Baratheon. However, the courtesans of the Black Pearl can lend you funds unrelated to Braavos, he kindly reminded. I must express my gratitude, Viserys remarked with self-deprecation. This maneuver was indeed astute, effectively erecting a firewall between Viserys and Braavos, preventing the Iron Bank from directly intervening. As for the source of the courtesans' funds, it bore no relation to Braavos. The official channels remained closed. All dealings stemmed from Viserys' personal connections. It appears the Iron Bank's interest in Robert Baratheon far surpasses their interest in me, Viserys inquired. Robb Baratheon, who has usurped your father's throne, now possesses a formidable alliance, casting a shadow over your hopes for restoration. Furthermore, according to intelligence from King's Landing, this relative of yours has always been a hedonist, and with the ongoing war, the construction of a new fleet, and tournaments, expenditures will escalate, inevitably leading him to become a client of the Iron Bank. It appears that the Iron Bank harbors astute individuals, Viserys mused. Their assessment is largely accurate. Robb currently appears to hold the foremost power on paper. Moreover, he is indeed adept at squandering wealth, hunting, drinking, pursuing women, hosting tournaments, and funding fleet construction. He spreads his riches far and wide. However, Viserys suspected that there might be deceptive accounting at play, perhaps orchestrated by Petyr Baelish. The lenders seeking loans from the Iron Bank endure perils far greater than those faced by knights like you, remarked the Sea Lord. I too hope to earn the Iron Bank's admiration in due course. I wish that were feasible, but certainly not at this moment. As a ruler of a great city-state, my commands are not issued lightly. I trust you comprehend this, stated Lord Ferrago. Land and manpower, these are your primary concerns, I know, Ferrago continued. Following the Rhoyne southward, one would traverse the Andalos Hills, the Pentoshi Plains, and then the Golden Fields. This vast expanse has fallen into desolation due to war and the incursions of the Dothraki. There is also a region perpetually embroiled in conflict. As for manpower, remnants of the Undulls and the Rhoyners still linger, albeit in dwindling numbers. You should be aware that the Undulls migrated en masse to Westeros, and the Rhoyner faced annihilation at the hands of the Valyrians. I am indeed aware, Viserys nodded. It is akin to starting from scratch. The entire continent remains underdeveloped, as if granted a charter for self-exploration. The land is there, yet bandits, horse lords, and Pentoshi will require your own resolution. Although remnants of the Undulls and Rhoyner persist on the eastern continent, they are few. Regarding the land, I can only say that the Andalos region still harbors numerous brigands. Despite multiple campaigns by Braavos and Pintos, total eradication remains elusive. There should still be vacant strongholds, which you can use as a base of operations. Here is an intricate map for you to take. Additionally, I have a gift for you. A few fine horses from my menagerie, as a token for you, the troublemaker. These gifts are indeed valuable. I shall make my way south and survey the lands I traverse, Viserys replied. Although no funds were secured, he at least acquired a map and a handful of fine steeds. His envisioned domain lay within these southern territories. And Viserys contemplated another matter. His innate gift for just judgment might yet be linked to the sword known as Lady Justice. Perhaps he could awaken this blade, a weapon worthy of standing alongside Valyrian steel. The suggestions of the Sea King are merely that, suggestions. The mastermind behind the entire plan remains none other than Viserys himself. Viserys is well aware of the tales surrounding the bandits in the lands of Andalos. When the Black Death vanished alongside the young girl, the Targaryen royal family was engulfed in trepidation. Upon the discovery of the Black Death, Valyrian, in the Velvet Hills north of Pentos, the Arbiter promptly dispatched the Wasp, William, leading a dozen men to investigate. A local guide, claiming to know the whereabouts of dragons, led William and his companions forth. In truth, the local brigands had fabricated tales of dragons to frighten away others, and this advance party from Westeros was subsequently surrounded and annihilated. Well then, Viserys, I wish you a pleasant journey. I have every confidence it will be an enjoyable one. Viserys carefully stowed away the map gifted by the Sea King. Following the Sea King's counsel, the Velvet Hills or the bandit settlements on the plains could indeed be worth a gamble. Upon departing from the Sea King's painted ship, equipped with the map and clues, Viserys contemplated the necessity of gathering additional hands for the venture ahead. Braavos forbids the slave trade, thus the Unsullied are absent here, with the nearest among them stationed only in Pentos and Coer. While Pentos may have abolished slavery, the nobility there still employs various means to acquire slaves, with the affluent utilizing the Unsullied for their protection. Stepping off the Sea King's vessel, Viserys felt a surge of exhilaration as he embarked on his new journey, an adventure anew. Your Majesty, Sir Roland murmured. As time passed, the onlookers had largely dispersed. Viserys beheld those awaiting him, his kin, Sir Roland, the socialite Black Pearl, Nightingale, the Lady of Shadows, Moonshadow, along with Ringo, Celio, and Sysa. Viserys sensed he might be viewed as a friend to women. I gather this gathering signifies my farewell. I am grateful to each of you for your support, Viserys declared. It seems you intend to take your leave, Black Pearl observed astutely. That is indeed the implication. The Sea King has urged my departure, having arrived a tad too early, she added with a hint of regret. The assembly exchanged glances. It was evident that Viserys had triumphed, yet the burdens of fame had rendered him a source of trouble, prompting his expulsion. By the moon pool, a few lingered, seemingly eager to ally with Viserys, as their accents were unmistakably of the common tongue of Westeros. Dragon King, I once fought alongside your brother, several exclaimed, their emotions palpable upon seeing Viserys. Though some harbored conservative royalist leanings, they would not have dared to pledge allegiance had they not witnessed Viserys' prowess in battle. While attracting attention may have its drawbacks, failing to demonstrate one's capabilities would certainly deter any from surrendering. What is the situation with these individuals? Viserys inquired. They are adventurers from Westeros, seeking fortune and a livelihood, with no formal knights among them, eager to pledge their allegiance to your Majesty. Sir Roland remarked with a hint of joy. This indeed reflects the reputation that Viserys has cultivated. At least some have chosen to rally to his cause. Does this not offend the original lords? Viserys inquired. Indeed, Sir Roland nodded. Most of them do. Many of the lords of Westeros are known for their tyranny, which naturally compels the impoverished and the outlaws to seek gold across the waters. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the true king, His Majesty Viserys? Sir Roland asked. We are willing. We are eager. The crowd responded eagerly in unison. They must be fluent in the common tongue, originally from peasant stock, not necessarily knights. Preferably hailing from the Crownlands, King's Landing, or Dragonstone. They shall swear fealty to me, Viserys declared. We have previously sworn to serve the true king. We are ready to depart, provided I can return to eliminate a few more lords. Very well, let us prepare to leave, Viserys commanded Sir Roland. Streamline the manpower. I shall need to personally select them later. Why are you still here? Viserys noticed that the members of the Second Sons were still present. I am in search of talent, like a man on the brink of death from thirst, one of the Second Sons responded. As you can see, I currently lack the time to visit the Second Sons, but we can stay in touch. Perhaps we may collaborate, Viserys suggested. That is not out of the question. Do you require more personnel? Lingo inquired in a low voice. Viserys nodded. The Sea King has banished me. That is easily managed. I will inquire among the original fishermen of Westeros willing to accompany you and select some for you. That would be splendid, Viserys thought with great delight. With these connections, the willing vagabonds from Westeros who witnessed his valor, the fisherman Lingo would procure, and the network of the Black Pearl, he would gather his first contingent. All the assembled individuals would head towards the temporarily designated destination of the abandoned bandit strongholds in the Velvet Hills. Chapter 53. The recruitment of the Second Sons upon arriving in Braavos. Viserys had traveled by sea. He was 8 years old, a king in exile. However, by the time he departed at 14, Viserys had transformed into a formidable water dancer and knight. He now traversed the river route, delving directly south along the Sweetwater Canal and the waterways into the continent of Essos. Viserys Targaryen had earned the titles of Bloodletter and the Violet Swordsman. Yet he had also become a guest banished by the Sea King. Farewell, Braavos, Viserys mused as he gazed upon the aqueducts, perpetually transporting fresh water into the city. The high-quality water of Braavos flowed from the Sweetwater Canal, these elevated aqueducts constructed of bricks supported by arches. The wealthy diverted water into their homes, while the poor ladled water from the public fountains using buckets. Varys led a contingent of approximately 100 guards, comprising exiles and fishermen, predominantly locals from Westeros, alongside a few remnants of the royalist faction and adventurous souls unable to thrive elsewhere. He was accompanied by those servants still willing to follow him. Prior to their departure, Varys generously spent a considerable sum of gold coins to procure armor for his retinue. Enlisting the craftsmanship of a Lyseni blacksmith and exploring the armor stalls in the marketplace for treasures. The helmets crafted by the Lyseni were peculiar, taking on the shapes of various animals and birds. While heavy plate armor was scarce, the available chainmail and leather tunics were relatively affordable. Ultimately, this auburn-haired Lyseni blacksmith found himself a significant patron, eager to accompany Varys on his journey. Historically, the blacksmith had forged fine swords, and aligning himself with Varys presented a fortuitous opportunity. Sir Roland and Serral managed these vassals for Varys temporarily. Seated in a small crab-catching vessel arranged by Ringo, Varys navigated a craft suited for rivers or shallow seas. Beyond these waterways leading to the Reef Island city-states lay the realm of Andalos. The first river of Braavos originated in the hills of Andalos, entirely under the jurisdiction and control of Braavos. In its quest for water sources and the abolition of slavery, Braavos had thrice delivered severe retribution to Pentos. Crossing this freshwater river that directly flowed to Braavos, one would eventually reach the upper reaches of the Lorne River. In addition to Varys' entourage, an unsolicited guest graced the ship, the cunning Casparo, an officer from the Sons of the Harpy. Who leads the Sons now? Varys inquired. Just an old relic. We refer to him as the roster, for he only clings to the roster of the Sons, reminiscing about past glories, Casparo sneered. And manpower? Approximately 600 to 700, though there are quite a few jesters. The Sons have always been short-handed, particularly in warriors, Casparo elucidated. Good swordsmen and fighters are always welcomed in any mercenary company. Sir Roland and Serral merely listened, as this exchange was between Varys and the Sons of the Harpy, with Varys making the final decisions. I recognize your prowess. The Sons require youthful and formidable swordsmen such as yourself, Casparo continued, his chatter incessant. The bloodthirsty Violet Swordsman, what a formidable title. I dare say you will need some brethren. Indeed, I am but a second son, a fate I cannot escape, Varys contemplated. Joining the Sons at this juncture is truly a period of uncertainty. They are in a transitional phase. The Titan's bastard, Melro, who ought to have joined, met his demise at my hands. While the Brown One has yet to join the Sons, he remains a bodyguard to the esteemed noble Osnak Zopar of Meereen. Nonetheless, I am aware of your capabilities, and it seems the Sons have faced some difficulties in recent years, Varys retorted cautiously, for prudence is the essence of strategy. Though the Second Sons may lack the illustrious reputation of the Golden Company, their martial achievements have been noteworthy throughout the centuries. However, the Second Sons find themselves on a downward trajectory, as the most formidable warriors have gravitated towards the rising powers of the Golden Company, the Windblown, and the Cats of War. Notably, the Beggar Prince of the Windblown and others have previously served within the ranks of the Second Sons. Perhaps their managerial experience could be beneficial, yet they struggle to retain talent. If the Second Sons had not declined, they would not be in a position where they must consider Malaro as their leader in the future. This unfortunate situation is precisely why we extend an invitation to you. After all, the Second Sons are an ancient mercenary company, still possessing considerable strength. Casparo remarked, from the formidable Harwin to the likes of Cold Iron, the fiery Illion, the Wild Wolf, and the Red Viper, our roster is not devoid of illustrious figures, many of whom hail from your 7 kingdoms. Like you, Illion also comes from the Targaryen lineage. Casparo is keen to recruit skilled individuals. He had high hopes for the brawny Malaro, but Malaro met a gruesome fate, akin to a mere plaything of the Dragon Queen's bloodline. The primary issue lies in the Second Sons' inability to compete with the larger mercenary companies, leading to a continual decline in their standing, which, if it persists, may force them to turn against their employers, resulting in a complete loss of reputation. Viserys surmised the intentions of the Second Sons, who have consistently welcomed high-ranking individuals into their fold. Moreover, Viserys believed that the Second Sons, much like their attempts to recruit Tyrion, seek to offer him protection while simultaneously expecting financial support from him for the company's endeavors in the future. This encapsulates the Second Son strategy. First, they recognize Viserys' prowess in combat, as they are in pursuit of promising recruits. Secondly, investing in Viserys represents a political gamble. After all, the Second Sons were originally founded by 40 noblemen of lesser standing within their families, who were cast out and marginalized, subsequently becoming landless lords and a refuge for displaced knights and adventurers. I indeed require some brothers, yet I demand their loyalty to me, Viserys stated. Rather than aligning with these opportunistic mercenaries, it would be wiser to cultivate a new army from the ground up. Furthermore, mercenaries are notoriously fickle, with the Golden Company relying on their reputation. My understanding diverges from this. I have heard that mercenaries follow only the victors, save for the Golden Company, Viserys asserted. You possess the qualities of a true warrior, making you our ally. The Second Sons are in need of fresh blood. What if you fear to confront usurpers? Some mercenaries merely wish to survive a few more days. Viserys gazed at Casparo. We are free-spirited mercenaries. All mercenaries are adventurers. Investing in Viserys' grand endeavor will yield rewards far more substantial than what usurpers could offer. Very well, once I possess the means to secure your loyalty, I shall certainly reach out to the Second Sons. Despite this, I believe there remains potential for collaboration. Casparo, the envoy of the Second Sons, had not yet relinquished his final hope. I too hope for an opportunity to collaborate, though it is more likely that I will become an employer rather than a member of your company, Viserys remarked, gazing at the messenger from the Second Sons. He found himself in considerable trouble near the Velvet Hills and may need to hire additional mercenaries. However, it is still premature for him to depart with the Second Sons. As long as there is this commitment, we may find common ground for collaboration, promised Casparo. The Second Sons have recruitment posts in Pintos and Braavos, where you may contact us. Viserys currently holds only a tentative partnership with the Second Sons. To gain their full respect, Viserys must demonstrate his prowess through decisive displays of strength. Mercenaries have always revered power. Viserys had a premonition that upon reaching the citadel, he would be confronted with more blood and fire, and indeed, he would require external support. Chapter 54, A Place to Rest. Castle Viserys across the vast expanse of lush fields, a cavalry bearing the black flag adorned with 3 red dragons galloped forward, followed by small wheeled carts and a mule train responsible for transporting supplies. Rhaenys and Daenerys opened the windows of the carts, unable to restrain their curiosity, missing the scent of the sea breeze and salt. The verdant landscape and gently rolling hills were reminiscent of the former hills of the kingdom, the Velvet Hills lying south of Andalos. These hills were not particularly lofty, lacking the grandeur of the Moon Mountains or the Red Mountains of Westeros. And even the heights of the Westerlands were more formidable than this terrain. Between Braavos and Pintos, 2 rivers flowed. The first coursed north into Braavos, providing fresh water to the city, while the second flowed south, comprising 2 tributaries, the upper and lower Rhoyne, nourishing the lands of Andalos and the plains of Pintos. The first river, the mother river of Braavos, belonged to its domain. Bestowing it upon Viserys would require a grave lapse in judgment from the Sea King. The territories Viserys sought were along the banks of the upper and lower Rhoyne. Due to the dynamic equilibrium between Pintos and Braavos, coupled with the incursions of nomadic tribes and bandits, this region was effectively unclaimed land. The Sea King was not benevolent in directing attention towards a territory devoid of ownership. The bandits and the brutish Dothraki would need to devise their own solutions. After disembarking from the Braavos River, Lingo's longship and the emissaries of the Second Sons departed, leaving Viserys to manage his contingent personally. He rode a magnificent black Dothraki steed, a testament to the Sea King's discerning choice, for the warhorse was indeed majestic. Nevertheless, Viserys had a scarcity of cavalry, with the majority being infantry. Sir Roland organized these newly recruited soldiers. Those with a foundation in horsemanship and robust physiques were assigned to the cavalry, while the others, possessing only average equestrian skills, were designated as infantry. Additionally, those with limited riding abilities and combat experience were initially tasked as apprentices to the blacksmiths of Tyrosh. Those with extensive experience in crab catching were temporarily classified as Viserys' naval forces. The lands of Andalos were not lacking in light boats or fishing opportunities. The recruitment of soldiers is the prevailing theme. Viserys not only seeks to train his subordinates, but also to arm them. When the opportune moment arrives, he contemplates acquiring horses in Pintos, as the Dothraki frequently extort there, and there exists a trade of horses and goods between the 2 parties. For now, he must find refuge amidst the predatory wolves. Gazing upon the vast expanse of land he intends to govern, a land ripe with potential yet fraught with peril, he acknowledges that this marks the commencement of his path to expansion. In the wake of Valyria's demise, no singular power has emerged capable of fully developing the continent of Essos. The city-states of free trade have largely focused on fragmented urban development. Nestled within the fissures of great powers lie substantial tracts of fertile land, such as Andalos, the disputed lands, and the Golden Fields. This is the land of Andalos, the ancestral home of the Undulls, Sir Roland remarks. Indeed, it is, he continues, excitedly reciting from the ancient scriptures. The father extended his hand to the heavens, plucking 7 holy stars, which he placed one by one upon the head of King Hugo of the Hills, forging a resplendent crown. This is the essence of the 7-star scriptures, Viserys interjects. Subsequently, the Undulls were inspired to collectively cross the narrow sea and invade Westeros. I would argue it was less inspiration and more fear of the rising Valyrians, Sir Roland explains. After all, the Undulls could not even best the Rhoynar, who later fell to the Dragon Kings. It seems that the eastern continent resembles a chain of beasts. The Undulls, who were not a dominant force, assumed an air of invincibility upon their arrival in Westeros. Your Majesty, should we construct a castle here, it is highly likely we will attract trouble from the Dothraki. Sir Roland adds, beyond the cities of Pintos and Braavos, no towns exist. Having served as a mercenary, he is familiar with certain Dothraki customs. The Dothraki are staunch environmentalists, harboring a disdain for towns, yearning to restore the earth to its original state. For centuries prior, the Dothraki surged from the east towards the free trade city-states, plundering and incinerating every town and city along their path. We have already offended enough people. Inevitably, we shall also anger the horse lords, Viserys states. For now, we must strive to survive amidst these dangers. Having a castle is certainly better than living in exile. Viserys reflects on how he has become a source of trouble, not only for Robert and Tywin across the narrow sea, but also for Price Tan of Braavos, compounded by the future wrath of the Dothraki. He senses the burdens of numerous debts, pondering that development is paramount. Viserys has considered erecting a castle at the confluence of the Upper Lorne River, but the undertaking is too grand and would require control over the upstream dam. Thus, constructing a stone fortress on the mountain seems more feasible. He has located a fortified village, remnants left by bandits of yore. The scouts ahead return with reports. Within the Velvet Hills, there are bandits who attempt to plunder. Yet their efforts seldom yield significant results, for this band of marauders pales in comparison to the formidable Dothraki horsemen who emerge from the hives. Viserys rode forth to a makeshift encampment constructed of stones atop a hill. The notorious thieves of yore have long since met their demise. Yet their remnants remain in the form of this encampment. Gazing upon the gray-brown stone structures, Viserys noted that many were adorned with creeping moss. The Velvet Hills, with their mountains and waters, boasted fertile land. This bandit stronghold perched on the highest hill was graced by a bubbling spring. Before him flowed the upper reaches of the River Lorne, while behind lay the gentle slopes of the Velvet Hills, facing Nathos. A short distance down the hill led to the confluence of the Upper Lorne and the Small Lorne, along with the Valyrian Road. The Dothraki, emerging from the Lorne, always traversed the Valyrian Road. Thus, this proximity afforded Viserys considerable tactical flexibility. From the vantage point of the stronghold, with easy access to water and the potential for guerrilla tactics in the hills, this encampment exemplified strategic advantage. Even in the event of a siege, it could withstand a prolonged defense. Let us consider this our foothold, Viserys declared. Now that we have acquired new territory, it is fitting that we bestow upon it a new name. Let it be known as Viserys Keep. The practice of naming fortifications after individuals is quite customary. Sir Roland Viserys remarked, the defenses of this castle are not particularly robust, yet I am aware of rocky locations we can exploit. Where might that be, Your Majesty? Roland inquired. Within the hills near the confluence of the Lorne, there should be a stone circle said to have been erected by giants, which we can utilize, Viserys replied. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. In truth, there also stood a colossal sphinx statue crafted from Valyrian steel by the roadside, featuring the body of a dragon and the visage of a woman. Viserys contemplated that once his fortress was completed, this statue could be seized as well. Chapter 55. Preparations for war amidst the verdant and gentle expanse of the Velvet Hills. The gray-brown Viserys Keep stood resolute upon a hill overlooking the right bank of the River Lorne. The current incarnation of Viserys Keep had been rejuvenated from the rudimentary stone encampment, with the banner of a red dragon on a black field fluttering above the Velvet Hills. The vicinity was rich in stone, and fortifications fashioned from such materials were notably resilient. Both continents flanking the narrow sea were abundant in stone, and most castles were primarily constructed of such robust materials. Within Viserys Keep, timber had been felled to create basic dwellings. Observing the environment both inside and outside the hills, Viserys recognized that establishing a suitable castle required considerable effort. Typically, castles situated upon hills would feature accompanying stairways, and some would even excavate secret passages leading directly to the valley below. In Griffin's Keep, the Red Keep, and White Harbor, there exist hidden passages. The staircases and secret tunnels are indicative of more advanced castle construction. At present, the forces and resources of Viserys are insufficient for full-scale operations, and he must bide his time. The stone walls of Viserys Keep have been reinforced, raised upon the existing stones, and filled with gravel in the crevices. Located not far from the river, Viserys Keep can also extract stone and sand from the waters. Within the fortified walls, towering wooden turrets have been erected to serve as watchtowers. Once this three-dimensional framework is established, Viserys Keep can be deemed a compact and resilient fortress. Inside the castle, there are barracks, an armory, a blacksmith's forge, stables, the lord's chambers, courtyards, and a training ground for combat. Viserys savored the locally produced sour red wine from Andalos. Its tartness a flavor only the locals have grown accustomed to. The wild grapes of the Velvet Hills provide a foundation for the production of brandy, presenting a potential avenue for development. While I was excavating river sand with soldiers, I spotted some Undulls lurking in the woods, presumably preparing for an imminent first wave of assault. Sir Roland remarked. Should I take a few men to scout the nearby forest? We cannot afford to take the initiative. These brigands are more familiar with the terrain than we are, Viserys pondered. Thus, we shall remain passive, feigning ignorance while preparing for a defensive counterattack. The Undulls possess no significant advantage in terms of equipment. Their gear and supplies are subpar. However, their familiarity with the landscape and guerrilla tactics can inflict considerable suffering. Take the Arryn family, for instance. The Knights of the Vale are renowned, yet they stand little chance in direct confrontations with the wildlings. Nevertheless, the Dukes of House Arryn have a penchant for reckless charges, often sending waves into the Moonstone Mountains, and they have done so more than once. Viserys devised a strategy akin to the hammer and anvil approach, intending to treat this castle as both a stronghold and a bastion of firepower, depleting the enemy before launching a mobile strike. Very well, Sir Roland nodded. After all, the most formidable fighters among them are still Silio and Viserys. While Silio is merely a guest, the capable Viserys has already garnered substantial authority. The soldiers willing to follow Viserys have witnessed him dispatch the Titan-esque bastard without injury. There are numerous Undull brigands in this region, and if we are to establish a foothold here, it seems imperative to dismantle several of their factions, Viserys stated. Sir Roland nodded. Brigands are commonplace, as even the Kingsguard had their own brotherhood in those days, let alone in such lawless territories. Let our soldiers engage in the routine felling of timber and extraction of river sand. If the brigands believe our labors to be burdensome, they will undoubtedly be unable to resist attacking us at night. At that point, let Master Silio manage the infantry while you and I lead the cavalry in a counteroffensive. Sir Roland regarded Viserys. Your Majesty, might this be too perilous? To confront these brigands, I alone shall suffice with the cavalry, Viserys replied confidently. I shall lead the cavalry charge. Sir Roland was eager to offer further suggestions. However, Viserys was not one to linger. Consider the Brotherhood of the Kingsguard. Thanks to the assistance of local inhabitants, the knights had been unable to locate them. As outsiders in the Velvet Hills, a direct confrontation with the bandits would surely yield unfavorable results. These indigenous people were well acquainted with the terrain and adept at guerrilla warfare, and their harassment of our supply lines would jeopardize the sustainability of our fortress. Instead, it would be prudent to lure the local brigands, much like fishing, Viserys asserted resolutely. The bandits of the Velvet Hills would not grow too formidable, as they remained caught within the influence of several factions. After a moment of contemplation, Sir Roland nodded. He was indeed aware of the circumstances surrounding the previous efforts to eradicate the Brotherhood of the Kingsguard, due to the Brotherhood's close ties with the local residents. The regular knights had searched for them extensively. The military, as is often the case, mirrors the hierarchy above, and since Viserys had established the strategy for the battlefield, Sir Roland was prepared to cooperate fully. Although their numbers were limited, the presence of skilled warriors such as Silio, Viserys, and Sir Roland himself ensured that they were significantly superior in military prowess compared to the indigenous people. The dispossessed refugees, former supporters of the crown, adventurers, and fishermen sheltered in Braavos ensured a minimum level of combat capability. These individuals had been training under Sir Roland and Viserys, maintaining a certain level of preparedness. Though their supplies were rapidly depleting, Viserys urgently needed to establish new territories in the Velvet Hills. As for provisions, the plains of Pentos boasted numerous estates. Should agricultural production lag, they would inevitably need to engage with the people of Pentos. We would dine at the appointed hour this evening. But let us not forget our armor. We might have inadvertently summoned the original Undul's brigands, urging them to arm themselves and heed the sounds of horns and drums. Additionally, we must prepare rubble and logs. Indeed, while these soldiers possess a certain level of combat effectiveness, transforming them into a regular army would necessitate the crucible of battle. Although the process of training through conflict is gradual, it fosters a high degree of loyalty among the troops. From their departure from Braavos to their arduous trek to the Velvet Hills, Viserys spent his time not only training but also mingling with the soldiers. The combat of knights is a battle of steel. Thus, it is essential to ensure that soldiers are well fed, burdened with armor, and provided with basic equestrian training to form disciplined lines. Viserys possessed a modicum of modern military insight, and his reverence for order and discipline was deeply ingrained. With his spirits rallied, Viserys prepared for the first round of conflict at Viserys Castle. The 4 wooden towers might be consumed by flames, but there was no energy to construct stone towers at present. With a circular wall and 4 watchtowers at its core, it could at least be deemed a fortified structure. Silio was tasked with the reserve troops, Viserys with the vanguard elite, while Roland would oversee the second line of soldiers. As the sun traverses to the other side, and the encroaching night slowly envelopes the moment, the sky remains adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. In a bid to confront the war and foster better unity among his soldiers, Viserys often resides within the military camp, where he possesses his own tent. Gazing at the resplendent tableau of stars that resembles a celestial carpet, he reflects on the life he has chosen. Great achievements are born from hardship. To vanquish his adversaries, the Lannisters, Baratheons, and Dothraki, he must commence with the whip and the battlefield. Viserys senses an ominous beast lurking in the darkness, watching his every move. Chapter 56. Riding and slaughter. The celestial beauty of the stars, akin to a flowing galaxy, is abruptly shattered by the blaring of a horn, piercing the tranquility of the night sky. Viserys awakens from his semi-conscious state and rises from his bed, securing his slender sword at his waist. He pushes aside the flaps of his tent. Clad in dark armor reminiscent of smoke, his dragon-winged helmet, crafted by a Tyroshi blacksmith, bears the fierce visage of a dragon in flight, its wings painted in a striking red hue. The flickering firelight casts a glow upon the dragon's head, while Viserys' principal weapon on horseback is a lance. Rhaenys, what brings you here? Viserys inquires as he spots a dark-haired girl of Dorne approaching. Of course, I am here to fight alongside you, Rhaenys replies. Do not be foolish, Viserys gently ruffles her hair. You should accompany Daenerys and heed Master Syrio's instructions. I shall handle the rest. Very well, Rhaenys concedes, obediently departing. Victory, Viserys' victory. He watches as the young girl leaves his presence. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Viserys bellows. The soldiers instinctively form ranks. Though slightly disordered, their discipline is evident. This being their first foray into combat, Viserys is quite pleased. Like forging iron, he instills discipline and order into the soldiers' very beings, creating a specialized muscle memory. Elite warriors are not merely trained, they are forged in the crucible of battle. As a traveler from another time, Viserys possesses a modicum of military knowledge. After all, in this age of information explosion, everyone wields a plethora of fragmented knowledge, broad yet superficial. However, the ability to execute and deceive proves sufficient. Ultimately, modern warfare distills down to discipline and order, technology and logistics. Yet, we find ourselves in an era of classical warfare, where the valor and fortune of the commander hold substantial weight. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the native soldiers of Westeros offer prayers before the onset of battle. Warrior, one of the 7, whom all knights revere, Sir Roland proclaims. Warrior, bless us. The soldiers collectively chant the name of the warrior, yearning for divine protection amidst the impending bloodshed and flames. Viserys' fishing has borne fruit, as the local Undulls are eagerly ensnared. As the sounds of horns and drums resonated, striking at the hearts of men, it became evident that the Undul bandits were aware their plans had been unveiled. The Undulls no longer concealed their intentions for a nocturnal assault. Instead, they emerged boldly. Launching a direct attack, they surged into the fortress, seizing food and women, taking what they desired and departing without regard for the stronghold itself. Motivated solely by the acquisition of resources, the cacophony of the bandits echoed loudly, mingling with the crackle of flames and the eerie cries of soldiers, shattering the tranquility of the area. Viserys, hearing the calls of the brigands, comprehended why they sought not the stronghold, but rather provisions and women. These outlaws typically resided in villages or caves, banding together in small groups, hesitant to launch large-scale assaults due to fear of retaliation from surrounding city-states, and particularly wary of the Dothraki, who, like locusts, would devastate every town and fortress in their path. Enlarging the stone fortifications was tantamount to provoking the Dothraki's beliefs. There are a considerable number, Sir Roland remarked. Under the shroud of night, the exact number of bandits was unclear, but judging by the noise, they were at least several times the size of Viserys' own band. Ascending the watchtower, Viserys beheld the dark figures approaching along the hills, a sight that indeed carried an impressive presence. With a stronghold's fortitude, one could stand against 10. Descending the tower, Viserys spoke with calm assurance. The other soldiers, witnessing their leader's demeanor, began to find solace in the face of impending chaos. In the era of classical warfare, the qualities of a commander were paramount. Given time, a confrontation with Robert and Tywin might yet be possible, Sir Roland mused, his satisfaction growing with Viserys' performance. It was as if he had nurtured a timid scion, only to find a formidable character emerging. With thunderous ambition concealed beneath a placid exterior, Viserys gradually acclimated to his identity. As a commander, such psychological resilience was essential, especially since his sword had already tasted blood. Viserys' mindset hardened further after he poisoned those servants who attempted to abscond with valuables and killed Baelor, the Titan's bastard. In a world where humanity feasted upon itself, he knew he must transform into the most formidable beast to reach the other side. Warriors! Viserys raised his spear and proclaimed, "May the warrior bless us." Warriors! The soldiers echoed, invoking the name of the divine. Viserys steeled himself. The time for war had arrived, and he was determined to emerge victorious. The Undulls had crossed the river, leaving no option but to fight to the death. Logs and stones, prepare. Fire. At Sir Roland's command, the soldiers pushed the prepared projectiles toward the not-so-lofty walls. With a resounding crash, the logs and rubble descended with the force of nature, like boulders crashing down upon the climbing bandits. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a tempest of blood and carnage, filled with cries of agony and despair. Collect. Viserys commanded, instructing them to lower a significant portion while retaining some logs. Victory! Victory! The morale of Viserys' defenders soared, as they inherently possessed an advantage in their role. Archers! Fire! Sir Roland ordered, directing his own contingent of archers, though their training was insufficient for quick deployment. The crossbowmen, too, were instructed to wait until the enemy drew closer. Presently, Viserys and Sir Roland were the finest marksmen among them. Has the side door gone unnoticed? Viserys inquired. Rest assured, it remains well concealed, Sir Roland replied, emphasizing the pivotal role the side entrance would play. Viserys mused that their technological resources were lacking. A proper tower should have been equipped with catapults, barrels of pitch, and fire crossbows. For now, he was simplifying the defenses and had not fully armed the castle of Viserys. The defensive fire from the elevated positions of logs, longbows, and crossbows gradually waned. As human resources were inherently limited, the Annalar bandits roared as they assailed the main gate with their battering rams, while some audacious souls attempted to scale the walls. However, under the fire from the archers stationed in the watchtower, they continued their futile efforts to breach the gate. Shields ready. Spears ready. Form a crescent. The stone walls of the fortress were not particularly high, and Viserys began commanding the shield-bearers to form the front line of defense. The soldiers arranged themselves, wielding sturdy oak-round shields. In the front row, they formed a spear formation, while the remaining infantry brandished various weapons, pitchforks, flails, maces, axes, anything they were accustomed to using. Listening to the sounds of the battering at the wooden door and the thuds of men falling from the walls, Viserys recognized that the moment had come. Follow me. He mounted his black steed, and alongside Sir Roland and a contingent of cavalry, they emerged from the concealed side door, ready to pursue. The horses were silenced, becoming shadows in the dark. The enemy had already sustained considerable losses and now seemed frenzied. Crack! Crack! After enduring multiple rounds of battering, the already feeble gates of Viserys' castle succumbed to the assault. Steady! Steady! The blacksmith from Tyros shouted. The Annalar forces, believing they had achieved a decisive victory, were taken aback as a line of spears surged forth, resembling a hedgehog formation, effectively pushing their adversaries back from the breach. The spears pierced through the frontline attackers, blood spilling into the narrow gateway. What is happening? What is happening? The local Annalar warriors were astonished. The newcomers evidently exhibited some semblance of military discipline. Yet, the bandit leaders who had accompanied them found no better alternatives, as their sunk costs were too significant. With heavy losses now incurred, failure to recover their investment would spell disaster. One enemy horse was pierced by a spear and, with a shriek, pressed forward, creating a gap in the spear formation. Charge! Charge! The leader of the Undull people cried out in delight, yet unexpectedly, that joy transformed into terror in the next moment. From the darkness to the side of Viserys' fort, the thunderous sound of hooves suddenly erupted, as dozens of knights clad in black armor charged forth with ferocious roars. Mounted upon their majestic steeds, they were an unstoppable force. Viserys, as the vanguard, galloped ahead, his fearsome dragon horns flickering with firelight, while the crimson dragon wings enveloped him, rendering him a demon of war. Provoking the enemy and indulging in slaughter was a relentless cycle of carnage. Viserys felt the howling wind, a sensation akin to riding and slashing through the fray. Chapter 57. Contest and victory. The night sky was studded with stars, and the battlefield resounded with the cries of battle. Viserys' forces numbered around 100 soldiers, while the local Undull bandits outnumbered them by 4 or 5 times. However, the brutality of siege warfare and Viserys' meticulously crafted hammer and anvil tactics had significantly diminished the enemy's numerical advantage. Moreover, the fort's garrison included Viserys and Roland, both of whom were formally trained knights, accompanied by a handful of squire knights, forming a wedge formation like a hammer. Kill! Kill! The knights surged forth from the shadows, exuding an aura of menace, akin to wolves and tigers. Viserys wielded his lance with a fierce grace, utilizing the power of his steed. His ebony stallion, a robust specimen among the Dothraki horses, was unparalleled. They possessed the finest steeds and armor, exhibiting razor-sharp efficiency. The black-scaled armor bore a considerable weight, and only when mounted could the knights unleash their maximum lethality. Viserys' lance, imbued with furious strength, unseated his foes with brutal precision, swiftly moving on to the next. Efficient and rapid in his slaughter, such was the nature of warfare. This was not the graceful dance of an assassin, but rather a brutal ballet of combat. Viserys had once believed that knighthood was an invention of the Undull people, thinking those left behind would not be too lacking. Only upon engagement did he realize he had overestimated the remaining Undull warriors. In retrospect, with the mass migration of the Undull people, the level of civilization here had significantly diminished. The warriors approached. An Undull, marked with the 7-pointed star upon his face, let out a pained scream before being impaled through the chest by a lance. The faith in the 7 gods originated from the lands of Andalos. And even though most Undulls had crossed the sea to Westeros, the local Undulls remained steadfast in their beliefs, regarding their warriors as the most trusted deities. The strength of the Undull bandits remained relatively feeble. The number of fully armored fighters was scant, and their armors were often rusty relics. Most of their horses were of inferior stock and few in number. Caught in Viserys' simplified hammer and anvil strategy, the Undulls had already expended considerable energy. As they grew weary from the struggles of climbing and assaulting the fortress, Viserys' most formidable cavalry descended upon them like an iron fist. A demon of war. The Andalusians cried out, as they beheld a towering knight clad entirely in black armor, with crimson dragon wings shimmering with fiery brilliance. Cavalry knights, how could this be? The local brigands of Andalusia were taken aback. The resplendent black and red dragon banner unfurled, while the armored cavalry relentlessly battered the Andalusian defenses. Under the onslaught of the cavalry, the enemy formation began to disintegrate, leaving them bewildered and helpless. The foe had pondered victory, yet had not foreseen their impending defeat. "Follow me," roared Viserys, brandishing his long spear. A foolish Andalusian, brandishing a battle axe, charged forth, only to be struck in the chest by Viserys' lance. This Andalusian was scarcely half-armored. The spear pierced through armor, leather, muscle, and lung, resulting in instant demise. For King Viserys, Sir Roland Lake swung his silver morning star, the whistling weapon crashing upon the enemy's brow, blood, bone fragments, and brain matter erupting forth. This was the taste of blood, and the taste of victory, a flavor Roland had not savored in quite some time. After the defeat at the Trident, he had believed the death knell had sounded for him. For King Viserys, the infantry within the fortress echoed the battle cry, surging forward as their shield wall parted. Soldiers wielding pitchforks, flails, long spears, axes, and hammers began their assault. Who is this Viserys? The Andalusians found themselves perplexed. The war had devolved into a cacophony of bloodshed, marked by the wails, cries, and roars of men. Viserys paid no heed to the attacks striking his armor. In close combat, Full plates served as a secure iron shell, with vital points located only at the joints. Unless the armor-piercing knights were both skilled and equipped with Valyrian steel weapons, it was evident that these Andalusian brigands lacked superior gear and training. Thrusting, parrying, dodging, and seeking weaknesses defined the fray. Strength, speed, and resilience. Combat for knights proved far more exhausting than the duels of water dancers, and Viserys' attributes were remarkably balanced, reaching the caliber of a top-tier warrior. He sensed his martial experience gradually enhancing, bolstered by his heavy armor and noble steed. Viserys was the most perilous knight, bringing death and slaughter wherever his spear traversed. "Run! We cannot escape," cried an Andalusian, his voice quivering. Previously, they had suffered significant losses due to logs and rubble, and with the cavalry not being numerous. This latest wave of attrition left their infantry utterly vulnerable, ripe for the harvest of death. Kill that one in the dragon helm. He is their leader. If we slay their chief, we may yet have hope. The Andalusian band soon realized that the razor-sharp, black-armored vanguard knight was the overall commander of the fortress. These attacking Andalusians had incurred heavy losses. In this battle upon the hills, they had already sacrificed a majority of their elite forces, and the cavalry's charge had pushed them to the brink of no return. Only a desperate attempt to salvage their losses remained. A one-eyed leader of the Undul band gritted his teeth, his chainmail relatively new, marking him as one of the elite. "Die!" The one-eyed Undul roared as he charged into the fray, aiming to strike at Viserys. The battlefield swiftly transformed into a close-quarters melee. Viserys spotted an Undul cavalryman, adorned with the 7-star insignia, thrusting a spear toward his chest. He reined in his horse and sidestepped the spear's attack. The one-eyed Undul was taken aback. The enemy's agility was astonishing. The two wooden spears clashed mid-air, and this one-eyed warrior was among the more skilled of the Undul brigands. Viserys focused on the position of the chainmail, and with a powerful thrust, his spear penetrated the Undul's body. However, due to the proximity, the impact was relatively diminished, and the spear became lodged in the one-eyed man's chest. "You!" The one-eyed Undul clutched the spear embedded in his chest, the agony of his torn flesh beginning to slow his movements. "Die!" Viserys paid no heed to the spear stuck in his opponent. As his gleaming sword whistled past the one-eyed Undul, crack! The one-eyed man grasped his throat, blood gushing forth like a spring. He struggled to utter words, but his body soon slumped, jolted by the frightened horse beneath him, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The one-eyed man was dead. The Undul warriors erupted in cries of terror. Amongst them, the one-eyed leader held considerable sway. Witnessing their commander fall beneath his steed, the nighttime raiding party descended into utter chaos. "Surrender! We surrender!" Increasing numbers chose to discard their weapons, their defeat crashing over them like relentless waves, eventually engulfing the entire battlefield. The clarion call of Viserys' forces resounded once more as he rode atop his steed, flanked by his loyal cavalry. The tips of their spears glimmered, and the black and red dragon banner soared above the heads of the people. The enemy's ranks shattered, akin to broken glass. Wherever Viserys traversed, he found the local Unduls kneeling in submission. The forces of Viserys' castle pursued and scavenged, securing their hard-won victory. "Are you a priest?" Viserys inquired, noticing a middle-aged man kneeling before him, his face also marked with the 7-star insignia, yet he did not appear to be a warrior. "Indeed, my lord. You have descended today as a true warrior." Chapter 58. The Descent of the Warrior and the Restoration of Undul Greatness. The sun's orange glow gradually pierced through the clouds, heralding the arrival of a new day. The sun is warm, yet war is brutal. The land near Viserys' fortress was stained crimson with blood, from top to bottom. Dark brown blood soaked the wild grasses by the roadside and the scattered stones. The ground bore numerous muddy hoofprints, and dismembered limbs and fingers lay carelessly strewn about. Viserys Targaryen removed his blood-stained dragon helm, revealing a visage that was both youthful and resolute, despite his enhanced attributes, propelling him towards becoming a formidable entity. The extensive hours spent in equestrian combat had undeniably drained his vigor. Viserys now comprehended why many commanding generals often met untimely fates. The burden of leadership was indeed a heavy one. The battlefield is a realm of life and death, with circumstances shifting unpredictably. Commanders bear the weight of countless lives, grappling with strategies, logistics, and morale, while gathering intelligence on the enemy, tasks that are not easily borne by ordinary individuals. Moreover, in the classical era of warfare, leaders must also charge into battle themselves. With renewed resolve, Viserys entrusted Sir Roland with the responsibility of clearing the battlefield, tallying casualties, managing prisoners, and counting the fallen. Long live King Viserys! Long live the king! Many soldiers expressed their joy over victory and their admiration for their monarch. Viserys greeted them warmly, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome, a splendid triumph. His soldiers had undergone an excellent drill. Rehearsals are bloodless wars, while wars are bloody rehearsals. No mere exercise can surpass the authenticity of true combat. A formidable army is forged through the crucible of war. The greater advantage lay in the enhancement of Viserys' personal prestige. Previously, many soldiers recognized Viserys' talent as a water dancer assassin, yet they harbored doubts regarding his prowess as a knightly commander. After all, direct confrontation starkly contrasts with stealthy assassinations, and Viserys' youth and lack of battlefield experience added to their skepticism. However, following this victory, all doubts regarding Viserys dissipated. He not only devised the hammer and anvil tactic, but also led his soldiers into the fray, exhibiting the fiercest and most relentless spirit of a knight. Discussions of restoration and grand royal ambitions felt insubstantial. What mattered most was Viserys' ability to fight and his courage to engage. Of course, the enhancement of his attributes remained paramount. The unfated Viserys Targaryen has embarked on a new profession as a knight, rewarded with a basic attribute increase, Strength 1, Agility 1. The unfated Viserys Targaryen has repeatedly executed villains during the war, rewarded with another increase in basic attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1. As Viserys regarded the enhancement of his judgment of justice talent, he acknowledged that while he had slain many in the conflict, pure villains were still a minority. This talent required a selection of truly despicable individuals to be fully utilized. Fortunately, the Eastern continent harbors a plethora of scoundrels, Dothraki, pirates, slavers, brigand knights, and mercenaries, all ripe for the taking. Observing the flickering information on his attribute panel, Viserys began to grasp the underlying mechanics. Upon activating a new profession and special talent, the system would bestow additional attribute rewards. Only the attribute of strength is the most readily activated, followed by agility, while the enhancement of resilience and spirit attributes progresses at a more languid pace. In this regard, the system appears to encourage Viserys to engage in creative endeavors and to explore new professions and unique talents. Viserys Targaryen, age, 14, profession, Fate Breaker, novice, knight, expert, Waterzinger, expert, bard, master, epicure, legendary. Viserys gazed upon his professions. Following the ravages of war, he had unlocked the new profession of knight, supplanting Waterzinger as his secondary vocation. Reputation, rising pioneer. The title of landless king had seemingly vanished, now replaced by that of a pioneer. Charisma, high. Companions, none. Attributes, strength 3, resilience 29, agility 3, spirit 21. His attributes are remarkably balanced. Viserys surmised that a score above 3 likely denotes a first-rate warrior, and that others might not possess such comprehensive attributes as his own. Unique talents, glutton, god of gastronomy, insight, just judgment. Viserys insisted on a meticulous selection process for captives, particularly focusing on those who are robust, possess craftsmanship skills, and exhibit cultural refinement. What is your name? Viserys inquired of a unique captive before him, a golden-haired priest adorned with a 7-pointed star upon his visage. The priest could be considered a cultured individual, with the Undulls characterized by their golden hair and blue eyes, tall stature. Clad in chainmail, his soiled white robe bore the emblem of the 7-pointed star, unlike a sword. His weapon was a silver-plated wooden staff used for prayer. This priest was indeed a leader of the Undull bandits, having chosen to surrender after the death of their one-eyed leader. He appeared to be a camp priest, for the Undulls are devout worshippers of the 7 gods. I am Bishop Uwood, the ecclesiastical leader of this campaign, he replied respectfully. These factions are my followers, and I pray to the 7 gods on behalf of the leaders and warriors who embark on this expedition. May I inquire your age? Uwood asked. 14, Viserys responded. The stars of the warriors shine upon you, not upon us. Uwood shook his head, the true strength of a warrior. I believe I have offended none of the tribes that inhabit the Velvet Hills, Viserys observed, prompting the bishop to arrange a wooden stool for him. You have not offended us, but it is our custom to take what we can, Uwood elucidated, stretching his limbs. Viserys immediately grasped the operational logic of these Undull brigands. Their tactics were akin to robbery, seize and flee, scattering like leaves in the wind. And what of your chivalric spirit? I recall that knighthood originated in the lands of Andus, where knights do not steal nor plunder, Viserys questioned. Since those affluent Undull lords departed, we, the forsaken Undull tribes, possess neither the means nor the energy to learn the ways of knighthood, Uwood lamented. This is not an act of indecorum. It is better to seize the opportunity, explained the Bishop of Ebony, somewhat sheepishly. The affluent had fled to Westeros, leaving behind a cadre of impoverished brethren to fend for themselves. Viserys found himself at a loss for words. Who had organized these tribes? It was the one-eyed organization that you eliminated, he replied. They discovered someone was extracting river sand. Likely an outsider. The one-eyed are among the most fearsome warriors of this band of tribal brigands. The rest, like the frog legs and axes, seem to have perished. Ebony continued. How is it that a bishop like you engages in battle without fear? Viserys inquired. They are all acquaintances. I am the only bishop in the vicinity with the audacity to accompany them, and I have children to support, Ebony replied. You have children? Sir Roland expressed his astonishment, as it starkly contradicted the doctrine. How can a bishop marry and procreate, unless it was before entering the faith? It is quite normal. Our environment is harsh. I serve as a bishop merely as a means of survival, to provide for my wife and children, Ebony stated with calmness. Viserys scrutinized Ebony, sensing a burgeoning admiration for his abilities. Furthermore, this Bishop of Ebony was adaptable, not a zealot clinging to the dogmas of the Seven, unlike the Great Sparrow. So now, you are the leader of these captives? He asked. One could say that, as I am well acquainted with them, Ebony admitted, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. What did you just say I resembled? Viserys pressed. Today, I see you as an embodiment of a warrior descended from the heavens. No, you are the very incarnation of a warrior. Only a warrior could exhibit such valor, unmatched by any, the Bishop of Ebony proclaimed loudly, eliciting hearty laughter from Viserys' soldiers. Gazing at this grassroots bishop, Viserys perceived a glimmer of intellect. What books have you read? He queried. The Holy Scriptures of the Seven, the history of the Undulls. Esteemed Dragon King, I once aspired to study at the Citadel, but my purse was lacking, Ebony replied. You are aware of my identity, Viserys continued. I heard the soldiers' cries, saw the dragon banner, and your appearance. Silver hair and violet eyes are the hallmarks of the Dragon King, Bishop Ebony stated earnestly. Viserys felt a flicker of interest towards Ebony. Their hurried arrival had left them without a bishop or scholar, and here was a ready-made captive. Death is the gift I bestow. I apologize, but such is the nature of war. You need not apologize. Slaughter is the destiny of the Undulls, Ebony said with a hint of melancholy. This is a disjointed reality. Braavosians, Pentotians, Dothraki, mercenaries come and go, instinctively aligning with the powerful while evading peril. What if I spoke of the future? Another way of life for the Undulls. Viserys looked intently at Ebony. A magnificent future, Ebony replied. The Undulls of the past, who did not receive the protection of the Seven, did not endure to the end. Since you perceive me as a warrior descended from the heavens, how shall you treat me? Viserys gazed upon the ebony figure before him, the path laid out clearly, yearning to hear the answers he sought. The warrior stood firm against the enemy, safeguarding our realms from all directions. Esteemed guests, King Viserys embodies the warrior's spirit among mortals. The tribulations we endure at night are but the wrath of the warrior. Kneel, and let us embrace the will of the warrior. Bishop Ebony rose, addressing the captives with a resonant voice. Chapter 59, The Consecration of the Bishop and the Recruitment of the People. King Viserys is the embodiment of the warrior. One of the seven gods, we must heed the divine guidance and fight beneath the warrior's spear. Priest Ebony Andalos called out vehemently, then relinquished his silver-plated staff, kneeling at the feet of Viserys. The Undulls, all who believe in the Seven, must walk the path of the Seven. Our defeat is not merely a loss. It is a punishment from the Seven for the faithless. Those who defy the warrior's commands shall incur divine wrath, shouted Priest Ebony. The Undulls, marked with the seven-pointed star upon their faces and chests, awakened from failure and panic to a fervent, almost ecstatic faith. Warrior, warrior, we must obey the warrior, echoed the cries of the Undulls. The captives rose, kneeling before the presence of Viserys. Lacking swords and spears, they would have gladly laid their weapons at his feet. Viserys had initially intended to deliberate over this batch of captives, yet to his surprise, his illustrious victories combined with the intimidating presence of the war priest Ebony compelled these Undulls to willingly submit. The power of religion can indeed be formidable. This aligns with the character of the Undulls, who revere the warrior and exalt knighthood, much like the storied ascent of House Targaryen, where noble knights were elevated to kingship. As the Bronze King prepared to reclaim the Vale, the invading Undulls united under a leader who was neither king, prince, nor lord, Targaryen. He was a peer of King Robert, the finest warrior among his contemporaries, a champion in swordplay, spear, and flail, as well as a shrewd leader, beloved by his companions. Undulls, I have been called by the warrior. We shall fight beneath the banner of King Viserys, proclaimed Priest Ebony. Fight! Fight! The Undulls cheered, the atmosphere brimming with fervor. In the wake of their chieftain and core fighters falling in battle, they were more inclined to follow the priestess' lead. Were you once so easily subdued? Viserys inquired with curiosity. This is the way of survival for the Undulls, your majesty, whispered Bishop Ebony. Viserys pondered this, reflecting on the lands of Andalos and the river Lorne, now reduced to crossroads and public latrines, where anyone may seize a claim. These beleaguered Undulls and Loinans had been embroiled in low-intensity conflict, their strategies swayed by the winds of fortune. Once dominant, these two great nations now languished, and soldiers must train step by step. Yet I firmly believe, your majesty, that you are the very embodiment of a warrior. I have never encountered a warrior so young and exceptional, Uwood hastily added. It is indeed true that the winds have favored you, and that you have adorned Viserys with a sacred religious guise. Viserys nodded, acknowledging that those he brought from Westeros were predominantly followers of the Seven, sharing no chasm in faith with these Undull people. Then mold me into a great figure, a warrior, Viserys declared to Uwood. You are already the embodiment of a warrior. Uwood replied, brushing the dirt from his attire with an air of nonchalance. Viserys was thoroughly satisfied. Such talent was rare. Currently, my castle is in need of a bishop. Might you be willing to undertake this role? He inquired. I would gladly accept this position. However, your majesty, you would have to allow me to remain within the castle. Uwood's expression grew troubled. What concerns you? Viserys urged him to speak plainly. The Dothraki despise castles and towns, which is why the Undulls have settled in the plains devoid of towns, only villages and manors. Once a permanent castle or town is established, it is inevitable that it may attract the ire of roving horsemen, Uwood hastily explained. Although the Dothraki typically traverse the Valyrian road and the plains, the Undulls harbor their own fears of them. Viserys was well aware of this. The Dothraki often frequented the plains of Pentos, which had suffered under the ravages of horse lords. Any Khalasar wishing to gaze upon the sea must pass through here, and the Dothraki would lay waste to the towns along the way, while the Velvet Hills, though situated further north, also occasionally drew the attention of horse lords and marauding Dothraki brigands. Thus, I endeavor to unite the Undulls, to cease their evasion and avoid the humiliation wrought by the Dothraki and bandits. Uwood the priest, surely you do not wish for the Undulls to remain in such destitution? Viserys' words carried a seductive undertone. Uwood's thoughts swirled. He could not deny the wisdom in Viserys' assertions. The Undulls had endured oppression for far too long. However, to challenge the seemingly invincible Dothraki call with such a meager force seemed laughable. Nevertheless, Uwood the bishop pondered, was this not a gamble? After the mass exodus of Undulls across the sea, the impoverished Undulls left behind faced a life of hardship, and his endeavor as a war priest to provide for his family was fraught with peril. The battlefield is ever-changing, and there were times when he too might have to wield a lance, risking attack. Rather than continue in this vein, it would be prudent to consider Viserys' counsel. After all, Uwood had yet to encounter a warrior of noble lineage and such prowess in the Velvet Hills. If Viserys were to falter, it would merely be a failed investment, but should he rise to prominence, Uwood would undoubtedly ascend alongside him. With this thought, Uwood steeled his resolve. Your Majesty Viserys, I am willing to accept this charge and spread the gospel of the Seven among mankind, Uwood proclaimed, kneeling. Viserys was exceedingly pleased, for the Ebony Priest was not merely a mundane reciter of prayers, but rather a warrior often found upon the battlefield. Such a character possessed the mindset of a gambler, which was advantageous. Raising his gleaming silver sword, Viserys rested it upon the priestess' shoulder. In my name, Viserys Targaryen III, I hereby appoint the Ebony Priest Andalos as the inaugural bishop of Castle Viserys. With this consecration, the fortification of Castle Viserys achieved a greater level of formality. Within the fortress, there typically existed both family priests and a chapel. The formal election of bishops was traditionally conducted by the lesser priests, akin to the Great September of Baelor and King's Landing, which, while executing the king's will, largely adhered to the semblance of election. In the tumultuous Velvety Hills, such formalities were less rigorously observed. It was as though Viserys, a secular leader, had concurrently appointed a spiritual leader. The benefits reaped by Viserys extended beyond this singular act. Your Majesty, the Ebony Priest has now ascended to bishop, he continued. As we undertake the fortification of this castle, I shall endeavor to cultivate alliances with several villages that have sent forth troops, inviting my kin to gather here. If this transpires, it would be most fortuitous. Viserys acknowledged. After all, the Undulls and the Westerlanders shared a bond of kinship and faith. He did not shun the use of force. Yet the prospect of gently persuading the native Undulls was even more desirable. Chapter 60. the builder Viserys beneath the black and red dragon banner. Victors and vanquished sat upon the ground, encircling the walls of Castle Viserys. Bring forth some provisions, commanded Viserys. Sir Roland Lake had already arranged for several servants and soldiers to bake bread, the delectable aroma of freshly baked loaves wafting through the air. There was insufficient time to prepare freshly roasted meat, leaving only the salted strips of bacon brought from Braavos. Enjoy the fragrant bread, along with the local Analan wine, he urged. The warm bread paired with the salted meat and the tangy red wine from Andalos was quite palatable. After the exertions of battle, hunger hastened to claim them. The soldiers most commendable in their performance, even those injured, were afforded the finest sustenance. Those of average performance received lesser rations, followed thereafter by the newly surrendered Analan captives. The Westerlanders, under Viserys' tutelage, exhibited little resistance, for they understood that to establish themselves here, able-bodied men were indispensable. The Undulls of both banks were, in essence, one family. Apart from the north and Dorne, Undull culture had essentially assimilated into Westeros. Now, the soldiers embraced the faith of the Seven, and Viserys' seasoned veterans displayed minimal discrimination towards the Undulls' integration. Nevertheless, the Analan captives were somewhat taken aback, as captives in this era possessed little in the way of human rights. Mistreatment of prisoners or indiscriminate slaughter was all too commonplace. Moreover, the Undulls engaged in mutual conflict and harbored a desire to secretly abduct individuals for sale into slavery, driven by greed. However, on the surface, due to the existence of the faith in the Seven, such actions remain in the shadows. Long live Viserys! Viserys! The Undull captives called out his name as they feasted. With a blend of softness and firmness, complemented by the persuasive power of religious belief, these Undull captives would swiftly assimilate into new warriors. Indeed, you are a true knight. Your Majesty, the Bishop of Blackwood sighed with relief, recognizing that the king possessed not only the valor of a warrior, but also a compassionate heart. He no longer had to worry about this batch of Undull captives being sold off. It is the duty of the faithful to treat the followers of the Seven with kindness. Selling slaves would draw the scorn of all righteous souls, remarked Sir Rallalek as he observed the serious Bishop of Blackwood. Regardless of their beliefs, both the Undulls and the Loinans oppose the enslavement of human beings. Within this framework, they naturally serve as excellent allies and recruits. It seems that the local Undulls have previously engaged in the sale of their own kin, mused Viserys. The Bishop of Blackwood nodded, somewhat embarrassed. All righteous Undulls, both men and women, abhor the slave trade, yet some ruthless individuals, driven by profit, would still secretly sell captives to slavers. Moreover, Dothraki raiders and slavers from Tyrosh also come to our lands to abduct people for sale. Upon hearing this, Viserys felt a deep sorrow for the local Undulls. The widespread capture of slaves indeed aligns with the habits of the Tyroshi. Their slave trade thrives, renowned for its warlike slave owners, who even venture beyond the sea to capture wild men for enslavement. You shall be subjects of the king, not slaves,
Viserys assured the Bishop of Blackwood. The followers of the Seven shall not be enslaved, Your Majesty. The bishop fervently nodded. The Undulls must unite.
May the Seven bless us in our return to glory. These Undull villages will provide Viserys with population and taxes, and in return, he must offer military protection. It appears that I am destined to confront the slave owners, thought Viserys, though he did not anticipate the swiftness of such a confrontation. To develop the lands of Andus, he was bound to clash with the slavers and the Dothraki marauders. The Seven Kingdoms have not known slavery for millennia. Both the old and new gods regard the institution of slavery as a loathsome monster and an embodiment of evil. Even if Viserys wished to capture a batch of Unsullied or Dothraki, he would first need to liberate them, thus inevitably challenging the institution of slavery. The prohibition of slavery would also become a choice for Viserys. Whether for the sake of preserving the sentiments of the followers of the old and new gods, or to protect the Undulls and fulfill the needs of his army. What is the nature of your work as priests? Viserys inquired curiously. It is simple, yet intricate, replied the Bishop of Blackwood. If we can recite the holy scriptures of the Seven Stars and various prayers, we can fulfill the role of a cleric. Generally, the monks preside over weddings and confessions for the villagers, who in turn provide him with food and lodging. For instance, I conduct sacraments for the common folk in several nearby villages. Thus I am well acquainted with hamlets and estates, nameless villages, hills and gentle slopes, streams and caves, as well as every rugged path not marked on any map. You are true ascetics. Viserys holds great respect for Bishop Ebony. He speaks with apparent ease. Yet his toil is profound. Religion serves to fill the void left by classical political jurisdictions. In these times, many affluent upper-class monks have succumbed to corruption. Yet there remain these comforting ascetics who uphold the dignity of faith. These genuine shepherds are commendable. I require such devout souls, Viserys declared. I too am in need of their assistance. These approachable clergymen can not only augment Viserys's aura of faith, but also serve as living maps of the Velvet Hills and cultural intellectuals. Upon my return, I shall first reach out to my kin, as well as those clergymen and village elders. I will rally them to fight under His Majesty's banner. The Undulls have languished for far too long. They cannot afford to sink once more, Bishop Ebony remarked. Very well. Viserys gazed at the smooth yet pious Bishop Ebony and nodded in satisfaction. I trust that Bishop Ebony can bring me the answers I seek. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall spread the gospel of the 7 gods throughout the Velvet Hills, guiding the Undulls to heed your counsel, Bishop Ebony assured. Now, witnessing the treatment and promises extended by Viserys, Bishop Ebony's motivation to recruit individuals will be further solidified. The immediate task is to return and find suitable villages and manpower for King Viserys, and then to continue the expansion. Viserys will arrange for a small number of captives to accompany Bishop Ebony back. As for the other captives, they are soon to commence repairs on Viserys's castle under his direction. These captives show no inclination to leave, though they are captives. They have already pledged their allegiance to their new warrior leader, and here they find sustenance. In the early light of dawn, Viserys surveyed the damaged city gates and the crumbling stone walls. He has conceived new ideas for fortification. The best defense is a double-layered wall. Furthermore, Viserys intends to transform the wooden watchtowers into stone fortifications. Chapter 61. Reforming the new army, a gentle breeze swept across the verdant Velvet Hills, where the black and red, 3-headed dragon banner fluttered in the wind. Some time has passed since the war, and construction at Viserys's castle atop the hills on the right side of the Loron River is accelerating. This hill has also received a new name, Viserys Hill. Yet, funds remain insufficient. Viserys gazed upon the bustling construction site. Building requires money, as does the sustenance of the newly allied individuals and soldiers. It seems that besides securing loans from Braavos, Viserys will need to seek new sources of revenue. The inner walls of Viserys' castle rise majestically, constructed from layers of earthy, brownish stones, further elevated for fortification. Guard towers, watch holes, and murder holes adorn these formidable ramparts. Surrounding the inner walls, a foundation for the outer walls has been laid. Viserys has also contemplated the possibility of utilizing the giant stone circle across the Velvet Hills, envisioning a future where, with ample manpower, these stones could be repurposed for construction. Additionally, the remnants of the Valyrian steel giant statue, taken by the Dothraki, could also be claimed by Viserys. The concept of double walls was inspired by Winterfell. For Viserys' castle lacks the natural advantages of Casterly rock. Thus, additional artificial barriers are necessary to establish a 3-dimensional defensive network. Beyond the inner and outer walls, sharpened wooden palisades serve as the outermost line of defense. In conjunction with the double walls and palisades, a stone staircase is under construction to ascend the hills. Well done, lads, Celio remarked to the workers as he led the effort in carrying logs. For the people of Braavos, stones are commonplace. But the sight of vast green fields and trees evokes a distinct sentiment. Concurrently, Viserys Targaryen and Ser Roland Lake engage in sword and shield training at a temporary training ground outside the walls, drawing the attention of numerous recruits. Clad in gray leather armor, Viserys wielded a blunt sword, its heavy blade emanating a chilling aura. After several probing exchanges, his movements became increasingly swift, employing feints and quick reversals that left Ser Roland struggling to defend. Crack, crack. As Viserys intensified his assault, the oak shield began to splinter. The blunt swords clashed with a resounding echo, prompting Ser Roland to hastily discard the remnants of his shield. With his own blunt sword raised in defense, Ser Roland found himself ensnared by Viserys' relentless onslaught. The force of Viserys' strikes grew more powerful, reminiscent of surging waves at sea, an insight he had gleaned from his time upon the water. Ultimately, Ser Roland was cornered, and with a resounding thud, his sword slipped from his grasp. There was little suspense in this duel. The outcome hinged on the time and strength Viserys had invested. I have lost, Ser Roland grimaced, acknowledging the toll the contest had taken on his muscles. Warrior Viserys! Warrior Viserys! The surrounding soldiers cheered, their enthusiasm palpable, whether they hailed from Westeros or Andalos. You too must enhance your training, aspiring to become true knights, Ser Roland advised the applauding soldiers seated on the benches. Standing beside him, Viserys sheathed his blunt sword, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Now it is your turn, sword and shield combat is fundamental training for a warrior. Begin. Viserys issued commands, and the soldiers, initially drawn by the spectacle, began to engage in sequential confrontations, sword and shield duels, spear contests, and mounted lance competitions, the most common forms of combat training. In addition to these, there were events such as weightlifting, long jump, javelin throwing, archery, and both long-distance and short-distance running. Viserys intensified these fundamental training exercises, requiring the soldiers to maintain a certain level of training and execute the tactical maneuvers dictated by their commander. They were expected to be both loyal and formidable. A challenging expectation. Viserys had once contemplated hiring mercenaries, but apart from the Unsullied and the Golden Company, the other mercenaries could only serve as auxiliary forces. After all, mercenaries are not regular soldiers. They are primarily driven by gold and never engage in battles against the wind. I took stock again. Since the last war, of the 470 Undulls besieging the city, aside from the half we had slain, the remaining soldiers, aside from the injured and those who had been rendered unfit for battle and turned into craftsmen, left 180 combat-ready soldiers organized into 2 companies. Sir Roland Lake provided additional information to Viserys. The company structure was established by Viserys himself. He formed one company from soldiers he had brought from Braavos and restructured 2 Undull companies after the battle concluded. Now, Viserys had established a fortress, known as Viserys Keep, and commanded 3 companies of soldiers, although their quality varied significantly. A beautiful victory, he mused, came at the cost of dozens of my men perishing on the battlefield, with another 20 or so wounded. Some who had once shared laughter with me now lay as spirits in a foreign land. This is the fate of warriors, your majesty. Sir Roland consoled. Viserys nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, victory is the greatest form of care for soldiers. He was not the type of tyrant who disregards the lives of his men to achieve his war objectives. On the contrary, Viserys believed that a balance of leniency and strictness was essential to thoroughly mold these soldiers into his steeds. Warfare inevitably incurs losses, and this transient summer of prosperity would ultimately yield to the cold winter and slaughter. The harsh training of today is a preparation for the even grimmer battles of tomorrow. To thrive in the Velvet Hills, the first company is merely a foundation. He would require more companies in due time. What is your assessment of the quality of the Undull soldiers, Sir Roland? Viserys inquired. Their basic attributes are acceptable. They are tall and well-built. However, they are no longer the knightly army that once swept through Westeros. Knights are scarce, armor is outdated, and plate armor is virtually non-existent, while their combat proficiency is lacking. Sir Roland remarked quietly, observing the predominantly infantry Undull soldiers. Viserys watched as the Undulls executed their tactical drills with precision. They could perform the basic movements, yet little more. They lacked mastery of advanced formations and the cavalry charges that once characterized the Undulls' dominance in Westeros. Following the significant population decline, civilization rapidly deteriorated. The Undulls appeared in this state, and it seemed the Loiner were not faring much better. Viserys gazed upon the Undull soldiers, a mix of young lads and slightly older youths, who, though clumsy, were diligently training. The beginning was arduous, yet perseverance was their strength. Observing these soldiers, he noted their devotion to the 7 gods. All that was needed was to rekindle their fervor and reintroduce them to a higher civilization. You speak the truth, your majesty. A well-trained standing army is essential for victory. Roland nodded in agreement. Even the armies of the 7 kingdoms comprised a corps of knights supplemented by some temporary troops. Sir Roland, while uncertain of the intricacies of civilization, felt it was an apt description, for his majesty, Viserys, was indeed a cultured individual. In the name of warriors. In the name of warriors. Glory to the Undulls. The soldiers chanted their battle cry, managing to muster a semblance of spirited resolve. Yet, it was still insufficient, nonetheless. It marked a beginning. It was essential to remember that in ancient times, the Undulls swept across the Vale with fire and sword, initiating their conquest of Westeros. Their iron weapons and armor triumphed over the bronze tools still wielded by the first men, leading to the demise of many in battle. However, now, after seizing Westeros, the impoverished remnants of the Undulls witnessed a continuous decline of their native civilization. The Undulls of the Velvet Hills possessed no towns nor castles. Apart from their faith in the 7, they appeared utterly destitute. Even their once proud ironworking and knightly training had almost been forgotten. After all, training knights required substantial resources, which the scattered villages of the Undulls lacked. This is a wholly new force. They are children, exiles, and the oppressed, yet they embody my hope, Viserys contemplated. Chapter 62. The Dragon Banner and the King. On the right side of the central stretch of the Lorne River, the verdant hills of Viserys unfolded, with the sturdy gray-brown Viserys castle standing prominently atop a hill. The rudimentary Undul carts traversed the hilly paths, rough and unadorned. Following these carts were dozens of Undul guards, who, like country bumpkins, gazed about in wonder. The Unduls, in their current state, resembled a scale of village warfare, far from comparing to the surrounding city-states. They were eager to learn more about this newcomer who had triumphed over the coalition of villages, the warriors spoken of by the bishop. Through the windows of the cart, the elders could see the stone castle perched atop the hill. "Is he a man worthy of our allegiance?" the elders of the Undul village inquired with some trepidation of Bishop Oaken. Most of these elders were aged sages among the Unduls, their silver hair a testament to their years. In their youth, they had been esteemed priests, warriors, merchants, hunters, or possessed skills in other trades, such as medicine, blacksmithing, or shipbuilding, each holding considerable respect within their villages. "He is handsome, yet perilous. Most importantly, he possesses a charisma. King Viserys fights like a true sovereign," Oaken elaborated. "But the king you speak of now commands but a few hundred men and a solitary hill," an elder of the Undul people remarked with discontent. "You have led us down a path of peril, Uwood. Even amidst danger, can it truly be worse than the plight the Unduls currently endure?" Bishop Uwood inquired with a dismissive tone. "The Unduls today are akin to sheep surviving amidst a den of wolves, besieged by marauding mercenaries, bandits, slave traders, and the savage Dothraki. Any faction may oppress us. Rather than languish in such a wretched state, we ought to take a stand." The other elders were well aware of the grim reality Uwood painted. Their hesitance lay in the perceived recklessness of a collective allegiance. Yet, one must consider that the native Unduls have languished for centuries in a state of despair, their existence devoid of hope. Bishop Uwood then addressed the remaining elders. "Let us not forget, in the battles upon the hill, our village's able-bodied men suffered grievous losses. Without the protection of strength, these villages shall soon be prey to others. And our most dreadful fate would not be mere defeat, but the enslavement of our wives and children." He continued, "King Viserys is a man of great magnanimity. He shall not oppress the Unduls. His ambition is to revive the Unduls, to restore them as the true kings of their lineage. May your words prove true." The elder replied, "We have languished in this abyss for far too long. Only the emissaries of the seven gods can herald the resurgence of the Unduls. Trust in me, for I have sought out the warrior's incarnation," Bishop Uwood asserted with conviction. Suddenly, the horn from the watchtower resonated, heralding the arrival of new guests. "The fortress of Viserys has arrived," Uwood declared, gesturing toward the stronghold in the distance, where the black, three-headed dragon banner fluttered atop the tower. Although the fortress was not particularly grand, it was a profound sight for the Unduls residing in the villages, a tangible symbol of a new bastion. The Unduls had long been tribal, their towns repeatedly ravaged, leaving them bereft of the courage and strength to construct fortifications. While Mill and Tylos were city-states, they belonged to foreign lands. This time, a fortress and town were poised to restore Undul prosperity. "The defenses here are formidable," an elder observed, noting the well-maintained inner walls and the burgeoning outer fortifications, accompanied by a wooden palisade. Soldiers patrolled the walls, crossbows in hand, maintaining a vigilant rotation. Moreover, garrison soldiers guarded both the inner and outer gates of Viserys' castle, many of whom were former Unduls. They had adapted well to their new roles, their demeanor markedly different from their previous existence as half-farmers, half-bandits. The soldiers predominantly donned black armor, with chainmail and leather options, while those without opted for insignia, featuring a black dragon on a red field. "Esteemed elders and Bishop Uwood, His Majesty King Viserys awaits you within the castle," a middle-aged knight clad in black armor politely announced, his blue cloak adorned with two crossed black war hammers set against a white diagonal cross. "Thank you, Lord Roland," Bishop Uwood promptly replied. Elder Andar gazed upon the Black Knight, a striking figure clad in resplendent armor, exuding an aura of vigor that starkly contrasted with the local Unduls. Once, the armored knights had been the proudest representation of Undul heritage, yet their descendants had long forsaken the glory of their forebears. As the carriage traversed the passage of Viserys' fortress, the elders endeavored to calm their anxious hearts. The ebony-hued Andalos had successfully compelled dozens of Undul villages to yield their allegiance to Viserys, a reflection of the Undul disposition to gravitate towards the powerful. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the Ebony Knight and the village elders followed Roland to the tournament grounds, where soldiers encircled the arena. A minor jousting contest was underway, showcasing knights engaged in equestrian combat. The dragon banner's emblem was omnipresent within the fortress, on towers, in sanctuaries, kitchens, and barracks alike. Many elders of the Undulls found their eyes gleaming with nostalgia, for such contests were rare amidst the villages, given the limited number of knights. They reminisced about the past, when blacksmiths bestowed upon the Undulls the art of metallurgy, and warriors demanded valor from their kin. In those golden days of the Undulls, knights donned iron armor and wielded iron swords, championing justice as they gallantly competed in fields adorned with blooming flora. "Please wait, your majesty is currently engaged in the tournament," Sir Roland remarked apologetically. The elders, however, were unperturbed, captivated by the spectacle before them. The knight in black armor astride a black steed was the king, while his opponent donned white armor and rode a white horse. Both knights wielded jousting lances, although such contests did not fully convey their prowess. They vividly illustrated their equestrian skills and balance. As the steeds charged forth, the lances were poised for combat. Viserys deftly sidestepped the incoming attack with the grace of a leopard, seemingly possessing an anticipatory instinct. With a sudden thrust, Viserys struck the white-armored knight, sending him tumbling from his mount. The Undulls watched intently, realizing that the fallen warriors they could claim, such as the one-eyed and the toad-legged, paled in comparison to the king's extraordinary skill and strength. A second challenger boldly approached, only to find himself bested after several exchanges, falling from his steed as the horse grazed leisurely on the grass. This comical display elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. "Long live the king! Long live Viserys! Warrior! Warrior!" The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Viserys, enraptured by his prowess. The Undull elders pondered thoughtfully. In terms of martial capability, this young king certainly possessed commendable skill. Viserys removed his helmet, accepting the accolades, yet he continued to strive for greater heights. He rode forth to stand before the Ebony Knight, casting his gaze upon the group of elders who had journeyed from afar. Viserys rode upon a majestic ebony steed, adorned in obsidian-scaled armor, with a longsword and a dagger forged from dragonbone and Valyrian steel at his waist. The emblem of the Targaryens, a three-headed red dragon, graced his dark cloak, while his silver-gold locks shimmered under the sun and his violet eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "Esteemed guests from afar, your efforts are commendable," Viserys proclaimed. "This is the apex of our grandeur," intoned the Bishop of Blackwood. The other elders quickly echoed his sentiment. "This is the elder from Stone Village. And this is the elder from Black Swan Village." The bishop systematically introduced Viserys to each individual present. "The Undulls have languished for far too long. I am heartened by your support for my cause, which is indeed the revival of the Undulls. United, the Undulls shall not be enslaved. Let us restore the glory of Andalos once more." Viserys addressed the elders, his striking presence and composure unmatched. The words of Viserys left the Undull elders in a daze. They were enraptured by his oratory. His Majesty Viserys is the embodiment of a warrior. The seven gods illuminate the path ahead. And those who fight for his majesty are truly blessed, the Bishop of Blackwood declared loudly. The king of the Undulls. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, as the elders joined in the fervor. Now is the opportune moment. Robert is the king of the Undulls, and Viserys shall ascend as the king of Andalos. Chapter 63. The establishment of the conclave and the training of Undull attendants. The council chamber of Viserys' castle is a newly constructed edifice of earthy brown stone. Unlike the opulent council chambers of the Red Keep and King's Landing, this chamber is remarkably austere. There are no luxurious wooden screens from the Summer Isles, no fine carpets from Myr, Norvos, Coer, or Lys. The flooring consists merely of simple rush mats. The sole adornment is the black and red banner of the three-headed dragon, symbolizing the pride of the ancient dragon lords. Within the chamber stands a round wooden table, with Viserys seated at the head, surrounded by Sir Roland, Ser Celio, the Bishop of Blackwood, and the elders of the Undull villages. Through the windows of the council chamber, one can observe soldiers laboring industriously. Whether it be the repair of the fortress walls or the maintenance and expansion of the chapel, training grounds, and stables within Viserys' castle, a considerable workforce is required. "These soldiers are truly zealous in their work," remarked an Undull elder, reminiscing about how many of them were once the young men of their villages. "Even these captives, once restructured, are laboring with such vigor. May I inquire as to the reason, your majesty?" The Bishop of Blackwood inquired. "With the right approach, these soldiers progress rapidly," Viserys replied enigmatically. "Many lords have their soldiers toil without compensation, often met with the lash for poor performance. In essence, they ensure the soldiers remain occupied but offer no remuneration. However, the laborers I have arranged are compensated for their work. and this positive reinforcement undoubtedly provides the soldiers with a uniquely gratifying experience. Rewards serve as a potent means of positive reinforcement, and when utilized effectively, they can significantly ignite the fervor of the soldiers. As for the compensation, Viserys intends to allocate a portion in advance, while the remaining sum shall be contingent upon the completion of the castle's construction. Beyond the castle of Viserys, a modest dock is to be erected at the base of the Viserys Hills, which will also require labor. Currently, the narrow channels of the Lorne River accommodate only small, shallow vessels akin to the longboats of the Ironborn. In addition to the transportation capacity of horses, Viserys believes it imperative to fully exploit the river's potential. The Undul's elders expressed their astonishment. To the esteemed elders of the Undul villages, I shall establish a cardinal council for the purpose of the castle's construction and the revival of Andus, inviting each of you to serve as my advisors, Viserys announced, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for such a declaration. Although the elders of the Undul villages held a somewhat elevated status, being mere village leaders, their perspective was rather limited. Consequently, they found themselves somewhat dazed by the grandeur of the title of advisor to the Cardinal Council, which diminished their capacity for critical thought. May we propose suggestions to the king? One of the elders boldly inquired. Indeed, Viserys affirmed with a nod. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, and I shall rely upon your wisdom and experience. This conclusion was the result of Viserys' contemplation, to establish a foothold in Andus. He must pursue a course of uniting and connecting with the Unduls. These local elders are the individuals he seeks to align with, especially since many possess unique skills. Integrating these Undul elders into the council would be a case of utilizing modest resources for grand purposes. Viserys envisioned his council as a means to attract powerful nobles or loyal and astute supporters, wherein these Undul elders could also find a place as advisors. Such regent councils or advisory assemblies are not uncommon in the annals of Westerosi history. However, compared to the royal council, they are not permanent institutions. The purpose of such gatherings is to consolidate the strength of supporters. In the past, the Tyrells formed a council of monks and scholars to counter the ambitions of other families towards Highgarden. With a long-term vision, Viserys aspired to establish an advisory body distinct from the royal council. A mere royal council would not suffice. He could establish a hierarchical structure encompassing both the royal council and the cardinal advisory council. Yet, these are matters for the distant future, requiring a step-by-step approach. It is indeed our honor. The Undul elders exchanged glances, reflecting upon the matter, recognizing it as entirely beneficial, with no dissenting opinions. However, this would ultimately bind their Undul villages to the chariot of Viserys. Furthermore, there is another matter. Viserys addressed the Undul elders. I require a contingent of young Undul squires to be cultivated into knights in due course. You may nominate suitable candidates from your respective villages. And what of the funding for their training? An inquisitive elder asked. The cost of training knights is exorbitant. The price of warhorses is high. And acquiring decent plate armor and chainmail requires selling a substantial amount of fish or apples, not to mention the expenses associated with hiring trainers for the squires, who require sustenance during their training. However, once these youths become squires of Castle Viserys, these costs will be borne by the crown. Viserys stated that the soldiers of the village and their taxes would also be the responsibility of Castle Viserys. The squires that Viserys intends to train are not merely his personal guards, but also serve as a form of hostages, binding these Unduls to his chariot. What of the safety of our village, your majesty? Inquired the Undul elder. Naturally, that too falls under my purview, replied Viserys. This is precisely why Castle Viserys is committed to training squires, to organize a capable force that will safeguard each of our villages. In truth, Viserys believed that very few people would remain in the villages, as long as the garrison and squires are stationed at Castle Viserys. Corresponding commerce and services would shift to the castle, creating a more vibrant hub of life for the Unduls. The Undul's elders whispered among themselves, showing little dissent towards this notion. Viserys could easily compel their submission through force, yet the current civil discourse was exceedingly gentlemanly. Prolonging the discussion would appear rather undignified. We have capable individuals, your majesty. Our Grayswan village will select the finest squires, and you will be assured of your satisfaction. Our West River village also concurs with your request. The elders of the Undul villages were notably more enthusiastic about the selection of knightly squires. After all, in the chaotic order of the Andus region, reliance on military strength is paramount. Many elders understood that even if Viserys were to fall from grace, defeated by rival factions, they would at least benefit from the formal knight training, which would undoubtedly enhance the combat prowess of their village soldiers. Esteemed elders, since you all agree with His Majesty's proposal, We shall dedicate ourselves to His Majesty's grand endeavor, suggested Bishop Ebony. The Grey Swan village swore an oath to the Seven, pledging loyalty to His Majesty Viserys. Our White Swan village also wishes to make such a vow. We pledge our loyalty to His Majesty Viserys, to spread his commands and the gospel of the Seven. Other elders rose in unison to affirm their oaths. Viserys observed the elders' reactions with great satisfaction. His establishment of a cardinal advisory council and the recruitment of Undul squires aimed to thoroughly unearth the martial potential of the Undul's region. Your Majesty, Bishop Ebony continued, I have also garnered support from several more remote villages, though they frequently suffer incursions from the slavers of Tyrosh, preventing them from attending in person. Tyrosh slavers, Viserys murmured, acknowledging the audacity of the slave traders. Free individuals ought not to be driven like cattle. Such treatment is a desecration of the dignity of the Unduls. The Undul brethren must unite to eradicate these traffickers. Viserys spoke. The Tyroshi are rather lacking in intellect, which providentially offers Viserys the opportunity to establish his authority and present a commendable image. These few Undul villages must be saved at all costs. It is not that Viserys possesses an exceptionally high moral standard. The Unduls and the Loinans shall ultimately serve as his subjects, and that is the essence of value. As for these traffickers, they hold little utility and thus warrant a decisive response. Chapter 64. The Outbreak of War, targeting the Tyroshi traffickers. Viserys' fortress, perched atop the Viserys Hills, lies adjacent to the River Lorne. Moreover, the latitude of the Velvet Hills is superior to that of King's Landing, rendering the climate inherently more refreshing and pleasant. During the long summer, residing in such elevated castles is far more agreeable than in the dung heap that is King's Landing. The windows of the council chamber stood wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the scent of the Lorne River and the fresh aroma of the verdant fields of the Velvet Hills. The assembly relished this breeze, yet beneath the surface, a simmering fury was igniting. At the head of the table, Viserys Targaryen observed the Undul elders ensnared in heated debate. Tyroshi, those wretched scoundrels. At the mere mention of the word Tyroshi, the faces of all the Undul elders contorted with rage. Alongside their anger, there existed an undercurrent of fear. They frequently captured slaves, and our villages occasionally fell victim to their assaults. Indeed, Your Majesty, once they seize our people and those of the Loinans, they are sold to pleasure houses, workshops, or shipyards. The Tyroshi had wrought considerable havoc, instilling a profound loathing in the Unduls towards them. Viserys understood that the Tyroshi were boisterous, ostentatious, and avaricious. Mercenaries, slaves, and pleasure houses were rampant in Tyrosh, provided one could pay the price. Tyroshi would offer their services without hesitation. Tyroshi slave traders were exceedingly aggressive, sailing northward to capture slaves, even crossing the wall to enslave the wildlings. The Unduls and the Loinans were certainly not spared from the predations of Tyroshi slave traders. Observing the reactions of the elders, Viserys keenly noted the shifts in their expressions, recognizing their alignment with his own sentiments. Although Lys and Myr also engaged in slave trading, their practices were not as grotesque as those of the Tyroshi. Where there is oppression, there arises resistance. Thus, in the face of extreme oppression, who but Viserys could ignite the fury of the Unduls? Their ultimate goals were intertwined. Viserys sought to reclaim his kingdom, while the Unduls yearned to overturn their tormented fate. Are those villages you speak of located on the west bank of the River Lorne? Inquired an Undul elder. The ebony bishop nodded. Indeed, those are the ones. I have connections with their clergy, hence I am aware of some of their circumstances. Logically, the Unduls are one family. We should extend our aid to them. However, it appears that these individuals lack the sincerity to submit to His Majesty, King Viserys, and their willingness to confront the perilous Tyroshi slavers seems somewhat reckless. Others expressed differing opinions. We are but a village on the eastern bank of the river, and affairs on the western side have always been fraught with difficulties. Moreover, the Tyroshi mercenaries are not to be trifled with, remarked an elder of Undul descent with concern. Look at yourselves. Where is the courage of the Unduls? The ebony bishop mockingly retorted. Tyrosh was originally a military stronghold of Valyria, possessing a martial prowess that surpasses that of Myr and Lys. The Tyroshi mercenaries are indeed formidable. In contrast, the Myrish are mediocre sailors and feeble warriors, accustomed to wielding daggers, short swords, and crossbows, often laced with poison. As for the Lyseni, they are even more extraordinary. A typical Lyseni possesses blue eyes, platinum curls, and smooth, fair skin, often disdainful of laborious tasks. If we do not uphold the rights of the Unduls, who else will? An elder of considerable age lamented. The villages on the western bank are suffering. and it will not be long before the slavers turn their sights upon our eastern settlements. If His Majesty were to strike at this moment, he could very well become their savior. Indeed, Sir Roland nodded in agreement. I am a knight, and I shall speak no further. As long as we annihilate a contingent of slaver forces, the remaining slavers will surely be filled with fear. The Braavosi despise any slavers. For slavers are the epitome of wickedness, stated Celio. Just men are brothers, and how can we remain indifferent to the suffering of others? I have made my decision. We shall cross the river Lauren and eradicate those slavers. King Viserys surveyed the council chamber, resolute in his determination. His voice resonated like steel, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Kill. Avenge the Tyroshi for our enslaved brothers and sisters. Revenge. Revenge. The king has issued his command. And even the meekest of the Undul elders chose to lend their support. With the decision made to deploy troops, the Ebony Bishop could elaborate on the number of soldiers these slavers possess. King Viserys requested the bishop to provide a brief overview of the situation. Very well. From what I understand, there are approximately 4 or 5 slavers, accompanied by 40 Tyroshi mercenaries lurking about. Your Majesty, to support your endeavor, we shall present the lists of cavalry and soldiers from each village, proclaimed an Undul elder with fervor. These soldiers are to be incorporated into King Viserys' forces. The urgency of the situation has compelled these elders to immediately dispatch troops without reservation. This is well, for Viserys was confident that in battle, these individuals would be united as one. Though he had not been acquainted with Viserys for long, the king's reputation was already considerable when it came to combat. He was indeed formidable. The Tyroshi mercenaries are not to be underestimated, unlike the second-rate villagers of Undul, and they possess significant combat prowess. Viserys had not anticipated that in the Velvet Hills, the next adversary to confront would be the Tyroshi slavers. Viserys aimed to mold himself into the protector of the Unduls, the Roiner, and the enslaved, the embodiment of justice, and to achieve this, he must decisively strike down the band of slavers. As dusk descended, Viserys and Sir Roland hastened across a gentle stretch of the lower Lorne River, accompanied by 30 fully equipped cavalrymen, his finest horsemen. Following them were several hundred infantrymen, chosen for their combat prowess. Alongside Viserys and Roland were the somber figures of the Black Bishop and a few elder Unduls, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Tyroshi, yearning for their utter annihilation. The march was organized by an Undul elder well acquainted with the terrain. As their force passed through an Undul village to the west of the river, they were met with the desolation of burnt homes and the remnants of fleeing inhabitants. Among the charred ruins lay the scorched corpses of resistance fighters, emanating a peculiar stench. The men who dared to resist had been slain, while the enslaved primarily consisted of adult males, women, and children. Viserys surveyed the devastation, noting the utter depravity of the slavers. It seems they have already begun their vile work, the Black Bishop remarked gravely. From the evidence of the scene and the direction of the hoofprints, it was evident that the slavers had not ventured far. Be cautious with the torches, refrain from making noise, and do not reveal our position, commanded Viserys, his eyes glinting with resolve. It appeared that no Tyroshi would be spared. We have located their camp, to the northwest of the village, Sir Roland reported. Having personally led the scouts, the Tyroshi had established their encampment, indulging in revelry within its confines. In addition to the palisade, there were 1 or 2 lookout towers, which prevented him from getting too close. Wait until the darkness deepens, suggested Viserys. In the previous conflict, he had been the target of an assault. Now, it was Viserys who would launch a sudden offensive. As night fell, the darkness became their greatest ally. Treading upon the velvety hills soil, the war horses were outfitted with bits, and the army moved with caution. Many Undul warriors were already aflame with fervor, driven by an inevitable thirst for vengeance against the slavers. Clad in dark, scaled armor that blended into the shadows, Viserys bore a sword gifted by Sir William, eager for bloodshed. When hunting a hare, one must exert full effort. Viserys had meticulously devised his strategy. Following Sir Roland, he glimpsed the raucous camp nestled beside the muddy path of the hill. The Tyroshi had made their preparations. The perimeter was lined with wooden barriers, and patrols roamed the vicinity. These complacent individuals could hardly fathom that the Unduls dared to encircle them. Inside the camp, flickering flames illuminated the scene, accompanied by the sounds of women's weeping. Now is the moment. Viserys calculated the time, waiting for the wolf hour, the darkest period of the night. He raised his longsword, his target in sight, and then he sprang into action. Chapter 65. The slaughter and execution of the Tyroshi slave masters beneath the silvery moonlight. Viserys' silver hair and violet eyes shimmered until he fastened his helmet. His black armor, dark as smoke, was adorned with the emblem of 3 red dragons stitched onto his cloak. He concealed his soldiers behind the hills, evading the gaze of the Tyroshi encampment below. The Tyroshi, accustomed to their unchecked ways, were woefully unprepared. Perhaps they perceived the Undulls as weaklings, their rare acts of vengeance hardly worthy of concern. Viserys felt akin to a leopard, poised for the perfect moment to strike. The soldiers had already heard the raucous din of the Tyroshi, the lamentations of local Undull women, and the prayers of boys and girls, an immense humiliation. Many Undull soldiers seethed with rage, primed to assault the Tyroshi slave master's camp. Any movement will be met with severe punishment, Viserys commanded succinctly. All for the sake of a decisive strike. Mercy had no place in warfare. As the wolf's moment finally arrived, shrouded in the darkest hour of the day, Viserys knew the time for battle had come. He felt a fiery surge coursing through his veins, yearning for bloodshed and combat. This opportunity would not present itself again. Kill. Viserys brandished his longsword. The fervent flames of war ignited instantaneously, and a coordinated attack commenced. First, the crossbowmen of the 100th Infantry stealthily approached the lookout post, dispatching the Tyroshi sentries with their bolts. The crossbow, designed for ambush, was ill-suited for long-range skirmishes. It served merely to deliver the final blow. Subsequently, the other infantrymen sprang into action under Viserys' command, toppling the wooden palisade of the Tyroshi encampment, which crashed to the ground with a resounding roar. Slay the Tyroshi! Slay the Tyroshi! The soldiers' fervent cries echoed throughout the camp as the infantry launched a two-pronged assault, while Viserys' 30 cavalry surged forth like dragons, leading the charge. Wielding his gleaming silver sword, he embodied the very essence of a warrior, his spirit manifest in the heat of battle. The Tyroshi were easily distinguishable, their penchant for vibrant colors evident in their brightly dyed hair and beards, shades of blue, green, chestnut, pink, purple, crimson, and scarlet. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Tyroshi shouted in frantic disarray. Is it a dragon? A fearsome drake. They beheld Viserys' exaggerated dragon-winged helmet, with its outstretched wings and fearsome horns, mistakenly believing it to be a dragon transformed into human form. Their sluggishness betrayed them, as they had never anticipated such an ambush in Undull territory. The Tyroshi occasionally ventured to capture slaves, believing the Undulls to be no match for them. Yet, the Tyroshi mercenaries, seasoned in battle, managed to muster a counteroffensive amidst the chaos. Some individuals met their demise under mysterious circumstances, as they were abruptly struck by crossbow bolts or fell from their steeds. Meanwhile, other Tyroshi wielded their weapons with determination. The entire encampment was engulfed in flames, with watchtowers and wooden barricades ablaze, casting an orange glow upon the faces of the soldiers. The fearsome Viserys appeared as if resurrected from the depths of a dragon's wrath. His longsword danced through the air, cleaving through the chaos, startling a blue-haired Tyroshi who had yet to don his armor. In an instant, the blade carved a gash across his chest, a crimson fountain spilling forth as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Viserys soon encountered a red-haired mercenary wielding a mace, intent on striking him down. Die! He bellowed, as Viserys deftly parried the blow, allowing the mace to crash against his breastplate, leaving a dent. With a swift counter, Viserys' sword struck back, pushing the mercenary away. The red-haired warrior attempted another assault, the mace whistling as it swung towards Viserys' helm, but Viserys skillfully yanked the chain, drawing the two combatants closer. The Tyroshi, taken aback, reached for another weapon at his waist. However, Viserys was quicker, unsheathing a Valyrian dagger crafted from dragon bone, its blade piercing through the gaps in the Tyroshi's neck armor with lethal precision. This series of movements transpired in the blink of an eye, the blade's song heralding death. With a thud, the Tyroshi's body collapsed, the mace falling heavily to the ground. Warrior! Warrior Viserys! The soldiers roared, calling upon the name of their king. A unique fighter of this era. Kill them all, Sir Roland commanded, as the Tyroshi encampment transformed into a bloody battleground. The cavalry's initial charge was overwhelming, bolstered by the advancing infantry. Die! The furious Andalusians howled, their spears piercing through Tyroshi flesh or their oak shields crushing mercenaries before axes finished the grim task. Although the individual prowess of Andalusian infantry lagged behind that of Tyroshi mercenaries, the phalanx formation combined with numerical superiority proved devastatingly effective. Moreover, crossbowmen supported the formation, targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities with deadly precision. As the second charge commenced, the horns blared once more, and Viserys swung his sword with ferocity, yet the threats against him dwindled. The Tyroshi were like boats tossed in a tempest, overturned time and again until they possessed nothing. Beyond the slaughter, valuable resources, steeds, and armor were seized. The rescued Andalusians also sprang into action, Children were shielded by Viserys soldiers, while the adults joined the ranks in avenging their tormentors. Kill them, spare no Tyroshi. The Andalusians' fury towards their enslavers transformed the encampment into a veritable slaughterhouse. In the encampment, a realm of fire and blood emerged, with the stench of carnage permeating the night sky. The tents of the Tyroshi were torn open, revealing the fallen mercenaries, their dismembered limbs scattered like discarded fragments. The Undul warriors unleashed their fury. The black-armored cavalry of Viserys prowled the camp, ensuring that not a single soul would escape alive. As the tides of battle settled, 3 surviving Tyroshi slave masters were brought forth, their hands held by Viserys soldiers. These masters, adorned with violet and azure hair and extravagant gemstone rings upon their fingers, were paralyzed by fear, utterly defenseless. Their hair and beards slicked with oil, their fingers adorned with tourmaline, agate, and gold rings. These avaricious slave masters were now rendered cowed by the rivers of blood around them. The cacophony of the battlefield attracted the attention of the hiding Undul, who gradually began to gather, gazing in astonishment at the vengeful soldiers, as if they were celestial beings descended from the heavens. The black-red dragon banner signified an extraordinary force. Spare us! Spare us! The once mighty slave masters had now been reduced to trembling quails. Dragon King, great Dragon King, please show us mercy. The Tyroshi slave masters, bewildered by Viserys' sudden appearance, pleaded for their lives. We are willing to offer you a ransom. We can pay, they wailed, clutching at the faintest glimmer of hope. However, the matter at hand could not simply be resolved with gold. Viserys removed his dragon-winged helmet and shook his head, a potent scent of blood emanating from him. He appeared a strikingly handsome young man, yet possessed the demeanor of a cold-blooded warrior. For freedom, the Undul shall not be enslaved, Viserys declared, his words causing the faces of the slave masters to grow increasingly ashen. Spare us! Their legs turned to jelly. Kill them, my lord, kill them, cried the captured Undul women. They murdered my husband and burned our village. They also killed my father, lamented many Undul children. For freedom, the Undul shall not be enslaved. Viserys reiterated. Thus, your wretched heads deserve this fate. Viserys strode forward, wielding his longsword, and the heads of the Tyroshi flew through the air, a spray of blood erupting. The fated one, Viserys Targaryen, has executed numerous villains in battle, enhancing his fundamental attributes, strength and agility. Viserys, witnessing the elevation of his powers, realized that he had indeed struck at the heart of the Tyroshi slave masters, one less than the next, scum and detritus. First, their crimes of population theft and slave trafficking were the most despicable, and second, their demise would undeniably augment Viserys' prowess, not to mention garner a band of loyal followers. You will face the wrath of the Tyroshi Slave Masters Guild for this. The last surviving master threatened. In jest, the slavers of Tyrosh arrived, perfectly positioned to drive the Unduls towards their own cause. I could not have wished for anything more. I must reclaim this blood debt from the slavers. The blade of Viserys whirled in a frenzied dance, and with a sweeping arc of force, the head of the third slaver flew from his shoulders, blood staining the nearby soil crimson. Thus, not a single Tyroshi slaver remained. This bloody execution struck terror into the hearts of the surrounding warriors and the residents of the Undul village. Yet, in but a moment, these onlookers erupted with even greater fervor. Viserys! Warrior Viserys! Warrior Viserys! They chanted, rallying for freedom, for Viserys, for their king. The soldiers, and soon all, enthusiastically called out. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of arms reached forth, raising a single name. Whether the original Undul warriors or the beleaguered Unduls of the Riverlands, they all cried out for Viserys. He understood that these Riverland Unduls would now follow him as well. Chapter 66. An oath of blood in the morning light of the Velvet Hills. A refreshing scent of verdant fields lingered, though the aroma of moisture was not pronounced. In the absence of conflict, this land should have been a paradise. It was home to robust warriors, devout monks, and beautiful maidens, rather than a place where fear and trepidation prevailed. Much of Andalos had previously been under the sway of Pentos, but following a series of defeats at the hands of Braavos, it had reverted to a battleground of chaos. Pentos now possessed no more than 20 warships, forbidding the hiring of mercenaries and free riders beyond the garrison. The weakened Pentos could barely maintain control of its flatlands, especially since these areas were periodically visited by the Dothraki horsemen. A defenseless Pentos, a city without fortifications, was incapable of orchestrating a resurgence of the Unduls. And I intend to harness this power, Viserys Targaryen mused. Viserys removed his dragon-winged helmet, donning only his dark, smoke-like black scale armor. The warriors sat upon the ground, savoring steaming bowls of barley porridge, while the Undulls had roasted lamb to reward their soldiers. Some provisions had come from the Tyroshi slavers, not wasted but rather enjoyed, including the garlic-flavored Tyroshi sausages. The sour wine of Andalos was consumed alongside the potent Tyroshi pear brandy. As Viserys savored the pear brandy, he understood that the world was not devoid of such strong spirits, yet he firmly believed that the new rum and whiskey he would create would become even more popular. Warrior Viserys. Vengeance, Undulls, vengeance. Avenger Viserys. The fervent Undulls clustered around the soldiers, calling out to them. They naturally extolled Viserys, as if he were a deity and warrior among them, the silver-haired, purple-eyed champion, the second conqueror. On the western bank of the Lorne River, the village of Undulls has increasingly gathered more inhabitants, with news spreading like a contagion. The population in the western villages now surpasses that of the eastern settlements reclaimed by Viserys. Whispers of vengeance and slaughter echo through the air. The Undull soldiers crossing the river have annihilated the slave traders of Tyrosh, avenging their kin. Such sensational tidings have not been heard in centuries, showcasing the extraordinary valor of the Undull's warriors. For the common folk, this marks a triumphant retribution, especially since that village has remained unscathed by the tyranny of Tyrosh's slave traders. However, for the ruling elders of the villages, their sentiments are far more complex. This young king acts swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving no survivors and no room for compromise. The elders from the western Undulls villages have convened with their counterparts from the eastern settlements allied with Viserys. Following this encounter, their feud with the Tyroshi slave traders has become irreconcilable. It is no longer a matter of timing. It is about revenge and absolute enmity. Previously, they could afford to bury their heads in the sand, but now, to confront the looming crisis, they must unite. He is one of Westeros. An elder from a western village asserts confidently, whoever avenges the Undulls shall be their king. Furthermore, the king of Westeros also claims to be the king of the Undulls. Yet, we have pledged our loyalty to King Viserys, the last scion of House Targaryen, who shall inevitably face the wrath of the Iron Throne. Bah! Let us not fret over the Iron Throne. We must concern ourselves with the immediate threat posed by the Tyroshi slave traders and mercenaries. Without the protection of King Viserys, no village can survive. The retribution from the Tyroshi is known to be exceedingly brutal. We are the forsaken villages, abandoned by the great powers, the Sea King of Braavos, the King of the Iron Throne, the Governor of Pentos. Have they offered us protection? No, they have not. Only King Viserys has come to our aid. We Undulls are a people who honor their debts. The elders from the western and eastern villages of the Undulls engaged in fervent discussions, wavering between loyalty and decorum. Meanwhile, Viserys, cradling a bowl of warm porridge in his hands, listened intently to their praise and deliberations. The warmth radiated from his fingertips, and Viserys felt himself become a fusion of ambition and justice, a creature of power. Motivated by his own aspirations, his political mantra against slavery also serves the greater good. Hence, he is determined to unite the remnants of the Undulls and the remnants of the Rhoynar. Your Majesty, I have found this within the camp of the Tyroshi slavers, whispered the Blackwood bishop, stealthily approaching Viserys with a charred sheepskin map. It was evident that an attempt had been made to destroy it. Yet the map had been salvaged from the flames just in time. Viserys scrutinized the markings on the map, depicting the contours of the western section of the Lorne River, embellished with a few Undulls villages, those that had been attacked. This is a map, Viserys exclaimed, astonished. It was not the work of Tyroshi, but rather a crude sketch. The craftsmanship of the Tyroshi is not to be underestimated. Their artistry is certainly not crude. The intricate depiction of this village's location seems to be understood solely by the local Undulls. Are you suggesting there is a spy? Viserys scrutinized the map. It appears that there are indeed nefarious individuals among the Undulls, betraying their own kin. Bishop Uwood nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, I share your sentiments. This illustration pertains to the detailed locations of several villages in the Western River region, known only to the native Undulls. Do we have any suspects? Viserys inquired in a hushed tone. It is quite normal for the village of Andaz to harbor some opportunists. After all, the Undulls have been ravaged by various factions for centuries, and the faction of Surrender has found a certain market. Uwood pointed to the two corners missing from the map, indicating, if I am not mistaken, there should have been a depiction resembling a grape leaf here, which has been excised. A grape leaf? What significance does it hold? Viserys asked sharply. It symbolizes one of the major factions among our native Undulls, the Greenvine family. They gained prominence through the trade of Andaz sour wine, which is the most sought after and commands the highest prices. Upon hearing this, Viserys recognized that they were akin to a lesser version of the red wine family of Andaz, profiting through the sale of wine and commerce. Is Anda's wine not rather sour? Sir Roland inquired. The quality is indeed subpar. However, we have grown accustomed to its flavor. Thus, even inferior wine can find buyers, Uwood explained. Therefore, the Greenvine family stands as a thriving faction among the Undulls. With their villages and estates situated in the hilly areas downstream of the Lorne River, not far from Godot. This is indeed true, Viserys acknowledged, as he was aware that Anda's wine was also sold at the markets of Veladur. Even inferior wine, when priced lower, can find its market. If it truly is the Greenvine family, their transgressions are grave. The Greenvine family maintains connections with merchants from Pintos and Tyrosh, Uwood stated. This could very well indicate a bona fide Undull spy, and given that the Greenvine family thrives in such perilous circumstances, their cunning and guile are not to be underestimated. Viserys carefully stowed away the map and instructed Bishop Uwood. Please investigate further for any clues related to the Greenvine family. Additionally, this matter must remain confidential. As you command, Your Majesty. Uwood nodded. Viserys pondered. Uwood's lead was indeed pivotal. If true, the Greenvine family would be the Undull adversaries he would have to contend with in the future. Considering the local power of the Greenvine family, especially their collusion with external forces, they would naturally be disinclined to welcome an additional king. Moreover, Viserys required distillation apparatus for winemaking. Perhaps he could unearth the Greenvine family's gold. Not far away lay the bloodied battlefield of the previous night. The Tyroshi tents had been leveled, and the valuable armor, tents, weapons, and warhorses would not go to waste. Viserys accepted them all with a smile. The heads of the fallen Tyroshi had all been severed and mounted on pikes. This served as a silent warning. The Undulls would fight for their freedom. The warrior demands of us bravery. The Heavenly Father calls for justice. The Holy Mother implores us to protect the weak and the innocent. The Maiden urges us to safeguard all women. The blacksmith insists upon our labor. The crone seeks our wisdom. And the enigmatic stranger requires our reverence. Ebony leads the Undull priests in a solemn chant of the 7 gods' hymns. Before the witness of the 7, do you pledge your loyalty to King Viserys? We are willing. All the Undull elders maintain a reverent demeanor, gazing upon the spirited Viserys. He, in turn, observes his new subjects, uncertain if anyone would reach out to House Greenvine. Yet power ever pulsates. The chief elder of the Western River village kneels, followed by all the other elders. Noble King Viserys, for countless generations. My people have toiled in their own lands, yet have repeatedly suffered plunder. Now, with the arrival of the warrior and the birth of the true king, we, representing the entire populace, pledge our fealty to you. I heed your vows and shall protect my subjects. We dedicate our loyalty to the Lord of Dragonstone, Viserys Targaryen, proclaimed all the Undull elders. We offer you our minds, loyalty, and courage. We present you with barley, wheat, and grapes. We bestow upon you swords, spears, and bows. May you have compassion for our sufferings, safeguard our women and children, and treat every subject with justice. We shall follow you unto eternity. In the name of the hills and the great rivers, in the name of steel and chivalry, in the name of the Holy Seven, they completed in unison. I shall repay you with fairness, kindness, and bravery. May the summer endure, Viserys declared. Rise, in the name of me, Viserys Targaryen. Viserys gazed upon those who swore allegiance. Noticing the severed heads of the Tyroshi, some oaths were inked, while others were sealed in blood. Chapter 67. The First Legion, activate. We have made a sacred vow, dedicating ourselves to the divine cause of King Viserys, the elders of the Western Riverlands solemnly proclaimed. I too make a sacred vow, to judge the good and evil of this world with a just heart, and to protect the land and people of Andalos with a courageous spirit, Viserys Targaryen declared emphatically. Sir Roland and Bishop Ebony stood not far from him, their expressions grave. The Black Knight Viserys, though youthful, had already become the sole conqueror and savior in the hearts of many Undulls. This also marked Viserys' declaration of himself as the king of Andalos. However, if he aspired to be a singular monarch, much remained in his path. Powers like House Greenvine of Andalos would not accept a king materializing from thin air. Yet Viserys cared little for these petty factions. Offering them opportunities proved futile. These noble houses would rather grovel before Tyroshi, Pentoshi, and Dothraki, clinging to life, refusing to believe that the Undulls could rise to fight again. Thus, those who do not believe in the inherent strength of the Undulls' land are unworthy of ascending to the throne of the Undull people. Observe the suffering endured by the Undulls. Viserys gestured towards the nearby devastation. The heads of Tyroshi slavers and mercenaries adorned the tips of pikes, their dried blood long since begun to rot. The once vibrant purple and red hair of the Tyroshi is now sullied by the earth's hues. Viserys' voice rose once more, imploring all to witness the malevolent Tyroshi slave traders and the weeping Undul populace as these marauders ravaged the land of their ancestors. The enemy has brought forth blood and fire, humiliation and enslavement. What shall we do now? As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere ignited like boiling water. Vengeance! Vengeance! The Unduls cried out, their faces and chests emblazoned with the sigil of the seven-pointed star. Viserys' boots sank into the cold, muddy earth, the brownish stains reminiscent of the world's sins. I present to you two paths, Viserys continued. The first is to rise as warriors, to fight valiantly like men. Yet, many may perish or face retribution. This is a treacherous road, and apart from my promise to lead from the front, I have little to offer you. The second path is for the Unduls to relinquish their hatred, to kneel and smile before the enemy, as we have done for centuries. This may grant us a fleeting peace. Should the Tyroshi seek retribution, sacrificing but one of us, myself, would suffice. I bestow the choice upon my people. Viserys refrained from mentioning the Green Mantle family's potential treachery. One must not strike a snake and let it live, for it may return to bite. If the Green Mantle family indeed harbors such venom, it would be wiser to draw them out and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, Viserys had just united the Undul forces and now risked internal discord through impatience. We shall choose this. The Unduls let out a primal roar, seizing their weapons. Half a lifetime of humiliation was better faced with a bold strike. The Unduls brandished their spears, swords, pitchforks, battle axes, and even flails. What of the Tyroshi, the Pentoshi, the Braavosi? I have had my fill. And that damned Dothraki vermin. Why do they oppress the Unduls? Outsiders will never appreciate the Velvet Hills and the River of Lorne. Their gods are hypocritical, lacking faith in the Seven and in knights. Why can we not govern ourselves as we once did? If I must kneel, it shall be only before this king, the first king to fight for the Unduls. The first bearded Undul warrior drew his sword, his voice thunderous. An Undul warrior knelt and placed his sword beside Viserys. Long live King Viserys! Long live the king of the Unduls! The first Undul proclaimed. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. Although they had never been governed by the silver-haired king before, they now rose in unison, drawing their swords and kneeling, their voices resounding with ancient names previously unheard. Long live the king! Long live the king of Andars! Long live the king of the Unduls! A chorus of cheers erupted from all Unduls, elders, warriors, women, and children alike. They chose to follow the tall, silver-haired warrior. The cacophony of sounds surged like a wave, intoxicating in its fervor. This was not the tide of the sea, but the roar of humanity. A purple gaze swept across the gathering of Unduls, and thus, let me, Viserys, lead you towards a different destiny. The elders of the Unduls comprehended this new reality. The history of the Unduls would be rewritten by newcomers. Your Majesty, the slavers have committed numerous atrocities in our villages. They murder, abduct, sell women and children, and burn our homes. Many villages have suffered such calamities. The atrocities of the slavers shall be repaid in blood, Viserys vowed. Therefore, we beseech you to take charge of the lands and people on the west bank of the Lorne River. Please, Your Majesty, protect us, the elders of the Unduls implored. Granted, Viserys nodded. Elders, warriors, I shall also rely on your wisdom. Viserys calmly proposed his suggestions, inviting the Unduls elders to join his cause. The elders of the Undul villages were invited to partake in my council. The clergy of the Undul villages will be overseen by the bishop of Viserys Keep. As for the youth of those villages, they shall undergo squire training with my forces. And those soldiers from the villages, Viserys added, I will provide them with new training. The village of Hardstone stands ready for your command, Your Majesty. The village of Greenfield is at your service, Your Majesty. The gathered Undul villages on the west bank of the Lorne River chose to accept Viserys' command, preparing to face future crises. The faces of the Undul elders shone with excitement. This was the envisioned system of Andalization. Viserys, observing the respectful demeanor of the elders, realized that his influence had now crossed from the west bank of the Lorne River to the east, entering a new phase. Please, give your orders, Your Majesty. We are willing to obey you and become your sword and shield, the Undul warriors clamored. I will assess the population and then proceed with reorganization, Viserys stated, surveying the assembled Undul warriors. These individuals could significantly swell the ranks of his soldiers. However, beyond mere martial prowess, they would require further training in military discipline and formations. This was a process of re-civilization, elevating the Undul's organizational capacity from a disorganized rabble to a formal army. Viserys had already devised a strategy, 1,000-man units would form a 1,000-man unit, and above them would be the legions. The assembled Undulls would be incorporated into the First Legion. Chapter 68. The conspiracy for unity on the muddy roads of the Velvet Hills. The wind howled, lifting the black and red dragon banner that fluttered from the tips of the cavalry's lances. 40 horsemen guarded Viserys Targaryen, serving as the king's esteemed escort. Behind them trailed a convoy of wagons and infantry, followed by numerous Undull subjects, with additional cavalry flanking their sides for protection. The soldiers of Andalos were not adorned in opulent armor. They seemed to be yet unwashed from the soil, ready to face the crucible of blood and fire. Clad in black scale armor, Viserys was prepared to lead his new Undull vassals across the River Lorne, destined for Dragonstone. Dragonstone was designed with a dual structure for the Conclave and the First Legion, drawing in trade and prosperity, while also poised to accommodate a substantial influx of people from Andalos. More crucially, it was a strategy to confront the looming threat of war, preventing the Tyroshi from incinerating the wealth and provisions of Undull villages. Regaining strength was essential for a decisive confrontation. Fortunately, the elders of the Undull villages proved to be wise, consenting to this strategy of defensive counterattack. The armor left behind by the Tyroshi was promptly allocated to the most valorous soldiers, ensuring no resources were squandered. The craftsmanship of Tyrosh was indeed commendable, despite their penchant for oddly shaped helmets. As a fierce wind swept through the ranks, it produced a crackling sound among the banners. Since the continent of Essos had yet to adopt the tradition of family crests, the most prevalent banner among the Undulls was that of the seven-pointed star. "What is your name, and how old are you?" Viserys inquired, keeping close the first bearded Undull knight who had pledged his loyalty. His face adorned with the emblem of the seven-pointed star. "Argos Blackpine, your majesty. I am 18 years of age," the bearded warrior replied earnestly. "I was eager for battle, not anticipating that your majesty had already dealt with this band of Tyroshi slavers." Viserys scrutinized Argos Blackpine's rugged visage. Was he truly but 18? Argos bore a striking resemblance to the Mountain and the Hound, possessing an astonishingly mature countenance. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was a mass of thick muscle, exuding raw strength, wielding a remarkably formidable sword. Given the current plight of the Undulls, Argos was the first fierce warrior randomly chosen by Viserys. Behind every successful figure, there lies the necessity of loyal hounds. The more Viserys observed, the more he felt a sense of satisfaction. The Stark family had their own versions of the Mountain and the Hound, while Tywin Lannister had the Mountain and the Kingslayer. Viserys, too, had drawn his first ace in the form of Argos. The name Argos stirred a memory within Viserys. He recalled it belonged to one of the Undulls who had attempted to invade Westeros during the Undull invasion. He had been defeated at the Battle of Tears by the coalition of the North's King Eddard Stark and House Bolton. The Hungry Wolf commanded his fleet, suspending the lifeless body of Argos at the bow of the flagship as the army crossed the narrow sea to assault Andis. It is said that the Hungry Wolf exacted a bloody vengeance there, incinerating over 20 villages, seizing 3 towers, and executing hundreds. Viserys found the name to be rather ominous. Yet perhaps the Undulls still regarded Argos as a warrior, continuing to bestow such a name upon their children. "Would you be willing to serve as my protector?" Viserys inquired of Argos Blackpine. Should Argos ever confront Stark again in the future, it would indeed be akin to a second 7 stars, Viserys mused, envisioning the scene vividly. "I would be honored, your majesty." Argos Blackpine nodded in agreement. "I have long yearned to slay the Tyroshi, using their heads as balls to kick. Previously, the elders of my village forbade me from engaging in fights, insisting that I merely protect the village. I have been quite stifled. I desire a suit of well-fitted armor and ample sustenance." Argos cautiously articulated his requests. "At Viserys' castle, that shall be no issue." "Ha ha." Viserys replied with mirth, noting Argos's robust physique, a true embodiment of a young mountain demon. Even among the 7 kingdoms, he was a warrior of exceptional caliber. Viserys felt satisfaction. Argos, an orphan from the village, had been nurtured on the diverse fare of the Undulls, possessing innate strength that rendered him a guardian of his community. With the impending wave of Tyroshi retaliation looming, the original village conflicts were on the verge of obsolescence, and warriors like Argos must adapt to the new realities of warfare. The carts in the midst of the procession creaked and groaned as they traversed the muddy paths of the Velvet Hills. Most Undulls had fled to Westeros before being colonized by the Dragon Kings, resulting in the absence of the Valyrian road in the land of Andis, where only dirt and mud roads prevailed. These carts bore gifts from the Undull villages to King Viserys, as well as provisions accumulated by the villages, including grains and the elderly and vulnerable kin of numerous Undull elders and warriors. Viserys was aware that the majority of undulled gifts consisted of wooden carvings and crafts, though he had yet to inspect them closely. The provisions varied widely: barley, wheat, oats, corn, apples, carrots, potatoes, and lettuce, alongside cured meats such as wild boar and venison, as well as smoked trout from the rivers. However, due to the Undull's reluctance to venture to the coast, there were virtually no sea fish. Some of the finest apples and oats were not intended for human consumption, primarily designated to nourish the rare and costly warhorses of Andis. What significant powers remain among the Undulls? Viserys queried Bishop Andalos of Ebony. There are two prominent families that uphold a loose alliance through their renown, Bishop Ebony elucidated. One is the Greenvine family, which rose from the wine trade, while the other is the Rock family, known for their ironworks. They not only sell crude armor, but, more importantly, agricultural implements. The Greenvine family resides to our south, while the Rock family is to our north. Presently, Undull civilization is thoroughly fragmented, with scattered villages dotting the landscape. The Undull people lack their own king and currency, relying instead on the currencies of other free trading entities, as well as utilizing wine and iron goods as hard currency. Consequently, the Rock family and the Greenvine family wield considerable influence. Viserys pondered the names of these two houses. One governs the vineyards of Andis, while the other possesses essential blacksmithing skills. To achieve unity in the land of Andis, Viserys must navigate the intricacies of these two families. As he listened to their styles and industries, he noted that the Greenvine family exuded a certain slickness and greed, while the Rock family embodied a more undulled disposition, characterized by chivalry. "Your Majesty, shall we send someone to investigate their movements?" suggested Bishop Ebony in a hushed tone. "No need," replied Viserys, shaking his head. "The wise will choose to support our cause. We shall act with restraint." This was the strategy Viserys had devised, feigning a lack of vigilance to see if his adversaries would reveal themselves. First, he aimed to extend his influence in Andis, and then reach into the neighboring region of the Lorne River. Chapter 69. The Rising Tide. Andis, the blessed land of the seven gods, is set to regain its former glory under the leadership of the warrior-turned-king, Viserys. Sunlight gleamed upon the seven-pointed star banner of the Undull people, as the Undull clergy raised their voices in blessing. Unlike the pampered nobles of the Great September of Westeros, the clergy of Andis resembled rustic shepherds. Though the clerics appeared tattered, they genuinely served the populace, and the Undulls appreciated these unrefined men of faith. Andis, the blessed land of the seven gods. May the seven bless Andis and protect King Viserys. The Undull soldiers and citizens shouted loudly, as if transported back to an era of armored knights and the resounding prowess of Undull warriors. Viserys felt the fervent calls of the Undull soldiers and citizens, as though a golden aura descended upon him, representing the will of the people and the divine. These cries enveloped him in a divine mantle, uniting the scattered villages. To regain strength, the Undulls must ultimately enhance their organizational structure, reassembling fragmented villages into a centralized kingdom, instilling discipline and obedience. The military might that emerges from the integration of a once primitive civilization is beyond the comprehension of those decaying free trade city-states. Viserys was poised to deliver a small, yet impactful shock to the corrupted governors and merchants. "Currently, we are dancing on 4 eggs in Andis," Viserys remarked to Sir Roland Lake, the instructor, and Bishop Andalos Ebony. Andis lies to the south of Braavos and the Braavos coast, east of the Narrow Sea, and west of the Norvos Hills. The western region of Andis, adjacent to the Narrow Sea, features plains, while further east, one encounters undulating hills, such as the Velvet Hills. To the south of these hills lies the southern border of the ancient kingdom, now flatlands controlled by Pentos. In essence, Andis is a land embroiled in conflict. In Braavos, Pentos, and Norvos, as well as among the Loina and Dothraki circles, there exists the looming threat of the Iron Throne across the Narrow Sea. The situation is indeed precarious. Despite the natural defenses of the coastline and the Lorne River, the prevailing circumstances remain unchanged, remarked the High Septon. "If we could neutralize one front, our troubles would diminish significantly," mused Viserys. Pentos is already an undefended city, its principal neighbors being the secretive city of Braavos to the north and the Dothraki horse lords to the east. Should his power expand further, it is conceivable that the armies from Westeros might soon cross the sea. Viserys' strategy is to unify and Alas, securing peace in both the north and south while expanding into other territories. For the time being, he aims to maintain peace with Braavos in the north and uphold the status quo in Pentos to the south, before extending his influence toward the east and west. The Greenvine family possesses greater wealth, while the Rock family can supply the much-needed iron goods. They are unlikely to willingly submit, Sir Roland Lake, cloaked in blue and white, stated. Even someone of Sir Roland's caliber recognizes the impending power struggle. The Greenvine and Rock families harbor ambitions of becoming the rulers of Alas, yet their lack of strength renders them timid. Thus, they have lingered in a state of complacency. However, with Viserys, an outsider, now in their midst, their intentions are easily discernible. Given the circumstances, should we not exercise caution regarding the Greenvine and Rock families? The High Septon cautioned once more. We may remain vigilant, but let us not be overtly suspicious, replied Viserys to the High Septon. The strategy of patience before action is Viserys' guiding principle. He will not expose the Greenvine family just yet, waiting instead for a more opportune moment. Viserys does not intend to show weakness. Rather, he seeks to consolidate his power, preparing to confront the imminent threat posed by the Tyroshi slavers, the Greenvine family, and the Rock family simultaneously. High Septon, there is one more matter requiring your attention. The movements in the Lorne River region, Viserys instructed. The activities of the Loina people at the borders and the Dothraki horse lords are of particular concern. It is my honor, your majesty, responded High Septon Andalos. When the Undulls rise again, the Loina neighbors will surely be restless. The relationship between the Loina and the Undulls possesses a quantum entanglement quality, marked by both grievances and alliances, currently resembling impoverished siblings pulling at one another. The most peripheral Undull and Loina villages will intermarry, yet also clash over land and water resources. However, the civilizations of the Undulls and Loina have long since fragmented, with conflicts now confined to village skirmishes. The Undulls claim that it was the blacksmiths who imparted the art of ironworking to them, as recorded in their 7-star scriptures. In truth, this is a self-aggrandizing narrative, for the Loina civilization was far more advanced in the past and excelled in ironworking. Considering the migration of the Undulls from the Axe Peninsula to Alas, it is highly probable that they adopted the ironworking techniques of the Loina. However, the Andalusians were not exemplary disciples. Rather, they aspired to expand into the lands by the River Lorne. Yet, the disparity in power was stark, and they were consistently routed in defeat. It was not until the Andalusians discovered the formidable Valyrian dragon lords of the eastern continent, terrifying behemoths of immense might, that many chose to flee. Aligning with the Loinai was at least a strategic option, for the fate of the Loinai mirrored that of the Andalusians, both having once flourished but now reduced to oppressed fragments of civilization. As Viserys formulated his plans, the main force arrived at a shallow crossing of the upper Lorne River. Poised to traverse, the troops shifted from the western bank of Andas to the eastern side. Crossed the river, Viserys proclaimed, wielding his sword. This call spread like wildfire, first among the king's guards, then the cavalry, followed by the infantry, and finally, the civilians of Undull walking alongside the carts. Cross the river. Cross the river. The cacophony melded into 1,000 voices. Future historians shall pen my tale. My legacy shall commence at Andas. With a crack of his whip, Viserys urged his ebony steed to lead the charge across the upper Lorne River. Gradually, the shallow bank was traversed by hooves, carts, and foot travelers, their scents intermingling, a unique odyssey for the Andalusians. Viserys galloped, the tempestuous wind brushing against his face and hair, eager to return to his fortress, his capital. When he departed from Braavos, he was merely a king without a realm. Now, in Andas, he finally possessed a small kingdom, albeit modest, yet brimming with infinite promise. Though it was the ancient domain of Andas, it was destined for renewal. Fortress of Viserys has arrived. The Andalusians who followed gazed up at the fortress perched upon the hills of the eastern bank of the upper Lorne River. This stone stronghold and its surrounding town symbolized the rebirth of the Andalusians. Upon witnessing the large assembly at the mountain's foot, Cerilio and Rhaenys atop the watchtower promptly issued commands, extending their welcome to the king and his retinue. In response, a resounding horn echoed from the mountaintop, the clarion call forming a new resonance. Chapter 70. The bone of the river god on the eastern side of the midstream of the upper Lorne River. The gray-brown fortress of Viserys loomed like a majestic beast, dominating the hills. The banner of the red dragon on a black field fluttered throughout the castle, the fire-breathing dragon vividly depicted with 3 heads. Even from the base of the hill, one could discern the fortress's dual-layered walls and the staircase leading to the summit. Beneath the fortress of Viserys, the throng was a river of steel, gold, silver, and humble garments, a continuous flow of humanity. Aside from the soldiers Viserys had brought home from the castle, the majority of those returning were the Andalusians from the western bank of the Lorne River, accompanied by their families. The newly arrived Andalusian tribes bore the air of country folk entering the city after their decline. They had congregated in villages rather than towns and fortresses, The resounding call of the military horn and the thundering of drums heralded the king's return. Viserys removed his fearsome dragon-winged helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome and resolute visage. Although youthful, he bore the marks of many battles weathered. Rhaenys, Rhaegar, and Daenerys welcomed Viserys back with open arms. Upon seeing Rhaenys and Daenerys, who mirrored each other in appearance, he noted their identical attire. They were adorned in black velvet gowns, their flowing capes embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of a three-headed dragon. However, the two girls differed in stature and appearance. Rhaenys, with the features of a Dornish saltman, possessed smooth olive skin, dark hair, and deep-set eyes, while Daenerys embodied the traditional Targaryen look. We extend our warmest welcome to you. His Majesty King Viserys III of House Targaryen, Rhaenys proclaimed after curtsying, her tone a serious one befitting the occasion, far removed from the playful calling of Uncle Viserys. Rhaenys observed the new tribes accompanying Viserys, a formidable contingent of tall, fair-haired, blue-eyed, Undul warriors. Among them were not only the venerable elders of the Undul lineage, but also devout and rugged barefoot monks, warriors adorned with seven-pointed stars painted on their faces and chests, alongside Undul elders and children. Your efforts are commendable, dear companions. I have crossed the river Lorne, vanquished the greedy slavers of Tyrosh, and returned with new subjects. Viserys addressed Silio and the others. It is a profound honor to serve the king, and I remain eternally grateful, Silio replied. He marveled at Viserys, who indeed possessed an extraordinary charm, an uncanny ability to seize opportunities for growth and expansion. Just a brief journey had resulted in the return of many new allies. Allow me to introduce the two princesses of House Targaryen, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, the elder, and Princess Daenerys Targaryen, the younger. This is my master-at-arms, Silio. Viserys introduced his entourage to the Undul elders and cavalrymen accompanying him. The Undul elders, upon meeting the two princesses and Lord Silio, gracefully inclined their bodies in respectful acknowledgement. This is the village elder from the western lands of the river Unduls, who shall henceforth be a member of the council. And this is my bodyguard, Argos Blackpine. Viserys continued, identifying the various Undul elders and his new guard. Your Highnesses, I am your king's new bodyguard, Argos Blackpine. And I pledge to fight for the king under the banner of the Seven Stars, Argos boomed, his deep voice contrasting with his imposing stature. Daenerys had never encountered such a giant, resembling a small mountain. Silio scrutinized Argos, noting that such a formidable physique was unlikely to be paired with agility. Yet, on the battlefield, sheer strength could often best skill, and clad in armor, he would become a fearsome beast. These young ones are newly arrived squire knights, and the girls shall serve as your handmaidens. A princess cannot be without companions, Viserys informed Rhaenys and Daenerys. The younger Undul children exhibited a certain timorousness reminiscent of small beasts, yet they were nonetheless encouraged by their parents to step forward. For mingling within the court would undoubtedly elevate their worth. How splendid! Rhaenys smiled with delight. Aegon's strategy hinged upon the faith in the Seven of Unduls. The formation of a new legion, coupled with the nurturing of knights and attendants. This comprehensive approach effectively consolidated his base of support. The narrative and introductions were merely ceremonial. Far more significant was the arrangement of their settlement. Sir Roland, I entrust you with the allocations, he commanded. At your service, your grace. Aegon had meticulously devised a plan wherein beneath the fortress of Aegon's Hold, temporary towns and docks would be established, akin to the winter markets of Winterfell, and the villages nestled beneath the castle of the Vale. The common folk would have the option to reside at the foot of the mountains, yet they also retained the autonomy to relocate to the fortress. After all, in the event of war, the castle would undoubtedly represent the safest stronghold. This arrangement mirrored the structure of King's Landing, with the fortress perched atop, while the populace settled in the flatter lowlands below. There is strength in numbers. Aegon surveyed the newly pledged subjects. As long as manpower was sufficient, along with mules and horses, he intended to reclaim the great stone circles by the shores of the Velvet Hills. The personnel were being systematically organized, and the Undul elders of the conclave would surely be moving into the city, alongside selected knights and attendants, along with their families, comprising a substantial portion of the populace. Yet, a corresponding number opted to reside temporarily in wooden cabins or tents beneath Aegon's Hold. In a flash, Aegon's Hold transformed into a bustling construction site, with numerous Undul elders assisting their villagers in resettlement. As king, Aegon found time to examine the gifts presented by the Undul villages only after considerable efforts had been expended. These offerings were delivered to the royal tent within Aegon's fortress. Aegon inspected them closely, an amber necklace, a fragmented golden dagger, a jeweled silver brooch, bracelets, rings, exquisite silver-scaled armor, a short sword encrusted with 3 rubies, and a freshwater pearl necklace, among other treasures. These items represented the rare treasures of the Undul people. Alas, they did not include what I truly desired, Aegon mused. Among the gifts was a tapestry, ancient in design, dust-laden and muted in hue, yet undeniably beautiful, occupying half the hall's floor. Once the servants had cleared the tapestry, it returned to its former glory. Aegon gazed at the imagery woven into the fabric, which primarily depicted the legends of the Undul people. The Father of the Seven personally plucked the stars from the heavens, forging them into a crown and crowning the first king of Undul's, Hugo. A maiden brought forth a captivating lady whom Hugo wed. The mother blessed her with fertility. An old crone foretold that she would bear Hugo 44 strong sons. The warrior ensured their strength, and the blacksmith crafted each a suit of steel armor. This tapestry is indeed remarkable. It would be fitting to hang it in the council chamber, Aegon remarked. While Viserys was examining other curiosities, he finally stumbled upon a gift that piqued his interest. It was an exquisite piece of art crafted from a fish skeleton, as white as jade, meticulously arranged into a perfect form, a lifelike representation of a fish. Gazing at the large fish skull, Viserys recalled the words of Elder Andar. This was the remains of a cerulean fish caught from the river Lorne, which had nearly clashed with the people of Loina. However, they had dispatched it swiftly, pretending to be oblivious to the encounter. This fishbone, a gift from the river Lorne? Viserys carefully polished the bone, snapping off a small piece before beginning to consume it. The Fatebreaker Viserys Targaryen has absorbed the enchanted item, the bone of the river god, resulting in a one-time enhancement of base attributes, increased strength and agility. Holding the fishbone in his hand, Viserys noted that while its effects were somewhat inferior to that of Dragonbone, it nonetheless appeared to possess some enchantment. The so-called river god was, at best, merely a large fish, likely endowed with a modicum of the river Lorne's blessing. It was said that beneath the mother river Lorne lay many deities, the most renowned being the Old Man of the Great Turtle River. He was the son of Mother River Lorne, having vanquished the Crab King to gain dominion over the aquatic denizens. These fish, crabs, and turtles had merely acquired a semblance of affinity with the water element over time, rather than embodying the true will of the river Lorne. Lacking Dragonbone, this would suffice as a temporary substitute. Viserys regarded the fish skeleton, a remarkably perfect alternative.